What a glorious day it is here at Brands Hatch for the London Historic Trophy, my friends. We've had the most incredible weekend so far, and I have no doubt it will continue under these beautiful skies of Brands Hatch, this iconic circuit celebrating 100 years. If you haven't been watching the stream, why haven't you? But either way, take a look at these incredible highlights.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Brands Hatch, where we are on day 2 of the London Historic Trophy.
Good morning everybody, a very warm welcome to us here at Brands Hatch, this iconic circuit. It's the London Historic Trophy for motor racing legends. And like I said, what a weekend it has been so far. And we're ready to go again. We've got another 9 hours of streaming. We've got about 5 qualifying sessions, I believe, 6 races ahead. And I'm down here in the assembly area with some of the most beautiful and iconic pieces of machinery that are kicking off what is going to be a brilliant Sunday. Be sure to keep watching, settle back, grab a cuppa. It's going to be a great day. Or even better still, come down. If you're close enough, you can grab a ticket on the door. It's the Top Hat 366 touring cars, my friends, and if you want to know a little bit more about it, check this out. I am now here with Julius. Julius, you're a big part of HRDC, which plays a big part over this weekend, but for someone out there who doesn't necessarily know what it is, can you tell us?
Yes, I've been running the HRDC since 2010, and the platform that we've always majored on is accessibility, is being able to bring people into historic racing, maybe people who've never done it before.
What is it that makes it work so well with motor racing legends?
Well, compatibility, really. We have the top end of the market with MRL, and fabulous cars. Some of the rarest cars in the world, and so it's aspirational, so it really works, because from the HRDC perspective, our clients or our competitors can look upwards, forwards, and so they know there's a pathway and they're not just stuck with us. So we have a turnover of clients and competitors. They usually stay with us 2 or 3 years. Some say have been with us since 2010 because they're happy with that environment. It's a more easygoing environment, but a lot of people are aspirational, and it's a pathway.
I imagine the story shared amongst your clients who are here racing this weekend is pretty impressive. What sort of cars are on track, and what should we be keeping our eyes open for?
Well, certainly we've got unusual cars within our normal cars, Lotus Cortinas, Ford Mustangs and stuff like that, but we've got things like Studebaker Lark. You're very much unlikely to see one outside of America. Yeah.
Incredible. Thank you very much. Can't wait to watch the racing.
Likewise. Thank you.
Well, it's always fantastic to hear from Julius Thurgood, a maker of many, many good things across the decades, and for historic racing he really has assembled some great grids of cars. My name's Bruce Jones, delighted to be back here on a stunning morning at Brands Hatch, and quite rightly promoted so beautifully there by Alex Legui. Alongside Alistair Douglas, we are chock-a-block. Actually, it was just there, 9 hours of racing up ahead of us. That is a lot of talking, but what a joy it is. And of course at Brands Hatch, you've got 2 circuits. You've got the Indy circuit, which we used on Friday, but the cars got to stretch their legs race yesterday around still what is one of the world's great circuits, the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. We're going to be using that again today. And this grid of cars, it's David against Goliath, or as the Brazilian friend would have said to me at the time, David against Goliath. And what I'm talking about here is little Austin A40s and Minis taking on the Falcons and the Mustangs. As you can see, they're different in proportion, but also in terms of grunt and horsepower.
Very much so, yes, and certainly saloon car racing, as it was known when these cars were current, touring car racing these days, is one of my personal favourites. And Bruce, yesterday you missed out on some cracking races, and I'm sure today we'll get more absolute corkers, because we had 2 races yesterday, one of which was the last race of the day for the historic touring cars, and it was tremendous. And the grid for this is everything, as you say, from the little Minis. Don't count them out from being in the top few finishers, because Minis are very, very quick indeed. You've got the Ford Falcon, number 10 there on our live stream picture going through, which will also be, that's Tom Sharp, will also be right at the front with the Mustangs as well. Now those are the big Ford V8 engines, the 4.7 litres. You've also got the ever popular Lotus Cortina, the Mark I car. I believe that Ford weren't terribly happy that it's always been known as the Lotus Cortina. Yes, they wanted it to be called the Cortina Lotus.
Entirely. So we'll stick sort of middle ground. Just enjoy the look of them. They are so nimble. And to me, my childhood motor racing books and magazines were all about Lotus Cortinas cocking wheels and the stars coming to play against the regular saloon car drivers. Think, you've dropped someone in from another planet. It's Jim Clark, who was the absolute star in those cars. But looking at the cars going around the back part of the Grand Prix circuit, they're just bursting back into our sight in the bowl. Brands Hatch was made for touring car racing, and in recent years there have been some brilliant end of season shootouts, most memorably a few years ago when Tom Ingram had to weave magic to take the title, and then latterly with Jake Hill doing the same. But here at the time, you can imagine the Ford Mustang, created in 1965 in the States, an instant hit, all guided by the hands of the king of marketing, Lee Iacocca. And then these were alien cars to us pretty much, and we had our nascent touring cars, saloon car scene with the big Jaguars against the little Minis, but then these came over with just that oral treat, that V8 thump. And it was different ways about going touring car racing, and it's always been about having different classes of cars. I mean, that's very much been the essence. But you can come here trackside and pick out your favourites, and of course around a lap you expect, with the longer straights into the country, the Mustangs and the Falcons will stretch their legs. But around the tighter bits, the Minis, there's even a little Riley in this field, will be super nimble, and that's what it's about to me.
I think the battle will probably, for the wins, will probably be between the big V8 engined Ford cars and the Lotus Cortinas, which will just about hang on down the long straight we're looking at on our live stream now into the right-hander at Hawthorns. But I think the Minis will probably be a bit breathless down the long straights, but it certainly will be a good battle. And you mentioned their iconic touring car end of season championship finishes. We've got both of the drivers that you might remember as being part of those iconic races. Andrew Jordan, 2013, in interview yesterday, he said he has lovely memories of Brands Hatch. He loves the Grand Prix circuit, doesn't get the chance to race on it very often. And of course he won his touring car championship here in 2013 with a stunning drive for the final 3 races of the season in the wet. And we've also got Tom Ingram here. You've just mentioned Tom. He's driving Jack Riddell's Mustang. So both of those drivers will be competing in this race. And I think one of the most iconic pictures of all time of touring cars is Jim Clark in a Lotus Cortina on just about 3 wheels, almost 2 wheels, turning through the left-hander at what's now called Graham Hill Bend. It's not quite the same angle as it used to be. It's a little bit more open now, but it is still there, still very much in the same place. So if you look on your device and just put Jim Clark, Lotus Cortina, Brands Hatch, you'll find probably fairly quickly a picture of the great Jim Clark on 3 wheels. And then walk round to South Bank and have a look at that section of the circuit.
Well, this is the very point. You can think of sometimes Brands Hatch in the driving rain and the mist at the end of the season for the Formula Ford Festival. If you want sunshine, it's a very different place today. It's bathed in sunshine. There is shade, but the point you just mentioned there, walk out around the circuit. There are so many brilliant vantage points. And if you're up at Druids, up at the hairpin early in the lap, you can actually just walk over the bank in the back, and suddenly you're looking at that long straight where they go into Pilgrim's Drop and up towards Hawthorns and see the cars really, really stretching their legs. Early pace, we think it's probably Tom Ingram in 119, which is setting the pace at the front of the sheets. That's the dark blue Ford Mustang he's sharing with Jack Riddell, so that would be likely. I mentioned the Riley early on. It's the little 1.5. It's car number 77, entered fittingly in the Leston class. We'll talk about the classes in a minute, but it's Nick, the father, and Ollie, one of his racing sons, will be sharing that. And of course, grandfather was Les Leston, who made many a fine race jacket, of which, as I said earlier, I'm still rather cross with my mother for throwing mine out in a sort out. But here it is. And of course, Les was fantastic in terms of the marketing and everything that went with it. And it's worth repeating today. The message went out yesterday that the king of sponsorship across all forms of racing. We've got several of his cars here this weekend. Guy Edwards, he had a stroke long ago and died in Ireland, where it had been his home for a long time, just Friday. But even the top people in the sport sort of went to the launch of his book when he launched this absolutely extraordinary book about how to land sponsorship. And for those in the trade and those who went on to become head of marketing in a lot of corporations, that book was absolutely the thing to have. So Guy, great driver, but we'll see some of his cars later. And he did bring in extraordinary things. Encyclopedia Britannica, Ultramar, every couple of seasons have a brand new sponsor, and a lot of people learnt from him and copied. But we'll miss you, Guy.
And in the top 10 now, in 9th place, is one of our quick minis, and it's the shared car of father and son, Mike and Andrew Jordan. And in fact, I think it's the same car will be used later on in qualifying for Andrew's younger brother, Bradley. So Bradley Jordan, 3 Jordans will be racing in that mini over the course of today. But ahead of them in an even quicker mini, the number 6 car, that is in the Rhodes class. You've mentioned, Bruce, we'll talk about the classes, but there are a number of classes in this race, and that's Alex Brundle and Nick Swift. Nick Swift has taken over Swift Tune from his father, Glyn, who started it up many years ago, and they are the absolute place to go for a mini A-Series engine and preparation of a car. So Nick Swift sharing with Alex Brundle.
Just great to see these different ages of cars. Hey, let's take this as the moment to talk through the classes. Leston is the class for pre-60 touring cars, so you can the oldest cars in the field. The Man class, after Alan Mann, one of his transporters is in the paddock here. It just still looks absolutely brilliant with its red and gold livery. That's under 2 litre touring cars. The Rhodes class, in which you'll find these minis, is the under 1300cc touring car class. Pre-63 touring class, that's the Ali class, and Sears over 2 litre touring cars. So you expect the Sears cars to be at the top of this field.
And that's Jack Sears, Gentleman Jack as he was known.
Gentleman Jack, phenomenal driver, brilliant person to interview. Sometimes you needed an off switch, because as he finished one anecdote that made you scream with laughter and think, gosh, I never knew that, he'd start on another. And of course his son David was a successful driver in Formula 3 largely, and then ran the Supernova Formula 3000 team that was so strong for years. So and they decided to do something coming from Norfolk, not do farming, but they did racing, and they did it very, very well.
Well, it was Jack Sears, wasn't it, that was at the wheel of the Ford Galaxy that was the forerunner. You mentioned earlier on it was the Mustangs and Falcons that really shook up touring car racing or saloon car racing in the UK. Well, prior to that, Ford had brought over the Galaxy, and Jack Sears drove it at Silverstone in May 1963. I think I'm right in saying that was the correct date. And the Jaguars and the Minis were there as usual, and this Ford Galaxy came down the hangar straight into Stowe Corner, past Graham Hill driving a Jaguar, and Graham Hill thought, what is going on here? And Jack Sears won the race, and that was the beginning of the big V8 Ford engines coming across to the UK touring car scene.
I mean, a lot of people liken the area of the boot lid alone as being like an aircraft carrier. It was so gargantuan. Right, looking for stars that are on the move. Car number 96 is top in the Man class, and that's Vic Cullen, Irish racing driver, second generation son of Michael, and he has got right up among the cars with bigger engines. He's in a Lotus Cortina, driving it very, very nicely. But the Sears class, as I said, that is the one for over 2 litre touring cars. That is the Mustangs, that is the Falcons. And we just had a fantastic shot of Tom Sharp really getting his Falcon to lurch around. He's third fastest at the moment, but we've got 2 cars very, very close at the top of the field. A third of a second, not even that, under 3/10 of a second, covers Matt Johnson, who's top in car number 16, which is in the Sears class, of course. He's showing that with Robert Ross. It's a red Ford Mustang. He's 0.29 of a second clear of Tom Ingram in the number 119 Ford Mustang. That's a dark blue one that he is sharing with Jack Riddell. So those two are clear. A second further back is where Tom Sharp is. But just that run from in the roads class, in fact, as soon as it happens, we're starting to get some other cars coming up to the top because the minis are being driven increasingly well. They're in the roads class, and Alex Brundle has moved to the top. In fact, what you need to do in every race is say, Alex is in this race somewhere, because he has taken to historic racing in such an enormous fashion. He's out in the European, in the 2-litre sports car class later, and actually if you pin him down in the paddock, he's probably trying to do a deal to drive another. He's massively into historic racing.
He did that yesterday because we had an entry for, if I recall...
Did he jump into an M3 yesterday?
Yes, he did. Was it an M3? Ian's reminding me. Yeah, that was a last-minute thing. We didn't know when they were on the grid that Alex was going to be in the car. Then it came up on our timing screens that they were sharing with Brundle. Quite how late in the day that deal came together, but Alex jumped in and drove a really good race.
Yeah, and he popped up some in-car footage on social media. I was thinking, I didn't know you were in that. But anyhow, why not?
The fastest car at the moment, the Johnson and Ross Mustang number 16, is on our live stream. That's red with the gold roof. Just coming into the pit lane now. That's the colours of Alan Mann Racing, who were the top preparers of Ford racing cars right through to the prototype F3L, which was the most gorgeous car but not very successful. But Alan Mann cars, always red with the gold roof, and Alan's son Henry now runs the company, and they prepare and look after a lot of historic cars for their customers. So good to see that colour out on the track.
It also looks great. The gold wheels they put on them, it just stands out. It's like Ferraris entered by Maranello concessionaires with those powder blue wheels that looked so brilliant. And the sort of Cambridge blue, of course, it was so famously for that concessionaire just over in Surrey. But it's still super close at the top. I'm looking to see who is making the moves early on. We've got one person who hasn't set a time at all. It's car number 9. That's Philippe Gandini in one of the little Mini Coopers, so I can't see them in the pit lane. But what we are having in this session, we're sort of pretty much halfway through, is a lot of bonnets up in the pit lane, because of course, don't forget this, about half the drivers in this field will be, half the cars in this field will be running as two driver entries, so it's driver change time, and while you're in, open the bonnet, get some of the heat out. It's already a hot day here at Brands Hatch, and it's going to be achingly hot through the day, but as I said, if you're here, you can find a place, and there's the little Les Leston, well, not Les Leston, Nick Leston, Riley 1.5, car number 77, and Ollie Leston alongside. Well, won't be alongside, he'll be getting in later on, but great to see. These were the cars that were racing in period, and of course the saloon car series changed remarkably quickly. Then you only had to jump forward a handful of years, and it was a Ford Caprice against the Rover SD1s, and it kept on changing. But for years the championship was won by Bernard Unette in a Hillman Avenger, which at the time it sort of riled me. He was nowhere near the front of the field, but he was in the third of the 4 classes, if I recall rightly, and he kept on doing what he needed to do to take the overall British saloon car title.
There's a great, talking about classes, there's a great battle going on for the roads class between 2 of the minis, and the car that's just gone in to lead the roads class and pipping Alex Brundle and Nick Swift is Phil Bullen-Brown with a new name, Kendall. I presume that is Scott Kendall, but we haven't had that confirmed. We'll try and find out to confirm that. But Scott Kendall, I've seen racing in minis for some years now, so I presume that is Scott Kendall, but it's certainly Phil Bullen-Brown, number 193, 7th overall in this timing screen for the Mini, and they are just ahead by just under a quarter of a second, the Alex Brundle Nick Swift car, and they in turn are a quarter of a second, or is it, yeah, quarter of a second ahead or third of a second ahead of Mike and Andrew Jordan in their Mini. So a brilliant 3-way battle in the qualifying session for bragging rights on the grid for the Minis.
Exactly as you'd expect it, exactly as it would have been in period. But here we are, shot of a Lotus Cortina, doing what Lotus Cortinas do, threading its way round Surtees, up and then down into Pilgrim's Drop, Hawthorne Hill. You then start bucking up towards Hawthorne. So here's the compression, up to the rise. And this is, if it's your first time ever on the Grand Prix circuit, it's a dauntingly fast corner, because as you approach the corner, what do you see ahead of you? Trees. You know the track's going to the right, but it's a while until you can see the turning point. You get through there, then you head towards Westfield, fast right hand, and the track drops away from you. You can see, actually, that's quite a stiffly sprung Cortina, so it's not kneeling to the left, into the drop, and then up to out of Dingledale to Sheen Curve. Such a fast corner, and over the year it has had epic photography there across the years. Then you turn in the shade, welcome shade at Stirling. So at this point you're thinking, right, going back to off the Grand Prix circuit, back under the bridge, into the bowl at Brands Hatch, the bowl that is celebrating 100 years of racing this year. It's phenomenal. Started as a cycle racing track, and by 1950 it wasn't grass anymore, it was tarmac, and the cars started racing here at the start of that year. So 76 years of car racing, so much to celebrate, and so many categories came here and had their great race. Right, for fans of the Volvo Amazon, great looking car, that's in the Leston class. Malcolm Harrison showing with Nick Adcock. Malcolm drives a wide array of cars, for many years. You used to see him racing in historic circles in those the Metros from the Metro series back in the, when was that? The late 80s, wasn't it?
Yes, late 80s, or just into the 90s, and he was sharing yesterday, as he often does, with Patrick Watts in their Cooper in the Woodcup Trophy. So at the top now is still that Alan Mann coloured red and gold number 16 Ford Mustang of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Second quickest is the Jack Riddell, Tom Ingram dark blue Ford Mustang in the pit lane at the moment, and we can see down there, is there work going on that car, the number 10, no, it's just going out again actually, the number 10 Tom Sharp solo driven Ford Falcon just going back out on track again with another 8 minutes remaining in this session. And they're all in the Sears class, as is Mike Whitaker, number 49. We saw him racing a couple of times yesterday. He's in his Mustang today. It's actually Michael Whitaker, so I would suggest that's Mike's son, Michael. He normally enters as Michael. So Michael Whitaker is in the Mustang number 49 in fourth place. Fifth place is at 47. That's the Shepherd father and son team. 49 being another of the Mustangs. Sorry, not 49. Shepherd's is 47. Bill Shepherd and his son Fred. And we saw Murray Shepherd racing yesterday, very, very quick in an Elan. That is Fred Shepherd's cousin, so Bill's nephew.
Presumably he's been disowned for not having a big Ford lump in as his motive power, which is the sort of modus operandi of Bill and Fred Shepherd, and they race phenomenally well with it. And every year at Goodwood they come out with almost another derivation of something that's very fast and very Ford.
And usually has an aircraft carrier boot on it.
Entirely, not always in use.
And then those 5 Sears cars, the big V8s, but they are then followed in 6th place by Vic Cullen in the first of the Cortinas in the man class. That's number 96, which we were just following on our live stream. And then it's another Sears car, 116 is the solo driven car of thank you, Ian. He was just trying to tell me this. It's new to our entry list. Thank you, Ian. 116 is a Ford Falcon in the Sears class, and it's a late entry, and it's for Mark Matheson, Mathieson, Matheson. So that's new to us. So that's Mark Matheson in 7th place. Then we've got the first of the minis in the Rhodes class, and it is still Phil Bullen-Brown and Scott Kendall in number 193. Just behind, what's the gap now? 0.224 of a second behind is the number 6 Mini of Alex Brundle and Nick Swift. And then behind them at 0.367, so about a third of a second, is Mike and Andrew Jordan in 771.
What's remarkable is how few times have actually improved of late, and that's because half the field came in to change over to the second driver. But those who are going to be racing solo, they've got more of an advantage because they can get more track time this morning. But I think you did well to pick out the best of the minis, and good to see Justin Law racing with son Ollie Law in there. They're second in the mini class, in the man class. In fact, I tell a fib because now they're third in that class because we've just had an improvement as if from nowhere. Car number 135 has suddenly vaulted up the numbers.
Dan Quintero has just got in
exactly.
that car. That's why, yes. Dan was so quick yesterday in Peter Reynolds' Elan. And Ian was just saying to me, he's watching the pit lane, he said, Dan Quintero's just gone out and you picked up that time.
Well, again, we're sort of helped in the commentary box. I don't know which way to look. There's so much to see, and it's these wonderful mixes. The Volvo Amazon, the little Mini behind it, there's similar-sized Lotus Cortina in front, and certainly it was such a visual sport in the 1960s. Every car had a different shape and put its performance differently, but to me it's the sight of cars out around this stunning circuit every time the cars are on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. They just look magnificent. It's a circuit that drivers all around the world, very few international drivers get the chance to race here. You have the GT World Challenge coming each year. It's such a popular event, but still lots of drivers just hope their championship will have a run here. How could you not want to race around the back part of the circuit, around the Grand Prix loop, around the epic corners of Westfield, Dinglesdale? I still think Stirling's is fantastic. The last corner, it's the left-hander before you come back and enter the bowl at Clearways. And the shots we're seeing now just are quintessential Brands Hatch. Brilliant camera angle looking back at Dinglesdale.
Back to a bit of admin for you for your entry list. We've just mentioned Peter Reynolds and Dan Quintero. They're on the timing screen as 135. We've just found them in the programme. They're listed as number 7. So if you'd like to mark your programme, number 7, Peter Reynolds, Dan Quintero in a Cortina in the man class. Are we correct? Yes, they are in the man class. So that's changed to 135.
Oh dear, we have... Some people like to go to the beach on a sunny Sunday, and unfortunately Mini number 18, that's Pierre Macchi, has gone off and stuck it deep in the gravel. Huge puff of dust blowing away from that, but that's not a car that's going to move out of there under its motive power. What have we got left on the clock? 3 minutes and 40 seconds, so that will interrupt people's progress. Double wave yellows into Paddock Hill Bend, the corner preceding the drop that led to the demise. So those still on their lap may be picking up improvements. In fact, I just mentioned Justin Law, Ollie Law. They've just moved up to 9th overall on the entry list, and they're running very nicely in a Lotus Cortina. You always think Justin Law, you think big, powerful Jaguar Group C car, don't you? All his antics over the years, trying to set the hill record at the Goodwood Festival Speed, for example.
And the checkered flag has come out early.
It's a sensible thing. It's probably cost people maybe 1 lap. So the drivers who might be aggrieved if you can have such a thing on a sunny Sunday at Brands Hatch, they probably lost 1 lap. It'd be the ones who had just been the secondary drivers going out to have their stint. But we always expected the Sears class cars to top the timesheets, and 5 of them did. Well, no, the top 5 were Sears class cars, and at the top of the pile, time set early on, Matt Johnson sharing with Robert Ross, red Ford Mustang, pole position for car number 16, and that really didn't change. So Matt Johnson did the time early on, Robert Ross took over. He would have been trimmed a lap because the checkered flag is brought out, but sensible thing to do, no need to hold up the programme. They've got plenty of racing later on, and then that Mini at the foot of the drop out of Paddock Hill Bend can be recovered from the gravel, and we continue on our way. But wonderful morning, even this early in the morning. Drivers will be getting out of the car after just a handful of laps. It's a physical circuit, the Brands Hatch circuit, going, phew, that was a warm one. Wait till the race. And there is our pole qualified car, red Ford Mustang with the gold roof. So the Alan Mann colours looking magnificent as ever.
And you mentioned the Justin and Ollie Law. I think it will be Ollie that set that time because he's proving to be quicker than his dad. And they are the son and grandson of Don Law, who, as you say, very much involved with Jaguars, particularly the 220, which I think he took on the servicing of those cars. And am I right in saying that Justin drove the super van up the Goodwood Hill?
Oh yes, he did, and he insisted on having a rolled up newspaper on the dashboard to look as though he was just going about a job. Real character. And I think that's that delicate balance, isn't it, when the driver's bringing on some of their offspring, and you want them to be quick, you want them to be, I suppose, quicker than you, just not yet, but it is a moment when they pass it, they pass it. You all know when it's coming, and it's great to see that level of tuition. In the end, we had everybody doing laps, and no one driver still not setting a time at the end in the Rose class in one of the Minis, car number 9. That was Philippe Gandini. But just going through the classes, Johnson and Ross were fastest overall and therefore top the Sears class. Top in the man class was Irish racer Vic Cullen, who actually late on moved up into 5th place overall. So he picked off one of the cars in front of him. And moving on down to the Rhodes class, largely for the Minis, car number 193 was top of that chart. Well, I tell you what, let's head on down to find out what Alex Legui has got for all of us.
Indeed, I've got boys here. Right, talk us through that session from your perspective. Were you expecting to be up there on the top step?
Hoping to be up there on the top step, yeah, hoping, but we've had some problems with the car recently, so they seem to be fixed and it went well. Oh, it was Matt that did the lap.
No, we're the same row, aren't we?
Yeah, when I saw his time though, I just did 1 lap myself and then came in, and that's it.
Good, okay. What was it like out there? Like, what's the evolution? You weren't out yesterday,
No,
were
not
you?
at all.
So
We did a few laps on Friday testing,
Yeah.
but today's even hotter, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're not going to do incredibly quick times. That confused me because we did the 47. I didn't think it was quick enough.
Yeah.
But it's getting hotter, and the more laps you do, the slower you get.
Yeah.
So I brought it in, let Rob have a little run round. So we're in pretty good shape, hopefully, for this
hopefully,
afternoon.
yeah. So how difficult is it going to be to convert this to a win?
Always difficult. The calibre of driver is top notch, isn't it? The teams that run the cars are amazing. So
Yeah.
it's never easy.
Yeah.
It's never easy, that's for sure. But Robbie Boy's going to start, and he flies.
Oh, no pressure. Have you been practicing your starts?
Well, I've only done like one standing start because last year was all rolling starts. So
Yeah.
this year standing starts is something new. Last one didn't go brilliantly well, so hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be better.
It will. It will be. The sun is shining for you. Well done, boys. Very nicely done. I need name. Hello, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I bet you're quite happy with that, but I imagine you'd like it to have been even better.
It's fine, yeah, it's good. I mean, there was a, thank you.
It's a money spider.
Oh,
That's
and give it
inside.
back. What's your back? Yeah, it's fine, it's absolutely fine. The trouble is it's so warm today. I'm sure no one's mentioned that already. So with the tyre, you get like a lap or so. So I did a handful, right? Make sure everything's fine. We're all good for the race later on before we run out of brakes and tyres, and and all bodily fluids will just come out of us. So we need to make
Too
sure.
much information.
Plenty of water.
Standing starts, not going to be easy here.
That can be a Jack problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's true. Okay, that's good.
I'm also Teflon coated, so nothing will be my problem on that one. That could be something that Jack can worry about.
All of your answers have been very British. Good. Well done, Tom.
Thanks.
See you later.
See you later. Just give me the money spider back then.
Yeah. Sorry. Here it is. I squashed it. Bruce, Alistair, over to you.
Thank you very much.
So I'm here with Clive Morley.
Banging
Clive,
on about the
this is your
temperature,
Bentley,
but
which
it's
and it's the bane of my life.
an
whenever I'm
amazing
doing an
meeting.
entrance,
Early in the day,
the
it's very hot. But what have we got for
3/4
today?
litre.
We got
Explain the
Bentleys galore, and
3/4.5
already
litre
as
to me.
very early,
simple.
as soon as the
It's,
gates were open this morning,
3
people were
litre
pouring in. There have been
with,
all weekend, but a
modified
lot to see. Let's take a look at
4.5
this
engine in it.
explainer.
When I say modified, it obviously would have had a 3 litre, and that was their form of modifying, to shove another engine in it, a bigger engine.
It's quite an American way of modifying, isn't it? Well, what's it like driving? Because I mean, you took me for a little drive in it last year, actually, and I remember thinking just how unbelievably visceral it is to be in a car like this. What's it like? Because I think we did about 40 miles an hour. What's it like driving at 100 in a circuit like Brands Hatch, where it's narrow and tree-lined? And
Yeah, well, funny enough, the Bentleys are surprisingly an amazing car to drive. They drive beautifully, they steer well, it centralises nicely. And at 40 mile an hour, you can use it as a shopping car, providing you don't have the shocks too high, or you can drive it at 110, and it's really stable, very predictable, and reasonably forgiving. You know, so you can catch it if you need to.
reasonably forgiving.
Yeah. But like a lot of these cars, you know, if you do, you know, they can bite if you're not careful. But normally, you know, if you know what you're doing. I've been racing these for 40 years now, so I like to think I know roughly my way around a Bentley.
40. I don't believe you're a day over 21, Clive.
Well, I think it's safe to say there is literally nothing that Clive Morley and the Morley family do not know about Bentley races and Bentley racing. So if you go down to the paddock, do always chat to them, because the knowledge that is tied up in historic racing paddock is truly phenomenal. So that's the first qualifying session of the day underway and completed successfully, with more than 30 cars going out for the HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 touring car practice, and it was fun, and the circuit has never looked better. Jonathan Palmer running the MSV group of circuits and improving them year on year, and it's always been such a popular venue here at Brands Hatch. How could it not be? Look at this track, this thread of tarmac between the trees in the North Kent countryside, just by the North Downs, and it stood the test of time. Everybody wants to come and play here, And again, when you're at Brands Hatch, and if you're watching this even from the far side of the world, this is a circuit steeped in history, celebrating 100 years of competition. It did start as a cycle track. The bit we're looking at now on the screen, that's Dingledale. That wasn't used in period. It was just that kidney-shaped sector in the bowl that had the early racing, but it did evolve, and by 1950 cars were racing here. Later the Grand Prix loop that we're looking at now was added. At that point the British Grand Prix came to town, and up until 1986 the British Grand Prix here alternated by and large with Silverstone. Okay, a couple it alternated with Aintree very early on, but this was the yin and the yang, the flat open spaces of Silverstone, the slopes, the falls, the climbs, and the trees of Brands Hatch gave it a very different nature. But let's head back down and catch up with Alex Legui.
Feel like I've stepped back in time. This is just heavenly down here. Clive, right, you're about to head out for qualifying in this incredible piece of kit, and I just wondered just how physical it is to get a good lap around here.
In the Bentley, yes, it is reasonably physical. You'll see that the heavy steering, double clutch gear changes, no pedals. So yes, you're literally gears and a centre throttle. You've got to remember that. Brakes on the right. So yeah, but it comes naturally after a while. I've raced Bentleys for years, so it's my dad.
Yeah. I imagine you're fairly confident ahead of this qualifying session. I expect you'll be at the sharp end, right?
I'm hoping to be top 5. It'd be nice. Yeah. So we shall see. Thank you very much.
Look forward to seeing you up there on the top step. It's so amazing down here. If you want to know a little bit more about it, check this out. This is where it all began, pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These are machines running in road-going trim, wings, lights, even pump fuel, as close to possible to how they originally raced. This grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect, physically demanding, mechanically complex, and often unforgiving.
Thank you very much, Alex. So the flag about to be waved. The driver's about to go out for this qualifying session for the pre-war sports cars. Their race is due to end the programme this afternoon, starting at 5 to 6 local time. 2 races today, sorry. The first, sorry, I looked right at the end. 10 past 2, race 1. 5 to 6, race 2. So they've got plenty of running today, and obviously some have been out in practice already, getting a feel for this circuit, but I think the point raised there, these are big physical cars, and even small physical cars. Sue Derbyshire just going through shot in her Morecambe three-wheeler, very different way of putting the performance down around this circuit. She knows the car very well, and in fact, Alistair, looking at this field, vast majority of drivers have been driving these particular cars or had them in their family for not just years, decades.
Decades, absolutely, and the Mall is particularly absolutely Bentley through and through. Some of the cars have been in their workshop for many, many years, and you're absolutely right. Sue Derbyshire just going out on track now in the little three-wheeler Morgan. It's rear-wheel drive, single-wheel drive at the back, steers at the front, of course. Little V-twin engine hanging out the front of the car, and Sue drives that really, really quickly, and it's all looked after by her husband George. Their home near Stratford-on-Avon, Shipston-on-Stour, and there is Sue now, number 35. Do not be surprised if that car is in the top 6, even higher than that sometimes. Just depends on the layout of the track, whether Sue can be competitive with the more powerful cars. She was telling me on Friday she and George have changed the gearing for Brands Hatch. She's not been here for a very long time. In fact, she may even have said to me she's never raced here. I can't quite remember, but it was certainly a long time ago. And I said, what's your top speed at Brands Hatch? Because normally that will be around about 100, 110 miles an hour. But I thought Brands Hatch, no, they can't. Yeah, 110 miles an hour as she approaches the right-hand Hawthorns in that tiny little car. And Sue will be hunched over the wheel on the faster sections.
Hunched over, when it gets the corner, leaning almost out of the cockpit on either side. That's the thing. I mean, this age of racing was just brilliant for seeing what the driver was doing. Famously, in his Ireland's book was all arms and elbows, because you could see all of that back in period. One of the funniest books I have ever read, I must say. But again, these cars just look sensational early on.
The car we've got on our live stream at the moment, number 21, is Mark Fisher's car, but he's sharing with somebody you know very well, Richard Bradley.
Indeed, I bumped into Richard as he climbed out of his car in the car park, just chock full of enthusiasm, because he can jump ancient or modern, he can get in and be bang on the pace. If ever you want to see a variety of cars being performed in and tested, follow Richard on social media. He seems to have this gilded life with about once a week he's out in something very special. But bear in mind that his family, Father Edward, has been racing forever and a day, and in fact Edward's car, which is an Aston Martin Ulster from 1935, has actually raced continuously since just after the Second World War. Just think about that. So there's no trick they don't know about setting it up and using it. But Richard is one of those unusual drivers that does ancient, does modern, and he does them both incredibly well. But also he just loves it because he loves the history of the car. So it's great to have him there.
And these cars are pre-war cars, but the oldest car I think we have on the entry list is, yes, it's the number 9 Bentley of Richard Hudson, sharing with Stuart Morley, a late addition to the driving force there, Stuart Morley, but they do share a lot, Richard and Stuart, good friends, and that car 101 years old, 1925 for the number 9 car, quite remarkable, and it will have been raced pretty much its whole life.
I just remember when I started watching historic racing, I was, a young gun, really keen on the modern stuff, and I thought, these cars are 30 years old, 40 years old. I thought, almost beyond the pale, but now we're looking at cars a century and more. It is truly extraordinary, but it's just wonderful to see the passage of time, the development of technology. And also, it's when you talk to drivers, as you were saying, Sue Derbyshire saying, 110 miles an hour should hit that down Pilgrim's Drop on the approach to Hawthorns, the sheer speed of these cars. But also, what I love about them is the fact that narrow tyres, you can really see how the car is putting its performance down and getting the balance on these tyres. You're not overtired, that's for sure, but you may be overtired in a physical sense, slightly different spelling, because it's a hot day here at Brands Hatch, but plenty of space to go and stretch the legs, and it's still, as it has been pretty much, well, from the outset. Clive Morley, we had the interview with him beforehand, he's top of the charts. He reckoned he was going to qualify in the top 5, I think it was, but he appears to be fastest, just waiting for the next set of times to come through.
Just coming across the line now, and he goes quickest.
Yeah, in fact, it's chopping and changing. I've just realised our timing screen is... that's Richard Bradley going to the very, very top. Of course it was. That's where you'd expect. That's changeover. Just, he's north of 2 minutes, but we'll see those times come down when those first flying laps come in and get put on the screen. But right now, the driver's enjoying stretching their car's legs around the back part of the circuit. Talking of Bradley's, Father Bradley doesn't appear to have set a time as yet. Edward Bradley, yes, his car number 2, and that Aston Martin Ulster. Don't know if it's been out onto the track. I think it may well have done. I think it may have gone out later than the others. Looking into the pit lane, nobody is in there at the moment, so I guess we'll find out shortly.
It may be a transponder issue with Edward Bradley.
Oh, it could.
I've seen
yes,
going round.
message on screen actually. Car
so
2.
He'll be timed manually. He won't miss out, but he'll have to get that fixed. A car which you will see out on track if you're on the banking. And maybe
there is Edward Morley. There we are. Well done, TV director.
If we can pick up on our live stream as well, is a very strange looking car with twin rear wheels, and that is the Jaguar SS100 of John Burton and Nick Finberg, number 8, the 1936 car. It's entered as a Jaguar SS100, but pre-war Jaguar cars wasn't in existence. A Jaguar was a model of a car built by Swallow Sidecars, hence SS. But clearly during the Second War, SS became a name they didn't want to keep using, so they changed the name of the company to Jaguar. But that is a pre-war Jaguar SS100, and in order to try and get more rubber onto the road, these days we just make the tyres wider. In those days, they haven't got the technology to do that, so they just bolt in another set of wheels on the back. Very common in hill climb racing.
Yeah, where you need the traction off the line.
But not so in circuit racing.
Did you ever read Touchwood, Duncan Hamilton's book?
I didn't.
It is, I said in this Ireland's book was funny, this is so much greater. In his Muse garage in London, he had, I think it was a Bugatti, and he had it ready for hill climbing, and he accelerated out of the garage with double rear wheels, forgetting that made it wider than the garage door, which led to certain, I don't know, logistical problems. But seriously, if you want to read a book that will tell you so much about motor racing, particularly in the 1950s, get Touchwood. It is pure gold.
We've just seen Richard Bradley in what was the fastest car, just acknowledging to the pit wall that he's coming in next time around, so he'll be handing over. We think that was Richard Bradley in the car, I'm sure.
It was. I recognise the helmet, blue with the sort of silver cross on its flanks.
So he'll be handing over to Mark Fisher for the second part of the session. But quickest now has gone the Llewellyn team. And the Llewellyns in the Morleys are very much Bentley through and through, and it's the number 3 car that's gone quickest, which is Oliver and Tim. That's son and father, Oliver and Tim Llewellyn, in the 4.5 litre Bentley from 1927, so that's merely 99 years old.
Looks so that might be slowing and pulling off. Just checking they're not acknowledging a flag. And
red flag.
Red flag, okay. Just down the back straight you could spot them backing off. And just to go on with the Llewellyn family, Oliver's sister, I'm trying to remember her name, was a tip-top equestrian as well. So a sporting gene is deep in the Llewellyn family psyche. So what we have at the moment is the Llewellyns top by, well, let's call it 3 seconds. It's as close as it can be. And that's in their number 3 Bentley 4.5 litre. Second in the charts at the moment is the car that Richard Bradley just brought in. It's the Acuri Bertelli run Aston Martin team car he shares with Mark Fisher. And then we said the Morleys will be at the top, and that very early time from Clyde Morley. It was fastest after the first flying lap, but then eventually he's been eclipsed, and he's another 3 seconds back in third place. And his car also a Bentley 4.5 litre. So there it is, car number 6. A car he knows well, goes well. Fourth on the charts at the moment with the red flag flying is Alex Hewitson in the Riley 12.4 TT Sprite Rep. So a smaller way of going about the performance than the Bentleys, but actually Brands Hatch a very, very good track for such a car.
And Rep stands for replica, but that doesn't mean it was built in the last few years or 10 years. That means that Riley produced a special bodied car and maybe some tweaks to the engine for the Tourist Trophy, which would have been held at the road circuit in Northern Ireland, then the Ards circuit. So they would build the Riley 12.4 TT Sprite, put the car out in the race, try and do well, and then on the Monday morning they'd be selling them as replicas. So they build one in period. This isn't a newer car, and you could then go down to your Riley dealers and buy yourself a car such as raced at the TT, and it would be called a replica.
Yeah, in exactly the same way the Fraser-Nash speed model went very well at Le Mans, so immediately they started making Le Mans Rep. So as Alistair said, it wasn't something you did retrospectively, it was done immediately in period, and it was absolutely maximising the opportunities. Great to see bright green Talbot down there, a team car. And Talbot were mighty back then. Of course, you had French Talbot and English Talbot to keep things confusing, but they were great cars in period. So lights are green at the end of the pit lane, so we're going green. That was a very quick flick, so the drivers got in, were shown a drink, and they didn't have time to take it. They'll be back out onto the circuit. We've still got 17 minutes of this qualifying session, so that is going to be fun. Right, 20 drivers have set a time. The slowest at the moment is car number 19. That's David Ozan, Aston Martin 2-litre speed model in black livery, and we'll see how that can pick it up. But it's suddenly a flurry. Car number 22 just going through shot red. It's Nigel Dowding's Riley Brooklands. That's got silver bonnet, or the sort of unpainted metal bonnet, and the red rump. But again, a lot of these cars are presented in pristine condition, others are presented in what I call racing condition, which in some way I prefer. A few oily fingerprints, maybe that's just my standards. But really, you know, what do you like? Are you drawn to the Bentleys? Are you drawn to the Aston Martins? Are you looking for something a little less usual? So I definitely put Sue Derbyshire's Morgan three-wheeler Super Aero into that category, but haven't really laid eyes as yet on the Fraser-Nash BMW 328. It's the BMW 328. Vijay Mallya showing that with Pat Blakely-Edwards. At the moment, that's down towards the tail of the order, but we haven't got to the point yet where driver 1 will swap over to the to driver 2. There, I was talking of the pea green Talbot 105 team car. Again, Alice, the driver sits up high in that. It's a big, tall car, much taller than some of its rivals, but quite aerodynamic. You can see it's got a tonneau cover to stop there being too much turbulence inside the cab.
Yes, it's interesting that that's listed as the Talbot team car. We have another one of those out here, which is number 111, which is the entry for Chris Lunn. And you talking about Fraser Nash's at Le Mans and buying a replica car and so on. Well, number 111 did race at Le Mans in period. It was third in 1931, driven by, you had to have a double barrel name in those days to race. It was Tim Rose Richards and Owen Saunders Davis, who drove that very car, number 111, that's on track, to third place at Le Mans in 1931. The race that year actually was won by two British drivers, Earl Howe and Sir Henry Birkin, in an Alfa Romeo 8C, which segues perfectly into, is he here, Martin Halusa's car, number 11, which is an Alfa Romeo 8C. This is the Zagato Spider-bodied car, an absolutely gorgeous car, which Martin and his family use for shopping trips. Nice.
I would do exactly the same if I had such a car. These cars need to be seen. In my childhood, there used to be a lady, I reckon, probably north of 80 years old, who had a special body Bentley that she drove rain or shine to come into Sevenoaks to do her shopping. Just looked like something out of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Phenomenal. And that's what gets young fans interested in cars from another age. We need to see them. And I tell you what, the explosion of historic racing in the past 20 years has given a chance to put them in front of people. But in the UK in particular, we're very good at just using them as cars. They are cars. They should be seen. They should not be hidden away. I shall now get off my soapbox and continue commentating. But no, I think it's fantastic.
Well, I can finish your little story with the story of the Duncan Wiltshire, Freddie Wiltshire Bentley, number 46. It's this light blue car. Duncan, obviously, as you may know, if you don't know, Duncan used to own Motor Racing Legends, but now works alongside the new owner, Sean Lynn, and Duncan has moved on to be in charge of the RAC. But Duncan still races his Bentley 3 litre from 1928, so 98 years old, now sharing with son Freddie. And that car, after its original use as a car, became on a farm, it became a tractor to tow the plough. And I asked Duncan about this. I said, how could somebody do that? He said, well, they were just a machine. There was no value in it. It had a big powerful engine.
And torque is your friend in the field, isn't it?
It had a big strong chassis, because we know Bentley always built with big chassis. And they welded a frame on the back, put a plough onto it, used it for many years. I bought it, we had it rebuilt. Of course, the frame is no longer there, it's not a tractor anymore. But that's the sort of example of how historic cars and historic racing and historic road cars have just become much more part of the history of motoring than they were in the old days when they were just a machine.
No, entirely. You sometimes look back and go, how could these cars have just been kept in a farmyard or just kept under covers and not used anymore? But they were. You know, historic racing has inveigled many cars back out from a long, long period of interment or whatever. But, you know, we're the beneficiaries. We get to see them. And to understand these cars, you might look at them and go, oh, they're very old-fashioned. But then when you look at their lap times around a circuit, you go, oh, actually, hold on a bit. These are shifting.
And talking about shifting, I said that Sue Derbyshire should get into the top 6, or potentially could. Well, she's 7th at the moment. Number 35, Sue Derbyshire in the 3-wheel Morgan Super Aero from 1929. That has a just over 1.2 litre engine. That means each cylinder is about 600 and a bit cc, because it's a twin-cylinder car stuck out at the front with completely exposed valve gear. It's an absolutely wonderful machine to look at. Well worth going into the paddock and having a wander around. And if you do, go and have a look at Sue's car. It's quite a piece of engineering. And Sue Derbyshire, number 35, is in 7th place. In fact, has she gone? Yes, she's just dropped to 8th, because an improvement for Alex Hewitson, number 32, in the Riley 12.4 TT rep that we were talking about earlier from 1937 with a little 1.5 litre engine. That's gone up to 3rd place. So a big improvement for Alex Hewitson. He gets himself onto the 2nd row alongside the Bentley number 9 of Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley, the 3 4.5, which means it was a 3 litre chassis, but if you wanted to go faster you put a bigger engine in it. So you took your 3 litre Bentley and you put a 4.5 litre engine in it.
It's the way to go. In fact, it's incredibly close behind the car you were talking of, that number 9 Bentley, because the Skipworth and Armstrong Aston Martin speed model, that's the red one from Mercury Bertelli, is a tenth of a second down, and only half a tenth behind that is, something's changed. I look at the screens, who's on the move? Oh, we're getting quicker times coming in now, because suddenly it's all rotating around the middle part of the top 5, 6, 7th, which is as it should be. We've still got 10.5 minutes of this practice session. Car number 3 is fastest. Looking at it now, it's the lovely green Bentley coming back over the rise into the dip and coming into the bowl here at Brands Hatch, sweeping its way through Clearways into Clark Curve, and then you finally get to see the start finish straight. A little gentle rise onto the start straight, you can see it there, then it begins to flatten out. But again, the start finish straight, we've been talking to some drivers about the start of the race. Famously, it slopes from one side of the track, the left-hand side, to the right-hand side, which for novices at Brands Hatch, they accelerate and find themselves moving down the circuit rather than forward, something to be considered. But in large pre-war cars like this, you don't have the sort of issues of lightweight races. You're fairly well planted, I think it's safe to say. But lap after lap, this Morley family car looking absolutely imperial.
And on screen, if you're watching the live stream, number 46, that's the blue Bentley I was talking about with regards to the being used on a farm. The number 88 light green Talbot is one of the team cars, rather like the number 111 that Chris Lunn is driving, that was third at Le Mans. And I also briefly mentioned in that connection the Alfa Romeo 8C of Martin Halusa, which is number 11, which is a very, very nice looking car. And that very car competed at the nearly 1,000-mile road race around Italy, the Mille Miglia, in 1932 when it was 6th, 33 when it was 15th, and 1934 when it was 25th. A huge history on that car, and that Mille Miglia race, probably for us British people, most famously won by Stirling Moss and Dennis Jenkinson in a Mercedes in 1955.
Yeah, but the thing about that, apart from the fact they were so far clear of the field, it gave them an average speed of over 100 miles an hour for the 1,000 miles. So let's do some simple math. It took them 10 hours to do 1,000, just under 10 hours to do 1,000 miles. That's not an easy road. Those are on mountainous roads in the spine of Italy. And a lot of it came down to, first of all, Stirling's phenomenal natural speed in the car, but also Dennis Jenkinson, his co-driver, reading the notes. Famously on a little box he round through, and the paper came out, so they had to do a lot of work beforehand, but epic days. But then there were near fails and certainly near disaster, and many a time, including for Stirling in other years on the Mille Miglia. But here, just enjoy in this pre-war race the array of cars, the different shapes, the different sizes. Car number 21, one of the Aston Martin team cars, that's Mark Fisher. Richard Bradley set the pace with that early on, and that time is still good for second on the charts. But still, the Llewellyns clear by the next closest thing to 3 whole seconds.
And there's some rudimentary aerodynamics on some of the cars, but generally speaking, there is no quarter given to trying to smooth the lines of the cars, because at this period they didn't know. But I did notice, I've not seen today whether they've got them, but the Talbots ran big headlights.
Huge.
Just like this car here, the number 21 car, big headlights. They used to turn them through 90 degrees, so they were slightly more slippery through the air when they didn't need to run the lights. So Le Mans, they'd obviously only have the lights on at night, and they would turn the big headlights. Lovely, lovely story to think, yeah, they knew what they were doing, but they didn't really carry that through into the body shapes and the mud wings out at the side, all breaking up the airflow.
Yeah, well, those wings finally in 1952 was the year they said you cannot race at Le Mans with cycle wings anymore. But their only purpose to start with was to keep the muck from being sprayed back into the driver's face. And they gradually had to evolve, and suddenly in sports car racing had a change of shape. They lost the cycle wings, they became far more smoother in profile, and gradually they became more aerodynamic. But right now the bodywork was effectively to clad the engine and wrap the cockpit. That is all it really had to do. And if there was any particular styling that was true to the mark, but look at these two cars. Low lead, drivers sitting as low as they possibly could get them, and again, drivers of that period tended to be, people of that period tended to be more Edwardian in stature, rather short. So you look in the cockpit of some of these cars, you're thinking, where does the second half of my legs go? They're not big environments to race.
We've also got out on track, not troubling the top 10 times, 19th place, number 135, which is the very nice BMW 328 from 1939, just pre-war. And that's owned and raced by Vijay Mallya, who of course owned and ran the Force India Formula One team for many years. But Vijay, a very, very competitive, historic driver, loves his racing, and he's sharing with the team that prepares the car, Blakeney Motorsport. He's sharing with Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who runs Blakeney Motorsport. And Patrick is a very quick driver, but the car is not really in the same class as some of these out-and-out race cars.
It's
from
not.
the early 30s.
Vijay, before he sort of got into Formula One and stuff, did actually drive Formula One and Formula 2 cars of a certain vintage, older cars, in the Indian Grand Prix, which was always based around Madras. Used to be in a track, trying to Shalavaram, I think, was an airfield circuit. Then they got Irangatu Kutai. I went to that about 30 years ago. The Indian organising clubs are absolutely fantastic. And I tell you what, when the World Championship is fishing around to look for other venues, I'd rather like them to go back to Buddha International. It was a great circuit. Our logistical problems were legendary getting their kit in and out of India. I mean, paperwork personified. But again, it was one of those tracks that had a fantastic flow. But that was in which things like, I think he raced an Ensign back in period, so a car from the late 1970s, he'd raced those, the Indian Grand Prix. Then, of course, he went bigger than that, got a bigger chess set. It was called a Formula One racing team, Force India. Of course, that has evolved since then. In fact, it's probably the spade that's had the most shafts of anything in the Formula One paddock. But as someone who does write about the history of Formula One, you go, hold on a second, it's in its 5th iteration, is it now? That's really getting a bit silly. But anyhow, he has wholeheartedly. There's the BMW 328. Looks it's probably Pat Bailey Edwards on board now. He's flashing past our commentary position, diving up the inside, going around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. But again, this is more of a road car than a racing car, sort of unashamedly so. I love the details on it because Fraser Nash had a very, very strong link with BMW, and if you look on the spinner that holds the spare wheel and back, it has a lovely BMW badge, the standard badge with the colours of the quarters of the quartered flag of Bavaria, the home of the BMW, but Fraser Nash BMW, it says on top. Nice details. There were sort of marketing deals going on at the time, but it was basically APFA was looking at the technology the Germans had at that period, and it was phenomenal. So many a tie has come and gone in the history of car manufacturing, according to expedience.
Just beyond the period we're looking at here, just post-war, after the end of the war, the BMW engine was brought over to the UK and renamed, shall we say, Bristol.
Bristol, indeed.
And of course, it became a very, very successful engine. So we see Lister Bristol, early Lister's Bristol, but Cooper Bristols, which made the name of Mike Hawthorne, who became world champion in 58.
I mean, he arrived in the bang. I mean, he did rather well to beat a driver at Goodwood once in his very early stages of his career, whose first names are Juan Manuel, his surname was Fangio. That was the point at which people sat up and took a look at this young bow-tied, sort of toe-head individual. Huge character. I mean, he really did burst onto the racing scene, and you could, in short order, get into Formula One in those days, but the raw speed was there. Right, who's got the most raw speed? Well, it's still the Llewellyns, but I tell you what, Pat Blakeney Edwards has suddenly got that BMW 328 he's sharing with Vijay Mallya into second place. Remember, the margin was best part of 3 seconds. Another crew that's gone well is the number 9. It's moved further back up the charts. The Hudson Morley entered Bentley 4.5 litre, so that's moved ahead. And Fisher Bradley car, Richard Bradley's at that time, it was second fastest for a very long time, but that has now been demoted. We've got 2-3 cars very close for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, but suddenly got to keep an eye on number 135. We've got 100 seconds or so to go, and 135, the BMW, Pat Blakeney Edwards is putting another lap on the board. Will he take pole? Quite possible.
Just shows that we talk about it, they do it. We've both said that car probably not competitive in this field because it's more of a road car, but put Patrick in at the wheel and it's there in second place. So what a drive. Maybe it suits this track, and Patrick is quick in anything. So looking on our live stream at that twin rear-wheeled Jaguar SS100 coming out of the Sheen curve into Stirling's now, making its way back towards the bowl at Brands Hatch, and quite an unusual idea, but certainly it was all about trying to get the power of the engine down onto the road without spinning the wheels, put another set of wheels on, and you double the grip area of the tyres as he comes through and completes another lap. And the number 6 car, which is Clive Morley driving solo, that's the father of the Morley clan that races at the moment. Stuart Morley racing with Richard Hudson. And Clive Morley in the 3-4.5 from 1926, 100 years old, and he is in 5th place. And then the two top, that's nice, Bruce, 2 Talbot team cars running together as they come into Clearways.
They would have really stood out in the period with that fabulous sort of pea green livery, something different, something clearly identifiable. Just bear in mind, in those days, almost everyone was racing in their national racing colours: British racing, green for Britain, blue for France, white with the blue stripes for the States, silver for the Germans.
That was in the regulations, wasn't it?
Indeed,
yes.
But they could do something differently, and it does stand out. So the checkered flag has just been flown, still people go, and the target has moved because Pat Blakeney Edwards has gone top. He found 9/10 of a second. He's moved finally ahead of the number 3 Bentley of father and son, Tim and Oliver Llewellyn. So is there going to be anybody still completing their lap who's going to vault up the order? I can't see, but I just wondered with that final lap that whether Pat Blakeney Edwards could do it. So number 135 to the top of the chart. So BMW 328 does the job. It's a rather newer car than some. It was from 1939, and of course there was a bit of a hiatus in terms of car design, and a lot of these pre-war cars would have been racing in the early years after the Second World War, but then of course technology started to make some giant leaps. But I think that lap in 2 minutes 2.585 seconds for Pat Blakeney Edwards will be sufficient. Number 3 was second fastest. That's the Llewellyn family Bentley we're looking at there, again in a sort of paler shade of green, and not likely to be any improvements from the car. Number 9, the Hudson Morley Bentley 3-4.5 litre, because that's already in the pits. But good session, very brief red flag. That was cleaned up very quickly, and good attack at the top of the field. Top 6 cars covered by 5 seconds. So pre-war sports cars, they get 2 races today. So what a day they're going to have here on this very hot Sunday at Brands Hatch. Qualifying in the morning, done by 11 o'clock. Coffee, lunch, and then racing at 2:10. And then again at just 5 to 6 to conclude this programme here at the London Historic Trophy Meeting, run by motor racing legends, and a phenomenal array of cars. And there goes Pat Blakeney Edwards crossing the line again. Oh, he doesn't improve, but he's within 0.2 of a second. So he's his last lap there was still quicker than anyone else managed. But Pat Blakeney Edwards, I think the systems check went rather well for him.
I'll just take it out, VJ, and give it a shakedown.
So there is the BMW with that waterfall grille that stood the test of time. It's been shortened, widened, but it's still identifiable today as the BMW badge.
Yes, I have to say, thank goodness they've dropped the, was it 2-3 years ago, where they went to a very deep shape to it. Didn't think it was very attractive at all, but they've slightly modified that now, gone back more towards the shape that you've just described there.
I mean, it's always difficult when the aerodynamics change, but I still like cars to be identifiably from a make. Some days it might literally be down to the spinners, but the BMW badge, of course, quartered white and pale blue, that is the flag of Bavaria, the Bavarian Motor Works. You know what, when I was very little, my father made me a little garage out of wood, upper deck, lower deck, and it was Bruce's Motor Works, so I have a BMW connection, which is funny for a man who worked for Ford.
Well, that was always a favourite session, the pre-war cars. There's just so much variation in those cars, and congratulations to Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who's taken PJ Mallia's BMW to the top of the pile there on that penultimate lap.
It was just great to see the sheer variety of machinery out there, wasn't it? And driven with, again, because, as I said before, you can see a lot of what they're doing in the cockpit because it's so easy to look in with those big openings. And I'll tell you what, those would be a fair bit of heat from their engines, but they're some of the cooler cars to race today because it really is, wherever you're watching the world. Brands Hatch isn't always hot, but it certainly is this weekend. And in fact, I've just had a photo sent to me from someone who was at Spa yesterday, 34 degrees there. I'm heading there next weekend for the Spa 24 hours. I would like it to drop at least 6, just for me. But, you know, very physical. But here we are, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, helmet off, shades on. That's the job done. Job done. Very, very well done. So, I dare say we better head down to Alex Legway.
Pat, that was nicely done. You've set the benchmark now. Well done. How hard was it out there?
Listen, it's a long time since I've been back at Brands, and particularly the Grand Prix circuit, which is, in my humble opinion, the best circuit in the UK. I just love being here. I was at Cadwell Park yesterday, which is another great circuit, but race back to get here. Where did we qualify? I don't know. I didn't see on the pit wall.
Pole.
Okay, well, that's all right. That sort of works for us. So, no, it's brilliant. The car's really good. It's suited to this circuit because although it's only 1937, the Germans were so ahead of their time technologically that they sort of effectively produced an early 50s cars in the mid-20s. So aerodynamically it's pretty good, and traditional BMW, it's got a straight 6 2 litre, which makes, I don't know, 150 odd horsepower. Rear-wheel drive, hydraulic brakes, independent front suspension. So it's more advanced than the Bentleys and the Talbots and whatnot, and a joy to drive for its owner, Vijay Mallya.
Yeah, and you and Vijay have a great relationship. You're a great duo, aren't you?
He's a delightful man,
Yeah.
and we've raced together for a couple of years now, and he takes it really seriously and does quite a lot of training, and we've got a bit more to do. It's his first time here. And it's if it's your first time here, it's a very technical circuit, so there's a lot to know. So even though it's a pre-war car, we've got a V-box. Shh. So we're going to go back to the lorry and just have a look at the onboard and see whether we can reduce his lap time a little bit, so we can close up the gap. But no, looking forward to both races.
As are we. Pat, well done. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing how you get on in the race a little bit later on. Happy Father's Day, everybody, by the way. I realise I haven't said that yet. It is Father's Day. It's a true story. Happy Father's Day, Pat. Alistair, Bruce. Let's take a look at some highlights.
So the highlights on our live stream now of that session, where we started off with Bentleys to the fore and at the top of the screen, but very quickly after that it was Richard Bradley in the car to take the early pole position. But then right towards the end of the session, this car, although with a different driver, this was Vijay Mallya, the owner, in the 135 BMW in the early part of the session, but once it was taken over by Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, PBE on his helmet, as you can see on the live stream there. That's telling us that that's Patrick.
Well, let's just head off for an ad break and come back, and we've got a lot more in store.
Now is the time that we take a closer look at one of our key partners this weekend. This is Matt King. Hello, sir, from Silver Tiger Logistics. And you are going to tell us a little bit more about what you do.
So the long and short is we will move your vehicle from anywhere to anywhere. Big speciality for us is obviously motorsports. We move a lot of cars to a lot of different race events everywhere. Obviously a lot of work with MRL, one of our favourite partners. And we will bring your car to the paddock, have everything ready for you when you arrive. You roll up, you race your car, you stack it back up in your garage and you go home, and we handle everything in between.
And I assume this isn't just historics, this is across the board, right?
No, not just historics. We'll move modern. We also do cars just for individuals that want to move anything they own. So we do a lot of concourse stuff. We do people that just want to move their vehicles around to enjoy them in a different country, in a different place, go on holiday with them. Anything you can think of. If you want to move your car, we'll move it.
This display here, I mean, this is rather nice, but this in particular, this is the skid deck.
So this is one of our single-decker transporters. We also do them in double-deck, which is a little bit more interesting to see because we can stack 2 cars in the same vertical space as every other transporter will stack in one. And we basically use these to protect your car when we're traveling with it. So it's got extendable legs, it's got bits that fold out, and as you can see by the jaunty angle we've got the car on today, basically it will secure your car to anything. So when these go in the aeroplane, then when we do a lot of air freight, they go in the aeroplane, the plane can drop because of turbulence, the car's not going anywhere, it can slow down, it can land, it can take off, the car is just not going to move. And with all the protections on the edge of the pallet, you know that anything else, any other pallets on the plane are not going to touch it anywhere. So
I have just been distracted because I know that you've got an offer, haven't you, for Sherrard? Tell us a little bit more about this.
yeah, so special offer that we're doing just for our MRL guests that are planning on heading over to Sherrard later in the season. Super duper looking event. We're really looking forward to doing down in Clermont-Ferrand. Gorgeous part of the world, one of the most beautiful racetracks, absolutely gorgeous in the background when you're racing there. So of course we had to be there. So 1,700 round trip for your car, 850 gets you a freight slot, which is about the equivalent of about half a car. So you've got all the space for all your wheels, all your parts. We come and collect it from your door, so we'll get it from your workshop wherever you are. It'll be in the box waiting for you when you get to the circuit, and straight back home again when you're done. So make the magic happen. We just teleport the car for you.
I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad deal to me. How important is this partnership then with MRL?
I mean, it's super important. Basically, this whole industry, this whole world of motorsports runs on, everyone knows each other. It's a very small world. And obviously, MRL's got such a great history, such a long history in racing. And we love what they do. We love the way they operate. It's a very similar feeling to how we operate in terms of the kind of overall vibe. I know it sounds strange to talk about working on vibes, but we love working with Sean, we love working with all the guys at MRL, and I think we're all very much in sync on the same page, so it's nice to work in an operation where everything just works.
And finally, if people do want to find out a little bit more about Silver Tiger Logistics, where should we point them to?
So you can have a look at the website, silvertigerlogistics.com. Or if it's for anything MRL related, you can drop us an email, mrl@silvertigerlogistics.com, and you will find us and we will be in touch.
Lovely jobby. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cars already on track for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. This is for the cars that race in the British Saloon Car Championship from the mid-70s through to the very, very start of the 1980s, and a lot of these were the cars of my childhood when I used to come here to Brands Hatch. And things like the Triplex Capri that Jerry Marshall raced in 1978. A lot of people think of him only as racing Vauxhalls. Oh, far, far from it. And that's one of the Andrew Willis. Andrew Willis has entered that car, and that's a car that has great history. A lot of the cars in this field do. I talked to Rover ST1s, we can offer you those. In fact, we have two Jaguar XJSs. That's a little bit different. A Hughes of Beaconsfield Toyota Corolla. And I just love seeing these cars of the period, but it's the engine node that's so special. The 3.5 litre rumble of the Rovers against the much more raucous bark of the 3 litre engine in the Capris, and then some much smaller ones in the field as well. But of course, look at this, something a little bit different. 44 on the nose of the first of those two Jaguar XJSs, and of course that's in tribute to the Group 44 team, Bob Tullius, the team. We've just lost Bob very, very recently, but his cars were always exquisite. The white and green Motul livery, of course, that was as raced in the European Touring Car Championship as well. So good mates of mine from school used to travel all around Europe to follow the XJSs, going all the way out to places like Brno, and then getting back to the office on Monday morning. That was the desire that people had to get involved with racing in the period. But for a lot of people, it was the Rover ST1s that really sort of drew their eye and drew their ear. So it's great we've got several of those here representing the Sanyo livery team. The Patrick Motorsport livery is on a couple of the ST1s as well, so that's great to see. Alistair, of course, this is your bread and butter.
Yes, I suppose I grew up around race circuits with these types of cars racing, and a little bit earlier than this as well. Back to the mid-70s was when I was old enough to hitch off down into Europe and watch some European touring car races, and then of course the UK scene was very vibrant through this period, particularly with companies like Tom Walkinshaw Racing, TWR, who prepared these well, not all of them, but the Rovers, and they were also involved with the Jaguar XJSs. I never quite understood how an XJS was a touring car, and equally I could never quite understand another Tom Walkinshaw car. How does a Mazda RX-7 become a touring car?
You've already said those two magic words, Tom and Walkinshaw.
Yes,
he was a very, very persuasive man, very, very good driver, but his real strength, frankly, was making things happen, square pegs into round holes and making them very quick. And actually just mentioned, talking Jaguars, of course, looking at the Group 44 livery on one of the XJSs, of course we've got a Group 44 car in the Group C area as well. And there's a demo, there was one yesterday, some runs on Friday, a shakedown in which Lola Aston Martin was absolutely tonking along with Rob Huff at the wheel, but 12:40 to 20-minute demo from 12:40 today for the Group Cs, and for a lot of people they still have a very special place in their heart. But Jerry Marshall, his name's on the tin, and one of his old cars, run in 1978 for him, is out on the track, that Triplex Capri. Here are the two XJSs, the Group 44 car number 44, suitably. That at the moment is sitting third on the time charts, Guy Connew at the wheel, and tucked in behind the other V12 XJS, right in its slipstream, working its way around the track. Again, space to play, space to really stretch the legs, and just to get those engines revving the way they should. The Motor livery car, there it is, tucked in behind car number 2. That's fourth fastest, almost identical time to the Group 44 version. It's got in front of it. But at the moment, top of the charts after 3 flying laps from just a couple of them. It's Whittaker's first and second. Car number 6, it's Mike Whittaker, that's father in a Rover SD1, that's the Patrick Motorsport car, and 19, son Michael Whittaker. Between them 8/10 of a second. And the Sanyo livery car is son Michael. So father and son running around line astern, setting the pace. Of course, Mike Whittaker races a huge array of cars across the years. Most famously, to me, has been the TVR. He's been racing for a very long time, but that Griffith just makes it fly.
He crossed the line first in the race yesterday, didn't get on the podium because he was an invitation entry, but yeah, Mike Whittaker out in that. He was also out in another car earlier in the day yesterday. He's out in 2 cars today. At Donington in the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series, the Motor Racing Legends Donington Historic Trophy, it was son Michael who took the win in the Sanyo Rover, and Mike who was second just behind him. So they topped the finishing results of that race just a few months ago in May. And as you've already said, it's the other way around, but they're topping the timesheets in the qualifying session for this weekend with the 2 Jaguars, rather fittingly, 2 Rovers and 2 Jaguars in the first 4 places. And then it's the 96 Ford Capri of Neil Merry, who is next up in 5th place. And then Skid Scarborough, Graham Scarborough, always known as Skid. I think I asked him once, or I asked somebody, why is he called Skid? Well, it's more memorable than Graham, isn't it? That's probably true, because we all remember Skid Scarborough. And he's racing the car that he raced in Period all those years ago, the bright yellow Capri. He's actually entered as Graham Scarborough, but always known as Skid, in the Capri number 24. He's 6th quickest in the, I think the car did go out of his ownership for a long time, but he managed to source it and get it back, and now races it.
Just wondering why the second fastest car has just crossed over, which is Michael Whittaker, the Sanyo liveried Rover. His last lap suddenly dropped his pace by a mere 10 or 11 seconds. I don't know if he had a moment. He came past us going at a decent lick. He should be up. Yeah, no, he's looking all right. He's up at Druids, but I don't know if he just backed it off. I know tyres get a bit hot. Actually, up at Druids, there he goes, the Sanyo livery Rover. That's second fastest at the moment. Still 2 seconds clear of the best of the rest. Now, I've seen that fabulous dark blue and yellowy gold livery of Sunoco on many things, never on an Escort before. I tend to think of all sorts of ephemera in the States, normally with Mark Donoghue at the wheel for Roger Penske, because it was Penske's team that ran that livery, but never on an Escort.
And our very own David Hobbs with in the Penske car with Mark Donoghue as well. The famous, what was it called, the tank tape special, after they were hit by a Porsche at Daytona, and the car was all stuck together with tank tape, or duct tape as it's often known.
Yeah, it makes any car look sharp, that dark blue and yellow livery.
Yes, I think that car was out at Donington earlier this season. I remember seeing it and thinking how nice it looked in the Sunoco livery. Still the Whittakers at the top. As you say, Michael, the number 19 Sanyo Rover, slowed right down. he's still out there. He hasn't come into the pit lane, so maybe he was just looking for a bit of space. He was certainly in a lot of traffic, wasn't he?
Well, he was after he backed off, because his father's just coming across the line now, and he had been on his tail 2 laps ago, so Mike's gone through, improves it further. He suddenly put another second on the march, but Michael has fallen back into behind the 2 Jaguar XGSs. There they come, down into the compression at Clearways, up the slight rise to Clark Curve, and they're still sitting. Conyu in number 44, he's third. He does improve, and also an improvement from number 2, which is Simon Lewis. But the Sanyo Rover is coming into the pit, so I did think I sensed a problem after he did a much slower lap. He's still sitting in second place, Michael Whitaker, but there may be something. He maybe just looked at his dials as he's coming past the pits, went, oh, hold on, that's sitting a little bit high, but he's pulled into the pits. Don't know if there's a problem, but I think he'd be out there if there wasn't somehow. Another car sitting in the pit lane, looks like it's one of the Fiestas with the bonnet up. We're still waiting for a time from number 61, which is a pair of Colbins, Ben and Richard, son and father. One of their little Fiestas. But
that's one of the ones that's in the pit lane. Also, the other Fiesta in the pit lane, which is the Phil Bullen Brown car, that has done some laps. It's 8th quickest. But you're quite right. I've been looking out for the Colbins coming through, but they're still in the pit lane.
And I love the fact that whenever I think of Toyota's really competing in the British Saloon Car Championship, you just automatically go Hughes and Beaconsfield. They entered them for so long, Corollas, Sonikas, and Win Percy, but was one of their main drivers.
And Martin Brundle as well.
And well, indeed.
Yes. I think Alex Brundle has got I don't think it's the original car, but he's rebuilt a Toyota Corolla in the same colours and style as his father.
And he's also got the old BMW County Challenge car. I remember watching those races where you competed for your county, but Norfolk was always very well represented by Martin in that, and that is now back on the into the historic racing scene. So many Alfa Romeos in this race, and certainly not some of the earlier ones. And this is car number 76, which is rather older than some of the rivals. It's a 1974 car, which pretty much makes it the oldest car in the field. And that's David Irwin. It's a 2000 GTV. Again, sort of at the very end of this glorious shaped car. Most of them, of course, we've been looking at the very similar shape of the GT Ams from 1966. We were celebrating the Andrija Adamic Trophy from his days, winning the European Touring Car title in 1966 in one of these, but the engine was larger by the time it got towards its end. 2000 GTV. Right, black and orange flag for number 2. Race control message, there is car number 2, and it's running a little bit wide up at Druid, so I don't know if it's dropping fluid and ran wide because it was running over its own fluid, but that's the please come to the pits, we've spotted a mechanical malady with your car sort of flag.
Yeah, it's not the obvious thing, which is the door slightly open. That's often the case. Door not quite closed. They will call them in for that, but you can't see anything. Is that a little smoke trail behind it, perhaps?
I don't know. I just wondered why he ran wide at Druids. There wasn't an obvious reason for that, and if he's literally dropping liquids and then finding no traction on his own juices. So we'll just check that one comes in. Meanwhile, a couple of Capris roar past the commentary box with them making their inimitable engine note when you had Gordon Spice et al. Duking it out, and as you say, Skid Scarborough, it was a real soundtrack of the late 70s.
It was, and it was a Capri actually like the one that's just come into the pit lane, the later Capri 3-litre, same body shape as the Kenwood sponsored car that's on our live stream at the moment, number 74. Which is driven by Paul Martin, but the red Capri with the Autocar and Motorcraft livery. There was one racing yesterday which was the original Gordon Spice car, but the one that's today in the same livery I think is a recreation of that, but with a different livery on it. Gordon Spice won the very last Spa 24 Hours taking place on the long 8.5-mile circuit with the Martin brothers in a car sponsored by one of the Belgian cigarette brands. And in fact, Maxime Martin, who is a current GT3 driver, is the son of one of the Martin brothers, and they were with Gordon Spice winners of the last real Spa 24 Hours. I know you're going to tell me off for that because you're there next weekend, but on that long circuit it was a mega race.
I mean, in our heart of hearts, we'd love it to go on the full circuit, which goes over into the neighbouring valley instead of turning right when you reach the top of the hill. At the end of the Kemble Straight, you go into the next valley, you curve to the left, then you arc to the right, past Mount Whitney, past Stavelot, round a gently banked corner, then back up through the woods. But clearly we cannot race there any longer. No. But as it is, the current Grand Prix circuit at Spa-Francorchamps is still something very, very special. 70 cars entered for next weekend. No homework at all there. That only makes it about 230 drivers, because some will have a 4-car driver lineup, a 4-driver car lineup. But anyhow, it's a race that's moved on. It's not saloon cars, it's been GT cars for a long time, all in one class, which makes it very different from how it was across the decades when you had multiple classes of cars. But in fact, looking at this is very easy to understand. We've got 5 classes here, but the main 4 classes are all according to engine capacity. Over 4 litres, you're in Class A. Class B, 2.5 litres to 4 litres. Class C, 1600 to 2.5 litres. And Class D, the tiddlers, up to 1600 cc. And there's a Wilhide class for those that were production cars. We've got 3 Alfa Romeos that fit that bracket that would have been entitled to race in the Wilhide 24 hours. A 24-hour race pioneered by Roger Williams, always at the Snetterton circuit. I think one year there was a celebration that had 25 hours there.
They did, that's right.
As I recall,
yes.
You've had enough pain, they're going to put another hour on you, pounding around the circuit. But yeah, and that was a race open also to production class cars, not just the cars that raced in the overall championship, in the British Saloon Championship. Because of course, we would have had parallel championships or concurrent championships, the saloon cars and then the less specific high-spec cars running in their own production series. Good to see these Capris getting closer and closer, at least to each other, not yet to the times at the very top of the charts though. But the Skid Scarborough car, as in period, noses lined into clearways.
Track marshal livery down the side, just as it was in period when he drove this car, and passes the Marlborough liveried Capri just behind. Similar sort of car, that's the Gregor Marshall. Well, there we are, there's a link with Jerry Marshall. Jerry's son Gregor is racing the number 3 Ford Capri sharing with Mark Thomas. And Jerry Marshall, you said this right at the very beginning of this session, that we tend, instantly your brain says, yeah, Jerry Marshall, Vauxhall, but actually he raced very, very successfully in production in Capris, but he also raced in production touring cars in a Dolomite Sprint, and whatever he got in, he was quick and very spectacular.
Yes, it's a bit like, it's not a wilderness year at all. You look at Richard Petty's career, you forget he raced for Ford for a couple of years in the middle. You tended to think Plymouth and very much allied to manufacture, but he had a disagreement, he stepped out. What did he do? Well, he carried on winning. Right, we have had a change on the charts, not for the number 2 Jaguar XJS, because that's sitting in the pits, having had to acknowledge a black and orange circled flag. But up into 3rd place goes Guy Connew, and he's in the Group 44 livery car. He's improved his time, but unfortunately still needs to find another 1.6 seconds so he can get up into the top 2. But I think he's done all he can, because certainly the pace here is being set by those 2 Rover SD1s of Mike Whitaker, that's car number 6, and number 19, son Michael, on board that one.
And some quite acrimonious touring car championships in the period when the Rovers were running. Certainly, I think it was one year, you'll remember exactly which year, I'm sure, and I'm about to get told by Ian, who is our touring car expert. 1984, was that the year that the championship was awarded in about January 1985, wasn't it, when they'd been to court?
Yes, you learned not to write it down in ink. Pencil had to do until the following spring, and I think it was the fitment of something Nigerian spec mud flaps or something. Anyhow, that's enough from us talking in the booth. Let's go down and catch the very latest with Alex Legwey.
Yeah, I just thought I'd take a moment to have a catch up with an old pal, Phil Pullen Brown, who's been out in the Fiesta, but it's not going so well. I mean, you're out, aren't you?
Yeah, they've got some work to do to get us out in a race. Sadly, we were slipping a clutch in 3rd and 4th, and it just had no go. So, yeah, that was our qualifying done before it got going, really. So, a bit of a shame, but they assured me that's probably fixable. We're going to get it back quick and try and get going with it. So, hopefully, out for the race.
Yeah, okay, but positively, you have had a great morning, haven't you? Tell me, it's Pebbles, isn't it, your little Mini?
It is Pebbles, yeah. She was my first race car, and she's the one that's most dear to us. Scott Kendall at the wheel, not me, got the fastest lap, put it on pole this morning ahead of some really talented guys, the Jordans and Nick Swift. So I think he's pretty stoked about that, as am I. Shame it wasn't my lap that got us there, but it was his, and hats off to him, he's done a great job.
Right, you can share that glory. How's the track evolved from then to now over the last couple of hours?
I think less of the track evolving. I think I've been evolving. I think just getting some time out in the seat and getting a feel for it again. The Grand Prix track is so fast and it's so great out the back. Sadly, I think the spectators at this end don't get to see us sort of going over the lumps and bumps out the back. But it's a really exciting track out there, and you know, in the Mini particularly, you're sideways going in and drifting it, and so it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Fiesta not so much, but it's still a lot of fun down there. So
Fun to watch as well. Shame about the Fiesta. That's it. But just before, Happy Father's Day.
thank you very much. And if I can say hello to my two little ones, Louis and Billy, they'll be watching at home. So love them both, and hello.
All right. Well done, you.
Well, the frustrations of racing, sometimes tiny little bits can cause problems, and you end up at the side. Right, a couple of cars we talked about them running in the Will High class, production class cars. One of them is right in front of us. It's car number 126, Clive Golding. He's been very busy this weekend. He's had multiple races here at Brands Hatch. He's had one, and he's had two actually, and is waiting for another. Great shape, the Alfetta. Obviously, it ran in period in the Touring Car Championship as a GTV 6, and this was a production spec class from 1978. Purple in livery, deep metallic purple. Looks great actually. It sounds wonderful. Alfa Romeo have very seldom made an engine that didn't sound exquisite. And in fact, the other Alfetta GTV6, oh dear, the car, the XJS that had problems has got further problems. Fourth fastest, it had to come in because it had a black and orange circled warning flag. And I'm just beginning to wonder if it's still dropping something that's caused that spin. It's at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend, and he's trickled back onto the circuit. I think might be with not many minutes left on the clock. 4 minutes. Can he wind it up to speed? Did he go off on the car's juices? I don't know. But sorry, just going back to the point about the Will High class cars. These are the production cars that would have run in the Will High 24 hours. The other Alfetta GTV, the GTV 6, that's one with a larger engine, an extra litre over Clive Golding's car. David Margali's and Jake Margali's, they are 5th overall, so they're right in the mix at the front end of the field, but it's still nobody close to Mike Whitaker at number 6. Rover, top of the charts, Patrick Motorsport livery. There's the Sunoco Escort doing its stuff out on the circuit. That's car number 32, and at the moment that is outside the top 10 in 14th place overall, but giving away an awful lot of horsepower and age, indeed, because that's his car from 1974, so definitely one of the older cars in this field. But great to have the variety here on the track at Brands Hatch, and again, that engine working rather hard there. Mr. Coates takes it to the edge, nice line for him through Paddock Hill Bend, and Brands Hatch is a circuit that is it's never boring. You've always got the next corner coming up you very, very fast as well, but also just the change of gradient, the ups and downs just add something to the Brands Hatch circuit, particularly once you leave the stadium section and turn left at Surtees and then head out into the country, as we'd always describe it, and then up the rise, then down Pilgrim's Drop and on round the back of the circuit. So if you can get a good flow, if your car's feeling sweet, there's not too much around you, then you can really make things happen. Looking to see if many people have started, oh dear, the little Alfa 2000 GTV has pulled off as well. So suddenly the number 2 Jaguar having its own issues, and then again cars finding a problem as they go through Paddock Hill Bend and then trying to correct it and whatever. Right, here's the ex-Jerry Marshall Capri. At the moment, Andrew Willis has got that. He's down in 10th position. He's got to find a second or so, but again, this is remarkably untouched across the years. It's great to have that here, something different, something historic. And there's the proud British Racing Drivers Club badge on the door that Jerry Marshall would have had in period. It's actually great, quite a few of these cars would have been revived a handful of years ago, particularly to compete at the Goodwood members meeting when they said let's have a race for cars of this particular period, but others are gradually coming out of the woodwork, so not all of them have been rubbed and polished and tweaked to the full spec. Others are remarkably original. Okay, Scarborough starting to pick up the pace in the world of Caprice. He's now 5th fastest. Who else is making moves? car number 40, the Toyota Corolla, that fabulous little car from 1982, the 1600 GT. Matt Green and David Green, they've been improving their times. They're up to 8th place overall, but that mark set by Mike Whitaker, 1 minute 46.3 seconds. That puts him 1 3/4 seconds clear of the rest. Here is number 24 Capri of Graham Skid Scarborough. Again, just doing what he did in period. That car really stood out in period. No one else had the sort of, I don't know what colour, it's yellowy orange, almost banana split shade, but it stood out in period. It's lovely, Alice. It still have the original sponsorship on that as well, as you say, Track Marshal.
Yes, and as I understand it, it's the original car which Graham managed to source wherever it had ended up, and brought it back to the track a few years ago. Good to see. And the Margulies car of number 99 is in 4th place. That's on our screens at the moment, and that I think will be Jake. If that's the time, if the time has just been set, Jake is the quicker of the two.
Yeah, well, he keeps on improving his time. He was 5th the last time I looked. This isn't a production class car. ICS, Industrial Cleaning Services. That was Pete Hall's company. His son Stewie continues to race, and that stood the test of time. White and blue, and of course Andy Rouse raced those a lot in the British Touring Car Championships. This was the sub-level. This was, but listen, tyre squeal. Italian engine, it's not a bad thing to have on a Sunday.
Yes, these cars, production cars, have to run on treaded tyres, as does the Jaguar number 2 running. That's a Group 1 car, so they different tyre regulations amongst the different classes of cars. The Group 2 cars ran on slicks, the quicker cars that we saw some of yesterday in the touring car race.
Quite twitchy on the treaded tyres. Actually, we were seeing there from Jake McGarley's Stirling getting over the curbing. You need on a quick lap to get on the curbing, but not too much. How much is too much? Well, therein lies the question.
There's another Alpha right in front of him, isn't there now? He's just caught up, so 2 Alphas coming across.
And that was good from the driver at 126. That's Clive Golding. He spotted the quicker rival car coming through, but Magalli's car is a 3-litre car, different engine, far more performance, so he just said, I'm not going to obstruct you. The checkered flag is about to greet us. Any late moves? Yes, indeed. That lap from Jake Magalli's, he was 5th, he was 4th, he's now 3rd, so he was pressing on, and very well done from Clive Golding to keep out of his way. This car number 99, doing very, very good job. Again, in a qualifying session, 25 minutes of running, 2 drivers in some of the cars. You have to chop and change and lose a bit of time with the driver change in the pits, but that seemed to work very well for them. What I like is the fact the improvements came the whole way down the field. So a lot of drivers, even the little Escort with the Sunoco livery, that improved on its final lap for Alistair Coates. Didn't pitch him to the top of the order, but it shows he's learning as he goes. But it was Whitaker Mike, Whitaker Michael, and then who were 1st and 2nd in their Rovers. Between them a gap of 1.7 seconds at the end. Pretty much everybody reported back to the pit lane. Sorry, Industrial Control, as I said, ICS, it just didn't sit right with me, but I thought I'll keep going and maybe no one will notice.
Industrial Control Services is the ICS, yes.
No cleaning was involved, it was controlling. Far better business model, I feel. So, Jerry Marshall Trophy, well, that's their qualifying out of the way, and they get their race at 3:05. Probably going to be almost peak heat on a very hot Sunday here on the 3rd day of the London Historic Trophy, run by motor racing legends at Brands Hatch, a circuit that is celebrating the 100th year of racing on this Kent oval that then stretched its legs and opened out to a Grand Prix loop. But looking back at the highlights, everybody waiting to get going in these touring cars, from touring cars, saloon cars, even production cars from the mid-70s through to the very start of the 1980s, and it was the Rovers that were setting the pace early on. Number 6, driven by Mike Whitaker, made it look easy. His son Michael ran around behind him for a while and then seemed to have a little problem and had to report into the pit lane, but no problems at all for Mike up front, taking pole by 1.7 seconds. A wonderful mix of production. Is a production Alfetta, going very nicely for Clive Golding. Doesn't have the performance of some of the other cars in the pack, but how's this? Jaguar XJS's versus Ford Capri's into Paddock Hill Bend, slipping, sliding, waiting to get the power down. Up the hill to Druids they went, and the XJS's did well in the end. They were sitting 3rd and 4th, eventually ended up 4th and 5th overall. That was a nice, neat, tidy qualifying session for the HRDC Jerry Marshall Trophy, and let's go down and catch up with the very latest from Alex Legui.
Yes, I've got Mike here. Yesterday proved a rather good day for you today. This is not starting too badly either.
No, yesterday was great. You know, chased by Sean Lynn in his Cobra, then Murray in the Elan, then Lucas, who's half my age, in the E-Type, and held them all off in the Griffith. So that was fantastic. And then yesterday I shared with Max Lynn. It's like a weekend of the sons. So I shared with Sean's son yesterday, and my son's chasing me for P2 today. So it's a proper Father's Day weekend, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very nice too, as well. How different? I mean, it's a lot hotter today already than it was yesterday. How much is that affecting the track and you?
You sort of get used to it because you're always in all these 3-layer things.
Yeah.
It'll be 20-30 minutes in. It'll be the race when it affects, especially when your age starts with a 6. You know, so I feel a little bit of that. The track this morning is not too bad, I guess, again, when it warms up. So it's a good question, but I think at the moment, not unlike yesterday's, and we've just done a really good time, the best time I've ever done in this.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you were pretty comfortable. You stopped quite early. You were pretty confident.
Yeah, we the Rovers weren't that competitive a few years ago. We bought a couple of them and we took them to CMS, and they're competitive now. And they've done quite a bit of work with us on suspension setups and what have you. And you know, all these cars, and especially with this heat, to your earlier question, you don't want to drone them round for 30 minutes unless you have to.
Yeah.
So I was, 1 point something ahead, and Sun second, so I was like, don't go bury the brakes. And we'll run these tyres this afternoon now, you see. Bit of economy.
Well, there we go. All right, well done. Okay, my friends, that's a very good start to the morning. The racing starts beginning. It's the FJHRA, it's the Formula Junior. We're in the MRL Drivers Club, and there is a really nice activation in here by Spark Models. Take a look at this display cabinet. So this is 26 miniatures of some of the most iconic cars spanning 10 decades of motorsport history. We've got early machinery all the way through to more modern day endurance and touring cars. And what makes this super special, these 1.43 scale miniatures, the intricacies, the accuracy of what they've done is quite incredible. And I'll show you some more inside. Take a look at this one, for example, this F1, the wall-to-wall racing. This is Jody Scheckter era, the black and gold car number 20. This takes us back to Formula One in the 1970s, and what an era that was. These cars were light, powerful, way less forgiving than modern F1 cars. Literally everything that was happening was in the driver's hands. Another F1, BRM, the red and white number 4, another piece of Formula One history. This time from BRM, one of the great British teams, British Racing Motors, known for their engineering innovation. They represent a period where teams were constantly experimenting. These cars were as much of engineering projects as they were racing machines. The DTM touring car, the BMW E30 M3, one of the most iconic touring cars ever built. These guys dominated touring car racing in the late 80s and 90s. It's very lightweight, balanced, so competitive, and was a real benchmark car in DTM and touring car history. This was the kind of car that really defined what touring car racing became. This red number 22, it's like a 1960s Ferrari prototype. This is where sports car racing really came alive. 60s Ferrari. It was built for endurance racing. It's your Le Mans era. Super lightweight, beautiful, but such a demanding car. It really focused on mechanical grip rather than aero. They were stunning to look at as they are challenging to drive. And if you think they're incredible, come in here and have a look at, we've got 1.8 scale models. We've got 2 models on offer here. Again, thanks to Spark. But look at this. This is a Le Mans prototype. This is a 1.8 scale model. This is complexity to a completely different level. These really are the kinds of pieces that are built to be displayed, collected, and really appreciated. Literally every detail is replicated, from the bodywork and aero right down to the interior and finishes. Spark are actually offering MRL competitors the opportunity to commission bespoke models of their cars. Look at this, the Porsche Again, an incredible piece of machinery. It's the small things that stand out as well. The finish of the paint, the precision of the decals, even the way the car sits. It all feels so authentic. It's not just a representation, it's a literal recreation. How special is that? And if you want to go about getting a commission for yourself, contact Spark Models Direct. What a great addition to the Drivers Club this weekend, though.
Oh, luscious models, and we're going to have a luscious race coming up. Look at this packed field of cars for the FJ HRA Silver Line Championship, chock full, and there are some exquisite, they're tiny little cars, and that was the beauty of them. This was the Formula 3 of their day, the forerunner of the sort of modern Formula 3, if you will. I'll tell you what, taller drivers need not apply. This is a race for jockeys, and I know as we look down the grid, really expect fireworks from Alex Ames on pole in his Brabham, and Callum Grant and the original Magic Merlin alongside. They were super fast yesterday. Lucas Alusa, quick in anything, he's in another Lotus, and Rufus Flan up at the very sharp end of the grid as well. Nathan Metcalf and long-time Alexis racer Stuart Roach, who's always a star in these little cars, Alistair, and they really are small, made-for-purpose racers, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes. We've got a huge field. Philip Buhofer there in 7th place. We've got Adrian Russell in the Condor in 9th place. Duncan Ross in the Lynx. You've probably never heard of these cars. There were hundreds of manufacturers of Formula Juniors. Oscar Tripas in the Lotus 20. Stuart Monument in the 22, the slightly later model from Colin Chapman. Lucas Buhofer in the Brabham BT6 from the Brabham organisation, of course, Sir Jack Brabham. Keith Pickering in the Britannia, another name you may never have heard of. Andreas Halusa, Lucas's brother, in the Lotus 22. Alan Schmidt in the Brabham BT6. Then it's Marco Zolin in the Cooper T56. John Timoney in the Allspa, another name you may not have heard of. That's all the way from Australia. Lucas Halusa in another of the Lotus 22s that was the wrong grid put up there. Lucas Halusa's at the front, but his father is further back, Martin Halusa, further back in another Lotus 22.
Yeah, I mean, what we had at the time was, of course, Formula Junior started with the engine in the front, and it evolved, and it was the British constructors who really blossomed. The Italians still stuck a little longer with the front-engine layout. But these are mini Formula One cars, because teams like Lotus and Brabham, they were just starting to produce their Formula One cars, and they didn't need to be a great deal different in terms of appearance. And on we will go. But so many other little manufacturers, as Alistair was reading the names there, tried to make their money, tried to make the cars. Not all of them succeeded. They did things differently, and sometimes you look from the outside and thought, well, that one's not going to work. But just bear in mind, the history of Formula Junior, it changed enormously and very quickly, from front-engined to rear-engine. The cars became smaller in dimension, but what they are all the time is dynamic, and they were huge fun to drive, and that's why the Formula Junior historic movement has been going so strong for so long, so popular, and they really do race at some fantastic circuits around Europe.
And the driver that runs the Formula Junior along with his daughter is Duncan Rabaliati, who's driving one of the very early Alexis cars, car number 7, and Duncan's daughter Sarah Mitrich, she runs the championship now very, very effectively. Huge grids everywhere they go. They do world tours as well. Formula Junior started in 1958. It only ran for 5 years, but it was the way to get into Grand Prix racing. And drivers like Mike Hailwood, who moved across from a hugely successful career in motorcycle racing, like his friend John Surtees, and he wanted to get into Grand Prix racing, so he was put in a Formula Junior to learn the ropes and then move on into Formula One, which he did.
Well, it was entirely what this formula was made for. It was bringing up young drivers. It was remarkably cost effective in comparison to contemporary racing. You really could stick it on a trailer and tow it around. A good friend of mine, when he was racing Formula 3, said, we've moved to transporters, and I'd rather my car arrived on the back of towed behind a transit. He said the money would go a little bit further that way, and I could afford some tyres for qualifying. But we're all set for the first race of the Sunday here for the London Historic Trophy. 11:45, we are kicking off. It's the Silver Line Championship for historic Formula Junior cars, and what a field of cars. Let's just go to the front row again. Alex Ames on the pit wall side with the green helmet in his Brabham. Callum Grant, the red Merlin with the yellow stripe, on second. Then Lucas Halusa, car number 54, He's in the first of the Lotuses, and alongside Rufus Flan. They come to a halt. The car's packed super tight on this 2x2 grid. Also look out the orange car that's always raced so well by Stuart Rhodes. Here's Alexis. He's on the outside of the third row. Nathan Metcalf alongside. And I think we are pretty much in position for blast-off.
And one other car to watch way back on 22nd on the grid, Spencer Shinner in the blue Lola, number 128. Watch him. He took 8 places on the first lap yesterday after a troubled qualifying.
I think he did a similar job up at Donington Park as well in the opening round this year. So let us take a look. It is packed. It looks like it's 4x4, but it's actually offset, staggered 2x2, waiting for the lights to go from red to green, and it is a very even, steep start. Some of the quickest. The Merlin gets into the lead, so it wasn't a brilliant getaway from Alex Ames, but certainly from the outside the front row, Callum Grant. Wow, you don't normally get that much of an advantage into the first corner. He is clear. Those behind behaving very nicely. I think the overtaking manoeuvres may come on the approach to Druids. Outside the front row into the lead, Alex Ames from pole position into second place. So he atoned for not the perfect start. Down the hill from Graham Hill Bend towards Graham Hill Bend they come, but it's tidy for the Merlin at front, about a 4-car length lead. Along Cooper Straight they go. This is very good indeed. The only person cursing at the moment be Alex Ames for not getting off the line. Another car didn't actually get to move anywhere at all. And I think that's Gary Thomas's Keith. It's blue. Yes, it's parked to the side of the track. They're going to want to see if they can get that across. At least with it being on the Grand Prix circuit, they've got a bit of time. Driver getting out of the car. But look, our lead Joe is escaping. We expected to on the form. Oh, what a sight around the back part of the Grand Prix circuit, going from Hawthorns along to Westfield, racing and chasing. Well, that's very much the order of the day. And 54 is Halus, who's just lost out to Rufus Flan, who's having a very nice run indeed in his Lotus 22, yellow with a black stripe. But you can see how the fastest drivers really, they didn't get to the front of the grid by mistake. They are the fastest drivers, they are pulling clear. But these cars, I mean, the circuit looks astonishing on this Sunday morning here for the Formula Juniors.
But in the race yesterday, it was a fantastic race-long battle between the two drivers leading now, but they were a little bit closer at this stage of the race. Alex Ames has lost out a little bit to Callum Grant, but it was Callum who led initially, and then a great battle with Alex closing in as they come past the timing line with yellow flags, so they can't overtake along the main straight, but right at the end of the main straight, through into third place goes Lucas Halusa. So he managed to squeeze past Rufus Flam on the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. The question now is, has he got the pace to close in on Alex Ames in second place and Callum Grant, who's leading? Lucas Halusa will be racing probably in most races over the weekend. He very quick driver is Lucas. He's up into third place.
Well, we'll treat this as a warm-up for him, a very fine warm-up. Let's take a look at the start. The red and yellow Merlin simply hooked it up a little bit better. It was the change in from first to second that really cost Alex Ames. And in behind, very neat, very tidy, very close. But for our race leader, Callum Grant, he just got it right at the start. And you take those moments. You mentioned Spencer Shinner starting 22nd. He was up to 12th at the end of the opening lap. Just 10 laps, 10 positions gained on the opening lap today. Nice long lap here at Brands Hatch. But now looking at Lucas Halusa.
Another driver to watch that started at the back because they shared the car. So Michael Hibbard was driving yesterday. Andrew Hibbard is driving today. Car number 51 started absolutely last because he switched with his team in the car, and he was up to 18th on the first lap. So we'll check that when they come round again. But number 51, Andrew Hibbard, watch out for him as well.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that's the beauty of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, because these little cars, they really are very small. They make the track look large. First to second, what was it last time? It was 9/10 of a second. This time, 1.2, nearly 1.3 seconds. And equally, Lucas Halusa, having only just a lap ago swept into third position past Rufus Flan. He's put 2.5 seconds on Flan. As he does he set off after those in front? No, not yet. Losing ground still, Lucas Halusa. But then the pack comes through, sweeping, looking small, tiny, nimble, fast, past us. And making the moves, 128. Spencer Shinner up to 8th overall, and the Hibbard car is now up to 14th. So good progress, and it's hard to pick them out, these buzzing hornets around the track. But 128, definitely look out for Spencer Shinner, going very nicely. It's the blue Lola, and making up ground. Now it gets harder. You can pick off the easy pickings, the low-hanging fruit. Not to describe anyone as low-hanging fruit, but You know what I mean? So 143 is a car on the move. That's the Monument car, which is Stuart Monument, one of the many, many Lotus 22s. No wonder that put money into Colin Chapman's coffers so he could afford to keep proceeding with his Formula One desires at the time, because you sell lots of these little Formula Juniors, and it really did help companies. And obviously Lola got in the mix as well in their very, very early days. And they went on to at one stage be the company that made the largest number of single-seat racing cars anywhere in the world. I think in the early 70s they passed 1,000 cars made. Just think about that for a second.
And the same with Brabham as well, the very early stages of the Jack Brabham, Ron Toranak partnership. The BT of the Brabhams is Brabham Toranak. And the BT6 is the car that's in second place. That was one of their early designs for Formula Junior. As across the line comes Callum Grant to complete 3 laps, and the gap to Alex Ames is now 1.6 seconds. So Alex was just fractionally slower than Callum Grant on that lap. Lucas Halusa comes through in third place. He did a good time. He was a little bit quicker than Alex Ames, so the gap for second to third closed slightly. Then Rufus Flan comes through in the bright yellow car, number 90 in fourth place. We're looking for Spencer Shinner. He should be through next. There he is, number 128, still in 8th place.
Didn't gain a position at all. So his target is Philip Buhofer, who's not going to be an easy nut to crack. But right now, the drivers have to remember it's only a 20-minute race. So if Lucas Halusa is going to get set off after Alex Ames and try and get up into second place, he's got to keep moving, and he cannot afford a lap that's not anything other than fruitful. And the Hibbert car, likewise, like Shinner, he gained a position, but after the easy gains in the first 2 laps, it's getting harder. And the closer you get to the front of the grid, the more competitive it is. But the most competitive driver of all is Callum Grant, car number 57, the original Magic Merlin, as it's written on its nose underneath a picture of a witch on a broomstick. And he set the fastest lap of the race. Not last time around, it was his first flying lap that was the goodie. But he will continue to stretch his legs. The big question is whether Alex Ames can hang on in second place. Could he, in fact, start closing in on our race leader? But here comes Callum Grant, red with the yellow flight. That sort of yellow stripe, and at the end of it, it's a much longer-looking nose, isn't it? It's a much longer proboscis on his Lotus. Is it going out over Alex Ames? I would suggest, yeah, again, by another third of a second a lap, and that's all you need to keep on doing.
And the leading front-engine car is, as it was yesterday, Adrian Russell in 15th place overall, number 23 in the Condor. And the top 3 through to complete 4 laps. Callum Grant still leads. The fastest lap of the race has just been taken away from Callum by Alex Ames in second place. So by definition, Alex Ames was a little bit closer to Callum Grant for the lead.
Yeah, but that gain was only 1/100th of a second. Yes, so I think we're splitting hairs, but it's still, you get your tail up your chase. So Alex Ames, there he is with the black and yellow and green helmet, chasing hard in his Lotus, but gradually dropping Lucas Halusa. The question for me was whether Lucas could do his normal galloping after the leaders act. He's always a class act in anything. But at the moment, the answer is Grant has got the pace, surely sufficient. It's only 1.6 second margin. Hold on, let's have a look. There might be a time in which they can't catch the tail enders, and that could affect things very much indeed. In fact, I think that there we are. The first of the tail enders has just been reached, and that was car number 24, which was the Adrian Stevens Hillwood, another make that you didn't get to hear too many of in period. So picking a few off. In fact, they'd already picked off Duncan Rabagliati just a few corners before. So among the traffic, it's where it falls. But again, Alistair, these cars are small, so there is generally space to find your way past on a track.
Very much so, yes. There's plenty of space to run 2, even 3 abreast in these cars, and that's how it was in period as well. Very, very close racing. And I noticed that whilst Spencer Shinner has kind of found his level now at 8th place, still moving forward is Andrew Hibbard. He moved up another 3 places, so he's now into the top 10, number 51. His last lap time of 44.6, but he's in amongst traffic, so it's going to be tough to move forward from there. But we'll keep an eye on Andrew Hibbard, number 51, who started right at the back.
Good to see some different makes there. We're just looking at number 33, which is Giuseppe Felletin in Elva, which was a wonderful bastardisation of French. Elva, she goes. And they certainly did go in period. Andrew Hibbard picking off,
that's Robin Longdon is passed now, so he's gone up another place.
Okay, good attacking drive there. You've got to be patient, got to keep picking off the places, and that's exactly what Michael Hibbard has been doing in his Lotus.
Andrew Hibbard.
So we've swapped them over, did we? Yes, you did say that.
So he's just come through again, and that confirms on our timing screen he did get past Robin Longdon on that lap, so he's up to 9th place now, number 51. In fact, his next target is Spencer Shinner, and his lap times are getting a little bit quicker as he's got through traffic. He's got a bit more space around him, a 43.8 that time, but nowhere near the times of the leaders down in the high 40s, low 41s. Alex Ames is 1.5 behind, so he is a little closer than he was a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, he's safe. He's not going to be attacked from behind because Lucas Alusa is now 6 seconds further. But a bit of a loose moment at Stirling's there for Alex Ames, giving chase. That won't have helped him. You want to get the power down as soon as possible, not have any sideward movement. But he's looking very twitchy in that Lotus. Why? Because it's right on the brink of adhesion. He is pushing it beautifully. Look at the line he takes through Clearways into Clark Curve, onto the start-finish straight. Is this going to be another lap in which the driver in second closes in? Well, let's have a look. No, he's actually, saw the moment up at Stirling's. It's cost him a good second. He just couldn't get the car balanced. Must have had a mistake somewhere else as well to suddenly drop back by 1.4 seconds. So pretty much all the margin he had before has almost been doubled on that lap. So another quality lap. And I tell you what, it's also the fact that our race leader, Callum Grant, improved the fastest lap of the race. I wondered if they get down into 1 minute 39s. I'm still wondering, because that was 1 minute 40.068 seconds for the Flying Merlin of Callum Grant. He's got, well, one of those visual advantages you can see with your eyes as he sweeps into Surtees, out into the country. Good battling all the way down the field. Unfortunately, a spinner, Stuart Monument, Lotus. He was just on the edge of the top 10. He's off at the side of the track on the exit of Stirling's, but he's gone to driver's left, which is probably the safer place to leave your car. Not you want to leave it anyway. And another car in the background was pulling off in front of him. Was the contact with 50, the Lotus of Philip Buhofer. Strange for two cars to suddenly go off at the same time. And maybe one had a moment and the other went off in avoidance. But, well, these things can happen. But up front, it's still Callum Grant from Alex Ames, from Lucas Alusa, from Rufus Flange. Still the top 4 positions. And that margin, remember, went out to nearly 3 seconds. Of course, there has been traffic that could have interrupted as they are racing in duo. In fact, that's the most obvious reason, apart from a little twitch over the curbing at Stirling's, for the loss of, the lengthening of the margin between Alex Ames in second and Callum Grant in the lead.
And I mentioned in the build-up to the race that Mike Hailwood was put in Formula Junior racing to learn the ropes before he moved into Grand Prix racing. And he drove the very car that Alex Ames is driving. The Brabham BT6 was the car that Hailwood drove in his very first period of racing after he left the motorcycle scene and moved into open wheel racing in the Brabham.
This very car?
This very car.
There you go.
Yes.
That is an amazing piece of history. And mysteriously, Mike Hailwood, he took 2 stabs. He came to racing, he went away again, and then came back and got into Formula 1 after a period with, I think it was Red Parnell Racing back in the early 60s. So a hand up from number 50. That's the car that went off. Oh, sorry, that's 54. Beg your pardon.
That's Lucas Alusa.
That's Lucas Alusa. And he's in 3rd place, so he's saying thank you for giving me a little bit of space, giving chase, but he needs to find another 7 seconds now to catch up with Alex Ames. But we've got 7 minutes and a little bit of small change left in this Formula Junior race, and it's all about Callum Grant. But for Callum and for Alex Ames giving chase, it's also now about working their way through traffic without losing any flow. But I'd say for Callum Grant in the lead, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7 seconds. That is a nice, comfortable buffer for him to nurse through the next 7 minutes until the checkered flag comes out.
And with these small engine cars, 1100cc cars, it's very much about keeping the speed up. It's about not losing time. So what you've just said about working their way through back markers. Whereas in a more powerful car, it might be fairly easy just to ease off a little bit, then just accelerate again. In these cars, you need to keep the speed up. And we saw yesterday in the race and today that both Callum Grant and Alex Ames are extremely good at working their way through traffic.
Well, an example of that is Callum Grant diving into Paddock Hill Bend. He picked off just the 4 cars on the start-finish straight, and I thought, did you need to do that with a 2.7 second margin? He could afford to have tucked in, but that's not the nature. But Alex Ames suddenly clawed back an entire second on that lap, so that is the role of both drivers working the traffic. And with that in mind, the red and yellow Merlin and Alex Ames, he's in number 21, he's in his Lotus. He's had to go through the same gaggle of cars that were confronting Callum Grant on the start-finish straight. Does it beautifully, but it's not just him driving beautifully, it's the other drivers around him aware of cars coming through, looking at the blue flags being waved by the marshal to indicate a quicker car is coming. So it takes two to tango, it also takes two to tangle, and that was the far better side of that equation.
And a lot of these drivers know each other. They race regularly against each other, and they'll know the quick cars coming through. The marshals, of course, help with the blue flags as well. But still, you've got to know where you're going to put the car in order to lose the minimum amount of speed to keep the speed up in these little engine cars.
And just great to see one of the drivers spotted him coming and pointed to the right, which obviously our race leader Callum Grant's thinking, I hope you mean go to the right, and he was also pointing it out to Alex Ames coming through, so the driver was just being passed, absolute feather in your cap for that.
And the gap first to second has come down now to 1.6 seconds. So you were talking about 3 seconds, only 2 laps to go, Bruce. So Alex Ames is definitely closing up, and he's made his way through that traffic now. So we'll see at the timing line whether Alex Ames has managed to stay with Callum Grant for this full lap as they were working their way through that quite big bunch of traffic.
Yeah, really was. Again, a little bit of respite. Callum crosses side. Oh no, it's definitely coming down. Let's see, 1.6 became 1.3 seconds. Alex Ames on the gain. Luckily, they have a bit of clear space to the next couple of cars. They'll come up on Duncan Rabagliati next, who's at the top of the hill at Druids. He's in his Alexis. He's been racing forever and a day, but he'll be wise to them coming through. But then there's one other car in front of Duncan, then there's pretty much clear track, and I think maybe for the rest of the race we may well get away without them having to have too much traffic. But the chase is still on, and Alex Ames still ruining that Porsche getaway. He got rolling at the start just as Callum did, but then it seemed to miss the second the change to the next gear, and then everybody else came through. He was still in second place, but the advantage was already into the hands of the red and yellow Merlin. Blue flags being waved around the circuit. There's still traffic to be passed. Here is Pilgrim's Drop, and here is Callum Grant. Red with a yellow stripe. His Merlin up. Again, it looks though Alex Ames may have just edged a little bit closer. Maybe towards the end of the race it's all a bit sweeter, but surely just under 4 minutes to go. This driver, Callum Grant, the original Manchik Merlin, can take it through to the finish, or can he? Will there be more traffic in front of him? Actually, the answer to that is it's fairly clear in front of him, because car 57, his car is now in Sheen Curve, and the next car he can catch is just about to turn into Clearways. So there's a big margin. Could get to the end of the race without any further traffic to affect the pair that are chasing and leading this race.
We saw this yesterday. Alex Ames just leaving a trail of smoke occasionally, and this happened in the race yesterday. He got to the finish okay, won the race by 3/4 of a second ahead of Callum Grant, but there was slight worry up here in the commentary box that car would not get to the finish. But there's a little bit of smoke again coming out of the car at the back of the circuit. Not quite sure what's causing that, but Alex is an excellent engineer. He will know if there's a problem with the car, he will pull over, but he's not at the moment. And same as yesterday, he kept going. He's up to Druids now. Now Callum Grant has caught another car just coming out of Druids. Will he get by before they go into Graham Hill Bend? I don't think he will. So this probably is advantage to Alex Ames. Oh, in fact, that driver pulls out of the way for Callum Grant, so he didn't lose much time. But I think probably Alex Ames did close up a little bit there just as Callum was making his way through. Now he gets past the same slower car without any delay at all, so that will have closed them up somewhat. We've got, 2.5 minutes to go now.
Exactly so, Alistair, but in fact on the previous lap the gap went out a little bit to 1.5 seconds, so it's ebbing and flowing. But if you have them clear of traffic, I actually think Alex at this late stage in the race, almost a swapper there. That was number 56, that's Jeremy Dealey in his Cooper. Well, he'll remember that for a moment, so nice save there. The wake-up call. You don't need a wake-up call when you're racing Formula Junior around here. You're certainly going to be fully wired, fully awake, and that's definitely a title you can give to Callum Grant on the chasing Alex Ames. Everyone else down the order still having a great deal of fun. Another Cooper that's looking in good form. Let's have a look at the replay there. Well, it was going for a gap that wasn't entirely there, but Jeremy Dealey sorted it out. But Crispian Besley just in front in his Cooper kept out of the way there. But again, the point is that years gone by it was a much wider run down through Graham Hill Bend, much tighter over the past 20 years or so, and
a change of lead. Alex Ames has he come out? Yes, he has come out first out of Clark Curve and across the line. So Alex Ames somewhere out at the back of the circuit. We didn't see that as they go on to their last lap. Alex Ames leads.
But as they dived into Paddock Hill Bend, I thought they were going to come together, because deciding to go back up the inside, not quite making it, was Callum Grant. Where did that change come about? As I was just saying, I thought Alex Ames was slightly faster towards the end of the race, but I thought 1.5 second margin was enough for the man in the red and yellow Merlin who was in front, is now behind. Oh, and a big moment at Graham Hill Bend. Alex Ames getting very, very loose indeed. This should be advantage too as they go along Cooper Straight, but it's Alex Ames and his Lotus is still in front, and they're both getting rather sideways. They go into Surtees carrying as much speed as they possibly can. Carrying too much speed, you can't get the pyre down. Oh, a wheel into the dust on the outside. That is how hard they're pushing, and that surely, we've talked about momentum. Will that cost Alex Ames? We can't see the cars. Will coming up the Brands Hatch Bridge. The Lotus is still in front. Callum Grant is running out of opportunities. He's carrying a little bit more speed. You don't dive up the inside into Hawthorne, do you? No, he hasn't.
And they come out of Hawthorns now. They'll run down through into Westfield, then Dingledale. Still Callum Grant tries on the inside as they go in through Westfield, now down the dip through Dingledale into the very, very fast Sheen curve. They've only, and more and more smoke coming out of Alex Ames's car. This doesn't look good, but he's still going. I wonder whether there's a little bit of oil going onto the rear tyres there. Callum Grant will be aware of that. Obviously he can see it as well, but he's doing his best to stay with Alex Ames. But Alex is still leading as they come under the bridge into the bowl for the last time. The checkered flag will be waved when they come across the line. Will it be Ames or will it be Callum Grant who takes the win? It's going to be Alex Ames who takes second win of the weekend in the Brabham, but there was more smoke today than yesterday, Bruce.
Well, half a second was the margin at the end of the race. Checkered flag being waved there, and very, very close indeed. Can't tell you where the lead change occurred, but Alex Ames is giving chase. I think traffic really had a role to play at several points, but sometimes it giveth and it can taketh away. But what great racing. Lucas Halusa has come home in third place, but eventually he was nearly 17 seconds down. But I tell you what, if that was fluid going onto the back tyres of the car, I commented early in the race about how it looked loose for Alex Ames, but I tell you what, it was a masterful drive, and he so nearly dropped it at Graham Hill Bend on the final lap. You know what, winning a race is great. He'll put down in his diary, he'll say pole to victory. It was far more than that. That was the fight back, and they both worked the traffic really, really very well indeed. So 2 wins in 2 days. Well, that's quite a haul here in the historic Formula Junior. Lotus beating Merlin, and that was a special race, something that will take them into a happy, bubbling lunchtime. Sorry, Brabham. I've been seeing so many Lotuses, I've just completely flipped. It's the heat that we don't have in the commentary box. But really, really good job at the front in a field full of so many mates. Cooper's in the mix as well. And Alexis's, Elvers, Volpini's, De Tomaso's, Keefe's, I could go on. A Deep Sanderson as well. You don't get too many of those to the pound. So let's take a look at the highlights of a fantastic Formula Junior race. It looked level at the front. Alex Ames on pole position. He didn't get his Brabham off the line as well as he'd have liked. From the outside of the front row, Callum Grant took the lead in his Merlin, and behind that everybody was trying to gain position but without having contact. Oh, there was a tiny bit of contact over the battle for 5th place as they went through the first corner. One driver didn't get very far at all, and poor old Gary Thomas being wheeled off on the start-finish straight. But up front it was all tight, but there was some people coming up through the field, and from the very back Andrew Hibbard was on the charge, and Spencer Shinner as well, and they were gaining respectively 10 and 14 positions on the opening lap of the race. But Callum Grant pulling clear at the front, in behind some little twitchy moments and some smooth running, but it was about how the front 2 cars had pulled clear. Callum Grant and Alex Ames. Here's Alex in his Brabham, number 21, and they were fighting for position, and it was tight the whole way to the finish, with a late charge on the penultimate lap from Alex Ames, just getting his Brabham to the front of the race. So let's take a look at the results. There we are. Half a second was the margin from Alex Ames to Callum Grant. Lucas Halusa tried to give chase but didn't have the pace. Rufus Flan made a good show today, and Stuart Roach, as ever, going well in his Alexis. He came through in 5th place overall, with Nathan Metcalf and Andrew Hibbard almost swapping positions on the run to the line. Very close indeed. Spencer Shinner right in the mix. Bear in mind, Andrew Hibbard came up from far beyond the back. He was in 35th and last position at the start, so a real charge from him. And also Spencer Shinner started down in 22nd position. To get in the top 10 is grace, with Lucas Buchhofer and Andreas Halusa completing the top 10 positions. What a cracking race. 2 races, 2 days here at Brands Hatch. Wonderful entertaining, and today it's Father's Day, so it's great that some fathers can congratulate their sons and vice versa. So many multi-generational family crews out here enjoying life in the sunshine at Brands Hatch.
Happy Father's Day to Dad. I always think best dad in the world, so lots of cool memories, a lot of them racing, some not racing, but really nice to be spending the day racing with you and my dad at Brands Hatch in our little Mini. So lots of cool memories, and hope you have a great day. Happy Father's Day.
Dad, as you stand behind me fixing our car, I just want to say thank you so much for getting me into racing. A few years ago, we thought we'd do one Citroen C1 race just to have the experience. It'll be a fun thing to do. And because of that, we've now had years together where we've had weekends away, going through data, and just sitting in the motorhome, having a beer with you, discussing things, discussing the track, comparing notes. It's been everything. I love racing. I love that you've introduced me to this, and this has become my life. But also just the time that it's given me with you is everything. Happy Father's Day.
Hi Dad, happy Father's Day. Thanks for getting me into motor racing. We've gone from the rather drab Microprose Spring Trophy at Silverstone in 1998 to absolutely sunny Brands Hatch, the Costa del Brands. What a day. Thanks for everything. Happy Father's Day. See you soon.
Happy Father's Day. Thanks for being my race partner since day one and having amazing taste in cars.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. Wouldn't want it any other way today. Been following around the racetrack too long. Anyway.
Hi Dad, just wanted to say happy Father's Day and a big thank you for getting me into motorsport. Had a brilliant time at the London Historic Festival at Brands Hatch this weekend, and all of the times I've been dragged to the track is finally worth it. Happy Father's Day.
So we're looking ahead to our brilliant calendar, and two major events stand out: the Trophy d'Ouvrier and the BRDC Classic. And Rachel is here to tell us a little bit more about both. So the Trophy d'Ouvrier.
So nicely.
Well, I'm hoping. I was hoping you might do it for me.
I'm going to say the Circuit de Charade. It sounds much better.
It's going to be a great event, isn't it? What is it that makes it so special?
I think it's going to be, it's our first event in France this year, and it's a fantastic little circuit that I think most of our drivers won't have got to see. It's the original French Grand Prix circuit, and it's absolutely beautiful in the mountains, with the volcano behind you, the Puy de Dôme. It's a unique setting, and they're going to have a great time there.
And a very different setting to where we are right now, which is Brands Hatch. Can you tell us a little bit more, give us an overview, I guess, over the weekend?
For this weekend or for Charade?
For Charade.
So a similar sort of setup. We've got testing before we go into the race timetable as we do here, but we've got a drivers club there. We've got a cinema on that people can watch the Grand Prix film in the evening. We've got a party, same sort of thing. So the MRL vibe, but in France basically.
And what sort of cars and races are we expecting now?
So we've got similar. So we've got the 366 cars there, GT and Touring, the pre-war cars, and the earlier 50s sports cars as well. So they've all got a chance to come and savour the great Charade circuit.
So basically another typical MRL amazing event. Okay.
The idea, bring as many of our cars to each event, and then it's consistent as well, isn't it? So they know what they're going to get.
And the BRDC Classic, that's like a gift that keeps on giving. So to be part of that is amazing.
Yeah, I know, and it's under a new name this year, but I still think it's going to be the most amazing event, and it's sort of like the biggest event that we do in England as well. It's just a real showcase of historic motorsport. And MRL are there with 9 grids this year, so we are literally going on maths. Anything that is eligible can race with us that weekend.
Which explains, why it's such an important event for you guys to be involved in.
Exactly, and it's also, we're going to have our GP icons are coming out for the first time, endurance icons, so the MRL stable is going to get bigger as well, which is, it's fantastic. Can't wait to see that.
The fans are going to be so excited.
And live streaming as well, don't
I was going to say, so not only if you're able to make it in person, then I highly recommend, but also if you can't, then the live stream is covering it, which is a big deal for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great that you can see it all by sitting at home and sort of get to experience it as well. So, everything is supposed to love, doesn't it?
So, 2 amazing events. If you are watching at home, brilliant, but if you can get there in person, make sure you do.
Such a good atmosphere in the paddock here at Brands Hatch for the London Historic Trophy. It's me, Bruce Jones, and Alistair Douglas alongside me. One more race until we get to the 2 words that I like enormously, the lunch break. Let's take a look at what we have coming up. One more race beforehand, and it's been a really smooth morning, and we're going to be kicking off with the HRDC All Stars, which of course is qualifying. You're quite right, Alistair. I get ahead of myself so often, but all afternoon we're chock full of races. But it's been 3 days here at Brands Hatch for the London Historic Trophy, and there's constant change of pace, constant change of different sorts of machinery, different eras across the day, across the days, and it's been an astonishing mix so far. So the next thing on track will be, quite right, the Historic Racing Drivers Club All Stars with Classic Alpha Challenge. So half the field pretty much are going to be Alfa Romeos. And then in among, we can throw in a Mini Marcos, a Ginetta G4, an MGB Roadster, Austin Healey 3000, a Jaguar XK 150, Ford Mustang, Mini Coopers, Riley 1.5. We have an incredible mix. Oh, we can't forget Ernst Luthi and his Plymouth Barracuda. So a really diverse field of cars, and they're getting ready for their qualifying session. It's going to be quick fire, 15 minutes, and their race will be the penultimate race of the meeting, starting at 5:10 this afternoon. So feast your eyes on Lotus Elans. They always look great, and that's one that number 600 is going to be very much at the front of the field, and a real mixture of other cars going out to play, some of which we've seen before already today, because quite a few of the cars, Alistair, take part in numerous races across the programme.
Yes, you actually said to me, I think off air a little while ago, you may have said it on air, was that Mike Whittaker, you always remember him. It was on air, wasn't it? We were talking about the Rover that he was driving, and you said, yeah, always link Mike Whittaker with the big 4.7 litre TVR Griffith. And I said, yes, he had a win in that yesterday. He's out in it in this race as well. So you are going to see Mike Whittaker in his TVR Griffith. And he will likely be very much one of the front runners in the number 46 car, TVR Griffith. I think it's printed in the programme as Griffiths.
Yes, it is Griffiths. It's just one of them, though.
There's only the one of them, and it doesn't have an S on it. It's a Griffith. And that's the 4.7 litre V8 Ford engined model of the TVR. Which if you link 4.7 litre V8 Ford engine with a body that weighs just about as much as your empty wallet, it goes very well indeed, and Mike drives it exceptionally well. Even in damp conditions, Mike can make that car dance.
Yeah, really, this was a move that was instigated by the American TVR importer, because initially they were running with sort of 1500, 1600 cc engines. They went large, and that very much became a feature of them ever since. I've got something with a TVR badge on the front and 5 litres in the back, in the nose, just in behind the badge, but that's not going at the moment. It's sitting. But it was all about big engines and great fun. But these Griffiths, they're as short as they are wide, and it certainly makes the handling very, very tricky. With all that poke up front as well, it takes quite a driver to conquer them, and Mike Whittaker really does seem to have a handle on them.
And we've got Mike Jordan out now. Is he driving or is Bradley? No, Bradley's out in this race. So number 771, which is the Mini that was qualified in the previous Historic Racing Drivers Club race we saw out earlier, qualifying, shared by Mike and his son Andrew. Well, Mike's other son Bradley is racing the car in qualifying at the moment in this race, which is 771. Bradley Jordan, new to motor racing. Andrew, of course, has been racing for many years, British touring car champion 13 years ago. But Bradley, fairly new to racing. I think he started either last season or last season it was. So he's just making his way. Good to see the second level of the Jordan dynasty out racing.
So I don't think all the cars have got their transponders working. I've seen the number 600 John Tordoff Lotus Elan go past, but not arrived on the timing screens as yet. Early in the session, but it really is an incredible mixture of cars. Mixture of cars you wouldn't often get put together, but it makes it all the more exciting. And at the moment, that Alfetta 2000 GTV is getting very close to the tail of Mike Whittaker. So I'm suggesting that Mike is maybe backing off a little bit there.
And that's the. Is that the David Alexander car that's behind?
No, it's in blue.
So, it's Gavin Watson.
Oh, it's Gavin Watson.
Yeah, of course.
Well, he went really well the other day. So, in fact, sorry, I just realised the spec of that car. Yeah. It's a GT AM, a GT AM. Julia, so that will be going very nicely indeed. But he's actually pulled ahead on the. No, he hasn't. He's in behind Mike Whittaker. There's Mike Whittaker into compression at Dingledale up to Sheen Curve. Cars spacing out a bit, which is actually how you need to have them when you're going out to do your qualifying. Far more standard Alfetta GTV car number 126. Clive Golding just up in front.
And I think both of those cars, quick cars, their strategy is get out early. In fact, Mike Whittaker was the very first car out of the pit lane for qualifying, because there's less likelihood of bunches of traffic which will slow him down. Get a good lap time in, as the Healy, there was a Healy pulled straight into the pit lane as they went out from qualifying. I'm not sure whether it was that one still in strife.
Well, I think it was Matthew Moore, if I'm just seeing rightly. It was blue, it was an Austin Healy, is an Austin Healy, but was off at the edge of the circuit. So, waiting for the flying laps to come in. 1 minute 53.6 for Mike Whittaker, but been beaten. John Tordoff has gone to the very top, but Mike Whittaker's dropped down to third place. Car number 49 is Michael Whittaker, his son, who's driving a Ford Mustang. He's in second place, but it's a Lotus Elan number 600. John Tordoff at the wheel. And that has set the pace. 1 minute 50, almost 1 minute 50 flat, but only 4/10 of a second quicker than the Mustang of Michael Whittaker. And then Ben Colburn vaults up to third place overall, so that's a constantly changing run. And he's in a car called a Pandora. We'll look out for that. What do you know of the Pandora?
Well,
you're about to tell me. I can tell.
I had that on my notes to go and talk to Ben and his dad Richard about what that was in the paddock on Friday, and I never got a chance. So the answer is I don't know.
Okay,
we'll have a look for it.
Well, looking for it. It's white. It's a fairly sort of rounded-nosed, open-top sports car. So take a look for that. We did see it coming out onto the circuit, and it set third fastest time. So very handy indeed. And the Pandora, built in 1963. Only a small engine, 1300cc.
Presumably an A-series engine, probably out of a Mini, something like that, and the car we just had briefly on screen, here it is again, the light blue Leon number 600, which is driven by its owner John Tordoff, which is currently quickest. John is Sam Tordoff's father. Sam Tordoff, if you don't know, was a regular in British touring cars and British GT a few years ago, and he started racing before his father. He managed to convince his father to come racing about 5 years ago, and John's pace has gone up and up. He's coached by his son Sam and by Andrew Jordan, who he was sharing this car with yesterday, and I was really, really impressed with the way that John has really got on with learning how to be quick. And you might wonder what the 600, why he runs 600, and if you do know, the Tordoff family run the JCT 600, which is the largest new car dealership in the country, up in the northeast. And the reason is John's father was Jack Tordoff. He bought a Mercedes 600 many years ago and got the private plate JCT, which is his initials, and the 600 for the Mercedes. And he kept it on all of his cars after that. Then sometime later he set up the car dealership and called it JCT 600. Simple story.
Yeah, well, there you have it. That'll keep the auto numerologist very happy indeed, but thanks for that. Right, while that was happening, Mike Whittaker toppled John Tordoff. John had just improved on that by 1.3 seconds. But Mike Whittaker went, I'm not having that. He improved by over 4 seconds to go top. 1 minute 46.317 seconds for the TVR Griffith race. John Tordoff in second, and then Ben Colburn improves his time, pops back into third in that little 1300cc Pandora.
Well, we have Ian in the commentary box with us. He was commentating yesterday. He's doing our admin and research today. Very good job he does, because he's found us, telling us what the Pandora is. I didn't manage to find this on my research last week. Well, yeah. Do you want to know?
Yeah.
It's named after the lock-up garage in Chichester, where the car was built by Tony Cowell, Michael Homer, and Roger Phillips.
Who used to meet in a pub down there, didn't they?
And you know part of the story, do you?
Well, I do. I've just remembered it because I've realised I've looked it up before for an event I think may be a good one. But carry on, because other people don't know the outcome.
That's it. That's all we've got. So you make...
I think they were university students, and I think a friend of theirs, was called Pandora, owned a garage, and they built the car up in the lock-up garage. There, I've probably melded 3 stories together. It's unusual. It's 1300cc. It's white, and in the hands of Ben Colburn, it's very quick. 4th on the charts at the moment. Thanks very much, Ian. There we are. Those of you around the world watching on the live stream, you can see what you can find to add to that story. But I'm fairly sure 3 guys fresh out of university having a conversation. Do you think we could? And they did.
The father, Mike Whittaker, is back to the top of the timing screen, ahead of John Tordoff. Michael, son, in the Mustang number 49, is now third. So Mike is fastest in this light blue TVR Griffith, a very, very frequent racer, and races at Goodwood, doesn't he, as well, where he's very, very quick there as well. And Mike has got that car back onto pole, provisional pole, with a 1:45.428. John Tordoff 3.3 seconds behind in the Elan number 600, and then Mike's son in the Mustang. And then it's this intriguing Pandora, which I can't say I've ever seen racing before. So if you've seen it before and researched it before, it's obviously the Colburns have brought it out, but not one I've seen.
Well, I might have researched it and not seen it then. And the car we need to look for is car number 15, and there it is. There is the Pandora, white with it. There's a green stripe up it, going past an E-Type. How many races would you have those two on the same piece of tarmac? But this is one of the beauties of this, well, clues in the name, the HRDC All-Stars. There's a little Pandora sweeping through, and again, made for purpose. Small, light, nimble, well, it needs to be with the 1300cc engine, but again, cost effective in the period. That's why this group of former students could get it together. And you can see on the side it does say it has an Austin engine, and looking very neat and nimble. And it's great to have things that probably had a very short shelf life, because maybe that category of racing was superseded in fairly short order. Cars do fall by the wayside, but just lovely to have that history out on the track.
And one would assume from the stories that we've put together here that that's a unique car.
I do believe you're correct. Because what do you do when you build a racing car? Well, you spend more money on beer. I think that works in the world of studenting.
Powered by Austin, as you say, so that's running the, if it's 1300, more than likely the A series engine as fitted to the Mini and the midgets and sprites and so on. And in fact went on for a long time in the Austin range until it was replaced some years later by the K series. And there's the Patrick Motors Group.
Well, there's an engine that went on forever and a day, because the famous Rover 3.5 litre V8, of course, everyone just thinks it was a Rover. Well, it was more than that. It was actually an engine that was sourced in the States. It was a Buick block originally, and that went on, and why wouldn't it? It gave good horsepower, but loads of torque. And in road car trim, particularly in the Rover Vitesse of the period, it was a very, very quick car. Magical, smooth engine note for them as well. Right, looking for moves on the board. What we keep getting is car number 49 is improving all the time. That's Michael Whittaker. So we've got father Mike and son Michael first and second. 46 is top, which is Mike's TVR Griffith. Second now is the Ford Mustang of Michael Whittaker. 2.3 seconds between them, and then another almost a second back to John Tordoff's Lotus Elan. There it is, car number 600. Looks great in that pale blue livery, doesn't it? Really, really crisp. In fact, it looks pretty good in any livery. A lot of people would have an echo of let's make it a bit like the silk cut cars. You know, put the gold bumper on the front. I don't mean silk cut. But anyhow, we have just looking for movers. In fact, an improvement last time around from Ben Colburn in his Pandora. The Margali's car, the Alfetta GTV6, that's going very nicely to lead its particular class in 5th place overall, with Gavin Watson tucked in behind in his Alfa Romeo in 6th. The car we were looking out for very early on was 771. We'll see how Mike Jordan can get on in the little Mini. Well, he's doing very nicely indeed. 7th in that. Now, this is small. I mentioned Mini. Well, this is a Mini Marcos. This is something very, very different. And again, you talk about the short wheelbase, the square format of the wheelbase of the TVR Griffith, and it's not entirely dissimilar on this little Mini Marcos. Took the original Mini body, and quite a lot of special bodies got put on board. And another car similar to that I've seen racing this year is the Deep Sanderson, very much a similar iteration.
Yes, it's something which was very prevalent in this period, where you could take a basic chassis or a base of a Mini with the engine and gearbox at the front wheel drive, and then put a different body shape onto it. As we look at another of our Alfa Romeos, it's another GT Am, John Symes' car. The GT Am, one of the more modified versions of the 105 shape of Alfa, and very, very successful in period. run by the Alpha Works team in European Touring Cars, and actually won the European Touring Car Championship 60 years ago from this year, 1966.
Yeah, and Jolly Club was a group of very wealthy Italians who ran lots of cars for lots of people across the years. And I like, when you look at that car, you look at there's a little triangular badge on the boot lid, which is the triangular badge of Auto Delta, that really was the sort of competition arm of Alfa Romeo. So the Pandora peels into the pits, probably satisfied with just over a minute to go that it's got as high as it can. In fact, if he found another tenth of a second, he would be in third, but fourth place for Ben Colburn in the unusual Pandora. Car 66, the Alfa Romeo we're talking about, John Symes, a little further down, he's in 19th on the charts. And MGBs, well, they've been thick on the ground this weekend because the Generations Trophy, but good to have at least one of them in the mix here, and that's Charlie Joy, car number 82, and Charlie down just ahead of John Symes' car, the Symes car, in 17th place overall.
Mike Whittaker still fastest by around 2.3 seconds from his son Michael. So it's the TVR Griffith with the 4.7 litre Ford V8 in the front from the same engine in the front of the Mustang Michael Whittaker's car, the number 49. Then it's John Tordoff, the number 600. Elan that we saw early on took very early pole position. Well, he's down to third now, John Tordoff, but less than a second behind Michael Whittaker. There's the JCT 600 logo on the back of the Elan, which is the dealership that John Tordoff and his son Sam run. And he's chasing, actually, is that another of the GT AM Alphas. It's lovely to see these wide wheel arched cars from that period, Group 2 specification saloon cars of the period. Always look very muscular as the checkered flag comes out for the end of the session. There's still some cars out there, particularly John Tordoff hasn't yet finished his lap. Has he just been across the line? Not quite. He's on his way. No, he's come into the pit lane on the last lap, so he's not going to complete that lap. So he will finish third. And Ben Colburn in the Pandora, which is probably back in its box now, isn't it, for until the race starts?
Right, that's a 5-minute warning, just so that you know. I suppressed my desire to say that earlier, but it's out there, and it's great to see something different. But Whittaker's first and second, as TVR Griffiths from Ford Mustang, and the remaining cars coming around. The checkered flag has been hung out for about 30 seconds now. But a real mix of cars, and we're going to have the blast off from the big Ford-powered Griffith and Mustang from the front row, and trying to lead the attack, even though it's almost a second down on the Mustang, is Sam Tordoff when we get to the race this afternoon in his Lotus Elan. And Ben Colburn, totally different sort of car, an engine only a third of the size of that, under a third of the size of that in the front two qualifiers in his Pandora, so he'll be nimble but won't be as quick. But around the faster parts of the circuit, you know, that nimbleness may just pay off a little bit. But I'd say for the Whittakers, they've got the job done. In fact, both peeled in early, confident they've done what they needed to do to take the front row of the grid. And in the end, Mike Whittaker, in his TVR Griffith, as expected, took pole. Did he expect to be on top by 2.3 seconds? I don't know. He had that slow lap. Remember, he was being overtaken by Gavin Watson's Alfa Romeo. I thought, has he got a problem? He should be faster. Next time out, conditions perfect, bam, and he went for it, and that was pole position. And there it is, car number 46, job done, being wheeled back probably to try and put it in the shade. I must say, actually, in the last few minutes, it's still a bright day here at Brands Hatch, but the full sunshine of earlier does appear to have gone away, and hopefully the temperature's falling down a little bit as well, because it has been very hot the last 2 days here.
And an improvement right at the end of the session there for Brett Sindercombe, number 116. He came up to 8th place in his Alpha. And the highlights of the session there, particularly involving Mike Whittaker's number 46 TVR, there he is going across the line, but also involved in the mix for the top of the tree was John Tordoff in his Elan, the little Mini Marcos. Where did that finish? Down in 13th place. Michael Whittaker in the Mustang, number 49, managed to follow his father through and second on the grid, so they'll be on the front row together. And Ben Colburn in the little Pandora with the Austin engine, as it says on the side, got himself up to 4th place. John Tordoff finished 3rd, but it was Mike Whittaker in the big rumbly TVR Griffith that took pole position.
Well, good session, a busy session, and as expected, we have Mike Whittaker on pole position. Won't have to wait too long until there's more stuff out on track, and it's not just any old stuff, it's very special machinery, because we've got a pit lane with a wonderful array of Group C cars. The cars that would have raced at Le Mans, would have raced in the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres. But let's go down first to Alex Legui.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Nice to hear your dulcet tones. I am down here with Mike and Michael, father-son. Mike, you are taking up a lot of our live stream. You're pedalling far too well today. Congratulations, that was a lovely pole lap.
Yeah, thank you. I love the All-Stars. It's a really varying grid. There's everything from like a 50s Austin to the big V8 TVR, and I should be dialed in by now, shouldn't I? Like you say, I've been here all weekend, so yeah, it's going well.
Fair play, and not bad for you either. Well done.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's hot out there. I've had a few other sessions as well, so I was sort of glad to put hot time in and then just come straight in. Yeah.
Talk me through the race start. Right? Is there a father-son gentleman's handshake? Which one of you is better off the line? Who's going to get to the first corner first?
I think we're both pretty bad off the line with these standing starts.
So Tordoff is going to get to the
yeah, someone behind us. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. And happy Father's Day. Has he got you some nice chocolates or anything?
I haven't given him the gift yet, but it's in the car.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Throwing you under the bus there, like completely. Oh, all right, no worries. Well, have a lovely. How easy or tricky do you think it is actually going to be to convert these in the race?
I mean, we've got John Young out there in an E-Type, and you know, before I did this stuff, I used to watch John Young win at places like Goodwood, so he'll make sure it's not easy. If I was having an outside bet after Hills, it'd be John Young. So we'll see how we go. But we are both notoriously bad starters.
Okay, very nice too. All right, well done, boys. Look forward to seeing how you get on. So up next is the Group C cars who are heading out on track imminently. And I had a little catch up with Mark Constanduras yesterday regarding the Nigel Mansell car. Check this out. Look at this. Look at the difference in how much it's changed.
I know, and I think the key bit to it is like the steering wheel. Modern steering wheels now are just full of dials and buttons and digital displays and all sorts of things. Here, it's just very simple. You've got a simple steering wheel. You've got the odd dial on the dashboard. I suppose you liken it, this is analogue. Yeah. The cars now are digital. And that, I think, is what this car is all about. It's so, as we touched on earlier, it's so simple. It's clean. And, you know, when you walk around and see the rear wing, it's just lovely, creative piece of artwork, really. And yeah, you can actually touch the sides of it.
That's mad.
And when you look at it from here, you can see those clean lines of Formula One. But also, it shows how aerodynamics has developed from those days to now.
Yeah, what we've learned. So when or are we going to see this running again?
I hope we will. The plan is, so the owner is currently restoring it. So to bring it here this weekend, they've made it up so that we can have it. Okay. It's been undergoing a big restoration program since the car was found. And hopefully in the next year or two, we'll have it up and running, engine, gearbox, everything, and the car will be out doing some demos. That, I think, is the plan.
At Motor Racing Legends.
That would be amazing. If we could have it back here, it'd be fantastic. Back here at Brands Hatch, where that story was made.
I mean, it has to. That's it. Done.
Well, some fantastic history in the pit garage there, and some amazing history for people who love Group C cars assembled down beneath the commentary box. I'm Bruce Jones, and I have Ian Thompson hopping from foot to foot alongside me because this is his bread and butter. Cars are going to come out 2 by 2 for the first couple of laps, and we'll see them in their glory. It depends if you like the liveries, if you like different manufacturers, but certainly wets my whistle, the Italia liveried Porsche 962C, and then alongside the Sauber Mercedes. Wait till you hear the engine note, particularly of the car in silver. It is music, it is balm to your ears. Ian, the stage is set. Take us away.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Group C demonstration, one of the undoubted highlights of this first ever London Historic Trophy, and an absolute privilege it is to have these cars back out on circuit at Brands Hatch for the first time in nearly 4 decades. The car that you will see at the front of this demonstration is the very same car that won the 1989 World Sports Car Race here at Brands Hatch, driven by Mauro Baldi, and the man driving the C9 today, Kenny Atchison. Just a quick word on Kenny Atchison's career, by the way, because he really did achieve so much in motorsport. He was the 1977 Formula Ford 1600 champion in Northern Ireland, second in British Formula 3, 7th in European Formula 2, 3 races in Formula 1, Japanese sports car champion, and then a World Sports Car champion winner as well. But they'll be lining up 2 by 2, by the way, for the first 2 laps. They'll be behind the safety car, and then they will go out onto circuit proper. A whole host of vehicles you'll be able to see this weekend. We have 14 cars that people have been able to see across 6 manufacturers, and we have 9 on the circuit now.
What is so brilliant, a lot of people, you throw back and say Group C, they'll talk about Porsche 956s, 962s, and the beauty of this assembly is brought in the others, cars that burnt brightly for a shorter period. You've got the Nissans that, still, I think, stand out for their qualifying record with Mark Blundell at Le Mans. Different shapes and sizes of Nissan. The Group 44 Jaguar that actually in so many ways raced stateside, and it dragged Jaguar in Europe to go racing, to head to Le Mans, to win at Le Mans and reclaim the glory they had back in the 1950s with the C-types and the D-types. But Mercedes as well, of course, the Sauber at the front. Mercedes was always very coy about putting its name on cars, and it really relied on Peter Sauber to give them open the door for them into Group C. But come on in, hit us with some facts and figures. What have we got out
Let's see. So let's do it in order then. So as they're coming down Pilgrim's Drop then for the first time, so people will be able to see the Sauber C9 from 1989, as Bruce said. It has one of the finest of engines in that car, the Mercedes V8, pumping out some 750 brake horsepower. Next to that is the pink Porsche 962. That's the Richard Lloyd Racing Porsche 962 GTIs in Japanese colours. That's the bright pink car. On the inside, on the second row, is the Silk-Cut Jaguar from 1991. Of course, run by the Tom Walkinshaw Racing team. We were talking about Tom Walkinshaw earlier. And then you have the Nissan R90CK, and as Bruce just said, that was the model that Mark Blundell took to pole position in Le Mans in 1990. That fabulous 3 minutes 26 lap. Now, one you can see on screen is the Nissan IMSA car, of course. So we've got a mixture of both World Sports Car Championship cars and IMSA cars. That's the North American Sports Car Championship Series. Some of the other cars, you can see the Sauber C11. The difference between the Sauber C9 at the front and the Sauber C11 is the Sauber C11 has green mirrors, and that was the successor program to the Sauber C9, and that was utterly dominant in the 1990 World Sports Car Championship, and it's got a very quick driver on board for this demonstration. On the inside of that, that's the cabin car that you can see on screen at the moment, number 14. That is another Porsche 962 Richard Lloyd Racing car, so the 962 GTI as it was called at the time. And then you have the Nissan and Jaguar cars from IMSA. So they are mid-1980s, sorry, the Jaguar is a mid-1980s car, the Nissan is an early 1990s car, and then right at the back, the hugely evocative Porsche 962. Of course, Porsche, the mainstays of the World Sports Car Championship, the Rothmans livery, synonymous with success in both the Porsche 956, which was one of the original Group C cars, and then the Porsche 962, which succeeded. And the Porsche 962, of course, was still winning Le Mans, albeit in a different guise, in 1994. So, just a quick word, by the way, on Group C and what the basis of Group C was for those unfamiliar with these absolutely magnificent machines pumping out somewhere between 500 and 750 brake horsepower. That was just in race trim, by the way. In qualifying trim, it was often quite a lot more. So it was a legendary sports prototype racing category, ran between 1982 and 1993, so well over a decade. And its core philosophy was actually in fuel efficiency rather than engine power. So it meant that the manufacturers involved, and there are 6 obviously on track today, had to innovate with their aerodynamics and their lightweight materials, Bruce.
And it's safe to say, you talk about Rothmans Porsche, you think of Derek Bell in particular. He hated Group C when it started, because the initial round, you talk about fuel efficiency, they had to wind everything right back down and effectively drive at about 85%, which is anathema to drivers. But then, of course, with all the technology coming in and working out their fuel flow and how they could get their ignition just primed to get that goal they were aiming for in terms of fuel efficiency, gradually, it's motor racing, of course it is, gradually everything sped up, and then finally, after maybe just over a year, everything was back on track. They could race them at 100%.
Yeah, Derek Bell was an interesting character because he may have hated Group C initially, but of course he won the first Group C race here in 1982, sharing with Jackie Hicks, and that was in the Porsche 956. And actually, if you consider some of the names of the drivers that won races here at Brands Hatch in Group C, it really does read like a who's who of motor racing history.
Oh, it absolutely does. And Derek Warwick won here as well in the J. David car. I just remember across the years it was hugely exciting, but when people talk about this period, you forget that sports car racing is almost inevitably not just about the top class. It is a championship that has other categories, and eventually you had the C2 category that went alongside it. Smaller cars doing things differently, but really these cars, to see them at full pelt around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, as I very much enjoyed in period, they were something very special and so different in so many ways from what happened at Le Mans. You know, because the setting could not have been more different.
No, that's absolutely right. And by the way, those for the circuit, if you want to get to know who was actually driving some of these cars, then you'll be able to see that on page 31 of your programme. And as the safety car has just come in, and so therefore you can finally see these cars actually going somewhere close to their true performance anyway. And that majestic Mercedes V8 sound from both the C9s and C11s have just come past the commentary box.
I mean, that's the thing, sound is such a visceral thing, and it's so important to be able to look at these cars, see them going at speed, but to hear their different engine notes is always something really, really special to me. And it's also nice to see them starting to stretch their legs, because these cars are made for purpose, and not to see them being driven with some degree of alacrity and gusto would be a massive shame. So Sauber's running together in order, but certainly the Italia Porsche pulling well clear at the front of the field, get it clear. But what a sight. It's great to have this circuit reunited in its year of celebrating. It's the first race here 100 years ago when it was a cycle racing track in the bowl. But that Italia Porsche, and again, that was the thing, when you turned up at Le Mans, to see all the different liveries. You got used to the ones, the World Endurance Championship or the World Sports Car Championship, was one in period. But then you got the cars coming over from IMSA, you got the cars from the Japanese series, and it's just good to see the different mixes. You didn't get to see these very often, but when you did. But also, a lot of drivers did go and race in the Japanese series because it gave them money.
Oh, completely. It was ridiculously well sponsored and supported category. If we just go to the 962, the pink car at the front, that is actually the only Group C car that Damon Hill drove. Damon Hill, of course, the 1996 Formula 1 world champion, and he shared that at Le Mans with Stephen Ansgar and David Hobbs. So that's a Le Mans car. It didn't do particularly well in the race, though. Unfortunately, it retired halfway through. In case you're wondering what the difference is between the standard Porsche 962 and the Richard Lloyd Porsche 962, it's actually in the chassis. So it's Richard Lloyd Racing had a different chassis, of course, and it was an aluminium honeycomb. It did quite well, actually, in the World Sports Car Championship. Richard Lloyd obviously was a race winner in the mid-1980s, but that particular car had a few top 10 finishes anyway. Now currently seeing the Sauber C11, which is out on track. It's Alfie Briggs that's driving it. Alfie Briggs, of course, has driven that car at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now he's got Kenny Atchison behind him. So as you turn around Druids and then going down towards Graham Hill Bend, you are seeing the successor to the Sauber C9 programme being followed by Kenny Atchison, which you can see on screen in his 1989 Mercedes Sauber C9. So as we mentioned earlier, he did win this race, the World Sports Car race, in 1989. Of course, Jean-Louis Schlesser was absolutely dominant that season. In 1989, the World Sports Car Championship, and that, of course, Bruce, it continued in 1990.
Didn't he just? And of course, in the next year or so, Mercedes always been very good at promoting young drivers. They decided they were going to knit ancient with modern. Sorry, Jean-Louis, not ancient, but you'd have mature drivers with the young bucks, Carl Wendlinger, Michael Schumacher, Heinz-Harald Frentzen, Fritz Kreutzbrunner, all given a go. And it really set them up. It transformed them from being single-seater drivers in Formula 3, where you raced yourself, to learning to race under the aegis of a Jean-Louis Schlesser, a Jochen Mass, and learn how to share. And it showed them how to be a professional. It's far more important than a lot of people give it credit for.
I completely agree. A lot of people talk about Michael Schumacher's breakout win being his Macau Formula 3 race win in 1990. I disagree. I think it was his Mexico City World Sports Car win at the end of the 1990 World Sports Car Championship. But you have the two Sauber Mercedes just rounding clearways now and coming on to their next lap. Let me just stop talking so you can hear the fantastic sound that's coming from both those Saubers. The car behind it, again, that's another Richard Lloyd 962, by the way. That is the cabin sponsored car, the red and gold one, just coming up to Druids now, as we're looking at the Nissan R90CK on screen. That wasn't driven by Mark Blundell at the time, but Mark Blundell did set one of the all-time great laps at Le Mans in a car very, very similar to that, where it had, I think there was a problem with the turbo wastegate, wasn't it, which meant it had over 1,000 horsepower. And afterwards, when you were deputy editor of Autosport, you spoke to Autosport afterwards and said, I would like to do many more laps like that.
Yes, but as the years gone by, he becomes more and more fond in his memory of that occasion. And he said basically he got a radio message from his engineer saying, switch off, back it off. And he said afterwards, I just ripped the radio lead out. I was on it. Was it going to last to the end of that? He didn't know, but I think the figures for the horsepower, well, sort of off the clock is a kind way of describing it, but it was legendary at the time. I remember the reaction in the pit lane when people saw that time on the board and went, we thought we were going a bit. We're in a different planet. I mean, it was extraordinary, but accolade to Mark Blundell. The fact that all these years on, it still stands out, it still comes up in conversation.
Although, interestingly, it never won a world sports car race. Nissan did much better in America, of course, with Jeff Brabham winning the IMSA series on a number of occasions with a car very similar to the one that's just round in Druids now. But Nissan, with Mark Blundell, did take pole position at Le Mans, unfortunately retired early on, as we have the Alfie Briggs C11 just blasting past the Nissan, which quite similar to what would have happened, of course, in period.
It would in period, and Alfie Briggs, a protege of Bob Berridge, and he's a young racer who does really good jobs on the historic racing scene. But the thing about him, he's often not really that conversant with what the car is he's racing, particularly its history. He might know it, but not really know what it's against. But he gets in, and he's very, very quick indeed. He will learn as he goes, but his driving is doing the talking at the moment. So he'll have heard about this car. He's now getting to run it, and I think he's probably going to appreciate that this was almost peak sports car, certainly for the next maybe 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to how quickly Alfie Briggs actually goes down Pilgrim's Drop this time around. Let's see. He's blasted already past the Nissan. Let's see the Mercedes C11 doing its thing around the back of the circuit.
And the Jaguar, the Group 44, Bob Tullius Jaguars, we just lost him recently, but he was a man, he started his racing, effectively in triumphs. On the American scene, the American triumphs in Porter backed him a little bit, but his level of presentation, sponsorship, not so much, on these cars, but those crisp green bands on the white flanks, it stood out, it looked good on any car he did, but really he was far more of a springboard for Jaguar to come and play in the World Sports Car Championship with their Silk Cut cars than people ever understand.
There's still, of course, a V12 engine in the back of that Jaguar, but it's fair to say that without that Jaguar, the later TWR programme would never have existed. So obviously, which the high point was clearly the Le Mans race win in 1988, which was Andy Wallace, Jan Lammers, and it's Johnny Dumfries.
Of course, it's Johnny Dumfries. Yes, I actually see. I tend to think of Johnny far more for when he moved on to race for Saubers, because I remember I saw him come through the Mulsanne kink when there was a kink there, on a damp track, flat on his first lap. And I went to speak to him later. I said, "You were flat on your first lap." And he said, "Wasn't everyone else?" I said, "No one else was until the track was dry, Johnny." He went, "Oh right, you are."
The Marquess of Butte.
Yeah, Marquess of Butte, very, very quick indeed. In his early years in racing, pretended he was a South London painter and decorator, so he didn't reveal his background, but that wasn't something that people could really have trouble seeing through, it must be said. But super quick and much missed, a very charismatic man. Just so good to see these cars back on the circuit at Brands Hatch. When you get that long shot, looking at Pilgrim's Drop, just imagine the opening lap of the World Championship round here with, the top dozen cars, almost identical, coming down 2 by 2. They're just outstanding.
Just a couple of the other manufacturers that people have been able to see as part of the static display this weekend. We do have one of the Spice cars, the Gordon Spice constructor, from the late 1980s, early 1990s, with a Pontiac engine that raced in IMSA. That's the purple number 10 car you can see at the pit garages behind us. But also we had the Ford C100 running yesterday, the Ford C100, which looked $1 million, didn't race like $1 million unfortunately, but that finished here in fourth in 1982 in the first World Sports Car race here at Brands Hatch. That's from the Martin Birrain collection at Mondello Park. So we've got these fantastic cars continuing to do their thing. I'll just, actually, do you know what, Bruce, I'm going to stop commenting for a bit, and we'll hear the back of the Mercedes V8 in the Sauber C11 as it comes down towards Graham Hill Bend. You can just hear the turbos working its way through.
Yeah, just starting to spool as they exited Druids, and then of course when they sweep onto the start-finish straight through Clark Curves, then they're absolutely already wound up. A little bit of smoke coming from the back of the Rothmans Porsche there, but I think that's all under control. But just great to see the cars that managed to space themselves out, give themselves space to really stretch their legs without tripping over each other. And Brands Hatch, again, a circuit of contrast, and again, the burble, and then the power coming down as it sits Druid.
Just in terms of the history of that particular Porsche 962, the number 18, which has been restored now back to sprint body specification, that was driven by three excellent drivers in period. Vern Schuppen was one, Bob Wallach was another, and Sarel van der Merwe, the South African, and that was 6th at Monza and 4th at Silverstone in the same specification, which was in 1987. He also led Le Mans in 1988 when it wasn't in that colour scheme, of course. It was in the red and yellow shell and Dunlop livery. As the Sauber C11 makes its way through, so Alfie Briggs he's going for it, Bruce.
It's good not to know any other way. It's much simpler in life, maximum attack. But again, I just love hearing these engine notes as they would have been in period, not pootling around, but absolutely starting to go for it. The fans are around the circuit here at Brands Hatch, just enjoying them. I tell you what, we'll go back to listening to the cars because they really do have a very diverse and wonderful range of sounds.
Checkered flag out as that ends the Group C demonstration. So some great laps there by Alfie Briggs in the Sauber Mercedes C11. We've just seen Kenny Atchison end his last lap, and now he's obviously been reunited with his car from 37 years ago, Bruce.
Might want to do it again. I don't know. It's always wonderful when you get a driver back in the car they drove in period, and you know, some get in and the muscle memory is there and everything in the cockpit, they know precisely where it is, but you know, you think, how many other things have you raced in the interim? But some cars across a driver's rich history, it's not always down to whether they've had success in them, they just feel their natural environment. And for Kenny, of course, so much success in single seaters, never quite hit the highest of high notes, but you know, in sports cars he was mighty, and I think hugely underappreciated.
I think that's right, because you consider who employed him: Mercedes, Jaguar, Nissan, Toyota.
Yeah, says it all. In 1991, he was probably wishing it was Mazda because, of course, Toyota and Nissan have been trying for so many years to win the big one, beloved of Japanese Le Mans 24 Hours. Along came Mazda. It wasn't their first attempt, but really well-managed team and took victory. That would be good to have here because, of course, it makes a very different engine note with its rotary engine.
Yeah, revs to 9,000 RPM, the rotary Mazda, and, of course, won in 91 with Johnny Herbert's Volker Wheeler.
Yeah. He had to stop racing eventually because he got tinnitus from engine note in helmet, and it was a very hot race. And Bertie Gasho as well.
Indeed, Bertrand Gachot, who drove so successfully for Jordan and LaRousse in Formula One, and I think Pacific actually, but we don't tend to talk about Pacific. But these cars will come back round anyway, and will be in the pit garages for the remainder of the London Historic Trophy, where you'll be able to continue to have a look over the cars, along with obviously the the Grand Prix winning Nigel Mansell Williams FW11 Honda.
Cars of a period, and they're all lined up behind the pit garages, so overlooking Cooper Straight, and they have been a bit like a light to a moth in many ways. People definitely loving to get up and have a look at the car. But to me, in that Group C demo, it wasn't just seeing them going fast, it was hearing them. And I think people around the circuit and people watching on the live stream, for a lot of people, will bring back memories, and hopefully with others who haven't seen them, it'll make them go, oh, I wish I had in period. Well, it's not the period, but it's now, and you are seeing them. So we love being able to bring Group C cars for people to look at. Well, that's a way to spend a lunch break, isn't it? And certainly we're going to be going back on the track very soon, 1:10, so just in 10 minutes time, or so 7 minutes time. It's coming fast, the Pre-66 Top Hat touring car event. So looking forward to that enormously. But what a rich and diverse day here for the London Historic Trophy, as the last of the Group C cars, the Silk Cut Jaguar, trickled back. And again, this was the point at which people really started considering how to put liveries on their car to make them better, and Silk Cut got a huge amount of publicity. I do remember going into an office of a company that designed race liveries and being shown that and looking at something in the background. They said, oh, don't look at that. That was a livery for something else for the future. Did it happen or did it not? I'm not prepared to disclose, but we all know that the way you put corporate colours on the car has to be very, very carefully considered. And just taking the two Nissans here, entirely different in size and shape. So again, what would work with the corporate livery on one necessarily wouldn't work on the more slab-sided car they raced in IMSA and so on and so forth. But for a lot of people, according to your age or where you were when you really got into racing, some of these cars for certain people of a certain age are still very, very special and evocative indeed. So it looks though calm has fallen over the circuit. Far from it, we don't do calm, we do racing and displays, and we're going to have the Pre-66 touring cars out very soon indeed. They're in their paddock, which is the collection area, which is actually the far end of the pit lane. You can see the pit buildings up the central spine of the shot, and the top left, we have all sorts of people, but we have Alex Legui.
I'm very lucky to be down here. I'm just about to have a chat with Kenny, who's just popped up this number 61. You were the last driver, I believe, to win a Group C here at Brands Hatch. That must bring back an awful lot of memories.
Funnily enough, not so many memories. But it's nice to be back here. I mean, I haven't been to Brands for 37 years when I won here. But obviously very privileged and fortunate to drive for Sauber Mercedes when they had a great car, great team. It's lovely to win here with Mauro Baldi. It was my first win in World Sports Cars. But I don't really have many memories of the race. It's just, but that's fine. Life shouldn't be about those things.
And tell me, when you hopped back into the car, what came back to you first? Is it, straight into racecraft? Is it emotion that comes back in?
There is no racecraft. There's very little emotion because I hadn't driven on a circuit for 30 years until yesterday. So being out, I've done good a couple of times, but that's on my own for 50 seconds. So this was a little bit different, but absolutely it just seemed normal and just a lot slower and a lot hotter. I'm just a lot older. But I really enjoyed it. And everybody's been really friendly here.
Yeah.
It's nice to bring the car, and it's really the car's the star, not me.
Well,
My days are long gone.
It's a bit of both. I don't know. I mean, motor racing legends, these events, this London Historic Trophy is brand new. You know, you've got decades of history in this industry, and you say, you know, that it's lovely to be back here and lovely to be back. It's really interesting to hear from a driver's perspective how you feel about MRL.
No, it was great. It came out of the blue because I'm not really here to go and drive the car, and Mark kindly invited me, and I initially said, no, I don't do that. And actually my wife said to me, you know what, you might never be asked again. So it's nice to come here and meet new people, meet some old people who remember, and I'm surprised at how many people have come up and were either at Le Mans in '89, were finished second, or one here. So that's really nice, and they say it's nice for them, but it's probably an awful lot nicer for me that people still remember those things.
Kenny, you are massively downplaying. You're a blimmin' legend.
Absolutely not a legend. And but no, I was just fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. Drove for some good teams with some good drivers and mostly good memories, but actually probably 90% of it was failure, but the 10% totally outweighs the failure. So it was great and nice to be here, and I'll enjoy a cold beer this evening.
Oh, I'm very pleased to hear. Well, from our perspective, it's been a real privilege to have you here.
Thank you very much, and everybody has just been friendly and helpful and supportive, and the two guys running my car have no motor racing experience. They used to work for me up to about 10 years ago, but they're both good engineers. They prepare the car beautifully. Everybody's been helping them with advice on different things, and you know, so well done to the community here at MRL.
Well, thank you so much. Privileged to have you here. Thank you, Kenny. All right, my friends, that's it. How special is that, the Group C demo? I feel very lucky and very privileged to be here up close, as I'm sure you guys do too. So up next is another different era. We saw them out earlier. It's the pre-66 touring cars. Oh, it's going to be a good one.
Welcome to our factory in Zhongshan, China. Yeah, we do any kind of model cars, different scale, different category, and it's something very, very exciting. Spark is a racing brand, and this factory is our racing factory.
The afternoon programme of racing here at the London Historic Trophy is set to kick off with a 45-minute race. The HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 touring car gang out to entertain us, and Mustangs to the fore. On pole position is car number 16, Matt Johnson and Robert Ross, the red Mustang with the gold wheels, and in behind an array of Ford Falcons, Lotus Cortinas, more Falcons, more Mustangs, and the best of the Minis and Lotus Cortinas to provide a real mix. The field goes all the way down to the tail with a host of other different cars that would have pitched out in period to look for success. But Tom Sharp and Michael Whitaker there on the second row. Third row, Vic Cullen in the top of the best of the Lotus Cortinas. Fifth overall, then the Shepherd family alongside Mark Matheson, another Ford Falcon, and the best of the Minis, the Kendall Bull and Brown car. The car that went very well towards the end of qualifying was the two Lotus Cortinas, the Law family, and Dan Quintero really got a move on in his Cortina alongside Alex Brundle. You can't keep him out of a historic race. He's in there in the mix as well in the middle order. It's a packed field of car. In fact, I'll tell you what, we've got 32 cars on the entry list. I'm not entirely sure we'll get Philippe Gandini out in his Mini. He had a problem in qualifying, but hopefully that's been fixed. But really, this is going to be magical race. A lot of noise from the front of the field, a lot of finesse from the middle of the field, with a little less horsepower to play with. My name's Bruce Jones, alongside me Alistair Douglas, fresh from a lunch break, fresh for what's surely going to be an absolute ding-dong of a battle.
It certainly will, and we always look forward to the Pre-66 touring cars. The Top Hat series has been revived for this season, and it's Mustangs at the front, but it's power versus handling, and in the case of the Minis, they haven't got as much power, but they've certainly got the handling. The Cortinas, a little bit more power than the Minis, and they drift beautifully around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And if you weren't here first thing this morning when these came out for qualifying, it bears mentioning again that if you look online for a picture of Jim Clark in a Lotus Cortina at Graham Hill Bend, Brands Hatch. It was called Bottom Bend then, wasn't it?
It was called Bottom Bend indeed, but it was going into compression, and he didn't need all four wheels on the ground. The fastest way was to float the inside front wheel high in the air. And if you're looking away from the very front of the grid, we've got some, I suppose because we've got a great historic spread, some anomalies. A Jaguar XK150, Mark Gordon, real Jaguar expert. He's just under the starting gantry. If you can see in the background, a dark livery car just towards the pit wall. But up at the rear, we've got an Austin A40, a couple more Minis. We've got a Plymouth Barracuda, that's the red one, Alpha, the Rileys. So a real mixed car. Volvo Amazon car number 111. And here we are, ready to go. Within the next couple of seconds, the lights are going to flick from red to green for this steady start, and a tidy start from the outside of the front row. A woeful start from the pole starting Mustang of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross, but it will make a toes. But Tom Sharp into second place, and from the outside the front row, the Jack Ruddell, Tom Ingram Mustang into the lead of the race. In behind, neat and tidy, I must say, even the middle order behaving, and a few people gaining a lot of places, but for the pole starter, that wasn't the best of getaways. There it is, car number 16, down in third place. So it's Mustang, Falcon, Mustang, tails wagging as they go around the Druids, and one of the little Minis is going very nicely indeed, up into 6th place. So that is an immaculate start for that one. The one who's gone a little bit backwards is Victor Cullen, but he's trying to atone as they go along Cooper Straight, hit Surtees, and then they'll flick out into the country. But it's a Ford 4.7 litre V8 power that's leading the race, as you would expect.
And that the Mini that you mentioned there was Phil Bullen Brown and Scott Kendall. We haven't had star drivers, have we? So we don't know. But Phil Bullen Brown and Scott Kendall it was who came up in the 193 Mini. A change for the lead as they go around the Grand Prix loop, and it's Tom Sharp who takes the lead in the Ford Falcon, but he runs a little bit wide, and the Jack Ruddell car tries to come up the inside. you can't fit too many of these across the track, unlike our Formula Juniors we saw earlier. Coming through in third place, a poor start from Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. In interview with Alex Le Guy after the qualifying session, I remember Matt Johnson and Robert Ross saying they weren't used to standing starts because they normally do rolling starts, and I think that showed because it wasn't a great start, but it is now up into second place. Michael Whitaker comes through into third place, getting past the early leading Mustang, which drops down to fourth. So as they come round to complete the first lap, it will be Tom Sharp in the Ford Falcon. Similar engine, different body shape for the gold and red of the second place car of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Third place is the Michael Whitaker Mustang, and fourth is the Jack Riddell Tom Ingram Mustang.
Yeah, we've just had a car come out of the pits, joining us almost a lap late, because the best of the rest behind the 4.7 litre Fords is Victor Cullen, car number 96. Oh no, it wasn't from the pit, sorry, that was Victor Cullen being overtaken. He's leading the man category, and we'll explain the classes later in the race, but his Lotus Cortina going very nicely indeed. But it really is a case of atoning for errors at the start for several of the drivers, but certainly neat and tidy at the front of the field from the driver from the outside the front row, looking around to see how the minis are getting on. Well, they're just doing mini-ish things. Car 47 is a Shepherd family Mustang, that's white with the black hood. In behind is Victor Cullen in his pale green Lotus Cortina, but up front it's Tom Sharp being chased now by the car that started from pole and challenged into Hawthorns. Is there space for two? Sort of, maybe, yes, no? Yeah, there is, just.
Lovely slide there from the red and gold Mustang of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Took the place, as you described, going through Hawthorns, now through down the hill through Dingledale into Sheen Curb, a very fast right-hander which leads to the left-hander almost at the end of the lap, but it's already after less than 2 laps. The pole position car has recovered from its poor start to lead the race.
Yeah, what I don't understand is where the Ruddell Ingham car lost so much ground. It was leading the race, it's fallen back into 5th place overall. Look for the black Mustang trying to fight its way back up. Well, it's very, very dark blue, but up front we've got what we want. We've got 3 cars absolutely together as they come to the start-finish line. The Ford Falcon almost squeezing the Whitaker Mustang white with the black stripe over bonnet or hood, if you want to call it that, into the pit wall. They didn't. And the car that started, the Riddell Ingram car, is starting to fight back in 4th place. It's the black Mustang. 5th place is another Mustang, and now the best of the Lotus Cortinas. It's still in the background of the shot, just coming into the compression. That is Victor Cullen. And in behind, the best of the minis, car number 70. Sorry, it's a Lotus Cortina. It's the Justin and Oliver Law Lotus Cortina coming into the mix in 7th place overall. But Johnson and Ross back at the top of the charts in that Alan Mann Racing livery, red and gold. Let's take a look at the start. Johnson Ross car just couldn't get the power down, got a little bit sideways and lost 1-2 positions, very nearly 3 positions, but from the outside of the front row, the Riddell Ingram Mustang into the lead of the race. It would have its problems later, but I must say, super impressive start here at the London Historic Trophy for the top hat pre-66 saloon cars, the touring cars of the day. And now our pole starter starting to eke out an advantage. It was half a second thereabouts on the start-finish line going out around this lap. And really it's going to be a case of who can keep their car in the straightest of lines, because as we said, Alistair, in looking at and enjoying the drifting on the opening lap, just wonder if the bonnet on that Ford Falcon was slightly sticking up at the start of the race or not.
Yes, I think in qualifying I saw it was slightly raised, so it may be just a slightly loose pin on that. The lead car almost lost it there, way too sideways, coming through the final right-hander at Sheen Curve, and off into the gravel goes Tom Sharp and also Jack Riddell, Tom Ingram car as well.
Classic case, one follows another, and I think the Falcon has stopped just short. The gravel bed has done its job, just short of the tyre wall, but unfortunately in the background, the car from the outside the front row, the Riddell Ingram car, looks like it's embedded in the gravel trap there as well, and that was the case. You simply follow off the car in front because it puts up a wall of smoke. And to think, about 5 seconds, if that, earlier than that, we were commenting on how sideways the car that leading the race had got, and that managed to get through Stirling's nicely, but the cars in 3rd and 4th did not. So we've now got a 2-horse race at the front of the field, and then really quite a sizable gap. The next car through is 8 and a bit seconds further back, which is the Shepherd family Mustang. And so that was a real sort out. Don't know what caused Tom Sharp to go off, but clearly he wanted to go around Stirling's, but the car did not. Let's take a look at the replay. Through Stirling's they go, and it suddenly snapped to the right. That's what I thought at the time. And then in behind, nowhere else to go. You're trying to guess at that point if you're Riddell in the Riddell Ingram Mustang, and off you go. There it is, short of the barriers. Driver can't see his face yet, but Tom Sharp is out of that, and a shame to lose that Falcon from the front of the field.
It certainly was, yes. And I noticed as they came down to Graham Hill Bend, the leader, the Johnson Ross Mustang, snatched its brake twice in its efforts to brake as late as possible through to the left-hander because of the pressure that Michael Whitty is putting on the car. And certainly these cars do respond to being driven slightly sideways, to say the least, whereas in some formulas of racing you don't really want to get sideways, but that's not the case with the big V8 engine Mustangs. That's the way you drive them, on the throttle. But you mentioned the gap second to third. Well, the Shepherd family car, the Mustang number 47, is 8.5 seconds behind, but closely followed by Vic Cullen in the first of the Cortinas, and he'll be battling with the Law family Cortina for that man class, the Lotus Cortinas. The leading Mini is in 6th place overall, heading just by less than a mini length the Kendall, Bull and Brown, and it's the Brundle Swift Mini that leads the Minis through in 6th place. It's Alex Brundle and Nick Swift, the ace engine tuner that runs the Swift Tune company that builds a lot of the engines for these racing Minis, and he's in 6th place, number 6, and
they've swapped around again.
Yes, so in fact Kendall and Bull and Brown have taken the lead in the Minis now, so on that last lap they swapped around, and it's the 193 in 7th place now, leading the Rhodes class.
Yeah, well, the Lotus Cortina's looking slightly sub-showroom spec. It's kind of a, just trying to work out which of the ones it is. They're coming down. It's number 70, it's the Law car, so it's a bit of contact. Well, if we got this far into a race as tight as this without any contact, you'd say it was fairly unusual, but can't tell you which of the Laws it is going on board, but certainly this is living up to the billing. And the Minis are just doing what Minis do. They're chopping and changing their position all the time. Still in the front is the Johnson Ross Mustang, and still being drifted in beautiful but uniform fashion. That's the key. How far out do you hang the tail? Because ironically in cars you think with that much grunt they'd want to have grip, but actually they want to lose the grip in so many ways just to keep the dynamics of the cars working around the corner. But just think about these cars, these Mustangs from the mid-1960s, when they were launched, what preceded them in the States? Cars that didn't handle. I mean, famously, that's why so many Americans brought British sports cars, because they had all the handling. But gradually with the Mustang and the others, they developed their craft, they learnt, because before they were very, very good in straight line. Safety car, doubled wave yellows, they notice in front of our race-leading duo, they come onto the tail of an Alfa Romeo, and they heeded the signals very nicely indeed and quickly backed it off, did not do any overtaking. They certainly couldn't pass that Alfa Romeo at the back of the field, which is the Goddard family car number 1 at 44.
We're not given the start drivers in these cars, but I just saw Alex Brundle in the pit lane, so the number 6 Mini is being driven by his co-driver Nick Swift for the start of the race, and Alex will take over after the pit stop.
Well, unfortunately there is a Mini parked in the pit lane and something else a little further up, so we have had a couple of cars dropping out. I don't know if it was not the Gandini Mini, because that's blue. The one I'm looking at is green with white, sort of Cooper, as in Mini Cooper works colours, and the Harrison Adcock car, which is 111. The Volvo Amazon is also out of the race. That's Malcolm Harrison, Nick Adcock, and that could be the other one in the pit lane, yes, because it's red with white, so I think that's probably that one as well. But up front, Johnson and Ross leading this race, and safety car is on the Cooper straight. It's let the Alfa Romeo go through. It's now picked up our race leader, turning into Surtees. We've got the run of cars. There's Tom Sharp's car off in the gravel, but well done for the driver of the safety car, the Hyundai, and it's picked up the leader. And for the Goddard family Alfa Romeo, that would give them a chance to sort of go on around and try and catch the tail of the field, because it could be a couple of laps until the Ford Falcon, big heavy car, gets pulled out of the gravel up at Stirling's. But don't forget there were 2 cars in the gravel up there, but they're more deeply bedded. It was the car that slid off out of 3rd place overall, which is Tom Sharp in his grey and green Ford Falcon Sprint.
And the pit window will open in just over 4 minutes, and it will be open for 15 minutes. And the rule is there's no minimum pit stop time in this one. You must stick to the maximum speed, of course, that's allowed, the speed limit through the pit lane. But other than that, you can do your pit stop as quickly as you like. If you're changing drivers, one driver will jump out, the other will jump in. if you're a solo driver, you still have to get out of the car and jump out, wave your arms around to show that you're out of the car and get back in. So very quick pit stops for this one.
Well, we've got a pit visitor right now, but that's before the pit window. It's the Leston family Riley 1.5, so this isn't exactly what the doctor ordered that one. Outside the pit window, clearly got some mechanical malady. Driver 1 is getting out, but is anybody going to get in? He might be getting out. He's waving his arms, but not to say I'm making a pit stop. I think it's more in the sort of, how do you say, the gesticulation of something's gone wrong under the hood. So our pack of cars being led around by the safety car, and the car in the lead of the race is tucked in behind it. That's car number 16. It's the Ford Mustang, the red one with the gold roof, of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. They are running at the abated pace dictated by the safety car, and there is the tow vehicle trying to get the two Fords of the different shapes. The one closer to us is the Ford Falcon Sprint, to remove that from the gravel, and then another car that started at the very front, outside the front row, our initial leader, the Riddell Ingram Ford Mustang, got caught up, no blame attached to anybody in that particular circumstance. But Alistair, it was a really weird one. You're turning left at Stirling's, and sometimes you get cars going over the curbing and getting a bit loose, but I think already started to go around, and maybe, just maybe, our driver Tom Sharp tried to sort it out, but it seemed much more of a sharp move to the right, almost as though something failed on it.
Yeah, but the car that went off behind him, the Riddell car, did exactly the same thing. It started to slide to the left and then snatched back to the right. And I did wonder immediately after that whether there was perhaps some fluid on the circuit, and they both caught that as they went into the corner. But the marshals would have put flags out by now, so that's not the case. But very strange, as you say. And I can see Alex Brundle still down in the booth, walking around, talking to the team, talking about strategy, no doubt. When are we going to bring Nick Swift in?
When do I get my go?
When do I get my go? They're second in the roads class. Of course, no positions changing because we're behind the safety car, but they are second in the mini roads class, and they are running in 8th place overall, the number 6 car. And the not far behind them, the 3rd car in the roads class is the Mini of 771, which is Mike and Andrew Jordan, both racers in the past in British GT, or certainly Mike Jordan British GT and British touring cars, but Andrew Jordan, of course, more recently in British touring cars, the champion in 2013.
Right, let's just take a moment though. We talked about the classes. Let's actually talk about the classes. Right, the Leston class is for the oldest cars in the field, pre-1960. The groups that are at the front of the field, they're the Sears class, over 2-litre touring cars, so a little more in the engine department, under the bonnet department. Man class is under 2-litre touring cars, that's your Ford Lotus Cortinas. And roads, as you were pointing out, is largely for the minis, things with engines of 1299cc or fewer. So that's why we have this, as it was in period. You'd have had these various classes in the British Saloon Car Championship, and we have the mix of cars accordingly, and that mix does still include a Riley because it has gone back into the race from its little foray into the pits. And in fact, if you did have a problem, you're losing less time when the safety car's out, so you should be able to slot back in. But at the moment, our field of cars behind the safety cars is halfway between Stirling's and coming down to appear back into our sight in the bowl at Brands Hatch in its 100th year of competition just now, and they should be hoving into view, still with the number 16 Ford Mustang, red with the gold roof and the gold wheels, of Johnson and Ross at the head of the queue. Mike Whittaker will be tucked in behind. Here is our field of cars. In fact, I think the little graphic has got ahead of itself on our moving map. Oh, and the Tom Sharp Falcon appears to have been retrieved from the gravel and is coming slowly back to the pits. So I think it was more than just sliding off. I'm fairly sure there was some mechanical failure there that pitched it to the right, because certainly all is not right. If it was okay and he was simply retiring, he'd come in at a rather better pace, but he's got off the track just before the safety car comes through. And the pit window, by the way, is open for those who are alert. Drivers who want to sandwich, they can come in and change over with their teammate. But this race, the HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 touring car race, is 45 minutes in all. And excuse me, we've just gone past just under half an hour still to go.
Very surprised we didn't get a line of cars coming into the pit lane, because we're behind the safety car. Maybe the drivers who can see the recovery of the Mustang, the Riddell Mustang, know that it's going to be at least another lap behind the safety car. But anybody that's pitting now will have an advantage, because you lose less track time during a safety car, and and we've had quite a few come in. So the ones that have stopped from the leading group that we've been talking about, Vic Cullen has come in. In fact, probably more than half the field has come into the pits. It's only the top 9 cars, or 9 cars, have remained out. Vic Cullen was the leader of the cars that came in. Then it was Justin Law, probably going to hand over to his son Ollie for the second part of the race. Also in Nick Swift, so Alex Brundle will be taking over. And assuming that Mike Jordan started in the Jordan family car, it'll be Andrew Jordan taking over.
Right, the Ruddell Ingram car has just come in probably slightly dustily into the pit lane, so it will maybe get to continue in the race, but mainly that means that surely the safety car will be in this lap, because that was the remaining impediment up there at Stirling's. I just wonder if the top 6 or so cars that didn't dive into the pit lane were just the wrong side of the passing of the hand on the clock past the top of the hour or the top of the minute for the pit lane to have been open. If they were before the pit lane and they had a chance to come in, well, I would say that was a major misunderstanding. But I think by dint of where they were behind the safety car, they were just too soon to come past the pit in and get their opportunity. But it won't half make the rest of the race a real scrap, because I tell you what, I would reckon the safety car will come in this lap, and so will those front-running cars, perhaps, and then that will put them down at the back of the train, because don't forget, behind the safety car, the field will continue to bunch up, and for some, it was a gift. They've taken it, and maybe the few that didn't, there's a reason for it. I can't believe all the top teams didn't read the situation clearly, so I think they were just past pit in when the pit window opened.
A perfect example is Vic Cullen, who was one of the car that was at the front of the field that came in first, and he's now at the back of the train of cars, so he's effectively completely overcome his pit stop time by coming in, doing the pit stop, going back out, and then rejoining the back of the queue, just a few seconds behind the leaders. And just remind you, the pit stops are as quick as you like within the speed limit within the pit lane, so if you can see the pit lane, you'll be seeing the drivers jumping out and second drivers jumping in as quickly as they can, and the cars come around. Safety car comes in, but in fact the lead car carries on, so the Johnson Ross car decides to carry on and will come into the pit lane later. There's also other cars, so the 992 Stevenson car carries on as well, as does one of the minis, but the next group of cars have already done their pit stop, so the leading Cortinas are not far behind the overall leader.
Right, what that's done is taken a phalanx of Lotus Cortinas and minis, and they will be at the head of the field. So what are we going to have for the rest of the race? We're going to have the big power trying to fight its way back, but I think for a lot of people they have really blown their race from their point of view. But from our point of view, and from your point of view as fans watching on live stream and on the banking around the circuit, I think this has been a fantastic gift. Look at the shot of the Lotus Cortinas and the minis getting in and among and sort of almost using all the track a little bit more. No, definitely. Oh dear, a big off at the end of the Cooper Straight. One mini, the yellow one, has got into contact. That's the Law family car. No, they're in a Lotus Cortina. 2 cars off at Surtees.
Alex Brundle.
Oh, it's Brundle's car. It slid along the barriers there. It was a little bit of contact just as the cars were trying to dive as deep into the corner as they could before they turned into Surtees. Bit of contact, sliding across the grass, and that could change the nature of this race. Wave yellow flags, no overtaking into that corner. The yellow mini has pulled off around the corner, so we can't see that, but the green and white one, which was Alex Brundle's car, which he was sharing, had just taken over from Nick Swift. Alex is out, slams the door in high dudgeon, and I don't think he feels he was he does feel he was innocent party in that little contact, so big frustration there, I'm afraid. Fully understandable. I presume the bright yellow mini was, it was the Carini car, Greg Carini. So really, really close. What's that going to do? What's happening in the pit lane? Well, we saw Alex being put out on the grass, left out on the grass. He was trying to regain the circuit. He just about does, but hold on. This is getting towards the end of the Cooper Straight, and just at the point you're thinking of going in, there was no track left for Alex Brundle on the outside.
Well, that was very, very unfortunate for Alex, and as you say, having seen the replay there, didn't see it when it happened. He is right to feel aggrieved, isn't he? He's just muscled out onto the grass.
Yeah, the Carini Mini did actually come in the back entrance to the pits, but Alex's car is still sitting almost dead ahead as the cars go along the Cooper Straight. Everyone would have gone past it once, they know it's there, but it's not the greatest of outcomes there. So Alex will have other cars to race today, but that would have, any time you're rubbed along the barriers is going to be worrying, to put it mildly. So the Johnson-Ross Mustang, car number 16, still leads the race. However, there's one small impediment. They haven't made a pit stop yet for their driver change. Second place is Victor Cullen. Big difference in his Ford Lotus Cortina. He has made his pit stop. So by the time the red and gold roof Mustang, which is cruising in at the moment, comes to make its pit stop, you'd expect the Lotus Cortina to be in the lead of the race.
And the second place car net of pit stops, because there's a couple of cars at the front of the field that haven't done pit stops, is Ollie Law in the Law family Cortina number 70. So if you take away the cars that haven't done a pit stop yet, you've got Vic Cullen leading in the Cortina, then Ollie Law in the Cortina in second place, number 70, Vic Cullen in number 96, and in third place the Rhodes class, so that would be one of our minis, the number 12 car of Ollie Samways, who is in his mini. He's the leading mini now, because although Greg Carini is shown as being the leading mini, of course he's in the pit lane and presumably retiring.
Stationary hazard lamp still going on that yellow mini with the black roof, the one that had the contact with the Alex Brundle car, but that got back to the pits. Alex Brundle's car that he shares with Nick Swift has not. It has not been removed from the grass area where it is at the moment. But our front runner, our race leader, coming into the pits right now for its pit stop. Red Mustang, gold roof. Shared, it started on pole position with the poor start, Matt Johnson, Robert Ross car, but should be going back out. But where will it slot in? It won't be slotting into the lead of the race. Safety car back out. Obviously, that's because of Alex Brundle's. Hold on, how quickly can those pit stops be done? That's going to be interesting. It could actually shuffle them further back down the pack. The cars are in the pits at the moment, so we're waiting, and there's the driver change being done. And remember, did you not point out, Alistair, there is no minimum pit stop time, so that was a nice, tidier pit stop, but has to run at a bated pace down along the pit lane before rejoining. Actually, there's a big gap it's going to pop back out and into, but the car we need to look for in its location around the circuit is car number 96. It's the Lotus Cortina. But don't forget, it got to do its pit stop when others were at the bated pace, and that's just going past the stricken Mini, just turning out into the country as the Ford Mustang that started from pole is only going down the drop from Paddock Hill Bend. So you're talking about, what's their best lap time? You're talking 25 to 30 second gap between the pair of them.
But it will close up because they're all behind the safety car. So, well, it's
the number of cars that are between them that really is what came to count.
It's part two of a safety car restart that we're watching. We'll watch shortly, and it'll be part two of the battle of the quicker cars that have been disadvantaged by the way the pit stops and the safety cars have fallen. But in the meantime, it's Cortina's first and second, Mini third, Mini fourth, or not Mini fourth, it's a Cortina in fourth place as well. So they are the ones that have actually made best use of this situation. But won't it be interesting to see the likes of Johnson and Ross and Whittaker and the Shepherds trying to come through in the Mustangs?
I can't imagine any appeal of that, not at all. It would be absolutely fantastic. Anyone writing the script for this race had an overlay, just as they think it's settled down. Let's give it another twist. And certainly the second safety car period wasn't something anyone could have predicted. Now the little Mini, they're all the same size, I know, is just being towed up onto the flatbed there, being winched up. So Alex Brundle's car down at Surtees, dead ahead, right at the end of the Cooper Straight. Where it didn't quite reach the end of the Cooper Straight on the track. It was off on the grass on the right-hand side, glissading along the barriers, and that is being rescued, but it'll be at least another lap behind the safety car.
Ian's just pointing out he's been watching what's been going on in the pit lane. I think we may have misidentified the Mini that was involved in that incident. It's just come behind us, and it's the Jordan car, 771. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yellow with a black
Greg
roof.
Carini's car was one in the mix, and that, okay, maybe it just didn't. Maybe that's parked up around the corner. I saw it drive out of our sight.
That's the Jordan car going back to the paddock.
Yeah, but I think the Carini one just went around the corner at the front of the pits and pulled off after its clash with. Because I'm sure the Carini car was the one right in the mix. It's still listed in the fourth place, though. But I thought that's because we had the car in the pits. So maybe we haven't entirely misidentified our Minis.
It was the Jordan car that was in the pits. That's what I'm saying. It was. I think we misidentified that from the the quick clip we saw of the incident. And in fact, looking on the live stream now, we can see the Cortina of Ollie Law with quite a bit of damage on the front near side wing when that happened right at the beginning of the race, but we don't know where or how that happened. But he's obviously in close battle, has unfortunately just run up the back of somebody.
Okay,
and
yeah,
damaged that wing.
We did misidentify. I apologise to parties concerned. One yellow Mini at speed might look like another, but also they were in very close location on the in the race order at that time. Because just remember, we'd had that suddenly by dint of the Mustangs and the Falcons at the front not diving in just as the pit window opened. I think they'd passed pit in before the window was thrown open for them to pit. Suddenly we had the race lead handed to the Lotus Cortinas and the harrying Minis that were nipping around in their slipstream. We had 6 of them going into Paddock Hill Bend all together, with all the Mustangs still going around and needing to come in the pits. But sadly for the Mustangs, when it was at full green flag racing, of course the lot that came in to start with, it was during a safety car, it was after a safety car period, everything was bunched up. Right, how's this one going to settle down? The clock continues to count down. 18 minutes still to go, respectable length. It's a decent length of race, 45 minutes of fun, and we've certainly packed a lot in. Good news is the flatbed with the Brundle Mini on it is now driving to a point of safety. Just needs to curl around and get out of sight, so it's not dead ahead when the drivers go along the Cooper Straight.
And perfect timing, because I think we will be able to put the lights out on the safety car this time, so we'll be racing when we get back to the timing line. The lights on the safety car normally go out before, just around Sterling's area, which we can't see, so hopefully it will appear without the lights flashing. And the lights have gone out, so yeah, that's confirmed that we will be going racing at the end of this lap. Now remember, nobody can overtake until they get to the green flag, which is at the timing line. So you'll see, if you can see the pit straight, the green flag will be waving there. That's where they can start to overtake. But to that point, they must remain in the same order. So they're coming round now. The safety car peels off into the pit lane. The first car through will be a Mini. But these, of course, the cars are all mixed up on different laps now, so we'll...
Yeah, it's the Davis family Mini, red with a black roof, big lead, and then the Plymouth Barracuda. And the car you need to look for is 4th in the train. It's the Aquamarine Lotus Cortina with plenty of company. That is Vic Cullen. Tucked in behind is the Law family Lotus Cortina. The Barracuda, well, it's got much more grunt, but they're attacking it through Paddock Hill Bend into the compression up the hill. A Mini tucked in. So we've got 3 Lotus Cortinas with a Mini in 3rd in that quartet. Nose to tail, the white Cortina with the orange roof getting in the action as well. But Victor Cullen's got this one covered. Now he's got clear track, but they will in time catch the little Davis family Mini, red with the black roof. It's about 4 or 5 seconds up the track. Now 1, 2, 3, you have to count your numbers. Back in about 8th place in the overall pattern is where we get our previous race leader, which is the Johnson and Ross Mustang.
So we should see those 2 Mustangs coming through as they go out onto the faster parts of the circuit at the back, which first of all they're on now from Surtees through Pilgrim's Drop and up to Hawthorns, and we should pick up on our live stream what's going on there. We can see the Mini, which is not in the lead, it's just a lap down, but certainly still in the lead is Vic Cullen, the number 96 Cortina, followed by the rather bent Ollie Law Cortina in 2nd place. But where are those Mustangs? Are they yet appearing in our screen? I think I saw the red and gold in about 3rd or 4th place behind the Ollie Law car, so already moving up closer. There it is in the background, and actually Michael Whitaker in the 2nd of the Mustangs is just a few lengths behind. And that Law Cortina really does look a mess, doesn't it?
Yeah, the next target for the 3rd of those to be passed by our erstwhile race leader is the James Claridge Lotus Cortina, white with the orange roof, just in front of the red and gold Mustang of Johnson as Ross, working their way up the order. But this is a time for precision as well. Big bunches of cars, but for Victor Cullen, he's opening out a tidy lead over the Laws. It was 1.17 of a second last time. He must have gained a second. He's 1.6 seconds, 1.7 seconds the good. Is the Irishman making his escape? Will it be enough? Because the red and gold Mustang is closing in. It's up to 4th place, the Johnson and Ross car. Fully best part of 3 seconds down. We've got what, a quarter of an hour of racing still to go.
And Ollie Samway's in the Mini, which is ahead of course of the Mustang on the track. He's not being lapped, he's ahead. He managed to just sneak in ahead of him, but the Mustang coming down the inside as they go towards Graham Hill Bend. Still, Ollie Samways is in third place, but the red and gold Mustang now putting the power on as they come along the Cooper Straight towards Surtees, and the power of the 4.7 litre V8 does get past the Ollie Samways car, who spins in his efforts to keep up with the Mustang.
It scattered those behind. Lawrence Carriage, who I called James a short while ago, managing to nip past, but this one is going to rejoin, and that was just probably about a centimetre too deep into the corner there at Surtees for Ollie Samways, and the challenge is coming, and not just coming, but coming very fast with huge immediacy. Third place, will it become second? Well, it will, it's a question of when, but the Law family, Lotus Cortina with the slightly how should we say, slightly reshaped front end, is hanging on for now. But while this is happening, for race leader Victor Cullen, this is great. He's got his chance to just keep his head down and build his escape. The clock continues to count down, 13.5 minutes remains. But you feel as soon as the cork is out of the bottle, as soon as the Law Cortina can be passed, the power of that Mustang is surely going to pay off, and he'll chase off after the race leader.
Well, we've got one of those classic battles now, haven't we, where more power in the Mustang, more handling in the Cortina, the perfect mix for a motor race. And around this Brands Hatch circuit, through the tighter sections, it'll be the Cortina that's a little bit quicker.
Right, remember the number as the Mustang goes from third into second with all its power on the start-finish straight, but the gap from first to second, 2.879 seconds, so 1.1 seconds gain on that lap by Victor Cullen. He gets a look in his mirrors and go, oh no, here it comes, it's red, it's gold, it's very loud, it's very quick, it's the Johnson and Ross Mustang. Up to Druids they go. More precision from the Lotus Cortina, but he doesn't have the grunt. This is going to be a real scrap. Drive-through penalty, however, for car number 38. Oh, it was the Austin A40 of Jack Bond and Hamish Cameron Everly, because they didn't quite get... well, the pit window's closed. I think their drive-through penalty is for maybe pitting outside that time, but either way, they're not at the front end of the field. It's not affecting this lead battle. What will? Traffic might. They'll be catching it, but because of the safety car, it does mean the leaders in our pack have got the best part of half a lap until they catch the last of the train, which at the moment appears to be Greg Carini's yellow Mini.
So the gap across the timing line was 2.8 seconds first to second, with the Johnson and Ross Mustang powering past the Law Cortina along the main straight, and is still now chasing after Vic Cullen, the Irishman, in the Cortina, in number 96 Cortina, in the lead as they go through the back part of the circuit, through Dingledale into Sheen Curve. That's another fast right-hander. Then it's on the brakes for Sterling's, the left-hander, which is where we had the incident earlier with those two cars spinning off. And Vic Cullen turns in, gets the Cortina a little bit sideways. How sideways will the Mustang be? Well, actually not too bad. And then it's the Law Cortina, followed by the Whittaker Mustang. Now, Michael Whittaker is now closing in on Ollie Law in the Cortina. Will he be able to power by on the pit straight, rather like the Johnson and Ross car did the last time around?
Well, again, looking at the power of the Mustang out of Clark Curve onto the start finish straight, it's so much quicker in a straight line, so much more grunt. He's just taken off 1.5 seconds of the lead that was enjoyed by Victor Cullen, who doesn't have 1.5 seconds left in terms of that advantage. At the end of this next lap, at this current lap, they should be nose to tail by the time they get to Sterling's, and after that, the power of the red and gold Mustang, any Mustang, should be enough to take it through into the lead. However, you have to leave a door open, and I don't think Vic Cullen's going to do that. Down the slope they go, and don't forget there's another Mustang in the mix, now up into third place. That's Michael Whittaker. He's got past the Law family Mustang, not much about the Lotus Cortina that's tucked in behind it. Here is our race leader, Vic Cullen. Closing in is the red and gold Mustang, and then the swapping of positions behind them makes it Lotus Cortina, Mustang, Lotus Cortina. Best of the rest, well, it's car number 47, and it's in fifth place overall. It's another Mustang. Ford power pays here around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit.
And the leader of the Rhodes class is the Mini now of Scott Kendall and Phil Bullen-Brown, number 193, which was right in there in the mix at the start. It was in the mix after the pit stops, and it remains in the mix now. It was battling with Ollie Samways, but unfortunately Ollie spun away his lead of that class at Surtees a couple of laps ago. So it's the 193 Mini that's leading the Minis class, the Rhodes class, and then we carry on through this great mix of cars. As you said at the start of the race, so many different shapes of car at this period of racing.
Well, the clock continues to count down. It was a 45 minutes extravaganza. We've only got 10 minutes left. It feels a massive change. But look at this scene. A Ford Falcon, enormous, alongside over, under, round, minis galore. Lotus Cortina's up ahead. Again, diversity, but it's just the sheer way they push out. Right, the gap between first and second, it was 1.2 seconds. Last time it must have been down to about a third of a second, 0.5 of a second there. So it's coming down. I thought the pass might take place going to Paddock Hill Bend this time, but the Mustang of Johnson Ross not quite close enough. Up the hill to Druids they go, and also don't rule out Michael Whitaker. He's starting to close in third place, his white Mustang with the black stripe. And then the power of those cars means they're pulling ever further clear of the Law Lotus Cortina, which may have to watch its tail. The Shepherd family Mustang is starting to close in. Fourth and fifth could be contested before long.
And I've just noticed that the back right wing of Vic Cullen's car, the leading car, is quite bent.
Does it match the shape of the front corner of the Law?
I think it does match the shape of the Law.
For a friend.
So I think Justin Law, who I think started the Law car, probably just unfortunately tipped the back of, maybe tipped is a lightweight word for what he did, because there's quite a bit of damage to the front of it, but it may have been Vic Cullen who was the recipient of that nerf. And
the place has changed. It was coming, and I was surprised it came that quickly, but you know, through Pilgrim's Drop, that long run down to the back side of the circuit, and the power of the Mustang just showed enormously. And we will see what shapes up. Black and orange, that's a technical warning flag for car number 14. I can't find 14. Oh, yes, I can. It's the Horrobin, Simon Horrobin. And he is going to have to report to the pits because something has been deemed unsafe.
And as they come to Stirling's, Vic Cullen hasn't given up, as you suggested he wouldn't, and he's now coming up alongside the Mustang as they go down under the bridge towards Clearways, but the Mustang pulls ahead on power as it comes into the corner, and Michael Whitaker now is closing in on Vic Cullen. They're pretty equidistantly spaced, but Vic Cullen is quicker through Clearways into Clark Curve. We know he's not as quick down the pit straight because that's where he was overtaken. Michael Whitaker goes for it straight away, but Vic Cullen says no you don't, and stays on the inside, defends his line through, almost gets up to the back of the leading car as he does that. He should close in as they go up to Druids, because the Cortina will be able to brake later as it turns into the right-hander, and he does. He closes in on the red and gold car, but look at Michael Whitaker now, comes up alongside, squirts the power of the Mustang down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, but once again Vic Cullen, very quick driver, defends his line into Graham Hill, but I think, Bruce, it's going to be a change of place as they go along the straight towards, in fact it's going to happen now, it's in Surtees, yes. Michael Whitaker goes through into second place.
Well, it's very difficult when you've got a faster, more powerful car behind you. You're having to drive defensively, and what does that do? It makes you on a line that's not optimal. And that certainly has been the case with Vic Cullen. He's now got to accept that third place might be the best. But you know what? The pace of Michael Whitaker now up into second place. Look at him, car number 49. Yeah, he's second, but he just banged in the fastest lap of the race by, well, you know what? Best lap of the race by over half a second. So we've got 6.5 minutes remaining in this race. He could yet catch our race leader, the Johnson and Ross Mustang, the red one with the gold roof. Yes, he's certainly closing in. And I tell you what, very spectacular on television, as you can see in these moving shots. The flame out from the second place Mustang as he brakes. Just a dab of the brakes as they approach Paddock Hill Bend. We'll look for that next time around. Vic Cullen trying to hang on in his pale aquamarine and white Lotus Cortina. Makes a nice change from seeing white with that sort of green dart, the olive green dart down the side. Do things differently, it can pay off, but a little mini in the way. I couldn't call them little mini, it's only in the point of comparison. He has got a sub-size one, it's a normal size. And in the start finish straight, I tell you what, Mike Whitaker's car looks like it's got a bit more get up and go down the start straight, and crosses in second place. Vic Cullen, though, just carries so much speed, has to carry speed to get into Paddock Hill Bend. He's got to try and stay in the mix. It could still just yet work out for him, but only if these top two slightly delayed themselves by, let's say, outbraking themselves into Druid. And in fact, the leading car, the Johnson Ross Mustang, was braking as late as was possible. And then Mike Whitaker swinging out very wide. He's certainly happy to hang his tail up. These look totally even, but I'm beginning to think, hold on, it's a very hot day at Brands Hatch. We're getting quite deep into a 45-minute race. What state are their tyres going to be? Not as fresh as they might like, and that could give hope to the Lotus Cortina that's leading the best of the rest class in third place for Vic Cullen.
There was a change on that last lap as well for fourth place while we were concentrating on the leaders. Fred Shepherd, I think, will have taken over from Bill Shepherd to finish the race, so probably Fred Shepherd on board against Ollie Law, and they've changed places. So it's fourth place now, the 47 Mustang of the Shepherds, and in fifth place the number 70 Cortina of the Laws, and then it's Lawrence Claridge, number 117 in his Cortina, in sixth place.
We expected entertainment. Entertainment we most definitely have here. And any time you mix little against large, powerful against handling, you get this combination. At certain points around the circuit, some cars are sweeter than others, and vice versa. And that's why we're having so many positions chopping and changing. But always the cars with the biggest Ford engines were going to be the ones that came to the front, because 4.7 litres, it's not really that fair, is it? It's racing cars with 1600 cc's, whether twin cam or not. And then of course the minis under 1300 cc. So all playing the game very differently, but they've entertained us so far. We've still got 4 minutes to go in this race. Johnson Ross leading by 0.46 of a second across the line. This time around it's going to come down, surely a little bit less, 0.34 of a second. And still Vic Cullen hangs on. He's only about 1.5 seconds further back in third place. And just trying to see if he's going to be caught by the next, the Mustangs. No, he's got a suitable advantage surely to carry through to the finish.
So up to Druids they go, and it's absolutely nose to tail now, about half a Mustang length, which is about 4 mini lengths, down to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. And it's a question now of whether Michael Whittaker will choose to go through on this lap, or whether he's actually at his fastest pace, because he's closed right up on the Johnson Ross Mustang, but closing is one thing, getting past is another. I think we'll find out now as they go on to the long straight down towards the right-hander at Hawthorns, and a good line there through for the second place car of Michael Whittaker, very experienced driver in this car, and he closes up, he pulls out to the side, thinks about a line down, but I don't think you can really overtake on the inside down into Hawthorn, so he drops in behind, but then closes up and tries to get alongside as they go down through Dingledale into Sheen Curve, through Westfield, then down into Dingledale. And will he try and get through on the drop down the hill? He's certainly almost alongside, but Vic Cullen's there as well. He's still in it, isn't he?
He's still in the mix. They're slightly compromising each other. They both had to pass the Plymouth Barracuda at the start of Pilgrim's Drop. Maybe it narrowed the track for them, but just all Vic Cullen can do, he can't overtake them in a straight battle. But if they get sideways, then he can start to come through. But he's hanging in there, living more in hope than anything else. So we'll have this lap, but we'll have one further lap beyond. I commentated in a race yesterday when it was a 4-hour race, and the chap, the race leader, went on to the final lap. He was 12 seconds too early. He had another 25 kilometres of racing, but this time up the inside, there is no inside, because Austin A40 has closed out that option for Michael Whittaker into and around the A40. They go, beautiful Pininfarina design. They've got no chance to look at that right now as they head through. In the background, Vic Cullen lost out in the traffic there, but this is surely the penultimate lap, and trying to place the cars in the right location. Still sideways, Vic Cullen just lost the momentum to stay with them. That was unfortunate, because I thought as they came across traffic he wouldn't quite do it, but again it was very tight on the clock whether we get this lap and one more, but we're fairly convinced this is the penultimate lap. Doing the maths very quickly, but sometimes when your car is tiring, and if you can back it off and just in a timed race make one lap shorter duration, it can be to your advantage, but it's very, very hard indeed. Who's going to be top mini? Let's have a look down the order on that front. In the roads class, it's the Colburn Flock car that now appears to be top of that pack. Positions changing all the time. That's car number 21. That's Richard Colburn and Dare Flock, so they've done well. That's one of the most fraught elements of the race, but it's so hard to draw your eyes away from this lead battle. The Johnson Ross car, it's been up and down, but the Michael Whittaker car giving chase, number 49, was more down than up, but now is very much on the up as it closes in, as they go down the hill, up and down. Great entertainment.
Yes, unfortunately, going back to the roads class, the Kendall and Bullen Brown car retired to the pits on the last lap. That was the leading car in that class. But the leaders overall and for the Sears class come through. Lovely sideways driving from the leader, but we think perhaps a little bit too sideways for Michael Whittaker. We wonder perhaps now whether his rear tyres are saying, Michael, look, you've really been pasting me for nearly 45 minutes. Give me a break, will you? So he's, because he seems to, the back of the car seems less planted than the lead car, and as they go across the line into Paddock Hill Bend for the last time, so one further lap they will do, and this is it for Michael Whittaker. He has to close in. Oh, and the Ross and Johnson car goes onto the gravel at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, so he's struggling with his tyres as well. He managed to keep just two wheels onto the tarmac, so was able to take the corner, but definitely lost some time there. And down into Graham Hill Bend they come. Michael Whittaker closing in a little as they turn, but unlike 5 laps ago, Michael is really having to work hard to get the car to turn into the corner, to rotate it through the corner. and that gives Vic Cullen a bit of a chance, doesn't it? If these two Mustangs can't make it at full speed round the rest of the lap, then Vic will be there. And Michael Whittaker off again at the exit of Surtees. I'm pretty convinced his rear tyres have gone.
It's all or nothing, and so yes, Vic Cullen could pick it up. He's not close enough. The Jaguar Mark II, they're going to pick their way past that, but it's where you find the back markers. The pace they've been setting at the front of the field is astonishing, but you expect a very well-driven Mustang to be, way quicker than some of the cars in the field. So no disrespect for anyone down towards the tail of the field, but in fact, the way they had an adjustment for position from our race leader, we had to jink around the Mustang, and that gave a little bit of hope, a little bit of succour to Michael Whittaker, none whatsoever to Vic Cullen. He's on the wrong side of it as they get up the hill to Sheen Curve. But this is the final lap. The last time at full racing 3 speed through Stirling, a corner that took out our cars from 3rd and 4th positions very early in the race. Had a safety car, tails out from both of the Mustangs at the front, full chat down the slope into clearways they go, just Clark Curve to follow into the compression, up the gentle rise onto the start finish straight, and surely enough, sure that our pole starting car, Matt Johnson, Robert Ross, will take victory. It won't be a lot, maybe half a second. What a race for them in the Top Hat Pre-66 touring race, and massive accolades to Vic Cullen coming home in 3rd place in his Lotus Cortina, and not too far behind the Shepherd family Mustang, just crosses the line in 4th, and the best of the rest. Here it comes now, slightly sub-showroom class as it comes over with its dented nose, is the Law family Lotus Cortina in 5th. Well, that was a fantastic race, and waiting to see who gets the prize to be the top mini challenger in the roads class. Should be the Colburn and Flock car, Richard Colburn and Dare Flock. They've done well. They kept out of trouble as much as anything because the mini class was a little bit decimated. Just ask Alec Brundle.
There's still a question mark over the winner of the roads class because Colburn and Flock were slightly slower over the last few laps than Ollie Samways, who's trying to recover from that spin at Surtees a few laps ago. So here they come into clearways now. It is still the 21 car of Colburn and Flock that's ahead, but there's not much in it as he makes his way round Clark Curve towards the finishing line, and it's the red and white number 21 that takes the roads class, but the gap between him and the green number 12 car of Ollie Samways was only 0.8 of a second across the timing line.
Well, that was considerable fun. Yes, there were a couple of hiatuses, and let's face it, it was made more interesting by the top runners not being able to dive in as soon as the pit window opened when there was a safety car out on the track. But the cars peel off at the end of the Cooper Straight, and some report to the cool and the shade of the garage. There's Michael Whittaker, came home in 2nd place, and it wasn't for want of trying, but our race-winning Mustang, car number 16 in the background of the shot, and the best of the Lotus Cortinas in 3rd place for Victor Cullen. They're sure to have stories to swap. That was a real race of up and down. I'll tell you what, no one's going to look particularly cool after this race. That would have been a very hot racing environment. Could have cooled down a little bit after this, during the safety car periods, but not really that much. So what a run for the Top Hat racers there. Brilliant pre-66 touring car action.
It would have been fun to park Ollie Law's car just behind Vic Cullen's car to see if the dents matched, wouldn't it?
Fitting together a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, just waiting for the drivers to hove into view to get out of the cockpits. I'm sure they've got stories to tell, and we will catch them as soon as we can. But yeah, the many gesticulations and a lot of weary drivers there. The moment the adrenaline stops, you get out of the car, just removing your hands device can be hard enough. But for the winning crew, there is that extra delight of getting to have a quick interview with Alex Legui, and we will go down as soon as the signal is buzzed into our ears, but certainly some happy stories. So let's go down, with no further ado, to Alex Legui.
Matt, that was brilliant. Michael didn't make it easy for you. Those last few laps, they were great to watch.
Yeah, no, it might be okay to watch. I'd have swapped with you. It was a lovely race, wasn't it? The cars were, Mike was really quick, and we just sort of held on. It wasn't easy though. Rob did brilliant. Obviously didn't get the best start, but picked them off and got us out front.
Yeah.
So we're delighted.
How were those tyres for those last few laps?
Yeah, well, mine were worse than Mike's, that's for sure.
Yeah, I thought
but
so.
I thanked everybody and Stevie, who did, just amazing team effort, and it's great, isn't it?
Yeah,
win's
really,
a win, isn't it?
It really is. A win's a win. Let's head over here and quickly grab Michael if we can. Feel like you're just biding your time, hoping that there'd either be a mistake or those tyres would have officially gone.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. I think also if I was a bit more fit, would have had more fight in me. I was really knackered by the end of that.
Good skills. We enjoyed watching that. I'm hoping that we can just grab Victor. You were waiting. You're just waiting for the fun to happen, weren't you, between these two? Talk us through from your perspective.
It was tough. It was a tough race, you know. With the incident in the first couple of laps, it was really good. We ended up kind of roughly P3, and then we led the race because the first safety car we managed to get in, get out, and then second safety car, 2 Mustangs were in and out. And that meant we track position. So then we were right at the front and praying, maybe another safety car, praying for it to keep the pace, but the lads came through, they're just far too quick, and I managed to stay with them at the end, but it was almost a good race between me and Justin as well. So, you know, it was a really good race. It's great to be able to have these cars and to race side by side. Mustangs have the grunt on the straights though, you're never going to catch them.
Amazing job. Provided us with lots of entertainment. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, next up, something for very, very different. It's our pre-war sports cars are about to head out. Check this out.
So I'm here with Clive Morley. Clive, this is your Bentley, which, and it's the bane of my life whenever I'm doing an entry list, the 3/4.5 litre.
Right.
Explain the 3/4.5 litre to me.
Very simple. It's a 3 litre chassis with modified 4.5 engine in it. When I say modified, it obviously would have had a 3 litre, and that was their form of modifying, to shove another engine in it, a bigger engine.
It's quite an American way of modifying, isn't it? Well, what's it like driving? Because, I mean, you took me for a little drive in it last year, actually, and I remember thinking just how unbelievably visceral it is to be in a car like this. What's it like? So I think we did about 40 miles an hour. What's it like driving at 100 in a circuit like Brands Hatch where it's narrow and tree-lined? And
Yeah, well, funny enough, the Bentleys are surprisingly an amazing car to drive. They drive beautifully, they steer well, it centralises nicely. And at 40 mile an hour, you can use it as a shopping car, providing you don't have the shocks too high, or you can drive it at 110, and it's really stable, very predictable, and reasonably forgiving. You know, so you can catch it if you need to.
Reasonably forgiving.
Yeah. But like a lot of these cars, you know, if you do, you know, they can bite if you're not careful. But normally, you know, if you know what you're doing. I've been racing these for 40 years now, so I like to think I know roughly my way around a Bentley.
40? I don't believe you're a day over 21, Clive.
This is where it all began, pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These are machines running in road-going trim, wings, lights, even pump fuel, as close to possible to how they originally raced. This grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect, physically demanding, mechanically complex and often unforgiving. Now, teammate VJ is up here in pole position. Just how tricky is it going to be to keep this position, turn this into a win?
Well, I have to admit that the pole position is courtesy my friend Patrick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a quick car. It's fun to drive. But there are other hugely powerful Bentleys out there. And this is a fast circuit, so I'll do the best I can and enjoy myself.
When we spoke to Pat after his quali lap, he said that you guys would just go and spend some time analysing, that you're in a particularly good position to be able to actually have some more data from the car. What did you learn from qualifying that you have changed or can put into play for this race?
This is the very first time that I have driven at Brands Hatch. So I have a lot of track learning to do myself. And that session that we had with the computer was very helpful.
Yeah.
Come on, chop chop,
All right.
gotta go motor racing.
All right, fine, Pat. That's it. Let them out. Yeah, so if you've been watching through the weekend, you'll have already seen how challenging these cars are. They're heavy, they're physical. Drivers aren't reacting, they're anticipating. Over a race distance, it becomes very, very important to be, well, it's not just about working with the car and understanding it and managing it, preserving it, and still racing it around Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. None of that is easy. beautiful pieces of kit. And what skill we see from our drivers as they head out. Amazing, let's go racing. Bruce, Alistair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex, from our eyrie up above the circuit. It's very hard not to look out the window. We have to concentrate from the screen. But for these pre-war cars, it's just lovely to have them out. So many different shapes and sizes. And I think it was all summed up in many ways by Pat Blakeney-Edwards at the end, pointing out that though that BMW that he put on pole position, the 328, was built in the late 1930s, it really was the essence of the 1950s. It was ahead in terms of technology of a lot of the cars in behind. Just remember, some of them are the wrong side, well, right side, depends which way you're looking at it from, of 100 years old in this race. And so there was a huge passage of time from the little to the large to the little, the cars with huge headlights that really wouldn't have helped their aerodynamic progress. But up at the front is the Vijay Mallya, Pat Blakeney-Edwards BMW on pole, the Llewellyns alongside in their Bentley, and then more Bentleys on the second row, the Hudson Morley car, and the Fisher & Bradley Aston Martin team car very much up in the mix. Clive Morley goes with Bentley, it's the family law. It's in 5th place overall. Alex Hewitt's alongside. Then another Aston Martin, a speed bottle for the Skipper with an Armstrong combo alongside. Look out for car number 35, the little 3-wheel Morgan Super Aero, driven with such gusto by Sue Derbyshire. And then working on down the order, Riley's in the mix as well. Look, this fabulous field. Just think that most of these cars were built in the 1930s and they're still racing here now. And some of the cars in the field have been raced consistently since just after the Second World War. So they all raced before the war, but the fact that some sort of entered their second phase of life fully 80 years ago is just truly extraordinary. So there we have a grid of 19 starters with the Ozan family Aston Martin bringing up the rear. But Alistair, the stage is set.
It is, yes, and this is one of the favourite races for many people because apart from the fact that the cars look so different and such wonderful styles and beautiful shapes on these cars at this time that they were built, but you can see the drivers working away, particularly the larger Bentleys where the drivers sit up in beg sort of style, sitting up on top of the transmission. And so you can see them working away. And those Talbot team cars, they look a little bit ungainly. They're very tall, but they were extremely effective in period. And they finished third at Le Mans twice in 1931 and 32. So they were effective cars. There's one there with the grille, big grille at the front. But the 46 Bentley there, the blue car, not green like most Bentleys, is the Wiltshire family car. That's a car that Duncan's been racing for many, many years, and it's good to see that still racing because that was built, the Morley car, in 1928, so it is just coming up to its 100th birthday.
Well, it's truly extraordinary. Sort of pre-aerodynamic days, but the way they delivered their power was torque rather than the ultimate, peaky horsepower. It was low revving, but for endurance racing, which a lot of the races naturally were a lot longer in period. That's why, looking at the Talbots, you mentioned where was their forte. It was the longer races, so mechanical reliability. But in those days, events like Le Mans, it didn't become a flat-out sprint until about 10 years ago. A lot of the time, it was getting it on through the night. But look at the headlights on these cars; they did go racing through the night. It didn't help them aerodynamically. Those that raced at Brooklands wouldn't need headlights, so they'd be slightly sleeker at the front end. But here we have little and large, the Llewellyn family. Bentley on the upper side of the shot, the lower side is our pole starting car. Vijay Mallya sharing that with Pat Blakeney-Edwards. This race scheduled for 30 minutes. It's the pre-war sports car, race one. We've got the second to bring the flag down at the end of the day, waiting for the start. You'd expect Bentley to have more grunt and get its nose in front, but it won't be so good into the opening corner. Well, the Llewellyns know this car so well, and they do indeed dive in, and Vijay Mallya actually being pushed really quite hard from behind. Will second become third? And the answer to that is yes, he'll be hanging on. But for Llewellyns, thank you very much. Up into Druids they go, and it arrived in the lead, exit in the lead, about a second clear already.
And Vijay Mallya going backwards, as he would happily admit, he is not the quicker driver in this car. That is definitely Patrick Blakeney-Edwards. And so Vijay just sliding back down through the field. But the main thing is, he's enjoying himself. That's what it's all about.
It's his first time at Brands Hatch. There's a lot to learn. It's a very, very complicated circuit. But for the Llewellyns, they got the jump at the start, a bit more horsepower. The Talbot started to come up the order, as you'd expect, because they've got plenty of grunt. That's Tom Rawlins It's a car prepared by I.S. Paulson, who is the absolute expert in all things Talbot of the period. But look, that is a tidy lead. Wait for him. Oh, here comes a rival. So we do have competition here, but make hay while the sun shines. The sun's most certainly been shining, slightly clouding over a bit here at Brands Hatch, but still, don't be fooled by that. It's very, very unseasonably warm here.
The Talbot car you talked about there, it's in is it 4th or 5th place, but that was one of the works cars, the team cars from 1934. So that would have raced at places like Le Mans and Brooklands, and here it is still racing all these years later. But it's one of the Bentleys. We have a few Bentleys in this race, but it's one of the Bentleys that leads. It's the Llewellyns. The Llewellyn family for 3 generations have been racing and building Bentleys, as have the Morleys, the 2 families most linked with Bentley. There's that Talbot team car making its way through the left-hand Stirlings, and at the back of the shot there on our live stream was Sue Derbyshire, so I think that puts her up into about 6th place, but we'll check as they come across the line. But Sue Derbyshire in the little 3-wheel Morgan always gets that higher up the order than you perhaps think would be possible. End of the first lap, it's the Llewellyn Bentley that leads number 3, and we haven't been told start drivers, but we think perhaps Oliver Llewellyn has started this one. We'll hand over to his father, Tim.
Right, Alex Hewitson, very good start for him. The Riley 12.4 TT Sprite Rep, that's just turning in, following to 3rd place is the Morley family car. That's car number 6, that's the 4.5 litre, driven by Clive Morley. And the order shaking around. I'm just looking to see where Vijay Mallya dropped to. He went from 2nd on the grid down to 11th place. So when he hands over to Pat Edwards, Pat's got one job: overtake. But I'm sure Vijay will be picking up the pace. But a nearly 6-second margin from the Llewellyn Bentley back to the best of the rest. And as I said, the best of the rest is Alex Hewitson in the Riley 12.4, and he's got Clive Morley right up his rear, the tail of his car, in 3rd place overall. Leader down to Pilgrim's Drop, starting to rise towards Hawthorns, and then comes a 2nd place battle, and the power of the Bentley in 2nd, and just moving into 2nd. There goes Clive Morley. So again, he's got the grunt, but the little Riley is that bit more nimble. So other points on the circuit, look at the dimensional differences. Roughly the same length, but narrower, lower is that little Riley car. And of course, made for Brooklands, you needed it to be as aerodynamic as it could be. You needed to be able to handle the bumps, because famously the speed oval section was phenomenally bumpy back in period.
And yes, at the same time when Le Mans was being run, where the Bentleys were so successful, the track wasn't tarmacked. It was still a rough road. It started out as very much a sort of a dirt and gravel road, but it gradually got improved. But in the period that these cars were racing there, it was very much an endurance event on an unmade surface, so you needed a really strong car. And actually they used to have to put the hoods up for a certain period of time in the early stages.
Yeah, something like the first, let's say 10 or 12 laps. It wasn't a long period, but you can imagine the moment you're rushing and trying to put it down. Looking at the start, it was just total torque and grunt that put the Bentley clear of Vijay. Vijay now is on the inside line going to Paddock Hill Bend. The little Riley that Alex Hewitson made a little move, but he was blocked off. But for Vijay, it was a case of doesn't have the knowledge of the car or of the circuit. He was going to fall back, and he has done precisely that, but how far he falls really delineates exactly how much of a charge Pat Blakeney-Edwards will need to mount to see if he can get it back up towards the front. But I think that the balanced driving pair of Oliver and Tim Llewellyn with the Bentley they know so well, they're 11 and a bit seconds clear after 2 racing laps. That will only continue to extend. For things to change, we need Pat Blakeney-Edwards to get into the BMW 328 that he took from nowhere to put on pole position in qualifying. But with every lap that he's not in the car, can't get into the car until the pit window opens, he's going to have to be twiddling his thumbs and fingers and thinking, come on, give me a go, because that's going to be harder and harder. But down the order, again, these little and large battles. Car number 46, the Duncan and Freddie Wiltshire Bentley 3 litre, sitting high and handsome, with rather smaller rivals tucked in all around it. Here's Vijay Mallya in the little BMW 328, and tucked in behind is probably one of the most illustrious cars in the field. It's the Alfa Romeo 8C Zagato Spider of Martin Halusa. He's showing that with Sam Jordan, and that's a car that competed 3 times in the Mille Miglia, finishing 6th on one of those occasions, and that really was an enduro back in the day, 1,000 miles over Italian mountain roads.
And nice to know that Martin in interview a few years ago said, yeah, they still use the car on the road, they go shopping in it, take the kids to school. Well, if you owned a Maserati 8C, I suppose that's what you'd want to do. Use the car. That's what it's built for. It was a machine. Just happens to be very beautiful and extremely expensive.
Well, let's face it, the difference between road cars and racing cars wasn't so great back then. But anyhow, just in the mix. It's just lovely to see these cars. Many of them made for very different purposes to each other. There's Vijay Mallya. Sees Force India writing on his overalls, must have got those out back of the cupboard. And then the Thoroughbred, well, they're both Thoroughbreds. That BMW 328 really was ahead of its time, and if there hadn't been the Second World War, what it would have followed in the next few years, I'm sure would have been enormous. But by the time the war was over, then they started developing it again, so it didn't seem such an enormous jump thereafter. And now, look at this, leaning down. This is a car where we're looking down the order, and it's the Dowding car, number 22, the Riley Brooklands again. Smaller, lower, and the fact that he's hunkered so far down in the cockpit behind that little aero screen, again, just trying to get yourself out of the airstream, trying to make your car aerodynamic, and also not have all the buffeting. These drivers, you think about them running down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans in something like the big Bentleys, you're sitting up high, you've got a little aero screen, but you're still going to be batting around by the airstream as you work your way through it. Make it very physical and tiring.
And in this short 30-minute race, but with a mandatory pit stop, the pit stop takes place between the 10th and 20th minutes. So we've already had nearly 8 minutes. So the pit stop window will open shortly. So in terms of Vijay Mallya, if he wants to get his car higher up in the race finishing order, as opposed to driving for as long as he can in the car, and he'll happily admit he's not the quick driver, so the best strategy would be for Vijay to come in as soon as he can after 10 minutes, hand over to Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, which gives Patrick 2/3 of the race to try and recover that car to a higher position, because we know he's the quickest car out there. He put the car on pole position, but Vijay may say, no, I want to carry on driving my car and enjoying myself, which is fine. So we'll see whether Vijay chooses to come in the next couple of minutes.
You know what, though? He's in the middle of a 4-car battle, actually a 5-car battle. So he's having fun. He's tucked in behind him is number 27, which is the Aston Martin 1598 of Peter Dubsky. Behind Dubsky, we've got one of the two Talbots. That's the car from Chris Lunn. And these are all covered by under a second, the gaps. And then you go back to the Wiltshire family car. That's in the mix as well. And just in front of Vijay, not too far, having just made the move on the last lap, is Martin Halusa in his Alfa Romeo 8C. So he's got people to play with on a track that is sensational. He's never raced here before. So it depends, does he want to win or does he want to have fun? And I guess he's got to make that choice.
That's absolutely right, it's his choice to make. Sue Derbyshire's up to 5th place in the 3-wheel Morgan, number 35. She's just passed our timing line here. She's on her way down, just going round Druids now actually. And if you're spectating on the faster part of the circuit, or you see her on our live stream, you'll see how Sue hunkers down, as you described in that Riley earlier on. She gets right down behind the aero screen to minimise the pressure on her, but also the speed through the air. She wants to get the car as fast as possible, and unbelievably that little 3-wheel Morgan is geared to do 110 miles an hour here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, rather her than me in many ways, but now one of the most beautiful cars in the race is this 8C Alfa Romeo. Just think about this, going around the passes in middle Italy, and a lot of the roads there, you take them in modern days and you think they're just Italian mountain roads, not realising the likes of that unbelievable Mercedes 300 SLR with Dennis Jenkinson reading the notes on his little rotating box, and Sterling Moss weaving his magic. Astonishing. Couldn't be more different to here. But the fact you can drive along the roads now without even knowing they were the real roads, and you suddenly go, no, but I was doing 45 miles an hour. They were having an average of over double that, so quite sensational.
And reaching speeds of 150, 160 miles an hour on the straights.
And through villages.
Yes, incredible. It's a lovely example here. What you'd call, if you look at this car closely in the paddock, what you'd call patina. And this is Edward Bradley's Aston Martin. Car number 2, the red car, the Aston Martin Ulster from 1935. And Aston Martin were, at this period, a very successful manufacturer. They started up not long before this, and they were making cars which were winning international motor races. And Aston Martin Ulster was named after the area of Northern Ireland, Ulster, where the TT took place. And Edward Bradley's had this car and raced it for many, many years, and I don't think it's seen a sponge or any soap in the 90 years that it's been around. It's just lovely to look at. Here's Sue Derbyshire. Now, if you're watching our live stream or if you're on the side of the track, look at the front of the car, 2 cylinders in a V formation. That's it, that's all she's got, 2 cylinders, each one of them around 600cc. And the valve gear at the top of the engine, opening and closing the valves, is completely exposed. You can see all that hanging out at the front. There's Sue right down behind the steering wheel. It's chain driven, this car, so she has 2 cogs, 2 gears, that's it, and she moves an external lever to transfer the drive from one chain to another, and that changes the gears. She changed the cogs for this meeting, and she said she geared it for 110 miles an hour. There she is, hunched down.
Could she get
wheel.
any closer to that steering wheel? That gives her all the purchase, but you know that's the closest thing to a single-seater we have in this race. Her height relative to the track surface. Compare it to our race leader Llewellyn sitting high on their fantastic Bentley. That's from 1927, whereas Sue's car is only a couple of years later, but some good racing down the field, and it's a really great bunches just coming through just outside the top 10. We've got 5 cars again covered by approximately 5 seconds, so a slip here or whatever and things could all change. But you know what, they're being caught by our race leader. The Llewellyn Bentley is turning into Paddock Hill Bend and is going to catch the tail of this long field of cars. Last time round he was about 20 seconds clear. And oh dear, into the pits goes
mandatory stop.
Oh, mandatory stop, it's already started. Yes, pit window open, well done. So Vijay Mallya has decided he's had enough fun and he's handed over to Blatey Edwards. So I think he's had that barometer, fun or victory. So he's decided to opt for victory, and the only hope is to put Pat Blatey Edwards in as soon as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. So now you can watch the number 135 BMW 328 of Vijay Mallya handed over now to the car's preparer, Patrick Blatey Edwards, Blatey Motorsport, and he will now take the car to the finish, but he will be significantly quicker than Vijay, so we should see him start to move up the order. And also in a couple of other cars have come in for their mandatory stops. From 3rd place we've had in number 6, that's Clive Morley in the Bentley 3.4.5. That car was running 2nd early on in the race. And then it's the Skipworth Armstrong car, number 75, the Aston Martin Speed model of Stephen Skipworth, who's handed over to his co-driver Nigel Armstrong now.
Yeah, and also Alex Hewitson popped in as well. So Sue Derbyshire up into 2nd place. She was 5th. And for Oliver Llewellyn handing over to Tim shortly, he's built a gap of, well, the gap was 19 and just going to around 20 seconds, but by the fact that the cars in 2nd, 3rd and 4th all dived into the pits, it's listed as 40 seconds. That was the gap that had been 1st to 5th, which is Sue Derbyshire. Sue's now up into 2nd place, but for a lot of the cars, into the pits, out of the pits, on they go. But for Llewellyns, with that tidy margin, you feel that they can choose the timing of their pit stop and may continue for yet another lap. In fact, they do precisely that. The green Bentley sweeping onto the start-finish straight. There's Sue Derbyshire down low. I mean, there's not much you can't see about how that car works, the way it's sitting out front. Great explanation of the 2 chains that she opts between, but again, it's just when that burst on the scene, you must be going, what exactly is this you brought along to our race circuit? And then to see it driving, and then the penny drops. That was the sort of determination of much smaller cars made for handling, whereas that wasn't the original requirement for most cars in competition. It was speed and endurance that counted in the early days.
Also, I think it counted as a motorcycle, so the road tax was less as well, which makes it more attractive. But quite how you fitted 2 people and their luggage in that when you went on holiday, nobody knows. Another car to watch, it's just come into the pit lane, number 21, which has been started by its owner, Mark Fisher, but it's been handed over to international racing driver, tester, coach, does about everything, Richard Bradley, who is Edward's son. Richard Bradley has had success at Le Mans, hasn't he, Bruce? And he's now taken over number 21.
Yeah, did a lot of his racing in the Far East, and if you want to get him really excited, talk to him about trains. Trains is his specialist subject, but the fact is he has probably driven and tested more racing cars than almost anyone else on the planet. He's obviously a very good development driver too, and he gets a huge amount of experience. As I've said before, get him on social media. Right, our race leader, car number 3, just galloping at consistently the fastest lap of the race. around. In fact, the fastest lap of the race he has set is over 6 seconds, well, it's roughly 6 seconds quicker than anyone else has managed. So the Llewellyn family, they know their Bentleys, as you pointed out, Alistair, third generation getting to go out and play. It's also third generation to race the same car. I mean, that is truly extraordinary.
Yes, when you people like the Llewellyns and the Morleys, they may have a Bentley, it doesn't go anywhere. It races, it's maybe driven on the road, it goes into their workshop, into the barn.
Is it like a Patek Philippe ad saying, Patek Philippe is not a watch, it's a timepiece, it's to be handed down through the generations? This is far better than a watch.
Exactly.
Far better than a watch.
Yeah, they don't come up for sale.
No, quite right, and I love that. I absolutely love that concept. But again, hand signals very, very clear as Oliver Llewellyn brings it in. Tim about to take over, so driver out, driver in, and again, it's going fine. Going as usual? Yeah, fine, good. That's all you need to know, of course, with the knowledge of just how these cars work. Actually, big car, but you see it's still quite a squeeze to fit in with the tonneau cover fitted. It's you climb in, over, slide your legs down. Just felt quiet because I just wanted to listen to the engine notes as that Bentley gets going again. 1927. Next year they get the birthday cake out. A century will be on the clock, and it will still be being raced. And that is the beautiful knowledge that we all have. It should come back out onto the track in the lead of the race, looking to see where the car that ought to be second, which will be Alex Hewitson. He's only now coming down from Stirling's to burst into the stadium section. So job done. Remember, before the pit stops, it was just around the 20-second margin that Oliver Llewellyn had built up. Father Tim now at the wheel, and we'll see how that gap goes out or in. We don't know yet, do we?
We don't, and we need to, when they come across the line for the first time, we'll get the first.
There it goes across now, 25 seconds. So there's been no gain during the pit stop particularly, maybe 2 or 3 seconds.
And the third place car comes through, number 6, and that is a further 6 seconds behind. Then it's the Rawlings Talbot team car comes through 4 further seconds behind. Sue Derbyshire comes through in 5th place, so she's retained her 6th place.
You sort of expected everybody would stay in those positions, but let's start looking at the progress of the... OK, well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to say, by the way, that Pat Blakeney-Edwards already set the second fastest lap of the race, is up to 11th. He'll continue to climb, but let's catch up. Alex Legui down the pit lane with Ollie Llewellyn.
Yes, Ollie, hello. That was amazing first in. Tell me what the conversation was. What did you say as you handed the car over?
Good luck and Godspeed. I mean, aim with this car is basically go as fast as we can at the beginning until Patrick gets hold of handing over from VJ, and I'm sure he's going to be catching up as fast as he can. So hopefully the old man can keep it out in front until the checkered flag, but we'll see.
Okay, nicely done. So it all sounds quite positive out there. How are the tyres faring?
They cook after about 1 lap, so does the driver, so they're holding on in there, but hopefully they will towards the end of the race.
It looks a lot of fun. Well, hopefully we'll see you and have another conversation down at the end.
We'll see.
Good.
Even on Father's Day, you get called the old man as a father. It's a terrible, terrible passage of time. Right, anyhow, Tim Llewellyn leading the race with tyres that apparently have been cooked already. VJ Malia handed over to Pat Blakeney-Edwards, and the fastest lap on the board beforehand was set by the driver we just heard from, Ollie Llewellyn. He did a 2 minutes 2.4. Pat Blakeney-Edwards has done something that's 9/10 of a second faster. Admittedly, he is way back in terms of the clock. He's 1 minute and 46 seconds, so 106 seconds down. Doing some rudimentary maths with only 10 minutes left, he's not going to hit the very front. But how high up the order Pat Blakeney-Edwards could propel that BMW 328 remains to be seen, but he's not going to stop from trying. So the very early pit stop, the first car into the pits, as soon as the pit window opened, was VJ Malia, handing over to Pat Blakeney-Edwards. The car's up to 11th. It had been running in 19th place, so 8 places gained. We'll see how much more can be caught.
And that's certainly a car to watch around the sweeps of Brands Hatch Circuit. Just wonderful to watch somebody like Patrick Blakeney-Edwards take a car as old as this and just grab it by the scruff of the neck and get around the circuit in the fastest possible time. And it's quite unbelievable how he drives cars. He's a Fraser Nash specialist, and those cars have to be driven sideways because they are chain driven. And he is a master of that. But he's taken to this BMW of Vijay Mallya as well. Number 135 is the car. He's up to 11th place, but it's still that Llewellyn lead. It was what, about 24-25 seconds? It still is 23.5 seconds first to second.
Yeah, the big question is what sort of pace Alex Hewitson, who's in second place in that blue Riley TT Sprite Rep, can do. But his best lap in this race so far is 2 minutes 6.9 seconds. What to see on the end of this lap, the driver of that number 3 Bentley, it's the father of Llewellyn, it's Tim Llewellyn. See what he can manage, because if he's managing something around 2 minutes 6 seconds, there's going to be no gain from the chaser, and therefore he can protect that buffer, but we'll get to see. But he knows this car very well. He drives it right towards the edge of the circuit, but a little margin of error just built in, because as the drivers have been saying, just heard from Ollie, tyres good for one lap, then they really go off, so there's no point pushing it right to the edge. This is Pat Blayton-Edwards, car number 135. Look at the adjustment as he works his way around, gaining as much speed as he can from corner in to corner out, and then down to Graham Hill Bend. Much tighter turn than it was in his earlier days here at Brands Hatch. 100 years of racing at Brands Hatch we're celebrating this year. Still extraordinary. Let's see, his lap time last time was 2 minutes 1.5. And I'm waiting to see the gap between Tim Llewellyn. He did a 2 minutes 6, so his first flying lap in the race-leading Bentley matches the best pace at any point of Alex Hewitson. And Alex, that means that he's not going to be able to gain it, so it's gone to 24 seconds. But being caught, however, by setting some really quick laps is Clive Morley, the number 6 Bentley, who was closing in, and he was almost 2 seconds a lap faster than the car he's chasing for second place. Up to Druids they go, so he's closing in the gap between them with just 1.1 seconds. They're nose to tail, bar a car length or so. So the little Riley Sprite has a little more handling, but the Clive Morley driven Bentley has got a little bit more grunt. Oh, and by the way, Pat Blayton-Edwards has gained a couple of positions. He's up to 9th place. He's going to rise a few more on this lap. His next target is 7 seconds up. Yeah, he could probably do that in one lap, maybe gaining another place in that BMW 328.
Just waiting for him to come through into the Indy circuit section of the circuit.
Just arrived now, bursting into the sunshine. Clearways becomes Clark Curve. Taking it out to the edge, there's the rear shot, showing again how a driver in historic cars really work their tyres. He's gained a place probably in the next quarter of a lap, because he crosses the line. Pat Blayton-Edwards in 9th place. His next target is car number 77, the Robert Blakemore Simon Borum speed model Aston Martin. That's dark red, down into the compression it goes. By the time they get to Druids, look, that BMW, the dark flash in the background, won't catch him before the corner, but will probably try and is he going to go wide in and then tight out, but he's going to pass him. It's quite a tricky section of the circuit here, because if you don't get past before Graham Hill Bend, you've got to wait. No, waiting isn't Pat Blayton-Edwards' middle name, is it? So he's gone down the inside and he's got past before the Cooper Straight. So lost a little bit of time with that, but he had to make the move, and the move he has made. Another lap on the board for our race leader, Tim Llewellyn, by the way, and he was slightly slower that lap, but just remember the buffer was 25 seconds, so he can afford to back off with just 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Nurse the car through to the finish. The hard yards were done early on. As we heard from Ollie Llewellyn, he said, get out, build a lead, tick that box. He did that very impressively. And the battle for second and third, it's still actually Hewitson ahead of Morley, Riley ahead of Big Bentley, but for how much longer? The Bentley dives up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend and starts the move and finishes the move. But has he gone wide enough for the Riley to come back? Oh, you can write these scripts, can't you? Again, the very essence of racing across the years. Large against small, powerful against nimble. Again, they're working their tyres quite hard, and from our air-conditioned commentary box, doesn't seem too hot, but you open the door and you realise just the heat these drivers are getting. Their bodies are up in the airflow, but their tyres are certainly running at sub-optimal conditions.
The Richard Bradley car is also making progress as well. That's the number 21. He's in 12th place now, just crossed the line. Richard Bradley taken over from the owner of the car, Mark Fisher.
Change for second. Looking across, that's a great shot. Clive Morley looking across and then down to the Riley in second place with Alex Hewitson. Very different driving heights. Let's have a look as they come under the bridge, waiting for them to come onto the long dip down to the drop. But here's that glorious Alfa Romeo 8C closing in. Well, Clive Morley has made that move stick, but let's see around this part of the circuit. From here towards the end of the lap, there is nice driving, just looking for the signalling there. That is the experience in the Halusa family, all their historic racing. They understand that often you're not in the fastest car in the field, so you have to have impeccable manners, because these cars are worth a lot of money. No point having a clash because you haven't made your signalling very clear.
Alex Hewitson hanging on to Clive Morley in the Bentley as they come into Stirling's now. The Riley much more nimble as he turns in, but at this stage the Bentley has a slight advantage as they come down under the bridge into Clearways, but then once they get to the right-hander, look for Alex Hewitson, number 32, challenging once again, particularly as they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, where he may have an advantage on the brakes. He comes up, tries to come up alongside through Clark Curve onto the main pit straight. He's close enough to have a little bit of a dive perhaps at the Bentley, but no, not close enough. And of course Clive Morley knows exactly how to place that car. It's still close though as they go down the dip and then up towards Druidge. Hewitson looking for the inside.
He'll have to go for the inside, but will it be offered? It is, but no, again the grunt of the Bentley up the hill. But you've got to just try these different routes around the circuit and see if you can make one stick. Oh, by the way, our race leader Tim Llewellyn is 21.5 seconds clear. He's lapping consistently 2 minutes 8, so the cars behind are chipping away, but the clock is counting down. Just 3 minutes left, so you'd be fairly sure the number 3 Bentley, Ollie Llewellyn in the pit lane, probably trying to cool down. His father trying to cool down, but Tim is busy driving the car. But it looks so on Father's Day. Father and son will unite to take victory in this pre-war sports car race. Second place, though, is far from sorted. One inch line now, he's up into 7th place. So will appear to be waving to the marshals. He's so casual in his car as he gets to Paddock Hill Bend to celebrate the move. And so that place has changed. Also looking to see how much more progress Richard Bradley could make a little bit further down in the Aston Martin team car he shares with Mark Fisher, but just out of shot at the moment. But the clock continues to count down, and the number 3 Bentley, well, it's peerless, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. Well, Richard Bradley is doing 2:05s. The cars in front of him 2:15 and 2:18, so he will make up significant amounts of time over the next couple of laps. He could move up a couple of places and maybe even get ahead of his father, Edward.
I'm just referring to the Father's Day element. Maybe he could have a formation finish across the line, for the photographers. But
that's it.
Father Edward holding down 10th place. He's driving that Aston Martin Ulster that's been raced getting this continually for the past 80 years. He would have had a prior life in racing before the First World War, but continuously since. It's astonishing.
And it's unlikely Patrick Blakeney-Edwards will make any further time places up, because he's 28 seconds behind the next car as they came over the line. He is around 6-7 seconds a lap quicker, but I don't think he's got time to close in.
Right, who are closing in are the cars in 2nd and 3rd positions. Clive Morley, who's just moved recently ahead of Alex Hewitson. They're separated by a quarter of a second on the start-finish line, so Hewitson is far from finished. And really continuing to fight all the way to the end in his Riley TT rep, and it's very, very busy push and shove. Oh, Clive Morley must be going, I've raced this car for a long time, but haven't wagged its tail as much as that for a huge number of years. So the pressure is absolutely on. They're hauling in Tim Llewellyn, but 1 minute remaining on the clock, and he's got a 15-second advantage. They've taken loads of second out, 5 seconds out of him last time. He's pacing it at the front of the race, and it's how the traffic is being managed. Clive Morley gaining advantage, going through Surtees, and that has separated him from Alex Hewitson when it was looking so close. Pat Blakeney-Edwards goes on to another lap, but he doesn't gain a position. He stays in 7th overall. You're quite right. He just banged in the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes, 0.9 seconds. The best of the rest is 2 minutes, 2.48. So 1.5 seconds quicker. But however, he's only in 7th, and he will go no higher in that BMW he shares with Vijay Mallya. But not for want of trying, and certainly has been very, very entertaining indeed.
As has this battle for 2nd place, which Alex Hewitson has certainly not given up an idea of getting 2nd place, but he is currently running behind Clive Morley in the lead. But we've got the leader coming round to take the checkered flag shortly. He's just gone through Stirling, so he'll be appearing in the bowl very shortly, and it's been a pretty dominant performance from father and son Llewellyns on Father's Day as he comes into Clearways and then a short run to Clark Curve, and he should see the checkered flag ready. Yes, checkered flag is being readied, and it goes out to the number 3 Bentley of Tim Llewellyn, started by his son Ollie.
Yeah, very neat and tidy, but the battle for second place is super, super tight. Here they come, the tall Bentley and the lower Riley. They're going to finish in that order with Clive Morley just ahead of Alex Hewitson. They will have enjoyed that, separated by a whisker under a quarter of a second. Looking through to see the car coming through in fourth place. It ought to be Tom Rawlings, and there it is right now, the bright green Talbot in fourth place overall. But applause rippling out. The fans congregated up at Druids for the number 3 winning crew, Ollie Llewellyn in the pit lane at the moment. Tim Llewellyn will be wafting back in his big, lovely Bentley from 1927. Another win, another trophy for the family cabinet down in Kent.
And across the line just now has gone the 5th and 6th place cars, and fan favourite Sue Derbyshire actually lost a place almost on the line to the number 75 Aston Martin Speed model. Stephen Skipworth and Nigel Armstrong, congratulations to them. They moved up to 5th on the very last.
7th place, the fastest lap of the race set by Pat Blaney Edwards. I wondered, could he get below 2 minutes? 2 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.15. Not quite, but finally had clear track ahead of him. But what fun that was for the pre-war sports cars. And you know what? They're going to do it all over again to close the agenda here this afternoon, the programme, with the last race of the day. Another 30 minutes for them, and that will be starting at 5 to 6. So that was good. And of course, we keep on having a change of pace, and the next cars out will be touring cars and saloon cars from the 60s through to the 70s in the Jerry Marshall Trophy race. In fact, really 70s through to the very early 80s. That's my decade there, and that'll be starting at 5 to 3. So we're rattling through the London Historic Trophy, and it's really brought an amazing array of cars here as our finishers move into the pit garages. The top 3. You can see the cars for the Jerry Marshall Trophy in the background, with the Triple X Capri, an ex-Marshall car itself from 1978 in the background. But for our drivers right now, probably rather welcoming, Alistair, the chance to be in the shade, out of the sunshine here on a very, very hot meeting at Brands Hatch.
Yes, as one of the drivers said, it was Oliver Llewellyn, wasn't it? Said we're out in the open air, but it's not very warm, not very cold air that's passing over us, and the heat of the engine, great big engine at the front, and all that heat being thrown back into the face of the drivers. So the winning car of Tim Llewellyn gets out, Oliver Llewellyn started.
Well, let's go down and catch the very latest thoughts from our top trio with Alex Legui.
Boys, look at you 3. Last night, I think all 3 of these boys, particularly Clive, was dancing like an absolute lunatic to Rick Parfitt Jr. Do you remember? I was right beside you.
I had 1 glass of wine, that's all.
What?
Yes.
And you dance like that? I'd like to see what you do after 3.
Yeah, okay.
Good job. Hang on, wait. Well done, that's good. We spoke to your boy at I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, thanks. Half time.
He did all the hard work, I just got the easy bit at the end.
Well, you know, but he said, now we just have to hope he can get out and keep ahead of Pat. Well, you smashed that one, didn't you?
Well, I hope so. After practice, he gave me a few tips. There was a number of things I was getting wrong, and I was way off his time in practice. I just hope I've improved a little bit.
How was it managing those tyres? They apparently dropped off after about a lap.
They're getting quite hot. Quite hot, but it is still absolute delight for drive. That it just does what it's told. It's brilliant fun. Absolutely brilliant fun.
Oh, it looks so much fun. Don't run away, Clive. You can't get away from me, I'm afraid. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm absolutely fine, 100%. I think all that stretching did me the power of good.
I agree. The jumping, it was the jumping, wasn't it?
Yeah. I love Rick Parfitt. He's just awesome. And but stuck in that thing for half an hour, it's a long time.
How much of it is about, you know, like how physical is it to do a race like that?
Well, it's pretty physical, but with these slightly more powerful cars, you can steer them on the back wheels a bit, so that helps. Yeah. But the brakes are all manual rod brakes. Yeah. You've got to push them, you've got to work out how much brakes you have because you get brake fade. And it's normal steering, it's not rack and pinion, so it's all heavy.
Oh, it's fabulous to watch, and well done. Well deserved, Alex. Oh no, where's he gone? Oh, there you are. Sorry. All right, that was good. I feel like those last few laps, there was pace being gained, wasn't it? But these guys weren't going to allow you to get up there, I'm afraid.
No. The power of these Bentleys, particularly on the straights, is just unbelievable. I've got the legs around the corners, but as soon as they get to the straights, that's it. But Clive and I have had a few battles previously on track. Last year at Spa, and I just got the better of him. But yeah, worthy adversaries and very fair driving. And thanks to Ian that prepares the car, brought it all the way down from Scotland for today. And what fun. I mean, what better way to spend your Sunday?
I agree. Right, you boys go and hot-foot it down to the podium. I'll be there very shortly. Meanwhile, folks, just over my shoulder in this assembly area here, we have some more beautiful racing coming up. Another very popular one, it's the Jerry Marshall, and they're up next.
So let's take a look at the highlights of the first of the two pre-war sports car races here, and it was a belter from the start. Vijay Mallya leading away from pole, but only for a very short distance. Then the power of the Llewellyn family Bentley paid off on the run to Paddock Hill Bend. Already the green number 3 was at the front. Oliver then pulled clear. In behind, Alex Hewitson was having a very neat and tidy run. Other cars in the mix, including the Riley Brooklands there, and Clive Morley also going very, very nicely in his number 6 Bentley. That was another of the 4.5 litres. Sue Derbyshire doing things in her own way in the Morgan 3-wheeler, again just taking it to the bigger, much more powerful cars. And she was 1 wheel short, don't forget that's a 3-wheeler. Then it came to pit stop time, and any driver getting out was probably quite relieved. That was Ollie Llewellyn handing over to Father Tim, and he handed over a lead of just north of 20 seconds. Everyone else was making their attack, and then eventually when the stopwatch was pulled out of the way, off went Tim Llewellyn. He had to nurse the tyres to the end. A driver who was not nursing his tyres to the end was Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He'd taken over from Vijay Mallya. The car rose from 19th, and at the end, setting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, Pat got up to 7th place overall in that BMW 328. But the race belonged to Ollie Llewellyn and Father Tim here on Father's Day at Brands Hatch. So let's take a look at the results. They should be coming up shortly, and there they are. Victory confirmed there by 12.3 seconds for the Llewellyns in their Bentley 4.5 litre. Head of Clive Morley, who had such a ding-dong battle with the Riley of Alex Hewitson over second place, eventually landing the position. Tom Rawlings, good solid race in the Talbot team car. He was another 25 seconds further back. And then eventually a good charge from the Aston Martin speed model of Skipworth and Armstrong to come in behind Rawlings, and they were just a whisker. I think they changed place on the final lap, moving ahead of the Morgan Super Aero of Sue Derbyshire. And with the fastest lap of the race closing in but running out of laps was Pat Blakeney-Edwards, taking 7th place, shared with Vijay Mallya. And in behind, everyone else was nursing their tyres and feeling rather hot, but getting to the finish. They know they have to do it all over again, so they'll have some data to go and consider. But first and foremost, a cool glass of water, I think, for everybody concerned, and certainly get those tyres cooled right down. So that was the first of two pre-war sports car races, and we're looking forward to the last one, closing the agenda here today, starting at 5 to 6.
I'm here with Jonas of GT Parts, and I'm very intrigued because you have quite an interesting story, don't you?
Hello Alex, nice to meet you. So I'm definitely have an interesting story. So we basically started out a few years ago just with the love of cars, supporting old race cars, and my own passion to find spare parts for race cars which are not maybe nowadays racing anymore, but a couple of years ago. And from it's actually started out in my living room, having parts there, and moving to a one-car garage, to a small storage, to now quite a bigger storage, and supporting the MRL and the GT3 Legends with spare parts for all of the great machines, especially the GT3 cars from six-cylinder Porsches to 12-cylinder Aston Martins. Whenever you need parts, we're here to help, and yeah.
My word, that is quite a journey, isn't it? Congratulations. And yeah, like you say, here you are supporting MRL and the GT Legends.
Yes.
How important is that relationship to you? What are you gaining from that?
Well, of course, we already have lots of people in the grid we sell parts to, but I mean now it's getting even bigger and better. Especially with the ever-growing series of the GT3 Legends and the massive interest, and of course when cars get out on the track they need parts, and so that's a big opportunity for us, and we're very proud to be a part of that.
And what's the future for you then?
Well, keep on growing the spare parts business step by step. I mean, I guess the historic races will keep on for years and years and years. More modern cars will get into classic car series, and we'll be out there supplying parts, finding parts, sourcing parts, helping out the owners to keep those great machines keep on racing.
Wow, long may it continue. Congratulations, Jonas.
Thank you so much.
Cars on the grid, 2x2 formed up for the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series race. Think Rovers, think Jaguar JSs, Alpha GTVs, Ford Capris, et al. Down this packed grid of cars. But on the front row, we have the Whitakers, Mike and Michael, father and son in their Rovers. Patrick Motorsport livery car on pole position, that's father Mike, and the Sanyo livery car waiting to get the show on the road. Neat and tidy as they work away. My name's Bruce Jones, and alongside me with Alistair Douglas. These very much cars of my childhood and also your early days in the sport as well, spent watching these cars racing not only around here in the British circuits but in Europe as well.
That's right, yes, it was a great time, and I remember when the European Touring Car Championship appeared at Donington Park, and the XJSs were of the four in that particular year. And as I said earlier, quite how an XJS is ever a touring car, but we've got the grid coming up. It's Mike Whitaker and Michael Whitaker on the front row, father on pole, son alongside. Then it's the Dan Margulies and Jake Margulies Alfa Romeo next up, Guy Connew in his lovely XJS, and then it's third row, Simon Lewis in another of the XJSs, and then Graham Scarborough in his Ford Capri, always known as Skid Scarborough. And it's Neil Merry in the Capri, and the Greens in their Toyota Corolla GT. Hughes of Beaconsfield on that car, brings back memories. Paul Martin in his Capri, and Andrew Willis in yet another Capri, the car finished in the style of Jerry Marshall. Then it's Gregor Marshall, Jerry's son, with sharing the Capri, and Rhys Cannell. Then Golding and Snowden in the Alfa Romeo, Chris Snowden, an Alfa Romeo expert. Alistair Coates in his RS2000. 15th is Phil Bullen-Brown, we've seen him before in a Mini, and David Irwin in his Alfa Romeo. And then never got out for qualifying. I don't know whether they're here, we'll check when they come round, but the Colburns, father and son, on the back of the grid. With Jan Bitterim, he didn't get out for qualifying either, so I don't think those cars have come out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I saw them, so expect a blast away from the front of the grid. Which Whitaker gets the first corner first, I don't know, but the fact is they've been racing busily all weekend, so they're probably already pretty hot under the collar. We'll see how they go. And some of the cars in the field are running in the will hire class. That means they basically were production class cars, including the car in third place over. Oh, okay, good. Just being told that both the Colburns, or not, but one at a time actually, on the back of the grid in their Ford Fiesta and the Rover SD1 of Jan Bitterim will be able to take the start. That's good news indeed. That means we've got 9 rows of cars. Do the maths on that. 18 cars here for the Jerry Marshall Trophy. And it's a longer race than some of the other ones. It's 45 minutes. What could possibly go right? Well, I tell you what, seeing these cars back on this track, this is where I would have seen them in period. And some of them are incredibly original, including the car that Jerry Marshall, the man who put his name to this race, the man who could almost do no wrong in a car with a roof on it, that he raced that in 1978. It's the Triplex Ford Capri. Andrew Willis driving that. He's starting down in 10th place on the grid. Let's see how he can work his way up the order. So the cars coming up to form in their 2x2 formation. This is where the track almost seems to be at its narrowest when they're about to take the start. Once we're in full racing, you don't have them spread all across the track, but prepare for the noise, the thunder. 45 minutes of racing here for the Jerry Marshall Trophy, waiting for everybody to pull into their positions. And as Alistair said, we've got 9 rows of cars, 18 cars across a period where the sport was redefining itself in so many ways, and the cars of the period that really made things work, most notably with the Rover SD1s and the Ford Capris as well. The little lower class cars from the lower classes, including the little Ford Fiesta at the very back of the grid for the Colburns. Engine notes rise, the distinctive Rover rumble, the bark of the Capris, and the V12 engine note of the Jaguars. A brilliant start from the outside of the front row. The Sanyo livery Rover of Michael Whitaker. Son Whitaker goes through. Father has dropped from pole down to about 8th place. They get into, well, there's a story for the rest of the race, seeing how he can fight back Mike Whitaker. But a big lead for Michael Whitaker into the dip, and Skid Scarborough up into 2nd place overall. Well, that's probably the best start he's made in his entire career in 404 years. He's only 44 years, I joke.
But the actually loses out in that 2nd place as they turn through Druids to Jake it could be Dan Margulies, who started with David Margulies. I haven't seen a start list for this one, so David Margulies perhaps in the car. But Skid Scarborough, what a start for the yellow Capri.
Well,
then it's the Guy Connew Jaguar next up.
Yeah, but the fight back from Mike Witt has already started. As he came out of Graham Hill Bend, he picked off the Triple X Capri of Andrew Willis, so he's up to 7th and gaining. But there we are, there was a story knitted in. And but really, the start of the race, Skid Scarborough, absolutely fantastic. His Ford Capri lined up 6th on the grid, divided that by 3, got up to 2nd. And he's now in 3rd place. And what can he do about setting after Alpha GTV? Oh, tell you what, lots of power down the Pilgrim's Drop. Oh, well, that'll be the Jaguar XJS, so they're on the move as well. Connew ahead of Lewis.
And just the one Alpha in amongst all these sort of British cars. We've got the Rovers, the Capri, the Jaguars, and another Rover behind that, which of course is the pole position car coming through Mike Whittaker.
Well, Scarborough made his move, and then the Margali's Alfa Romeo really got really very close to the edge of the track, kicking up the dust into Sterling's Day sweep, and then, oh, who's on the move? It's Mike Whittaker. He is gaining places. And don't forget, he started on pole position, probably, whereas Skid Scarborough might have made the best start of his career. I think for Mike Whittaker, it was probably the worst, and he ended up down in about 8th place at the first time of asking. But our race leader, his son Michael Whittaker, bam, across the line he goes now. Wait for it, Skid Scarborough will be next. Then it's 3 cars fighting over 3rd place, but the gap between 1st and 2nd is, well, it's huge. 5 seconds is the advantage that Mike Whittaker has in his bag. Wow.
And Michael Whittaker in the lead, Mike Whittaker, his father, in 4th place, looking for a way past the first of the 2 Jaguars, and that's Simon Lewis, the number 2 Jaguar. And Mike Whittaker looking as they went up the hill. He's looking again as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Skid Scarborough, of course, is very happy with this situation because he's able to open out a little bit of a gap over the Jaguar. But Mike Whittaker not able to get past Simon Lewis on the run down to Graham Hill. Now they're going through the left-hander at Surtees, and the Jaguar takes a slightly wider entry into the corner, but then cuts back across to the apex to get the best line for the long run down through Pilgrim's Drop.
Take a look at the start, the orangey yellow Capri like a rocket up the middle of the grid, but the pole starter, Mike Whittaker, left standing. Look, that blue and white and yellow Patrick Motorsport Rover just going nowhere. In the background, I think the Alfa Romeo, the Alfa Romeo clipped the wall. Wow, starting near the tail of the grid, so that was a moment they wouldn't have wanted to repeat. But up front, well, the battle is on, and the driver losing out now is Graham Scarborough. He's got the least horsepower of those cars fighting over 2nd position. But where is our race leader, Michael Whittaker, out of shot, out of sight, 5 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap, and gradually after a good start, the Margali's Alfa Romeo just sliding down the order, the GTV6. But here is our race leader, the Sanyo SD1, the Rover, sounding good, looking brilliant. Where's everybody else? They're going to come and play, and it's the XJS Simon Lewis using all that horsepower from his V12 to pull clear in 2nd place. And now, as the race leader crosses the start-finish line, the 2nd place Motul livery XJS comes through in 2nd place. He's got a margin of about a second over the car in 3rd place, 9/10 of a second, but 7.2 seconds is the lead of this Sanyo livery Capri for Michael Whittaker at the end of 2 laps of racing.
The second of the Jaguars has gone off into the gravel at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. It gets back on. I suppose the weight of a Jaguar, he managed to just sort of skim over the top.
Yeah, that's Guy Connew, but he was halfway to Channel Tunnel, I reckon, over there. But anyhow, he managed to get it back out of the gravel. But big moment. There's always that moment when you've run a little bit wide on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and you think it's a gentle turn to the right. It's not really. It's quite tight. He simply ran out of circuit there. Not the first driver ever to do that. Still, the dust hangs in the air in the background of our shot on the television. The things in the background is the entire field relative to the driver of the Sanyo Rover. Here comes Michael Whittaker, Pilgrim's Drop, up the climb. Oh, that's such a sonorous engine note as he goes up the hill towards Hawthorns, accelerates through there, balancing the car. Next corner is Westfield, then you start to go into the drop. Just waiting for the engine note to rise as he balances the car on the throttle into Dingledale, up the other side to what we used to call Dingledale Corner, but has long been redubbed as Sheen Curve. Nice and neat, doesn't have to press too hard. But the big question is, what sort of pace can Simon Lewis manage in 2nd place in his XJS? Well, I tell you what, he's got company, and there is the company. That's Michael's father, Mike Whittaker, right on his tail, looking for his moment, but he'll get it in the lower speed parts of the circuit. He's a bit more nimble than the larger XJS. And then in behind, just hoping he can stay in the mix. It's been a bit of a climb because, in fact, it's changed because Just looking, Skid Scarborough no longer in the 4th place he started the lap. It looks so the Merry car, number 96, in the red Capri, Neil Merry, has worked his way up into 4th place. Oh, 2nd and 3rd, no, Skid Scarborough's still there, beg your pardon. It was the other XJS I must be looking at with Merry near it.
Change of place there over the timing line as the Alfa Romeo drops behind the Merry Capri that you just mentioned, the number 96 car, which the Margulies car started on the 2nd row. Very good start, but it's gradually dropped back, and now up into 5th place has come Neil Merry in the red Ford Capri, the one liveried like the Gordon Spice car of a few years ago, the Motorcraft and Autocar red livery.
Unfortunately, we've got a pit visitor, and it's Marshall's son. We've got Gregor Marshall's reported into the pits, and the Guy Connew Group 44 liveried XJS, the one that went deep in the gravel, possibly picked up a puncture at the time, continued and had worked his way back to 9th place after his big moment, and he's pulled off in the gravel at Druids. That's a little unfortunate. That might, well, it's waved yellow flags. Driver out of car, but that might lead to a safety car, and that very he seemed to catch out Mike Whittaker. There he is, weaving around. He's seen what's lying up ahead, but well, some cars car transponder's not working, which doesn't help things too much. That's including, hold on, let's just wave the flag for that. I'm going to check when it comes past. Has the Colburn family Fiesta really got up to 8th place overall from the tail of the grid? If so, that is a triumph for driving a car with far less horsepower, keeping out of trouble, picking off the big boys when you possibly can. Here's the battle for 2nd place. This is going to range for a while, because the big problem for Mike Whittaker, he's got a fair degree of horsepower, but the Jaguar's got even more from its 12 cylinders. Race leader Michael Whittaker, son of Mike, goes across the line. He was 6.3 seconds clear last time. Don't see any reason for that to have really gone a great deal in either direction. Let's see as 2nd and 3rd comes through. Simon Lewis, well, has gone out by 2 seconds, very nearly 8.3 seconds the margin back to 2nd place. 2nd to 3rd, just half a second, so it's super tight.
Michael Whittaker quicker through Paddock Hill Bend than the Simon Lewis Jaguar XJS ahead of him, but then the squirt up the hill towards Druids takes the Jaguar further ahead. But then as they come down the hill towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, Mike Whittaker is closing in as they go through the left-hander. He takes a much tighter line. The Jaguar, quite a big car to turn through that corner. Now they're coming up towards Surtees, and then of course it'll be the very long straight towards Hawthorns, which possibly benefits the Jaguar. But all the time, Mike Whittaker nipping at the heels. And the Colburn Fiesta, you're absolutely right, Bruce, it is up in 8th place. It didn't do any qualifying at all. I don't think it even got a time, but Ben Colburn will have started that car. Son Ben, father Richard will take over. Ben is an extremely quick driver.
Well, it's great. I mean, data post delivery on that car. They were staunch supporters of several teams in the British Saloon Car Championship back in the period. But those orange, white and blue Fiestas look very, very crisp. Another lovely livery. Right, the motor livery, I must say, looks remarkably simple on the XJS. Hold on, is that a driver's hand out of the window? I thought I sponsored. Safety car. Yeah, well spotted by the driver there in 2nd place. Simon Lewis just wanted to make sure that Mike Whittaker behind him had seen that. And that's all because they've got to withdraw the Jaguar XJS, the other Jaguar XJS, from the gravel, or just at the top of the hill at Druids. Car number 44 at a standstill. That was the car that went through the gravel just a lap earlier and then pulled off. As you can see, it's just behind our graphic on the left-hand side of the screen there. SC board in the background, the waved yellow flags, as much communication with the drivers as ever. And again, just very, very clever positioning of the safety car. It's waiting at the end of the Cooper Straight to pick up this car number 19. So for Mike Whittaker, just remember his lead went out to 8.28 seconds. That is all going to be scrumpled up, thrown in the waste paper basket. And Gregor Marshall, well, that car's still sitting in the pit lane, so maybe that will come back out again, and maybe it won't. It's white, it's red with the Marlboro livery, but unfortunately that visited the pits when that wasn't really part of the plan.
And the recovery truck is already with the XJS at Druids, so hopefully if the car we know has a puncture, so hopefully they can get that recovered in short order and we can go back racing again. In the meantime, we're going to be coming towards our pit window, which opens at 15 minutes, so that's in another just under 5 minutes time, so that could cause some cars to be able to pit under a safety car, but hopefully it'll be cleared by then. And the pit stop is no minimum time, so it's as fast as you like, but you have to stay within the pit lane speed limit, of course, and it's the middle 15 minutes of the race when the pit window is open.
So the gap between our race leader Michael Whitaker and Simon Lewis in the XJS is listed as 14.6 seconds, but it's just a case of where they saw the boards that said SC, where they backed it off, and I would suggest the XJS of car number 2 saw it first. Mike Whitaker right behind saw it second, but then anyhow they will all slow down. But basically what we'll have behind the Sanyo Rover, there it is, everybody else has come back into shot, so all the work that our driver who did the brilliant start from the outside the front row, Michael Whitaker, has done has been negated, and they're all running line astern behind. So it's Simon Lewis in second place, Mike Whitaker in the second of the Rovers. In third, and the best of the Capris is Skid Scarborough in fourth. Another one that really has risen up the order, I did mention it a short while ago, is car 96, the red Capri of Neil Merry. He's got up to fifth. Then the Colburn Fiesta has gone to sixth. Magali's Alpha, that's the leading one in the Will Hire class, is in seventh. Then Andrew Willis in the Triplex for Capri, the ex-Jerry Marshall car from 1978, is in 8th place. Jan Bitterim, who started stone last, having not set a time in his Rover ST1, also in the Patrick Motorsport livery, will be running around in 9th and 10th place. It's car number 69, which is the Canal car sitting there in the middle of the order. We started with 18 cars. It does seem as though we've lost 4 of them, so we're down to just 14 runners.
And once we've had the pit stops, we'll get second drivers in some cars. There's only, half a dozen cars that will change drivers, but one of the ones worth watching for its progress will be the Margulies Alfa Romeo, because David hands over to his son Jake, and Jake is quite a bit quicker than David, so that car could well move up the order, the number 99 Alfa Romeo. And that's in 7th place at the moment, just been passed just before the safety car by the Colburn Fiesta, which we think would have been Ben Colburn starting that, the son of Richard, who will take over, and that's in 6th place. And as you've already mentioned, Jan Bitterim, a very good run from him, up to 9th so far from the back of the grid after he wasn't able to take part in the qualifying session for this. He did his qualifying laps out of session. How are we doing with our recovery? Well, that is already on its way down to Graham Hill Bend, and the truck has lifted, or not, sorry, it's winched the Jaguar onto the back. It had a puncture, so it couldn't be towed, so that's now making its way along the Cooper Straight. It will come into the pits through the rear entrance and will be off the track in plenty of time for these cars to restart racing at the end of this lap. So just another half lap or so. They're just coming round towards Sheen Curve, and then they've got Stirling's Clearways, and then the green flags will be waving at the start finish line, and we've got a further 31 minutes of racing. But that means, Bruce, we should get clear of this safety car period before the pit stops.
Yeah, which to my mind is a good thing, because sometimes I think it's great that people gain an advantage, but particularly for someone like Michael Whitaker, who built up that 8.3 second margin. He's already lost all of that. Okay, he can dictate the restart, but when someone further down the pack can always get an artificial leg up. I like pit stops and pit windows to be during green flag period, not because it just keeps it simple for us commentators, but sometimes by dint of just being a few metres further up the road, you don't get to turn into the pits, and those behind do under a safety car period. But we're going green flag all over again. Green flags wave, the car's released, the safety car pulls off into the pit entrance, and a really good restart from Michael Whitaker. I felt for him losing such a margin, but he's just under 2 seconds clear. You expect after restart to be maximum of half a second clear, but Simon Lewis wasn't able to get away, but equally hasn't lost second place as yet, as the last of the field goes over the start line. Up to Druids they go. There's that 2 second gap, first to second, but Mike Whitaker, father of the race leader Michael Whitaker, not able to make a move into Druids, not on the way in, not on the way out, and trying to make a move at Graham Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill isn't really a thing. Right, the drivers may have momentarily forgot one rather important element. Keep your tyres sweet, maximum attack. And you can see the Colburn family Fiesta not giving a hoot. It hasn't got the horsepower of the rivals around it, but as soon as that turns in at 30, it's just coming back around the shot. There is the little Fiesta. he's going to lose out. From the very second he plants his throttle and starts accelerating up over the rise and then down Pilgrim's Drop. Here they come, down Pilgrim's Drop with our race leader. Well, that does look like a 2-second margin, doesn't it?
It looked as though the Jerry Marshall Capri was going to get a place from the Margulies Alfa Romeo in the background of our live stream shot there as they disappeared off round onto the Grand Prix loop, so there might be a change there when we see them again. But Mike Whittaker going left and going right, trying to get past the Jaguar of Simon Lewis, and he just cannot find a way past. In all the places where he might have room, the Jaguar's got a little bit more power and it can just ease away. Just a length is enough. And as they come into the left-hander at Stirling's, the Jaguar turns in quite aggressively there, and there's a little bit of smoke coming from the what looks like the right-hand exhaust bank of the engine. So whether there's a little bit of a problem brewing under the bonnet of the V12 XJS, we'll have to wait and see. But Mike Whittaker's there. Mike goes tight. He's going for the move into Paddock Hill Bend. Well, he doesn't need to wait till Paddock Hill Bend. He gets through at Clark Curve. That was a really clean move from Mike Whittaker.
The unusual thing there, I was about to say, the circuits the Jaguar XJS shone on were the ones with the faster corners, more open corners. You think the Österreich 3, you think Bruno, you think Spa-Francorchamps. But here, at that point, I didn't expect a move to be made. But I think from running behind, Mike Whittaker just dictated the Jaguar was starting to slide a little bit wider, not at that corner, but others. We've also spotted just a bit of fluid coming out of the back of the car, and it may well be something that's just slightly affecting the handling of that Jaguar XJS even more than you'd expect at this stage in a relatively short race, 45 minutes in. Bear in mind the races they competed in the European Touring Car Series, Alistair, were more like 3 hours. Let's take a look at how the move happened. He was just sliding a little bit wide there from Simon Lewis, and thank you very much, said Mike Whittaker. Through I go. Whittaker's 1 and 2.
It's a case of being in the right place at the right time in motor racing, isn't it? And Mike knew exactly where to place the car, that if Simon Lewis made a mistake, he would be through. And of course, this isn't the last battle we're going to see between the Whittaker father and son team, because they're on the front row of our last race of the day as well. Is it not the last race? The penultimate race of the day. When the TVR versus the Mustang, it'll be on that case.
Yeah, to keep a focus on which car they're actually sitting at any point in time. Right, Jan Bitterim has gained a position or two. That's car number 88. He started last. But as in period, it's the Rover against the Capri. That was the story of this period in touring car racing in the late 70s, early 80s. And the ex-Jerry Marshall Capri with the Triple X livery. Andrew Willis driving that very, very hard on his tail. He can't back it off too much as well, because the Martin Capri, or Martin Capri, is just a little bit further back. The black one, there it comes into the shot. Kenwood livery. In fact, a little bit of mistake from Jan Bitterim there at Stirling's, which might have shuffled their order. No shuffling at the front. I tell you what, that was a very impressive lap from Whittaker's son, which is Michael. He actually gained nearly a second. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. 5 seconds clear now of father Mike. So it's Rover from Rover, father from son, or son from father, Sanyo from Patrick Motorsport. There's first and second. Big question to me, can Simon Lewis hang on? I mean, his last lap was a second and a half down the lap of the car that just passed him. I'm beginning to think, were his tyres shot, or are they being affected by whatever is coming out the back of the car? But one of the star cars in the race it's the Tiddler in the pack, isn't it? It's the number 61 Ford Fiesta, running in its period data post livery, and Ben Colburn has got that up to 5th place overall. He's sandwiched by Capri, Skid Scarborough in front of him by about just a second and a bit, and he's just in front of the red Capri of Neil Merry. So in period, that could have happened occasionally. I sense that Jan Bitterim's car maybe wasn't running as smoothly as it could be, but the pit window is now open. He's the first car to dive into the pits.
I think he made the choice because he was in that close quarter battle with the 2 Capris and the Alfa Romeo, and I think he thought, if I come in now, I'll get myself out of that battle, get a bit of clear track. So he's the first pit caller, and then the Golding and Snowden Alfa Romeo number 126 has come in as well. Clive Golding handing over to Chris Snowden. Still Michael Whittaker leads now by 4.9. We need to keep an eye on his lap times compared to his father's, Mike Whittaker's times. Well, we know that Michael did the fastest lap of the race last time around, 46.970, so he is the faster of the two. But this great battle going on, 3 cars from the Ford factory there, the Fiesta leading the two Capris, and what a drive from young Ben.
Yeah, but he had only just passed to get up into 4th place, then the power of the Capri put Skid Scarborough ahead when they crossed the start-finish line. But around the twisty parts, including Stirling's where the move was made, just so much more handling from the smaller, more nimble Fiesta, and again, almost propelling Skid up the hill to Druids. And there'll be a late break here. Now, what's Skid Scarborough going to do? Let him through. You'll regain your position when you get on the longer parts of the circuit. But right now, Ben Cole will be laughing his head off. This is the essence of fun.
He's certainly experienced in front-wheel drive and in some rear-wheel drive, but he cut his teeth in the Renault Clio Championship in the UK, but has been racing in historic cars for a long time, many of which are rear-wheel drive. But this Fiesta is front-wheel drive, so it's back to his roots, really, but he's really pedaling that well. He'll be handing over when he comes in at the pit stop to his father Richard, who run a company called Westbourne Motorsport, which prepares a lot of cars for this type of racing. And the leader, meantime, the Sanyo Rover. I was thinking earlier when we had a nice front shot of the Sanyo Rover, there's a comma in the wind strip, the sun strip, in that Sanyo car, and I wonder how many promotional phrases used by companies have a comma in them. Not many.
It's not something I ponder very often on a Sunday or a Saturday either, but we'll put our minds to it in the gaps between the races, of which there are very few, because here at the London Historic Trophy the racing really does come thick and fast. Clear one lot off the track and the next lots are coming out to play. And right, here we are, Simon Lewis just picking off the Alfa Romeo, but not everybody has pitted. That's why the Alfa Romeo 126, which is the one we felt might have grazed the pit wall at the start of the race. It's certainly in the head-on shot when our replay was very close indeed. Went to driver's right and might have thought, oh dearie me. But there it is, going very nicely, the 126, Golding and Snowden driven car. That's from the Will High class. It's a 2-litre Alfetta, not the GTV6 model, but going nicely, but a lap down on Simon Lewis in 2nd place. Now, with people pitting, that means the Fiesta is up to 3rd place, because what we've had, of course, is Mike Whittaker coming in to serve his pit stop, and various others, but not Michael. Michael continues at the front of the race in that Sanyo liveried Rover SD1, going very nicely. He does have the fastest lap of the race to his name, and I'm trying to see, I think, relative to the rest, the only other car that's been close to him has been Father Mike, who's been 7/8 tenths per second down in terms of his fastest lap pace, so looking very good for Michael Whittaker.
Well, Mike Whittaker's pit stop was just over 49 seconds total, so it'll be interesting to see whether Michael can do a similar time. They were about 5 seconds apart before the pit stops, so if Michael Whittaker doesn't get his skates on when he does his pit stop, it could be that his father will close in or even go past him while in the pit stop window, and we'll see how that works out. But it's Mike Whittaker who has done the pit stop. He's dropped therefore down to 6th place, but that will all shake out when everybody has done their stops. Michael Whittaker continues to lead by 10 seconds now from Simon Lewis in the XJS, and in 3rd place is Ben Colburn in the Data Post Fiesta, which continues to circulate. These haven't been into the pits yet. And then in 4th place is the Valvoline coloured Capri, the black one of Paul Martin, number 74. That's currently in 4th place. And we think that there might be trouble with the Skid Scarborough Capri, I'm afraid. The car is in the pit lane, which is fine because it's in the pit window, but he's taken his helmet off. So sadly, the Skid Scarborough Capri, the Marshall car, the yellow car, is a retirement from the race, and he was running in the top 3 or 4, wasn't he, before the pit stops? So that's a shame.
Look, he went from 6th on the grid to 2nd. I think that start was so good he's had to come into the pits to tell people how good it was. I jest. Real shame to have him out. But I tell you what, that section of the race, the charge to the first corner, Skid will just, that will be, absolutely put into his memory, seared in. Really brilliant start. Shame he hasn't managed to make it through. So that means the likes of the Colburn family Fiesta will necessarily finish that little bit higher, but you can only race those that are still out around there. But great to see Skid in his original car doing original Skid things. But right now, this race today is all about Michael Whittaker. He's leading this race comfortably, hasn't served his pit stop, but his margin, remember his margin was hauled right in by the safety car period, and he's opened it out again, and right now he's obviously feeling he's got a sweet spot and he's out there and he's doing it. His father Mike, we're just looking at his car, it's running around in 5th place, but that has served its pit stop. So we'll see all of this unwind. I'd be immensely surprised if Michael Whittaker, son of Mike, does not emerge in the lead in that number 19 Rover, the one with the Sanyo race livery.
And still the top 4 cars have not completed their pit stops, as Chris Snowden in the 126 Alfa Romeo just kicks up the dust on the exit of Sheen Curve on his way towards Stirling's. Just rear wheel just dropped onto the dust, kicked up a cloud there, but all okay. And still we've now got the Simon Lewis XJS has come into the pits, so that's down at the very far end of the pit lane from where we are, but we can see the car come in. The driver has to get out and shut the door and get back in again. That's going on at the moment, but other than that, the pit stop can be as fast as you like. So we've got a benchmark from the Mike Whittaker pit stop of a 49.6 second pit stop. That's been the fastest pit stop we've had. All the others are well over a minute, so that's the benchmark time. And the Jaguar, the driver now being strapped back in by the team. There's no rule that says that he can't be helped with his belts, because of course racing seat belts are quite tight to put on, so he's being helped. But all the time that he's in the pit lane, of course Mike Whittaker is closing in.
He is, and Mike's had a number of clear laps. He's able to really get him to stretch any margin he possibly can, not interrupted by back markers. Sometimes pit windows don't work for you, sometimes they do quite the reverse, and it's going to be interesting to see if he moves up into 2nd place overall. But surely son Michael will still be in the lead when he comes in. Hasn't bothered coming in as yet, but the pit window is still open. Oh dear, black and white warning flag, track limits at Druids of all places, for car number 74, which is the Valvoline livery Capri, and in the Kenwood colouring as well, black Capri of Paul Martin. So there's a warning. Track limits very much a thing, a modern thing, or a thing in modern racing, but still in historic racing they count as well. In period they weren't so much of an issue.
And the Simon Lewis Jaguar XJS, his pit stop time 1 minute 10 seconds, so he lost the best part of 20 seconds to Mike Whittaker, which I think will probably, when all this shakes out, will probably put Mike Whittaker up into 2nd place. We've still got Michael Whittaker and Ben Colburn to stop. Just about everybody else, yes, everybody that's running has now stopped apart from those 2 cars.
And they've really pretty much got to do it at the end of this lap, or I'm afraid they will be picking up a penalty for being outside the window. Little Alpha in the pits at the moment, but pretty much everybody else has whittled through their pit stops. Of course, we lost a few runners early on. One of the saddest ones to lose was car number 51, the Fiesta of Phil Bullen Brown. That was looking set for a really good race, and it would be just interesting to see how that stacked up against the Colburns in the Fiesta battle. The Colburns were starting from an penultimate position, so there was a race on anyhow for the Colburns to catch up, but they are waiting for the pit stop. Ben running as deep into the pit window as he can before the pit window closes, before handing over to Father Richard. And the squealing of tyres almost all around the circuit. I love the noises that get picked up by the cameras, and also if you're standing trackside you can hear them for yourself. Super Brew, it is about afternoon tea time. Quick Brew at the back. What's the difference between Super Brew and Quick Brew? I'm not sure I ever knew. Not sure I ever noticed actually, but good to see these Capris back in their period liveries.
Leader in, he had to come in this lap, as will Ben Colburn, otherwise they'd go past the pit stop window. So leader in, Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo Rover. C Sanyo, then Decide in between. And then Ben Colburn on his way round through Stirling's. He will make it back to the pit lane with about 35 seconds to spare, so he has to come in this time around. He'll hand over to Father Richard, and they will see if they can keep that Fiesta from the back of the grid well within the top 5. And in comes Ben Colburn, uses every inch of track. There's a touring car driver for you. And as I say, he cut his teeth in Clio racing, where you needed to have every possible inch of the track used. And the Sanyo Rover is away again, so Michael Whittaker has restarted the car, has to turn the engine off in the pit stop, so that's a bit of a worry, because hot engines don't always restart. And he'll be back out on track, and there he goes, rumbles away from our commentary box towards Paddock Hill Bend, and his father comes through now to cross the timing line, so the gap between them is going to be somewhere in the region of 10 seconds.
Yeah, probably slightly more because obviously the car coming out of the pits, the pit window was closed. They did that absolutely perfectly. Still waiting. That means for pit entry, for pit exit, you can still come out, which is rather good news to the Colburn family because their Fiesta now with Richard on board is still trickling down the pit lane at the glacial speed of progress that you're permitted in pit lanes, overtaken by the T-trolley. Right. Whittaker from Whittaker, Michael from Mike. Hold on, that's the front row, but swap the other way around. And just remember that Mike Whittaker made a truly awful getaway and fell from first on the grid to about 8th place by the first corner of the race. Right, this is almost a little bit out of place. This is a much earlier, this 1974 Ford Escort. Don't get so many of those. Don't get so many in a Sunoco race livery. You tend to think of Camaros in the States, Lola T70s, like the one that won the very first Daytona 24 Hours for Roger Penske's team, always with that Sunoco sponsorship. That was Chuck Parsons and Mark Donoghue, if I recall correctly. The biggest success ever for a Lola T70, and that's a car that's just been relaunched, if you will, the T70S for track, and if you so chose to drive into the middle of London as well for those purposes, a modern iteration of a fabulous, beautiful old design. But what we have is the Whittakers. What I want to see is the gap, Alistair. What would it be when they come around at the end of this lap? Michael Whittaker will still be leading, but would it be 10 seconds? There he is in the Sanyo liveried Rover coming in, picking off the Martin, off the Alfetta, picks it off nicely, but his father Mike, who's more in the swing in the second part of this, close in. So let us take a look. Wait for the Patrick Motorsport Rover. Through it comes now, and is the gap going to go up or down? Let's see. It was 10 point whatever. It's 9:05. But as I said, that was not necessarily a second gain per se by the performance out on the track. It's the fact that the gap, the previous lap, was measured by a car that was still travelling within the pit lane, and therefore not at full racing speed.
Well, Michael Whittaker lost 2 seconds in the pit stops because his pit stop was 2 seconds slower than his father's. But I suspect there was no great rush in that pit stop. He knew he had a 10-ish second margin, so just keep everything steady, drive through at the regulation speed limit. So that's the Whittakers 1 and 2.
Yeah, now Simon Lewis moving up into 3rd place overall in his Jaguar XJS, and waiting to see where the Escort that was fleetingly listed as 3rd by dint of being the last to make its pit stop. 4th place from 17th on the grid in a small engine Ford Fiesta. That is a car that's being driven very, very well indeed. And 1600cc against the largest engine in the field. Well, it would be the Rover, actually. The Jaguar. The Jaguar, beg your pardon, then 3.5, the 5.3. We have a car in the pit lane, which isn't a good thing. Is it coming for a penalty of some sort? Which number one is that? 88, is that Jan Bitterum?
That's Jan Bitterum's car, that's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So he was coming in from about 9th place overall, but that doesn't look as though it's... I didn't see a message saying he's reporting for a sort of naughty boy problem. Oh, stop and go penalty, there it is. Pit lane speeding. Oh, that's just the most galling of things you can have in motor racing, and that and/or undercutting your minimum pit stop time, if indeed that is something imposed on that particular race. And other drivers having to watch for exceeding track limits. Graham Hill Bend was a place where car number 69 was noted for that. They're getting a warning flag, and that's Reece Cannell in his red Ford Capri.
Michael Whittaker has upped his pace considerably, and there may be a bit of traffic involved in this, but he's increased the gap between himself and his father, first and second, to 11.8, so around 2 seconds faster on that last lap, and has extended the lead.
What we also have to remember is that in the sort of fluidity of this battle is that the fastest lap is still by a large margin to our race leader Michael Whittaker. His best lap about 0.7 of a second faster than that managed by father Mike, so the fact they're in first and second in that order probably is indicative of their form come what may. But what have we got left on the clock? 10.5 minutes remaining in this race. It was a 45-minute race, so plenty of time in this Jerry Marshall Trophy Series race for them to stretch their legs. Always the slight potential hiccup of a pit stop, but as you pointed out, Alistair, the element where they have to turn the engine off and just hope and pray that it would kick back in and fire back up. Oh, many's been a time, particularly at places like the Bourne when you're coming in for your late race pit stops. Will the engine, you have to switch it off, but will it fire up again? Will all your work come to naught?
Now, the Colburns have settled into 4th place in the Fiesta, car number 61, and they are 8 seconds ahead of the Merry Capri, but that is being caught at some rate. In fact, just going through Graham Hill Bend, it's about 3 car lengths between them. The Margulies Alfa Romeo, as I suggested, once son Jake got on board, he is a quicker driver. He is pulling that car back up, and he's now into the top 6 and closing in on Neil Merry in 5th place, the number 96 car. How far ahead? It's 8.5 seconds.
He can do that.
He can do that, yes. He could catch, potentially, the 99 Alfa Romeo, could catch the 61 Fiesta, and if he did that, he'd be up to 4th place. We'll see whether Richard Colburn can hold him off in the last 9 minutes of the race.
Well, these Rovers at the front for the Whittaker family being driven brilliantly. It's a shame we haven't got any Capris up with them, because in the period they very much would have been in that mix. The Capris giving away horsepower but delivering their power in a different way. Jaguar XJS, again, touring car, saloon car, question mark. Anyhow, they were put in that category and they shone for quite some while, and made a big impact everywhere they went. I remember them going down to Mount Panorama, to Bathurst, and people going, what are these? This isn't a Ford, this isn't a Holden. That's supposed to be an Australian accent. We'll just slide over that. But they drew the eye. And, you know, it's always great when you get cars that don't normally race together being put together, having to see how it goes. In 1985, it was, I was going to say the mid-80s, but thank you very much, Ian Thompson, who is a man of numbers, an incredible recall. I hope it's accurate. No, I know full well, because, as I said, I had friends following them around the European Touring Car Championship at the day, the Daniels brothers, Simon and Jason, and they absolutely adored all things Jaguar, and, you know, put their money where their mouths were to follow them and see them in action.
We have 8 minutes remaining, and the gap first to second is continuing to extend. So Michael Whittaker comprehensively beating his father at the moment by nearly 15 seconds, and then Simon Lewis in 3rd place in the Jaguar XJS, and then we've got the Colburn, Merry, Margulies group, which all closing up, and they are due into this side of the track very shortly. Who will be first to appear? Will it be Colburn or Merry or Margulies that appears first, with Jake Margulies being the quicker of the 3?
Simon Lewis was smoking on the first lap of the race. Maybe he wasn't, his car was. We don't know if it's when it just sits down low, but it doesn't seem to have got a great deal worse. But you try telling that to someone who's running behind, they suddenly find speckles on their windscreen. But I guess the fact it hasn't got a great deal worse means it's probably okay. It's got to go another, well, under 10 minutes. Over the line he comes in 3rd place, but a big distance back for, he's nearly half a minute down on Mike Whittaker, but son Michael Whittaker still leading, best part of 20 seconds clear. So whatever's happening for Mike Whittaker in his car, actually that last lap was 2.5 seconds slower than Simon Lewis. So Simon is closing in, but he's not going to close in 30 seconds in the remainder of the race. Coming through for 4th place, who's it going to be? It's the Ford Fiesta of Richard Colburn, the red Capri of Merry, not too far behind, and gaining all the time. You've called this very well indeed. Jake Margulies goes through. Must be a transponder problem. Yes, there is. The Colburn's on our screen went from 4th to 6th and then back to 4th in their Fiesta. But we saw it with our eyes on the track. And here come 4th, 5th and 6th. Fiesta, Capri, Alfetta GTV6, all different engine notes, all different engine capacities, playing together on a track that is so suited to touring car racing, saloon car racing, here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in particular.
And Richard Colburn working away in the Fiesta as they come into Surtees. Oh, the Capri locks the brake, the Neil Merry Capri locks the front left brake into Surtees. We've lost sight of them directly from here in the commentary box, but we'll pick that up perhaps on the live stream and tell you what happened there, because it looked as though Margulies Alpha was going to go through around the outside of Surtees, and that would lead them onto the long straight down towards the right-hander at Hawthorns. But it's the Jerry Marshall Capri, the triplex car, number 14. Jerry drove this car in period, and it's Andrew Willis, and he is sitting in 10th place.
Right, the gap between 1st and 2nd is going to continue to stretch to the end of this race, because over the last 3 laps, the pace of our front-running Whittaker, which is Michael Whittaker, he's nearly 4 seconds a lap faster than Father Mike. This battle is chopping and changing for fourth place, and the Fiesta's gone from fourth to sixth in one lap, but has only dropped about a second. That's how tight it is. The Alfetta with Jake McGarlis, he's looking one way, looking another. Into clearways it dives, from the shade into the sunshine. That blue and white Industrial Control Services Alfetta GTV going through very, very nicely indeed. But the Motorcraft liveried Gordon Spice Capri holding on in now from 5th to 4th, and for the Fiestas they were losing the horsepower battle, but no one tell that to the Colburns. They're just racers through and through, and go past an Alfa down the bottom of the dip goes the trio for 4th, 5th and 6th positions. The little Fiesta hanging on in the background doesn't deserve to be in this company in terms of the format of the car, the power of the car, but in terms of handling and sheer get up and go from the Colburns as the Capri in front kicks its tail out on the exit of Druids. That's Merry making merry, and great to have these original names on the car. Motorcraft and Autocar entered 2 cars in period today. Rex Greenslade, and who was in the other car? I'm trying to remember now. Back in period, those Autocar Capris, because I think Rex used to write a column in the magazine back in the day, when of course you had the fierce battle between the 2 motoring weeklies, Motor Magazine and Autocar, that went about the battle like that. And a good way of putting yourself out there in front of the fans.
Still the Capri leads in the Capri versus Alfa Romeo versus Fiesta battle, so that's for 4th place, and still Neil Merry's driving very well in that car with the Gordon Spice Racing Sunstrip along there, just a copy of the car that Gordon Spice used in period. And down through the dip they come towards Sheen Curve, but unfortunately the power of these 2 cars is starting to pull them away from the little Fiesta of Richard Colburn. And was that a mistake by Neil Merry, or was it a problem? Because suddenly he slowed as he exited Sterling's, and then got going again. He didn't lose much time because he's just lost the place to Jake Margulies.
I think he just had understeer going into the corner and had to just lift very slightly, but Jake Margulies notably had been carrying a bit more speed through there each lap. So the 3 litre Ford Capri now behind the 2.5 litre Alfetta GTV6, and just with 1600cc, it's incredible that the Colburn family Fiesta is sort of hanging in there within a second or two of this grouping. But really it's a case of, have Merry's tyres gone off, because he just made that little error up at Stirling's and was very fortunate not to slide off into the gravel beyond, but he certainly wouldn't be the first car there this weekend, but it didn't go off. That's the important element. So Mike Whittaker, 22 laps on the board, waiting for Father Michael Whittaker leads Father Mike by, wait for the confirmation, be about 20-something seconds, I think now, as waiting for Mike to come through. Because the other car that came through with a similar livery for Patrick Motorsport is a lap or so down after an extra visit to the pits for Jan Bitter. And now comes Mike Whittaker over the start-finish line. He's been losing time with each lap. He lost another 3.5 seconds on that lap, so he's over half a minute down. Still smoking, but still circulating. 3rd place to Simon Lewis in his Jaguar XJ6, XJ12, I beg your pardon, XJS with the 12, I'm just getting confused. XJ4, 5, 6 and 7. The sister car, if you will, that's what I was looking at the screen at the time. No further progress from the Guy Connew car. That was number 44 we saw have its problem earlier in the race and had to be flat-bedded away or hoisted away from when it went off up at Druids, or just parked at Druids, or it didn't slide off and just stopped up there.
We've got 1 minute remaining, and I think I didn't look at the clock as they came across the line, so I'm not sure. Oh, coming down to Stirling, so he'll certainly get back to start another lap. So this will be the penultimate lap that the leader Michael Whittaker is on now. He'll come round and start the last lap in the Sanyo Rover. His father Mike in the Patrick Motors Group, a Midlands car dealership who sponsored a number of cars over the years, particularly in the Rover period, and some Midlands drivers got to drive those cars as well. But in the Sanyo, I think if I remember rightly, it was Jeff Allen in the Sanyo Rover. It was, wasn't it? Yes, Jeff Allen, who is he still the driving standards observer for British touring cars? He certainly was for many, many years, so has a connection with British touring car racing going back decades.
I would have thought if you held that position, you'd have to have a sort of anonymous outfit like the Stig. Nobody knows who it is, so no vindictiveness can come back the other way. But driving standards officers very, very important in all forms of racing, because often in something like historic racing, you've got cars of very different speed potential, so you have to have the right manners to indicate where your car is and let other people pass. But yeah, Jeff Allen, a long time racer with anything to do with Tom Walkinshaw as well. So yeah, if he's the man at the helm, wrapping the knuckles of those boys and girls in the British Touring Car Championship, probably not a bad thing.
On the last lap now, they're coming round to see the checkered flag, but they're about 2/3 of the way around the circuit, just turning through the right-hander at Sheen Curve. So just the run down to Stirling's and into Clearways to go. In fact, just going through Dingle Dell now, then coming up to Sheen Curve for the leader, Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo Rover. And his father could see him just about on the longer straights when he came out of the pits, but Michael has just driven away from his father in this last section of the race. He's coming under the bridge for the last time into the right-hander at Clearways, and certainly a dominant performance. Even allowing for the poor start from Mike Whittaker, I think Michael had the legs.
Well, certainly when you look at their respective fastest laps, 0.6 of a second superior for son Michael, waiting for father Mike to come round. So the Sanyo Daily Express liveried Rover SD1, car number 19, victory in the bag after 45 minutes in this Jerry Marshall Trophy race. Turn to look for father Mike, who will be coming into the stadium section shortly. There he is, still going through Stirlings. That is just an exemplar of how big that lead was. It was around 20 seconds before the pit stops, and had it come back in under a safety car, but it's gone all the way back out. And here comes Mike. He'll be aware that you can only push tyres that don't want to perform in hot temperatures so hard. Realised son Michael had got well clear, and eventually the margin between the pair of them was 40 seconds from first to second, but he's still good for second place for a Whittaker family 1-2, waiting for the Jaguar XJS with the Motul livery. Here it is, coming around the corner. So Simon Lewis will hang on to third place, and then probably the best battle in the race over the last 10-15 minutes ago has been sorted out. That will be coming through in fourth place, and it ought to be the Alfa Romeo, the blue and white, the ICS liveried car, the GTV6 of the Megalases. But Simon Lewis across the line in third place overall, and then there'll be really quite a wait for the next cars coming through. But they ended up in the order: Alfa Romeo from Ford Capri, that's the Neil Merry car, and the Colburn's Fiesta in sixth place overall. But the number 19, C. Sanyo, then decide. That's the name, the writing on the windscreen strip. Sanyo Esso, all these sponsors, so many sponsorships needed to complete at the top level. And out and looking suitably tired, but he worked very hard for that, and it's been a busy weekend for the Whittaker family. And he would have enjoyed that one, but certainly father Mike Whittaker worked out after a while that he just wasn't going to be able to live with his boy. And he'll probably accept that on Father's Day he'll get a card, but he won't get the winner's trophy.
Congratulations from a team member there, just giving Michael a drink, and I'm sure that is well deserved. As he's pulled into the pit garage, his father comes in the Patrick Motors liveried car behind and pulls up. And as you say, plenty of sponsors on these cars in period. These cars are copies of the originals. Duckham's in there as well. The Patrick Motors Group we've already mentioned. Patrick Motorsport was their name they used for their team. ICI on there as well. Some names that don't exist anymore.
No, indeed. But I'll tell you what, our winners will be hot under the collar, and now they get a chance to speak to Alex Legui.
Boys, you've got to give some other people a little bit of a chance out there. That was a smashing race.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun. Obviously had a good start, and then thought maybe the Jag or my dad was going to come back at me at the safety car, but managed to get a good restart and decent pit stop, and yes, just about saw it home, yeah.
What's your, are you going to spend the evening together with Papa?
Yeah.
Like, what's going to be your chat tonight?
I'm giving him a lift back.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. But no, it's good. Yeah, it's good fun. It's like,
yeah, really
it's so amazing to be able to do this, you know, especially on Father's Day with my dad, and have fun, you know, and the cars are amazing as well. Thank you to CMS Motorsport. Yeah.
Amazing. Well done. Yet again. Well done to Michael. Let's head over here, have another chat to Mike. Oh, whoa. What was that? He just said, I could have chased him. I just backed off a bit. Yeah, really, that's not what he said.
It's the only person I'd like to beat me.
That's true. That's true. But you didn't let him beat you.
Dunno.
Ooh, this conversation back in the car is going to be fun. Good. Brands Hatch is serving you well, isn't it?
Brilliant. Another 45 minutes sideways in a V8 Rover. Great weekend.
It's not the worst, is it?
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. It's been thoroughly enjoyable watching you guys race. Now's not the time. Sorry. You all right? You coping? Yeah. How are you? How is it down there? Are you all right? You coping?
Yeah, very tiring. Oh, that's good fun.
Good fun. I'm not going to make you talk. I won't make him talk because, you know, I can't complain. They're having a whale of a time, but they're having a tough one out there. Right, that was a fun race. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that race, Morgan. I had absolutely no idea what was going on or who you were following or anything. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine.
Right, that was a fun race. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Commentators, man?
So the highlights, absolutely remarkable race there as the Alphas were taking on the Ford Capris, but it was the Rovers up front, the little Toyota Celica Corolla GT having something in the mix as well. Unfortunately, one of the two Jaguar XJSs moved to the side of the circuit and pulled off. That caused a safety car period and bunched up the field, but as soon as they could, the field was released. It was a great battle for second place. Simon Lewis in his XJS being harried by Michael Whittaker, but Michael Whittaker in the Sanyo liveried Rover was out front. He got an amazing start to the race. Positions changed behind, but it didn't affect our race leader, and the Alfa Romeo had a really good run for the Megales. Simon Lewis going very well, exhausting out there, these big cars around the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch, and but nobody, not even Mike Whittaker, he says he let his son Michael win, but no, Michael did the job. There is the checkered flag, and eventually a 40-second margin. Hot conditions here for the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series race, but plenty of fun and a real mix of cars, which made it all the better. So let's take a look at the lights. Whittaker from Whittaker, son Michael from father Mike. 40 seconds, both in Rover SD1s, one for Sanyo and one for Patrick Motorsport. Simon Lewis driving his 12-cylinder Jaguar XJS to third place overall. He had plenty of battling, but the best battle towards the end, as I said, was the Alfa Romeo of the Megales, Neil Merry in his Ford Capri, and the car right from the back of the grid, the little Ford Fiesta, only 1600cc, taking sixth place overall. Paul Martin in the Capri. Jan Bitterim had an extra run through the pits, but he still was good for 8th place overall. Reece Camel and Andrew Willis in their Ford Capris from period, completing the top 10, but it really belonged today. Michael Whittaker getting the job done in very hot conditions here at the Jerry Marshall Trophy Series race around the glorious Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit.
This grid brings the spirit of 1970s prototype racing roaring back to life. The 2-litre sports cars, lightweight, purpose-built machines from 1962 to 1976, designed not just to race, but to flow. In their day, they were the underdogs of endurance racing, smaller, nimbler, and often overlooked against the bigger prototypes. But when given their own stage, they delivered some of the most competitive and exciting racing of the era. Cars from iconic names like Chevron, Lola, Porsche, all built around balance, precision, and pure mechanical grip. No driver aids, no shortcuts, just rhythm, commitment, and confidence. And now they're back, doing exactly what they were built to do. Once again, this is where things dramatically change. This is the 2-litre sports cars. This is a very special race, and it's all about the long game. The front row is split by two very important cars, both driven by the late Guy Edwards, and Chris Ward, who did a stellar qualifying lap, is here ready, very composed, very calm, and ready to have a great race, hopefully. Chris, how special is it to be driving this incredible Lola?
It's very special indeed. I mean, it's very sad that Guy passed away on Friday, but what a tribute to him to have two of his cars on the front row of the grid for this fantastic race meeting.
We are about to have a look at your pole lap, which was really quite something special. Can you just talk it through from your perspective?
We made changes to the car throughout the session. I had a little bit too much push mid-corner, and we changed a few settings on the car just to try and make it that little bit better, and good job that we did, because Gonzalo really put in a storming lap towards the end, and it was only my last lap they actually claimed pole, so really exciting, and looking forward to an exciting race ahead.
Before we see it, how tricky will it... Actually, no, I'll leave you to it. I know you guys have got to start the engines. Well, you heard it from Chris himself. Let's take a look at his pole lap and see what this circuit is like from their perspective. Have a look at this.
Absolutely brilliant on car footage. Find me a racing driver worth their salt who doesn't want to race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, and if anyone can attack it with the sheer level of precision and accuracy you get from a top historic racer like Chris Ward, well, why would you not want to do this? It is phenomenal. The ebb and flow of this circuit and going right to the edge, not beyond, that is the absolute key. But the sheer speed, just remember, there's a lot of up and down here. It gets flattened by the camera, but a brilliant lap from Chris Ward, and hardly surprising he took pole. But we heard from Chris just to mention that Guy Edwards, who died on Friday after a long battle for his health, was the master of bringing in sponsorship. And just look, 2 cars on the front row, 2 deals, totally different backgrounds. One Barclays International, that's the car that the 292 on pole position that Chris Ward drove. Then Gomez alongside Ultramar, an oil company, but he brought in other people like Encyclopedia Britannica. But look at this mix of cars: Alex Brundle and Chris Harris in another Lola starting third, Ollie Bryant in a Chevron, a B19 starting from 4th on the grid, then Beat Egerman in an unusual Swiss car, the Cheetah, designed by Chuck Graminger, and Dan Balfour, yet another Lola. This is starting from 6th on the grid. The Buhofer Willis car, earlier 2-on-2, alongside Gary First, a similar car. The cars kept on changing little by little. The European 2-litre championship was mighty for that. Earlier car, this is the Chevron B8. A lot of people love those. That's Ben Mitchell, Joel Hopwood alongside in a similar car. More Chevron B8s further back, including the Robert Shaw car and a topless family car in a Lola T290. And this grid is being brought up at the end by the Dulon, the unusual Dulon from Keith Martin. But at the time, it really was very much a battle between the Lolas and the Chevrons, and then Alpine came in and spoilt it by basically bringing a full works outfit that cleaned up entirely in 1974 and 1975. Championship was supposed to happen, and it didn't because they'd effectively killed it. But these were brilliant days. These cars so delightful to drive, and you can understand why a lot of people turn up to race them. And the car that we see on pole position, the Barclays International car, is shared on the European scene by this driver Chris Ward, but also Jan Magnussen, ex-Grand Prix driver. He gets into it, he loves it, he gets out, he's popping and banging and fizzing. But how this one's going to go away from the start remains to be seen. But certainly Gonzalo Gomez is a very quick driver. He's in the Ultramar car on the outside of the front row, and in behind it's the Alex Brundle, Chris Harris Lowlands looking to get in on the action. Light, nimble, but a brilliant start by Chris Ward. And look at his line through Paddock Hill Bend. Really quick to the apex. Down into the compression he goes, and it looks as though it's grid order from the first few positions. The Brundle-Harris car holds on. There's another car with a similar Joe Bonnier Racing livery, that's yellow with the white stripe and the red central stripe, holding down 5th place, but very much grid order as this pack of 2-litre sports cars goes down to Graham Hill Bend. And then you get the ones with roofs, the cars that Alistair likes the most, and these are the Chevron B8s. Change of second position, just as we look down though, the Brundle-Harris Lola car goes up into second place ahead of the Gomez example. 6 head 17, but 70 Chris Ward off into the distance. There he is.
and we think that, well, I know James Claridge has started the blue and yellow Ultramar car, and we think it's Chris Harris who is in the Brundle car. We'll check that when they come past us with Chris Harris.
If it's a multicoloured helmet, that ought to be Chris Harris. Well, mind you, Alex Brundle's is very similar to his father, so it's red, white and blue. But if there are more colours, I think there's a Tamiya model helmet, model with Tamiya writing on the side. If it is there, I think it is possibly Chris Harris. But he's got up ahead of James Claridge. But look at the lead that Chris Ward has. He's off into the distance, out of our shot. He's already in the see him in the background, through clearways, into Clark Curve. The best of the rest coming on through. Need a clearer shot. Get your bins out to check out who's in that second place loader. But what an advantage from Chris Ward. Absolutely streaking into the lead. I think it's actually Alex Brundle in that second place Lola. Either way, you know they're going to be enjoying. There was a lot of social media footage from both Chris Harris and Alex Brundle about driving this car, and again it's something new for the pair of them, but great little battle between the two Lolas in second and third position, but they can do nothing about this Lola in the lead of the race. Ex-Guy Edwards car, as is the Ultramar livery car that started alongside it. Take a look at the start. It was very neat and tidy, but the car on pole position, holding position, but just how brave Chris Ward was to get into the first corner ahead. Not just because he kept his position, he gained another car length or two. He just took more speed into the first corner, got himself clear of the rest, and now look how far he is clear of the rest. It was 4 seconds after one flying lap. He's halfway around the second flying lap, and the rest are history. Must be said, Chris knows this car very well. He races it in the Le Mans Classic Series around Europe at some great circuits, Spa-Francorchamps, Dijon-Prenois just a few weeks ago to kick off the season. They were at Barcelona, but here they are at Brands Hatch, equally a great circuit. In fact, way better than some of the others already mentioned, it must be said. The Buhofer-Willis car was having a good little battle with Ben Mitchell around the middle order. Just took a look at that. Now, one little fact, just checking everyone got going. Well, we didn't get the topless car around the opening lap. That's car number 69, Nicholas and James Topless sharing that. It's the Shell livery dark blue Lola T290. That raced in Japan actually, but that didn't get to come through. Second and third is still a very nice little battle, and Ollie Bryant isn't exactly hanging around in fourth place. Second, third, fourth, sweep down through Paddock Hill Bend, up to the top of the hill they go. But if they're looking for Chris Ward, they're going to stop seeing him soon. He's 7.7 seconds the good. So as Chris sweeps towards Surtees, the second place battle, second, third and fourth are only now getting to Graham Hill Bend. They can't see him. He's already gone around Surtees. Whoa.
And the earlier car with much less aero on it of Ollie Bryant in fourth place, hanging on to the Claridge later T296 Lola. So Ollie Bryant in the Chevron B19, a car that actually he and his father have only just bought. They sold their Lola T70 and swapped it for probably a little bit of money as well for this Chevron B19. So it's very early days for Ollie in this car, but he's a real class act in racing cars. And here he comes now towards the second part of the right-handers. That's Westfield that he's going through now into Dingle Dell, not that far behind, and you can see the amount of aerodynamic wing on the back of these two cars compared to Ollie's, which is very flat.
Okay, here's the topless Lola I mentioned, and it has made it back to the pits, but not in the way they would have wanted. So their race is over, but you're quite right, Alistair. The rear wings stick way out the tail of these 2-litre Lolas, whereas the Chevron is far more refined and it's subtle in a way. It's almost effectively a Gurney chap. The second and third is a real fight. It's really second as Alex Brundle, we think it is, holds off James Claridge. But up front in the Barclays International 292, just streaking clear. Chris Ward, 11.3 seconds to good after 2 flying laps of this race. Sorry, after 3 flying laps of this race. Ollie Bryant hanging on in fourth place. One car worth pointing out, you don't see many of these to the pound, is the Dulon, the one and only Dulon car that was ever built for this category. Porsche engines, Keith Martin at the wheel of that. He's coming around in 12th place, so he's the last of the runners, but it was a one of one, and therefore no one else to develop it against, and the budget certainly would have been far less. Dulon better known for their Formula Ford 1600s, but they saw this championship and thought, hey, maybe we can get a car that people want to buy. It didn't happen, but great to have not only the winners in period, but those that fought at the back, the other cars in the picture. So huge margin between Chris Ward at the front of the field and the best of the rest, but a brilliant battle for second place. Right, Keith Martin has just completed the same number of laps as the others, but he's 40 odd seconds behind anyone else in his Porsche engine Dulon. But this battle for second, well, it's just exactly how as it would have been in period. Small, nimble cars, and I tell you what, when you sit in these, you do get an awful lot of stuff coming into the cockpit. I was talking to Jan Magnussen at Spa a few weeks ago, and he showed me a cracked thumbnail, a great big lump of rubber. You know, you get the rubber balls that come off the side of tyres, fired into the cockpit when he was going up the Kemmel Straight, and so you are sitting quite exposed. The shorter drivers have a rather more comfortable drive in these 2-litre sports cars, but they were small, they were dynamic, they were pretty, and no wonder the racing was popular. But like with so many forms of racing, you have an upturn and you have a downfall, and their downfall came when Alpine came in and took a very large hammer to crack, well, a fairly reasonably sized nut.
And we've been trying to absolutely be certain that it is Chris Harris in that second place car, and it is. And I know it's James Claridge in the third place car because he's got the black helmet. I know that from previous races. But Chris Harris, it should be I've done it now. Alex Brundle, because the owner should start the car, but it would appear that Chris Harris has got on board.
They probably drew straws. You can imagine two drivers who could not be more enthusiastic about getting in to drive this. There's the Dulon. Great to see that, because again it completes the whole picture. Already been lapped by this car going out of the bottom right hand side of your image, which is Chris Ward. He knows this car very well. It's run beautifully for him by Legacy Outlaws that have quite an interesting of stables of cars. It's an overarching ownership because they give their cars to several preparation companies to run and run all sorts of different things. A Lola T70 is in the remit as well, but Chris and Jan Magnussen do a lot of racing together, and you never have to look to the bottom end of a timesheet to find them. I think we can put it that way. Very, very quick duo indeed.
And the T292 from Lola, T292 was the number of the type of car. 27 of them built in 1973 and hugely successful. They took 32 significant sports car wins between 73 and 76. And Chris Craft was the champion in 1973 in the European 2-litre sports car series, which is what this is really reminding us of.
And that car's still racing in the hands of Tony Sinclair, not here this weekend. It was the one sponsored by Crown, Wallpapers, Crown Racing, that's Crown with an E. And there's Alex Brundle on the pit wall, so that does, we think that's what we're seeing. I'm being told that's Alex Brundle, so I'll believe. And it was very interesting trying to spot the helmet. It's funny from a commentary position, you realise these cars on the start-finish straight go by quite fast, don't they? Really, a bit of a design flaw, that, I'd say. Right, Chevron B8s. I could throw this straight over to you, Alistair, but these cars did surprisingly well against more powerful opposition, particularly on some of the European races. The Nürburgring 1000K was a race they always went in very well in as well. Meanwhile, back just before you get a chance even to mention that, we're back to the car that's running in third place, James Claridge, you say, but he's not that far behind Chris Harris, so if that's Chris starting the race, I'm sure we'll see some social media posts later this week, and I doubt he's going to say he was having a bad time.
Well, that does set up an interesting dynamic for this race, because Chris Harris and James Claridge are the two slower drivers in these cars. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that, because that's what it is. And they will switch to Goncalo Gomez in number 17 and Alex Brundle in number 8, who are the two quicker drivers. So we should see these two cars stay together for the whole of the race, depending on which driver's on board, but it won't change the gap between them once they get through their pit stops, assuming they don't have any problems. That really does set up a very interesting race. And the slightly earlier number 6 car of Chris Harris, which is the 292 Lola, was superseded via the 294 to the 296, which is the car behind, the blue car with the broad yellow stripe down it. And when you see that side on, you can see how they started to push the rear wing further and further back to get more aerodynamic downforce at the back of the car.
Yeah, the wing is the biggest clue, but actually when you look at them at the front, even with bodywork off, just the way the little air ducts at the front, they became larger or moved a bit further to the side. They kept on chopping and changing, and that's actually almost a dream. Certainly in Formula 4 days, some manufacturers from Yeti would just do a tiny tweak and convince everybody that this is the new car. Not quite Emperor's clothes, but you understand, it was a competitive market, and sales were king.
You need to buy one of these now.
Exactly. Well, I tell you, it was this championship was competitive in series, in period, and now look at it, it's just as good. There are going to be more and more cars coming out to play in this, because the fields were big in the day, because you just gave the numbers, for example, of the loads that were produced for this. So even if we get half of those coming out racing, and some are racing in other series at the moment, I'm sure they're going to want to come and play in this as well. But Chris Ward putting on a masterclass. Second place, Chris Harris. Third place, James Claridge. They sweep into Paddock Hill Bend, sweep in, sweep round. These cars have plenty of handling to offer the drivers, and that's why they're so much fun. They're so nimble, and the engines, it's a Ford BDG in the back of Chris Harris's car, for example. That is a classic racing engine, really on the money. It's very sharp in its pickup, and that's why the drivers enjoy it so much. And I think these cars also have what they call a nick gearbox. You know, it's just small, simple, a very small throw, so they're really dynamic, and they're cars I would long have wanted to drive until Jan Magnussen said my head would be out in the airstream. So cruel.
And you see how quick these cars are on what is a wonderful sweeping up and down circuit like Brands Hatch, but we have of course improved safety hugely over the last 30 years, and although Brands Hatch is more of an old style circuit than say a Grand Prix circuit like Silverstone or any of the other Grand Prix circuits, it's still a real challenge. But in the day when these cars were racing in the European Championship, they raced on road circuits with no real protection, just the odd bit of Armco barrier here to protect someone's garden or whatever as they went through villages, and races like the Targa Florio, which was in one of its forms a 45-mile circuit of the island, and these cars were used in that. It's quite incredible that proper sports cars were used on that, and these weren't the quickest cars. These were the 2-litre class cars. We also had cars of the much larger capacities, the Alfa Romeos and the Porsches, which were even faster, and drivers like our very own Vic Elford taking part in those races. They were absolutely staggering that they were raced on those sorts of roads.
It was, and some of those circuits, it wasn't driver. Well, if you went over the barriers, someone, I can't remember which driver in the 60s, early 70s, said those little trees beyond the barriers, and someone said, no, that's the top of the trees, they're 100 feet tall. And that might have been at various parts around the Nordschleife, but also famously when you went uphill to Rouen-les-Essarts, drivers went into the ravine. In fact, I'm fairly sure Brian Redmond was one of the ones that went over a barrier there. So tracks were very different. This one, ironically, well, not ironically, rather marvellously, has really kept its feeling, and it has not been transformed in the way that was less subtle in other circuits. And the fact, here we are, 100 years since first competition here, on bicycles, let's say, but 1950, we've had racing ever since here. The Grand Prix loop we're looking at now, as soon as that was added, this went from good circuit to magnificent circuit. That's why historic racing looks just so brilliant on it.
And we've still got this battle going on for second place. It's still Chris Harris just holding off James Claridge as they go through the left-hander at Stirling's, down under the bridge, and the lovely sound of those engines as they get up to full speed through and clearways into Clark Curve to complete another lap. This will be 9 laps completed for these two. Chris Ward, of course, has already gone through in the number 70 light blue car in the lead. He's 25.5 seconds ahead now. An absolute masterclass from Chris, and of course he's got the fastest lap at the 31.195. We are now coming up to 15 minutes into the race. The pit window opens at 25 minutes, so about another 10 minutes the pit window will open for 10 minutes. So it's going to be quite short, sharp sequence of the race when everybody has to come in.
Yeah, no, it really will. But the thing about it, it's an hour's race, and we've heard from drivers of all sorts of cars across the historic spectrum about just how their tyres have gone off very quickly around here. These cars are much lighter, much nimbler on their tyres. They should be much kinder their tyres. But the way it's being raced by Chris Harris and the chasing James Claridge in particular, they're not leaving a great deal out there. Chris Ward, every lap he's pulling another 2 seconds clear, so he's certainly taking the most out of his tyres, but he isn't in a battle with someone, so he's able to pick his line at all times. But at the moment, Chris Harris will be going, this is hot work. It's much easier to be the hunter than the hunted. He's having to be the hunted at the moment. They're going past the Dulon, and Keith Martin keeps out of their way, nearly runs out of road at Stirling's to let them pass, but let them past he does. Robert Shaw pressing on very nicely in his blue chevron there. That's run by Era Motorsport. That's the outfit that Carl Tilley heads up. His brother Kane looking after the cars, and busy weekends. It's not just, it is pretty much 2 out of every 3 weekends you can be at a top historic race somewhere, but I'd say this London Historic Trophy is laying down a very nice marker here at Brands Hatch, and I'm sure it's an event that will grow and grow under motor racing legends. But right now I'm just enjoying the sunshine, I'm enjoying the circuits, I'm enjoying seeing some of the great cars of the period. And also the fact is, look at this battle since the outset of the race. We're on the 10th, they're on the 11th lap now. They're no further apart than they were on the grid. All that's happened is they've swapped position.
That's right, yes. James Claridge hasn't been able to find a way past. He's been following Chris Harris very closely. In fact, they at the line last time around, they were a quarter of a second apart. They haven't been much further apart than that whole race. But James Claridge just cannot find a chink in the armour of Chris Harris, who was saying yesterday, just before the qualifying session, that he'd be very happy to be within 8 seconds a lap of Alex Brundle. Well, he wasn't quite that much slower, but he was obviously. Oh, and Ollie Bryant's having a spin at Druids there. That's a very rare occurrence.
Not Ollie, it's Philip Buhofer.
Oh, right.
Who's gone for a sprint.
Sorry.
But yeah, that's the earlier loader, the T212 from 1971. It's amazing how fast the body shape changed, but well, let's have a look. Did he jump? Was he pushed? Waiting. There's the cheetah going. Oh well, unfortunately, just going a little too hot and rotating just in front of Gary First, I think it was, who came through next. Yeah, orange and maroon car. That would make him so trickle down the hill, far off, but little slip up, nothing more than that.
Apologies to Ollie Bryant. I know you can't hear me at the moment, but it was such an unusual occurrence. I was about to say, well, it wasn't an unusual occurrence because it wasn't Ollie. Very similar helmet colours as well.
Oh, finally the move has come. It's been waiting for James Claridge to make his move. He had his moment up into Druids. I wonder what was different that lap that gave him the opportunity to nip past Chris Harris. Chris's language is probably turning a little blue for the moment, and well, it was half a gap, and half a gap that was all that was required.
I think maybe Chris Harris just slightly outbraked himself into the corner, ran tiny bit wide, but that was all James Claridge needed to fit a Lola T296 shaped car up the inside there, and actually has started to ease away from Chris Harris. So we know he was very close behind. He wasn't fast enough or couldn't find any gaps, but when he did find a gap, he's now started to pull away quite quickly, and the gap was a quarter of a second for most of this race. I think when we get them back here to the timing line, the gap will have extended probably to somewhere around 2 seconds in half a lap. So that is a good move for James Claridge in the Ultramar coloured car, which is very evocative of the era.
Yes, and like so many of Guy Edwards' sponsorship deals, it ran across multiple platforms. That ran in Formula 5000 as well in period, the Ultramar livery, and he was very good at getting sponsors on board, big names, big household names, and keeping them there. But Barclays International, that was a big name in the time. Of course, it stopped existing now, I think, the mid-1980s. My sister worked for them just fresh out of university. Great livery though, unusual to actually have that many pale blue cars, but again, Guy being Guy would have designed that livery for them and said, this is what works on a car that could potentially be doing 160 miles an hour when it comes past the main stand. So it's got to look crisp and clean, so you can actually at least see the name.
That actually puts the two Guy Edwards cars into first and second in the race, doesn't it, now Claridge has got through?
I think Claridge was really being bottled up by Chris Harris.
Yes.
He's doing a fantastic defensive job, and Chris is a very quick driver, but again, he'll have learned what it takes to defend in one of these cars. You know, every car is different in the amount you can see out. These cars give you very good visibility. A lot of racing cars have far more metal around you, make it harder to see. Yes, you've got that big rear wing, but as long as you can see under it or over it, you've got some form of visibility to behind. So I want to see what sort of pace that James Claridge can get up to. Thus far, his best is 1 minute 33.2 seconds, which is 2 seconds slower, nearly 2.1 seconds slower than the fastest lap set by Chris Ward early in this race. But now he's been uncorked. Now he's got ahead of Chris Harris's number 6 Lola, the ex-Joe Bonnier racing car. Let's see, driver comes through. Not his best lap, but in fact I think a lot of these cars will not be setting their best laps just because they're further into the race. Their fuel load's going down, but their tyres are getting a wee bit corked, and actually a much slower lap from Chris Harris. He did 1 minute 39.5. Does he have a problem that led to him going a little bit wide or deep into Druids, or has he outpsyched himself perhaps? But I think possibly he's canned his tyres a little bit early on. But there could have been liquid on the track. Remember, we'd had a car running wide there just a lap before, and maybe it put a bit of gravel up there.
And the pit window should be opening shortly, and just to mention that 3 drivers or 3 cars will have to stop for slightly longer because they are deemed to be professional or well experienced drivers. Chris Ward, who's leading, he's solo, but he will have to stop for an additional 15 seconds, but he's 33 seconds in the lead, so if all goes to plan, he should come out and be still in the lead. Alex Brundle attracts a 15-second penalty as well. Now that's very relevant for the battle that we've just been watching with Chris Harris at the wheel of his car and the James Claridge Goncalo Gomez car, because that number 6 car will have to stop for an additional 15 seconds, so that will extend the gap even further. We know that Goncalo is a quicker driver than James Claridge, so that number 17 car will speed up, but he doesn't have a penalty. And the final penalty goes to Ollie Bryant, who is in an earlier car, so is not as quick as these front 4, but he has to stop for an additional 10 seconds. Otherwise, it's just standard pit stops.
Yeah, and for Chris Ward, he'll think 15 extra seconds is nothing in the European series he's competing in, the Le Mans Classic Series. He and Jan Magnussen, I mean, what a pairing. They sometimes have 40-45 seconds put on their shoulders, so a lot of those, if they're going to take success, it'll only be on the final lap as they're on a charge and coming through. But for Chris Ward, he's done the hard work. Well, 15 seconds extra, so what? He'll be thinking he's 34 seconds clear. But he will want to be, being Chris Ward, as competitive as he can be and just keep on running away.
But behind Ward and Claridge, Chris Harris had started to fall back into the clutches of Ollie Bryant, who has got closer. In fact, Chris Ward's last lap was quick again, so I wonder, you said maybe he damaged his tyres, maybe he's brought them back on now and he's back down to his normal time, but Ollie Bryant is within 3.5 seconds, and the time difference between their pit stops will be a net 5 seconds, so that in theory will put Bryant ahead of Alex Brundle.
Yeah, still very much in the ballpark. So when talking about these days of racing the European 2-litre series, it didn't last long, but it burnt very brightly. Just running you through the champions: Joe Bonnier, 1970, in a Lola T10, and that car we've just seen in this race, it's number 86, driven by Dan Balfour. Second year, certain Helmut Marko, you may have seen him lurking in the Formula 1 pit lane, of course, tied up with Red Bull for many years. A great racer whose racing career came to an end when he was blinded in one eye by a stone thrown up through his visor. But he was champion for Lola in 1971, 1972. Shame we don't have one of those here. And a cellar for Abarth-engined Acela, Arturo Merzario, just ahead of John Burton, and Guy Edwards in 3rd place. The following year, Guy Edwards again finished 3rd. This is 1973. Chris Craft winning in that Crown Racing Lola. John Burton, who was always in the mix, he was 2nd that year in a Chevron. Then the final year that it was competitive, Alan Sapaggi, Gerard Larousse and Jean-Pierre Jabouille, all in Alpines, steamrolled the championship. But we've got the car from the first year here, doing a very good job, 1970, and at the moment up into 4th place for Dan Balfour.
And it'll be up to 3rd soon. Well, no, he's up to 4th now because it's already, the car started dropping down. The number 6 car, I'm afraid, Chris Harris has brought in. Thought it was for the mandatory stop, but it was too early. But the team now looking at the car, that is a retirement, I'm afraid. So whatever was ailing in that car when Chris Harris got passed by James Claridge has brought it into the pits now. Number 6 looks to be a retirement, unfortunately. Team looking, they've got the sort of doors up and looking inside the cockpit, so something inside. I wonder whether there's a brake issue.
I think that's a very good guess, because it was just out of character for him after so many laps of pressure from James Claridge to just slide that little bit wide up to Druid. Sometimes you scratch your head, and we were wondering, was there a bit of fluid on the track he might have caught, but it was very much out of keeping, because he had a fantastic line up at Druids for lap after lap. And for Alex Brundle, who's been so looking forward to racing this car, this will be gutting as well, but I'm sure they'll be back to have another go on another day. But it's great to see that out there and being so competitive. And
unsurprisingly, the number 17 car has come in at the earliest opportunity to the pits, because James Claridge is the slower of the two drivers, so they'll get Gonzalo Gomez on board for the remainder of the race. That's the yellow and blue Ultramar sponsored car, the T296 Lola, and that's in to do its mandatory stop. The time that car has to stop has not been extended for the driver's experience. So that's just a standard stop for them, which is stationary for 60 seconds, and it's already underway again. So 60 seconds plus the time it takes to drive through the pit lane is the minimum. And the gold helmet of Gonzalo Gomez now on board the number 17 car. That set the, was it the second fastest? Yes, it was second fastest time in qualifying. So we know Gonzalo is quick. And his stop time was 1 minute 27 seconds.
Just getting some gen that perhaps car 36, which is a Dulon. Dulon has got a flat tyre. That's Keith Martin's car. I saw his hand go up as he entered Druids a couple of laps ago, and he was going quite slowly down the slope. That's back in the pit lane. And there it is, sitting there, driver not on board. So that's the one-off car from Dulon. Keith Martin, the driver of that LD DHLMP, that's the one with the Porsche engine. But so over and out. But it's just good to see that out there, and I'm sure it'll become more competitive as it gets more sorted. That car's probably been away, like so many of these, for many decades between now and the early 1970s, when they were in their pomp in this European 2-litre series. So Dan Balfour, looking at him, I mentioned, tail out from him. In that, this is the car that Joe Bonnier took to 5 wins in 1970s. He secured the first of the European 2-litre series titles. And they've driven with a great deal of gusto, I must say. Certainly that was the way the tail was going out on the exit of Druid, so certainly pressing on. And, good to see. So the Team Gunston car, Gunston, a tobacco brand from South Africa. They had a fantastic South African Formula 1 series, often for cars a year or two old after they've been in the World Championship, but big on sports cars as well. And Gunston put their name and their sort of orange and maroony hues across many of those cars. And then there was that fantastic, what we call the winter series, they call their summer series, down in countries including Angola and Mozambique, as well as South Africa. And the Springbok series was always very popular. These are the sort of cars that would have been out there racing in them. So for a lot of the European drivers, it was a chance to race somewhere else, do something a little bit different as well. And to collect some prize money. And have a bit of a holiday and a safari alongside as well. No wonder it worked so well. I think it should be brought back, Alistair. I'm voting for it right now.
Definitely, yes. And talking about money, there was start money then, and a lot of the teams were privateers. They weren't all. And Alex is down in the pit lane talking to Keith Martin.
I am indeed. That's very disappointing. When did you notice that something was awry?
Interesting. I was a mechanic on this car, on this circuit, in 1972.
That's so cool. You must have some proper memories.
I've known it all its life. As you can see, on the wrong side of 22 to be.
But it's only, what, 24, 25?
Yeah, it's a lovely car to drive, such fun.
Not when it's like this, though, I imagine.
I did a pit stop and must have picked a nail up or something.
When did you notice that
as soon
something...
as I went out after the pit stop, I could tell on left corners it was juggering. So I knew something was wrong. And I did another lap or two and then realised it must be a puncture. It happens. And of course, it's not like Formula 1 where...
I know, I was just thinking, where's the car? Why aren't they running out, doing a 3-second pit stop?
It's a jack wheel race and nuts and bolts. It's a bit of a job changing a wheel. So I've had me fun anyway, it's good fun. So Sad I didn't make the end, but there we are.
Well, it was fun watching you while you were out there.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to a drink.
Me too.
Wow, that's quite some story. That in period 1972, Keith was a mechanic on that car. The one and only. It wasn't another car. That's the only dude on 2-litre sports car that was built. So still cars in and out of the pit lane. Ollie Bryant's car is sitting there, and of course he was one of the 3 drivers that has extra time because of their driver ranking to be spent in their pit stop time, so he has an extra 10 seconds. So we'll drop him back a little bit. But really, can anyone do anything about Chris Ward? I think we know the answer is probably no, because his fastest lap is still 2.5 seconds clear of anyone else. His lead is gargantuan, and putting on a fantastic performance in the Barclays International. Ex-Guy Edwards Lola, that Guy, such a backbone of this series and such a loss to the motorsport world when he finally passed away on Friday at home in Ireland. Chris Ward leading, and at the moment, because he hasn't served a pit stop, leading because he hasn't served a pit stop, leading because he's leading, but also up into second place without having served a pit stop as yet is the unusual number 11, which is the Cheetah. Chuck Graymager designed these cars in his base in Switzerland. This one's entered by Egerman Racing, and it's good to see that racing around the continent at the moment. It's just lovely to see these cars that 5 years ago probably weren't on the racing scene, but they're back now. There's a series for them, and it's only going to go from strength to strength. Well, until someone turns up with an Alpine that in period was sort of superseded all the others. Maybe they should have a little caveat. Only come out at 2 races a year or something, but that was a steamroller. But in these days it was about privateer teams. So for Joe Bonnier, looking at 2 cars in this race, or 2 cars that started this race in his livery, yellow with the white and red stripe up the middle, those cars, Joe Bonnier effectively was their sales agent in Europe, and then in the States other people sort of stepped into the breach, but he entered an awful lot of the cars. And if you look through the Lola history books, you think, how many cars did you race? But often he raced it for one race, then it got passed on to someone else, so he got the next newest car with the latest developments. But a great man who did wonderful things. Right, Chris Ward has come into the pit lane and trying to keep that car as cool as possible with little leaf blowers blowing down into those air vents. One of the Chevron B8s pulls up into the pits behind it, which is probably Joel Hopwood's car, entered by Tom Smith Racing. If it's 19, yes, so it is, with the checkered flag. So the pit stop looks slow. It's not slow, but just remember Chris Ward has an extra 15 seconds to be served during its pit stop, but I don't really think that's going to be much of a difficulty for Chris to claw that back.
And the Chevron B8, as you can see out on track there and in the pit lane, with a closed roof. That's the design of the car originally, but there was actually start money for a lot of these drivers, and a lot of them were privateers in the European 2-litre Championship. So when 1 or 2 drivers realised that you got more start money if you had an open car rather than And Alex is in the pit lane with Alex Brundle.
Indeed, this is not where you're meant to be standing. What happened?
We have had a... Taking no further part, but you know, we finished this car a couple of days before this weekend. It's not shocking that we've had some issues. It's a delight that Chris has got to have some laps in it and got it through qualifying in the top 3, running around in the top 3. Unfortunately can't finish, but that's motor racing.
At what point did you realise that it was game over?
So Chris was in the car and he said, you know, it's such a lovely little gearbox normally that basically as soon as the gear doesn't go in, you know, and then the clutch stops clearing, so you can't move the stick. So it's pretty clear from there onwards, but we'll look at it, develop it, aim to sort it, and be back for Silverstone.
Good. Look forward to it. Thank you, Alex. Bad luck.
Well, thanks, Alex and Alex down there. It's indicative, the desire to get cars racing. You see there's a race meeting you want to do, and it's hurry, hurry, fast, fast, slow, isn't it, getting them ready, particularly after, you know, a lot of them have not been racing for a while, but so gearbox maladies. And that said, Chris Harris's drive was even more spectacularly good than it seemed from the outside. If a number of laps, he was just that moment you think, has it gone in, has it not? Doesn't really help as you're piling into a corner, and Druids is where it really came undone. But I just want to highlight something unbelievable. Looking at Chris Ward, dominant race leader, 32 seconds the good, but 2 consecutive fastest laps from Goncalo Gomez has chipped away and beaten Chris Ward's fastest lap by getting on for 0.4 of a second. He did a 1 minute 30.8 followed by a 1 minute 30.7. That's Gomez, the Portuguese driver. He is on a massive charge. 25 minutes to go. Obviously the gap from first to second came down because Chris Ward had to serve an extra 15 seconds. But if this pace continues to improve from Goncalo Gomez, and if we don't see it start to be matched on a regular basis by Chris Ward, we could have a crescendo towards the finish. But I'm sort of fairly confident that Chris Ward will be able to go, okay, right, we've done the pit stop, we got to that point with a nice time buffer, we've had the extra 15 seconds, I'm now just going to settle in and do, if he can lap consistently in 1 minute 32s, 1 minute 33s, he'll be fine. That should be easy for him. His fastest is a 1 minute 31.195 second lap, so as long as he can be smooth. Wanting to see the latest lap from the chasing car 17, 1 minute 30.8, 1 minute 30.7, 1 minute 30.8, so consistent and quick, but I still think Chris Ward, his margin is large enough.
Well, he's got the gap down now. Goncalo Gomez got that gap down to 28, just short of 29 seconds. He was 3.5 seconds quicker on that last lap. But I think if Chris Ward knows that he's being caught, and his pit team will be telling him on the pit boards, if they know he's being caught, he will speed up again. But at the moment he's in a mode that says this is the way to get to the end of the race without stressing the car, without stressing the tyres, and we don't want any late problems. These are, after all, quite old cars these days. They don't look that old, they look very modern, but they are quite old, and they are really pushing the boundaries. Watching Goncalo Gomez through Paddock Hill Bend last lap, and he was fully halfway across into the curbing and the gravel trap. He's absolutely on the limit in his Lola T296, the number 17 car, and Chris Ward has heard us, Bruce.
He's got pride.
He's
1 minute 30.597 seconds, so that's faster by just under 0.2 of a second than the sudden challenges from Goncalo Gomez. But Gomez is super consistent to have 3 laps that were within 0.2 of a second and right on the pace. Another lap comes in from Gomez. He goes faster still. 1 minute 30.8, 1 minute 30.7, 1 minute 30.8, 1 minute 30.6. So very close, within 0.1 of a second of Chris Ward's. So, you know, what you want from a driver is speed and accuracy. And even when you start at a racing school, say, this is your target, stay within half a second of that, stay within 0.2 of a second of that, and just keep on piling them in, gain the consistency, get the accuracy, and then to do it at the speed these drivers are doing, you can see they're very much at the top of their game. But your point just there about these cars are quite old, Chris, it's the fact that they still look fantastic. If someone said, we're going to have a racing series with cars looking like this and launched it now, I wouldn't really blink. I'd go, isn't that fantastic? Not thinking they're old. I think they look small, sleek, made for purpose, and they drive so dynamically. So actually, I'm thinking quite a few series that could be scrapped to make way for modern versions of these. I'll draw up the list by this evening. I'll give it to you later.
There are club racing series that are free designs. Of course, in international racing, the rule book now is so tight that the cars can't look like this anymore. There isn't a championship for them. But if you give designers free rein in some of the club series we see, and this is what the cars look like. And that's not because they're designed as old-fashioned cars. They are modern aerodynamic designers like John Eiley, who designed the Ferrari, was on the design team for the Ferrari Formula 1 car that won so many races with Michael Schumacher. He's now working with other teams, but John Eiley races in Sports 2000, and he adds aerodynamic tweaks to his car, but they still look like this.
Yeah, well, they look great, and they clearly go great, because I thought, they've poked the bear with the stick. Chris Ward needs to go faster. He got below 1 minute 30, 1 minute 29.9. Not fast enough. Goncalo Gomez has done 1 minute 29.878. They are trading thousandths of a second. Maybe a little bit traffic induced from time to time, but the pace is getting quicker and quicker on a day where, quite frankly, you'd expect it to get slower and slower as the tyres just become less and less useful as they turn sort of from solid to slightly jellyish in fashion. Right, here's the cheetah. Don't get many of these to the pound, the Norwest livery car. Walter Wolf racing on the flanks as well. So Walter Wolf, this was before he came into Formula 1. Remember, his first step wasn't with the Wolf, it was with the Williams, the Wolf Williams racing team, where he teamed up with Frank Williams, who always needed a little more money in the pot to make his cars competitive, but by the end of the season, to say that the relationship had broken down is just the tip of the iceberg. And Frank opined later he'd rather have managed the team than be told to go and collect Walter from the airport and effectively become his chauffeur. You can imagine two proud competitive people, that was never going to work, but then boy did it work. Started in 1977 with the Wolf, one of the most beautiful cars you would, to my eye, that's ever raced in Formula One, and became even more beautiful in Argentina, the opening round, when Jody Scheckter gave the team a victory first time out, which was a massive fillip, of course, for everybody involved. Great looking car that was. But a lot of people forget that Wolf Racing was involved in Formula 3 before and in sports car racing as well, with the lovely looking but not always very competitive Cheetah model.
Chris Ward continues on his way. He's lost the fastest lap. Mantle to Gonzalo Gomez in second place, but the gap between them still hovers around the 28 to 29 second mark. So although Gonzalo is a little bit quicker, he's not consistently quicker now. His last lap time of 1:31. Chris Ward laps yet another car on his way to complete another lap. It'll be 26 laps completed for Chris Ward this time. Meantime, Gomez is around, going into Westfield, down the dip and into Sheen Curve. So
I shouldn't have talked about the Cheetah, because it's cheated, flirted with danger there, but has a little rotation and a recovery there. So actually it's remarkable to rotate, not leave the track other than your rear wheels that are just over the white line and continue, but that would be a bit of an eye-opener there. That little semi-rotation. Andy Willis on board, one presume, in the second half of the race, because he's paired with Philip Buhofer, who's running in 6th place, but could have gone a little bit further off, then things would have been tricky. Sorry, I've just looked at the wrong car. I've been looking at 155 instead of, quite simple, 11. I used to be quite good at maths, but we seem to have overshot by 144. Never mind. As you were, it wasn't Andy Willis. It was
Beat Eggman.
Beat Eggman, all on his own. Eggman Racing. So the heat's getting in the commentary tower as well.
In this heat, it'll be fried Eggman, I should think, as opposed to beat Eggman.
Or boiled.
It could be, yes. It's scrambled after he spun out at the back of the circuit.
We will stop our egg derivatives for a moment and continue to look at this race. 2-litre sports cars look as great now as they did in period. Just think of a pack of these with top races of the day, looking for start money, which was so important, and a big prize. But actually, Gonzalo Gomez continues to push really, really hard.
I'll try and finish my story off about start money, Bruce. Thanks for leading me in on that one. I was just talking about private drivers looking for start money, and when they realised that they got more start money for open top cars as opposed to closed tops, and I'm thinking particularly here of Dr. Tony Goodwin. He had a Chevron V8, I think it was a B6 actually, which is the same as a B8 pretty much, and he thought, I get more money if I've got an open car, so he sawed the roof off and called it a groper.
Yes.
Obviously some other modifications needed to make the car stable enough and strong enough to run without a roof, but that was the story. It was simple as that. He sawed the roof off, got more start money, happy man. And but that car now, I'm pleased to say, is restored back to its full glory of a roofed B8.
That is one of the elements that you realise cars became spiders and then didn't become spiders again afterwards, down to appeal or the championship regulations. And quite simply, you're quite right, start money was a massive factor when you were racing anywhere in the world. I mean, it was huge in the States as well. I mean, actually that was one of the things for the Lotus Formula One team that kept it going. They had a habit of winning the United States Grand Prix at Watkins Glen that had the biggest paycheck of the year. Thank you, said Colin Chapman. Off he'd go to think of another idea to propel his mark and keep it at the top of the charts.
Well, I suspect more than one team in the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship at the time these cars were racing would pay for its next race from the prize money of or the start money of the previous race. So they would simply work from paycheck to paycheck, loading the car up on a trailer, driving to the next circuit in the hope that they could afford to race. And it was like that for many, many years. And certainly some of the stories you read about drivers in this period, it was an adventure for them.
Well, actually, if it went well, they could set off from the UK, where many of the cars might have started from, and come back in March and come back in September. Famously, Ian Young, who was an autocar columnist for many years, came across with Jack Brabham, and, well, notably with Bruce McLaren, when they won the Drivers to Europe scholarship, and he drove a Ford Zodiac around Europe with their Formula Junior cars on a trailer, and they would go, they'd be at Karlskoga in Sweden, then go Linköping, they'd be racing at Jyllandsring and working their way around Europe. And for young men with not much continental travel, in the 50s turning into the 60s, it was a massive adventure for them, and many a thrill and spill would have been had. Right, Chris Ward, he had to protect a lead of 20-something seconds. He is doing that. He's seen the increasing challenge from Goncalo Gomez, but the gap's only come down to 27 seconds or so, so he's done his job. 14 minutes remain, still setting quick times. But it looks though Chris is doing everything he needs to stay in the lead of the race. This Barclays International ex-Guy Edwards, RIP Guy. This Lola exquisite in period, being driven brilliantly here, and Chris is knowing this car increasingly well, racing a lot for Legacy Outlaws, and it's really impressive to see the pace that Goncalo Gomez is achieving. And the big shame, of course, is we lost the third car in this pack, which was started by Chris Harris, and was hoping to hand it to Alex Brundle, but a gearbox that increasingly didn't want to do that thing called engage led to their retirement. But good to hear Alex saying they'll be out at Silverstone later in the season. You can be sure all efforts will be redoubled from them.
And we have 3 cars running close together, 5th, 6th and 7th places, which is the Beat Egeman car that we saw spin actually just a couple of laps ago. Lost a bit of time in the Cheetah, but still in 5th place, but not far behind. Under 2 seconds behind is the Andy Willis 155, which is the Lola T212. And behind Andy Willis is
Gary First. That's
yes.
in the Team Gunston Lola. They're going up the hill to Druids. Yes, it's really coming down. The blue Cheetah with the white periscope, the air intake above the driver's head. Oh, he's getting quite taily as he goes through the Graham Hill bend, but because it tightens so much, everybody looks a little bit loose there. But certainly Andy Willis is closing in. I apologise for suggesting it was him having spun. It was the car ahead of him at the time, but you can pick Andy really getting his ears pinned back and setting off afterwards. Very similar lap times though, but it ebbs and flows a little bit. 10th here, 10th there, but Gary First in that mix as well. Car number 31, which is the Lola T212. That's the one that would have been racing down in South Africa in the series down there. So again, when you can create, there's there's Gary First, and he actually on that lap, this lap he appears to be catching Andy Willis, who in turn I would suggest is catching Beat Egeman. So 5th, 6th and 7th. That's a good little battle to take us through the final 12 minutes or so of this 1 hour race. The 2-litre sports car series, I think this is going to grow and grow. The cars look great, they're nimble, they look wonderful, and also just bring back a period that's probably been forgotten in sports car racing, a period that shone very brightly for a while, and certainly for the manufacturers, the constructors, if you will, like Lola, like Chevron. It was their bread and butter in the period, and you always need the money for the next great idea. That's the very nature of the beast. Right, just looking at the gaps between 5th, 6th and 7th. Beat Egeman, he's 3.5 seconds clear of Andy Willis, who's sharing with Philip Buhofer, and 1.8 seconds back to Gary First in 7th overall. So yeah, that's looking as though that could squeak closer over the laps. In fact, Beat Egeman, look at him now in that Cheetah. The first part of his lap wasn't so good, but the second part was very good indeed. So in fact, he actually stretched his margin a little bit over Andy Willis.
The Cheetah wasn't particularly successful in period. Had 1 or 2 versions of it. This one was due to race at Le Mans, but unfortunately it failed. Engine 1979, it failed to take part, so not one that you see at the top of the results sheets like the Lolas and the Chevrons. Nevertheless, it was one of the many that made up the big fields that raced in 2-litre turbo sports cars in this period. Lots of them were built.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the Cheetah was somewhat later than a lot of these cars in this race are sort of 1970, 71, 72, 73, and that was built in 76, but to the same format, and the rules kept on changing. But again, the fact it has that great big air scoop. You think about Formula One in the day, those air scoops by end of 1975 were so high, then they were lopped off before the Spanish Grand Prix in 1976, but it shows at that stage that sort of forced induction was something that the designers go, yeah, we'll stick something up high above the driver's head, we'll suck the air down over the engine, over the intakes, and unusual actually the way it's offset in the Cheetah. Take a look, you'd expect that to be bang in the middle, but obviously they ducked it in from one side. They've probably worked out being behind the driver's head, it might have actually improved straight line stability, because remember the Jaguar D-Type, they wanted that dorsal fin, which they very cleverly calculated. If you canted it a bit of an angle, it was more effective for helping the driver and helping the car's efficiency, but a lot of it was for driver comfort. Races like Le Mans 24 Hours, it's an awful lot of time to be buffeted around in the cockpit through day and night. Oh, new fastest lap of the race. Let's not bother with 1 minute 29. 1 minute 28.995. Chris Ward, he's probably hot in the cockpit, needing to do something to keep his attention well and truly focused. He was last time around about 28, 29 seconds clear, but that lap, I tell you what, was a much slower lap from Goncalo Gomez as well, so the gap's really going to go out. Was there a reason for Goncalo going around 7 seconds slower than Chris Ward? Suddenly the gap's out at just under 40 seconds. Not trying to create drama suggests it's a problem for the car in second place, but at this point in the race, with the field quite strung out, I can't imagine he'd have lost so much time going around a back marker. Could you, Alistair?
No, I don't think so. No, I was just watching him through Druids coming down Graham Hill, whether he'd actually eased his pace with some issue that he needs to manage, and it's definitely slower. Yeah, absolutely slower. He's
almost stopping on the Cooper straight. Oh, that's so sad, Goncalo. Good job by James Claridge to start. So the car's in second and third at the start of this race.
He's not taken the option to go into the pit lane.
Not. So maybe it's an intermittent problem, but it means mechanical problems for the cars in second and third place. The car, Goncalo Gomez and James Claridge, looking at them having some form of demise, and suddenly that makes our race leader, Chris Ward, off into the wild blue yonder on his own. He has actually responded in his own way by putting in 2 really quick laps in a row in the Barclays International Lola, but suddenly Goncalo Gomez is going again. But just remember the previous lap I said he dropped the pace by 7 seconds. And this lap, clearly his lack of pace out of Graham Hill Bend. Around the back of the circuit he looks as fast-ish as he needs to be, but what is the problem? I fear, what have we got left? 7.5 minutes in this race. Is it something that can be nursed from there? Can he hang on to take second place? Okay, the gap between him and Ollie Bryant last time around. Ollie's down in third place in the number 2 Chevron B19, that's the red one. That was over a minute. It was 1 minute and 3 seconds. Oh no, number 17 peeling off into the pits, looking at the Chevron B19, the B8 there of Joel Hopwood, but into the pit comes the Ultramar liveried Lola. What a shame. That was very much one of the stars in the race. That's the T296 from 1976, but 7 seconds slower on one lap, followed by a lap of a similar lack of pace, and that was a car that was so fast. Remember, it did 3 consecutive fastest laps of the race until Chris Ward, after his late pit stop, recovered, came out onto the circuit, and then suddenly thought, hey ho, banged in some really quick laps. But Chris is still going past on another lap, probably doing another lap underneath 1 minute. Oh gosh, he is accurate. We're talking about consistency. Chris Ward did a lap in 1 minute 29.314 and then was 6 thousandths faster next time around. That is consistency, but suddenly he's got no one to play with. Ian Thompson leaves the commentary box and the car in second place retires. I don't know if those things are related, but a problem as Ian comes back. Yeah, Ollie Bryant goes up into second place overall, and unfortunately for the Goncalo Gomez, James Claridge Lola, that is parked in pit lane, and that is very sad indeed. It shows phenomenal form. Here's Ollie in the Chevron. As we said, comparing the Chevron with just a gurney flap on its very short tail, it's nothing like the huge rear wings that you had sprouting over the later Lolas as they sort of evolved across the years. But oh well, that is a big shame. And suddenly Dan Balfour, here's Dan in the ex-Joe Bonnier 1970 championship winning car for Bonnier. Well, he's coming through as well, and in fact the tail on his Lola is very similar to the one on the Chevron. Short and just the gurney flaps on either side of the rear wing.
Yes, the 2 manufacturers, Chevron and Lola, were in direct competition, and it's remarkable when you look at these cars how the answers that the aerodynamicists in those teams came up with was very similar at that time. But You can see Ollie Bryant's car here, number 2 on our live stream, with a very flat back to the car, as Bruce says, just a little gurney flap at the back. But once they got to the next year and the year after that, they'd started to add these big long tails and rear wings on them. But to my mind, the number 2 car is the prettier of them, because it doesn't have all these appendages sticking out at the back, and it may not be quite as effective, but it was at the time. It's just that development took them in a different direction at the back of the car with bigger wings.
Yeah, but that also existed in Formula 1 and Formula 2 in the period. In fact, the Formula 2 cars, I'm thinking of the Alpines, 74, 75, their rear wings were almost in another county. They were out so far behind, and then clearly there was a ruling, a jurisdiction, and that said that your rear wings must be much, much closer to the tail end of the car. Right, all sorts of battles closing up, and Gary first in 6th place is now, 7th is 6th, as the Gomez Claridge car is parked up, now right on the tail of Andy Willis, and under a second between them. Remember that battle also included Beat Egerman, who's now up into 4th place in his Cheetah, but he's only 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds up from them. But I think first and Willis, that's going to be a battle all the way to the finish, into the final 4 minutes. Car we're looking at now is in 3rd place overall, Joe Bonnier's title-winning car from 1970. Dan Balfour at the wheel of that. That's car number 86, the Lola T210. Great little chevron scrap going on around the circuit. Several chevron scraps.
That's the white chevron number 95 going through the right-hander at Druids at the moment, driven by Ben Mitchell, and that's unique in the sense that it's the only left-hand drive chevron V8 that was built by the factory. It was built for a German buyer, and it's been in the Mitchell family for a few years now. Usually Ben shares with his father Westy, but Westy decided not to race this weekend, so Ben running solo.
Westy probably worked out, he looked at the weather map and thought, do I really want to race in such high temperatures? Because it certainly is quite a workout, because in the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, it leaves you very few moments in which you can actually just sort of back off, and not back off the power, but just back off the focus, because it's a very, very busy track as it rises up and down and runs through the woods. Right, deep into the final 3 minutes, and what is happening? Chris Ward is suddenly backing off, but he's still running at way more competitive pace than anyone else. He can afford to stroke it home. Let's hope he hasn't got problems, otherwise that would be the top 3 cars hitting trouble, because we lost Goncalo Gomez and James Claridge, lost their car number 17, their Lola T296, but already we lost the Chris Harris, Alex Brundle T292 from 1975. That parked up, developing gearbox problems. Here's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, and it's still Gary first in 6th, still giving chase to the similar red Lola of Andy Willis, started by Philip Buhofer, and Beat Egerman is probably benefiting from this little scrap behind. He's in their sight, but not within their grasp, not within their reach in the final 2 minutes or so of this race.
Chris Ward crosses the line once again, goes into the right-hander at Paddock Hill, drops down. It's an incredible speed that he passes us here, and we're not many yards from Paddock Hill Bend, but still he hasn't braked.
No,
as he passes us.
Braking's for losers apparently, but he has dropped his pace quite considerably. He did he was lapping in the 1 minute 29s, then in 1 minute 32, now 1 minute 34. But you know, he's canny. That's why so many people employ him to drive their cars. He's quick and he's canny. He may not be canny enough to stop it at the end of this lap unless he backs it off enormously. He's going to have to do one further lap, but he's just clearly easing the pace and seeing what he can do. Ollie Bryant, there he is in 2nd place. Most of the chevrons in this race are B8s, but he's got very, very pretty B19. 2nd place, well, he probably in the early stages thought it might be 4th he was aiming for, but he's going well.
And it's not out of the question that Chris Ward will come round with the checkered flag being shown to him, because it wasn't far off, not enough time to do a final lap, and as you say, he's really eased his pace now. He may well be, he'll have a timer in the car, he'll know exactly how long he's got to go. We've got 35 seconds and he's just coming down into clearways now, so I think you're right probably, Bruce, he's just going to get across the line for one final lap. he'd need to really slow down. It's going to be around 15 seconds as he crosses the line.
20 seconds on the nose, but so yeah, he actually picked up the pace a little bit there. But I think he's probably just enjoying this run and treating it as a test finish. Now, the battle for 5th place is very, very tight indeed. Across the start-finish line they go. Andy Willis, he's come just under a quarter of a second clear of the chasing Gary first. Gary's in the yellow and maroon and brown Team Gunston car. He's always taking wide lines into all the corners, trying to do something to unseat Andy Willis, but you've got to be cannier than that. On to the final lap is Chris Ward, turning to Surtees. On to the final lap now, in arrears by just waiting for the timing split to come through. Andy and Ollie Bryant in his Chevron. Dan Balfour will be coming round some distance away. He crosses the line in 3rd place overall. So there we are. It's a dominant run from Chris Ward. Just metronomic the way he got clear. He's a lap to the good, a full lap over Ollie Bryant. That's something I've never said before. I don't think Ollie Bryant a lap down, but such is the pace that's been displayed the whole way through this race. Oh dear, rather slow-moving Chevron B8. It's the Robert Shaw car. He's obviously going to get to the finish, but a bated pace because the checkered flag. We've reached the end of this run for Chris Ward, coming through Clearways, coming through Clark Curve. Well, I expected him to take victory, but he has done it at a romp. And unfortunately for him, two cars that were likely to get close to him haven't ended up being anything of the sort because they both ended up in retirement. But at the end, victory for the number 70 Lola, and driven very well all race, loaded C292. Oh, and that battle for 5th place has been resolved. Andy Willis just hung on to that position ahead of Gary first. So, well, what a race. Waiting for Ollie Bryant to come round. He's sweeping into the final corner now. A full lap and a bit down on the race leader. But 2nd place, Lola from Chevron. And 3rd place car, also a Lola. So, a bit of variety there, but a big shame. We lost 2 of the front-running cars, and one of them, particularly Goncalo Gomez, driven Lola. That showed pace enough to worry our race leader, Chris Ward. It was matching him, beating him, but already was over half a minute down, so was never going to claw it back. And into 3rd place, Dan Balfour, there he goes. So he got the better of some of the cars, but it's just great that this series is going to bring more and more of these very elegant, very nimble and very quick sports cars out to play, because in period the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship was something that really gave the sport a boost, and it was good to see it's produced some of the most beautiful cars. So Chris Ward, another race for the driver of the yellow, red and red helmet, and another win. The Legacy Outlaws crew gets up there to congratulate him. Background, the shot Gary first was driven in. He finished in sixth place, but he's driven into the background. Maybe they're just driving through into the pit lane beyond. But Chris Ward had that one in the bag, and finally Robert Shaw finishes. He was the Lola, the Chevron going very slowly around the last couple of laps, lapping about 20 seconds off the pace he'd been managing earlier. But at least a finish here on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So let's head down to hear some words from our winners and 2nd and 3rd place finishers with Alex.
Endurance racing at its finest. Chris, that was an incredible race. To what extent over those last few laps was it a case of managing the car whilst maintaining the gap?
On the last few laps it was definitely a case of that, but halfway through the race I saw a push, so I thought, it must be a problem here, but now I understand that they were trying to get me to get the fastest lap. So
interesting. And did you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
so because I was just taking it nice and steady and sort of managing my time at the front initially, because I knew that when I had a slightly longer pit stop than some of the others, that Gonzalo, I thought he would be on the money, and also Alex. So I sort of pushed hard, and then, they've gone out, have they?
Yeah, both.
Okay, that's a shame. But what a great result for Guy Edwards and for his car to win this race on such a perfect track and a great weekend.
Really meaningful, thank you, and well done, adding to the amazing heritage and accolades of that stunning Lola. Ollie, you moved up as others hit trouble, capitalised on other people's misfortune. Did you feel anything in the car yourself? Like, I imagine there's a degree of when others are hitting trouble, being aware of potential troubles yourself, right?
Yeah, towards the end, the last couple of laps, I think I run over something on the track and it got just caught in the brake disc. So for a couple of laps, I thought I had a big problem. So I backed right off, and then it stopped. The noise stopped. So fortunately, managed to bring it home to the flag. It's the first race in the car, so it was good. Good test for it in this heat for an hour.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah, the car was great, and it was good to win the class first time out with it. So
you can tell how much racing you do in these sorts of conditions, because you're about, you've got to get out and it's like you haven't just done a brutal hour's race.
It was pretty hot today, but I think being open top obviously takes a lot of the heat out of the cockpit. So I think it's better to be in this than it is in a B8 or something with a roof. So, but no, it was great, really good, great new series, and hopefully they get some more cars on the grid next time out.
I'm sure they will. Well done, Ollie. Dan, let's see if we can grab a quick word with... Just a quick one. Well done. Again, as I said to Ollie, sort of capitalising on other people's mistakes. How did she run?
She ran faultlessly.
Amazing.
No, it was really well prepared. It was good fun. It was just the heat was pretty punchy.
Just a tad.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights of what was an epic race.
Well, the 2-litre sports car series, great looking cars, very hot conditions here at Brands Hatch, and a fair start. Chris Ward on pole, trying to pull away. James Claridge in another car, raced in period by the late Guy Edwards, who sadly died on Friday after a long illness. They look fabulous here at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Chris Harris giving chase, and he was to have a fantastic battle. The heat proved to be the enemy of some of the cars pulling up at the side of the circuit, and Alex Brundle watching on the pit wall as Chris Harris held down second place, was obviously smacking his lips hoping he'd get a run. Alas, that was to hit problems, and he wasn't to get a go after all. Moments in the race, a few drivers spinning, quite difficult in these conditions, very, very hot indeed. That's up at Druids, but here's the battle for second place with Chris Harris at that point having a problem. We couldn't work out what it was. He lost second place. It turns out it was a gearbox problem. That meant he was probably not in the right gear and therefore outbraked himself. And then trying to make sure that all would go well to the end. The pit stops are running smoothly, and then good advances from Ollie Bryant up the order, but when two of the cars in front of him pulled off, he got up to second place. No one doubted that Chris Ward would take victory, and he got it in the bag. Got fastest lap as well, just to keep his focus. Now the car's already out on the track. This is quick fast stuff. This is the HRDC All-Stars with Classic Challenge. But let's look at the top results. Chris Ward winning in his Lola 292. Ollie Bryant up to second in his Chevron. And Dan Balfour in the car that won the title in 1970, third overall. So a good run for him. Great variety behind, with a cheetah in the mix in fourth place. The older Chevron B8's down towards the tail of the top 10. But cars already out on the track for the next race, the penultimate race here at the London Historic Trophy meeting. And it's packed, and packed with variety as well as packed with cars. So let's take a look at the field as it comes down Pilgrim's Drop, with Mike Whitaker on pole position in his blue TVR alongside his son Michael Whitaker in the dark bluish, actually probably black, white and black Ford Mustang. Third place on the grid, the Lotus Elan, plenty of variety. That's John Tordoff alongside the unique Pandora GT, Ben Colburn on board, and Jake Megale's Alpha GT V6. Talk about variety. Alongside there's an Alpha 2, but it's a GT AM. That's Gavin Watson. John Young will be starting 7th on the grid in his Jaguar E-Type. Another Alpha GTV, Brett Syndicum in 8th, and then Bradley Jordan will not be starting his yellow Mini. That had an incident earlier on. That's 9th on the grid alongside David Alexander. I said there are a lot of Alphas in the field. It's an Alpha Sprint GT, but basically the TVR on pole position. Actually, Bradley Jordan is starting the race, should be coming. Oh, there it is, background of the shot as it works its way around through Sheen Curve to Stirling. So it's fast-moving world, this motor racing world. One moment you get a story, and 1 minute it's counterpart. Little Mini Marcos, blue with the yellow stripe up the middle, wagging its tail in joyous form. Right, this race ahead of us, 30 minutes, penultimate race of the London Historic Trophy meeting. I'm still here, I'm still Bruce Jones, alongside Alison Douglas. Looking forward to this fun.
Yes, such a variety of cars. The last few cars going through, you mentioned the Mini Marcos, then we had one of the lovely GT AM Alphas, one of the modified cars. There's a Mini in there. There was a Plymouth Barracuda, a Volvo Amazon, an A40, and bringing up the rear, a car I don't think did the qualifying session, which is the number 30 Austin Healey, which is I don't think he's in the entry list. But it's Matthew Moore. We saw him pull off in the qualifying session, didn't we? As they come round to the grid, So a huge variety of cars, including a unique one, a Pandora.
Sadly not including it because it doesn't appear to have come round. It's been put back into its box, as you'd say, but it's not there. But we've got 2 cars with 4.7 litre Ford engines at the front of the grid on the front row, both driven by M. Whittaker. It's Mike on pole position, it's TVR Griffith's son Michael alongside. Then every shape of Alfa Romeo you can possibly imagine. Half an hour of racing up ahead of us, starting in about half a minute, just waiting for everyone at the back of the grid. The green flag is waved to signal to the starter. All is good at the front. Let's see if the little Lotus Elan of John Torloff can make a move. But the grunt of the Fords, it's a long hold, it's making them sweat. Great start from pole position. Yeah, the little Elan is very good off the line. It's so much lighter than the big Ford engine cars up in front, certainly lighter than the Mustang, which carries a bit more avoirdupois than the TVR on pole position. Mike Whittaker runs a little bit wide, but John Torloff moves into second place. Michael Whittaker in his Mustang is in third. So it's pretty much as one would have predicted from the get-go. In behind, the Jaguar E-Type's gained about 2 positions, so that's going very nicely indeed for John Young, who certainly knows how to pedal an E-Type. He's raced a lot over the years, and in between, the Alfetta GTV6 holds down 4th place. Everybody else, including Austin A40s et al. At the back of the pack, behaving very nicely indeed. But Mike Whittaker has made a great set getaway. John Young has been the one who's made gains in behind. And then the Minis and the other Alphas, the Mini Marcos, and everybody else, including the much more angular Austin A40s. There's one of them, car number 199, worked their way through the corner, out into the country.
And Matthew Moore from the back of the grid actually made good progress on the first part of that lap, not even first half lap, because he was just going into Surtees, probably about 6 or 7 places up on where he started, so worth watching out for the Austin Healey. And meantime, bouncing across the curbs is Michael Whittaker in the Mustang, trying to chase after, having got past John Torloff on the long run down through Pilgrim's Drop and Hawthorne Hill. Is trying to close in now on Mike Whittaker in the TVR. So it's father and son battling against each other, just as we saw in the Sanyo and Patrick Motors Group Rovers earlier on. And it was Michael, who's in the Mustang now, number 49, who was the winner in that race, of course.
Just want to see who's going to come through in 4th place, because Jake Margolies is being monstered by John Young in the E-Type as they came back into. Oh, and he's made the move. He had a very good run through Sterling's and just made it work. And Gavin Watson's getting into the mix in his unusual blue GTM, the 750 GTM in the background. 4th, 5th and 6th close together. 1st and 2nd very close together, because Michael Whittaker in the Mustang is getting onto the tail of father Mike Whittaker's TVR. But as I said that, the tail swung round and he lost momentum. Michael Whittaker in his Mustang out of Druids. But in qualifying this morning, again, you could see the tail of the Mustang would be coming around. But that's not what you want on a day like this, because the heat, extra heat you put into your tyres will not be your friend later in the race.
And those 2 Alphas battling behind John Young's E-Type. The Alphas, it is a separate race, the Classic Alpha Challenge, but they all race together, and it's important to the drivers that they're as high up in the finishing order as possible. But coming down the hill, we've got the Mustang in the lead now, so is that somewhere out of our sight?
Well, unless there must have been a mistake from Mike Whittaker in the TVR, because they're both got the same engine, same amount of horsepower, but certainly what we saw in previous races is that Michael Whittaker's Mustang has got an awful lot of grunt and seems to be set up very nicely for Brands Hatch, but that's really unusual to see Mike Whittaker lose the lead of a race when he's done the hard job, which is getting it off the line well. John Torloff trying to hang it in 3rd place, but he gives away horsepower at every single point of the circuit in that little Lotus Elan. It is more nimble, certainly easier to drive perhaps than the TVR, which is a car, the Griffith, that's probably going to bite anybody unless they're absolutely on their toes. Back into the full sunlight. There's the TVR in 2nd place, but Michael Whittaker hasn't just passed. He's passed and is pulling away. Gap between them isn't going to be huge over the start-finish line, but the change as they flick around. 7/10. He was 7/10 up in the TVR at the start of the previous lap, and 7/10 down at the start of lap number 3. And sticking in 2 and a bit seconds behind them in 3rd place is Sam Torloff, and Margolies is back ahead of John Young. No, John Young is back ahead of Margolies. So it's Alfa Romeo versus Jaguar, chopping and changing. And Gavin Watson in the 1750 GTM. Alfa Romeo is closing on the Margolies car up as they go around Druids as well. So this is a race that's moving a little bit one way, moving a little bit the other way, and certainly I think it's going to be increasingly hard. It might be just coming up to 5:15 in the afternoon. It's still very hot at Brands Hatch, and I think every driver that gets out there is going, my tyres aren't so good today, are they?
The little Mini Marcos has stopped on the exit of Druids, unfortunately. We saw that on the live stream pictures as they came round to the grid, but sadly number 210, that's the little Mini Marcos of Daniel Godin, is stopped, which is a shame, because that's a nice looking car, an unusual car.
It's novel, and I mean, when you see people looking at that paddock, they go, can I pick it up and take it home? I mean, they just seem so tiny. You look inside, there's really not very much at all. There's a steering wheel, a seat, and a frame, but that is pretty much it. Right, our Whitakers, they do like their races here today, and Mike has already given one race to his son Michael earlier. No, he didn't. Michael won it fair and square, but they are having a lot of fun. The TVR's coming back. Still can't really work out how he lost that position. Did he make a slip up and Michael was gaining, but Michael got past. The end of the last lap, there was 7/10 of a second between them. I'd suggest it's possibly marginally less, but then there was a gap of another 2 and a bit seconds back to John Tordoff in the Lotus Elan, but I suggest that's pretty much stayed the same. But the one thing you know is that the Ford-powered cars, the TVR and the Mustang, are taking more out of their tyres, but at the moment it's Michael, the son, clear by 0.6 of a second, to come down by 500ths. There's nothing, but the Mustang, it slides wide at the bottom of the hill, and certainly we are getting a little more handling from the TVR. No surprises. A very, very different machine, and the way it put its power down is different, but its weight would most notably be different. Fastest lap of the race to our race leader, Michael Whitaker in his white and black Ford Mustang. John Young still going very well. He's gradually easing away in 4th place. He's got Jake McGarley's now 1.6 seconds behind him. Again, Mark Gordon and his Jaguar just looks so different. So Cinnamon Begg, his XK120, having his own battle just around 9th place.
Not troubling the top of the timesheets, but certainly making an impression on everybody at Brands Hatch is that 991 Plymouth Barracuda of Ernst Luthi in the last place. But what a car to see out on track, as we've got a change to the lead because Mike Whitaker's gone back into the lead again.
Are they just putting a race for us? I just think there was one slight mistake from Mike Whitaker in the TVR. He fell back behind son Michael's car, but he's just got so much more handling. And with every extra lap, I feel the handling of the Mustang is going to go away because the tail is swinging around a lot more, and that is not what you want in terms of keeping your tyres sweet. But they're having a lot of fun, and maybe they'll take this one all to the finish, because Michael Whitaker, if he can ruin his Father's Day today, that's clearly what he's planning to do, particularly after his father rather kindly said, oh yes, I let him win that previous race. Nice bit of friction between them there, competitive friction. I'm sure they're having a huge amount of fun. And Alex Legui got to ask about the atmosphere when they share a car going home this evening. I tell you what, Nelogard, wasn't that a great few days of racing at Brands Hatch? MGBs, of course, we've had quite a few of them here for the Generations Trophy, as the pace continues to pick up at the lead of the race, and just good to see some having fun this afternoon. Battle with an Alpha, that would have been sort of as they were in period.
Mike Whitaker just set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, so that was part of the reason he got past Michael out on the back of the circuit. A 1:47.016 for the light blue TVR Griffith.
Had sight of John Symes and his white and red halved Alfa Romeo going very nicely, but the car going most nicely, nicest of all, fastest lap of the race, having been down in 2nd place, gone back into the lead, and now Mike Whitaker is doing sort of what we expected in that TVR Griffith. Look, open space between him and his son Michael. Enough is enough, he said. 1:47.016. That's enough to be 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else in the field, I expect. And particularly having watched him race this TVR Griffith for many a year, and generally doesn't do anything other than cut in the top 3 positions, but more often than not wins in it. You expect it to be where it is right now. Tricky car to drive, but he's absolutely mastered it in the period he's been racing these cars. The lovely old Ban the Bomb rear light clusters as you had on the Ford Cortina Mark 1s.
And And unfortunately, the number 30 car of Matthew Moore will have to come into the pits because he's been given the black and orange flag, which means that the observers have seen something that is wrong with the car that he may not be aware of, and he has to come into the pit lane to have that investigated. So he'll come in. He's in 12th place at the moment.
One of the best battles in the field is this one, 4th, 5th and 6th. Jaguar E-Type, which is John Young. Alfetta GTV6, which is Jake McGarlis. And then Gavin Watson in the older Alfa Romeo in the background, the 1750 GT Am. And look how it's chopping and changing. John did the running in the early laps. He was behind the Alfa, got back ahead of it after a brilliant start in that E-Type, and now they're coming back at him, nose to tail. This is more like it, isn't it? 20 minutes to go. Those could be long 20 minutes for John.
I think the soft top E-Type of this type, the Series 2, is the prettiest of them. And certainly that colour, the deep blue of John Young's car, looks absolutely beautiful with a white nose. But what a battle that's going on through Surtees, with Jake Margalis going around the outside of both cars to move up ahead of both Gavin Watson and John Young. But will he keep hold of it? Because of course next is the long straight. Well, no, there's the Jaguar. The power of the 6-cylinder Jaguar has pulled it ahead of the, well, 6-cylinder Alfa as well, but more cc's in the Jaguar than the Alfa. 2.5 litre Alfa against the 4.2 litres of, or is it 3.8? Sorry, John Young. It is the 3.8 litre engine, so the John Young E-Type has around about 1300 cc more. But here comes the Alfa again as they come down to Stirling's, and closing in on John Young again, takes a tighter line. You can see how much better handling the Alfa is than the older E-Type, but the E-Type's got the power. But behind them both is Gavin Watson in the much older Alfa Romeo, but the modified AM type, GT AM type of Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, it seems to have plenty of straight line speed, the GT Am Alfa Romeo in the background of the shot, but no change given for 4th, 5th and 6th, separated by not a lot of time. Just been looking at the progress of John Tordoff. He's very much within that lead battle, but he's 7.5 seconds down overall. He loses about a quarter of a second a lap, so it may come to his lighter elan later in the race. We've got it's a race of half an hour. We've had 12 minutes pretty much expunged, so maybe later in the race John will get closer to the Whittakers, but the Whittakers are such sharp racers. Their tyres more likely to fail. Their cars are heavier, more power being put through them, and in the case of Michael Whittaker, his Mustang getting a little sideways at the tighter corners, so he's probably putting even more pressure on his tyres. So if the TVR up front is fairly well balanced, that should be slightly kinder to its tyres. It's also lighter. The second place Mustang, that's white with the dark blue or black stripe over its nose and roof, it's a little harder on its tyres, but easiest on all of them will be the car in third place, the mid-blue Tordoff family Lotus Elan. At the moment, 5.5 seconds down or thereabouts on the second place Mustang. But I think towards the end of the race, providing the driver doesn't overheat, providing John Tordoff doesn't overheat, that one might come back into the mix.
Yes, so John's just done his best lap of the race for the 49.994. Not quite as quick as Michael Whittaker, but as you've already said, will the brakes and tyres hold out on that Mustang for the whole half hour? We've got just over halfway to go yet, 17 minutes still to run. Still that black and orange flag being waved at Matthew Moore, but he's not yet come into the pits. He'll be given a slap on the wrists if he doesn't come in next time around. Here comes the battle for 4th place, which is John Young, still leading that group in the E-Type, from Jake McGarlis in the Alfa Romeo, and the second of the older type of Alfa Romeo of Gavin Watson in 5th place. Still all tied together, and they go down and then up to Druids Hill, and then start to sweep back downhill again. What a wonderful circuit this is, with these dips and rises as they turn into Graham Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill. And this is where Jake Margalis starts to close in on the E-Type as the tighter sections of the circuit through, and this is where he came alongside him a couple of laps ago, aside John Young. But Young this time is able to hold the place in 4th place, but onto the long straight it could change again. But it's usually where John Young starts to pull away, and then it takes the rest of the lap for Jake Margalis to gradually catch him up again.
it's unusual when you've got a battle as close as this for 4th, 5th, 6th positions to actually pick up their pace. They should slightly be interrupting each other, but they all did their fastest laps of the race last time around, so working rather well. And again, actually, just looking at lap times, our Lotus Elan in 3rd place overall was faster than the first 2 runners last time around, so he's certainly John Tordoff, who's doing what I expect. But our race leader, Mike Whittaker, comes through to put 8 laps on the board. Looks so he's actually dropped Michael a little bit this lap. It was 1.5 seconds last time, it's 2.9 seconds, but importantly, in the case of John Tordoff, he's closed a little bit on the car in front, so as I expected, the Mustang would suffer on a hot day here at Brands Hatch. The race is only half an hour long, and it may just be short enough for John Tordoff not to catch up with the Mustang in 2nd place, but right now, with every lap, it seems Mike Whittaker's got this more under control. 4th, 5th and 6th, John Young, Jake Megales and Gavin Watson. Our timing screen freaks us out a little bit because it always has John Young dropping. It's got a transponder problem, and then they put him back from 6th to 4th, but the battle clear to be seen.
And Bradley Jordan will be the next car across the timing line. 7th place overall, number 771. Bradley Jordan, younger brother of Andrew Jordan, and racing the same car that Mike, his father, and his brother Andrew were racing earlier on, which unfortunately ended with collision. But the car's fixed and out there in 7th place. Brett Sindercombe in 8th place in the 116 Alfa Romeo, running in the Classic Alpha Challenge. But the interest really is in 4th place, which is a good battle, but also a slow burn for John Tordoff, whether he can close in on Michael Whittaker as the race continues in this heat with 13 3/4 minutes to go. And still the number 30 Matthew Moore, Austin Healey, hasn't come in, so I fear that will change from a black and orange flag to a black flag and a slap on the wrists from the clerk of the course, because he's passed that now more than 3 times.
Yeah, you have to learn from these mistakes. This is where officialdom just has to make their message crystal clear. Matthew Moore, he's probably in a world of his own, but unfortunately you cannot be that in a racing scenario. Working up from the back of the grid in is Austin Healey, but there'll, I'm sure, be some reprimand for that later on. But as long as lessons are learned, it's all fine, as long as nobody's put in a position of potential peril. Right, John Young on our screen, he knows how to drive an E-Type so super smoothly, but the Alfa Romeo seems to have just as much poke along the start to the straight. So 4th, 5th and 6th with Gavin Watson hanging on the background. There's still next to nothing between that group in 4th place. In fact, we're talking 1.6, 1.7 seconds covering the 3 of them. But John Young, he's wily. He's been racing for a very long time and knows his Jaguar E-Types incredibly well. So no trick he needs to suddenly find to defend that position. But certainly Jake Megales is getting closer and closer. Up at Druids, he closes every lap, and as he does that, he's gained on even more by Gavin Watson. But then you get to turn left at Surtees and then start to go into the country section onto the Grand Prix loop, and the power of the Jaguar E-Type, as you pointed out, Alistair, as they flash past the Plymouth Barracuda, is what really counts. There's Bradley Jordan, the yellow Mini with the black roof, really sort of all on his own. He's nearly 6 seconds clear of Brett Sindercombe's Alpha, and 23 seconds down on Gavin Watson, who's in that lovely little blue Alpha in 6th place overall in that general tussle for 4th place.
And coincidentally, those 3 cars tussling for 4th place are 10 years apart. So the earliest car is John Young, 1961. The middle car is Gavin Watson, 1971, and the Jake Megales Alfetta is it's 1982, but nearly 10 years. So that's just a coincidence. But this battle for 2nd place is closing up. John Tordoff had got it down to 2.7 as Michael Whittaker responded. 2.7 goes to 2.5. So once again, a slightly quicker lap for John Tordoff in the 600 blue Elan.
Yeah, but the really important thing there is the way that Mike Whittaker has settled down in that TVR, and he lapped 2 seconds faster than the chasers. So, again, I think Michael Whittaker is struggling more and more with his tyres in the Mustang, but Mike Whittaker, with so much familiarity with that TVR Griffin, able to keep his sweep, keep pressing. He's got more than 10 minutes remaining, more than 11 minutes remaining to take it through to the finish. But Will John Tordoff make that Lotus Elan pay? Its nimble performance, will it manage to take it up into second place? That's the challenge, and he'd have understood this before the start of the race. He'd go, the horsepower is with the TVR Griffith. We're looking at that now. That's Mike Whittaker. The horsepower is definitely with the Mustang of Michael Whittaker, but I've got a smaller, lighter Lotus Elan. Let's see what I can do. Half an hour to play, and he's pitching in there.
I think depending on how Michael Whittaker responds, whether he can respond with whether the car is holding him back, it seems likely that John Tordoff will close in a little bit further, but then again we've got that age-old problem of power versus handling. So Michael Whittaker down the straight will be able to pull away from John Tordoff. John will then be able to close up in the corners. So can he make a pass and make it stick for that? It would be tremendous result for John to finish in second place in this company. John Tordoff's only been racing for about 5 years. He started about 5 years ago in this Elan.
The car that didn't pit, wouldn't pit, has pit. Matthew Moore has finally come in the Austin Healey, so he has heeded a flag. He'll probably be horrified if he's found out that he'd been not noticing it for lap after lap, but back in with his Austin Healey, and on we go. But I'm starting to think it's going to be too much of a climb for John Tordoff. We've only got just under 10 minutes to go. There he is in the little number 600 Lotus Elan, working hard. He might need a bit of traffic interrupting Michael Whittaker to see if he can get close to the Mustang, because it looks so it's sort of balanced down, but with every time they come past you think what's going to change. Last time what changed was that Mike Whittaker, in the lead of the race in the TVR Griffith, suddenly was 3.5 seconds slower than the Mustang. So just so I thought it was becoming sweet for him, he must have been a little bit traffic interrupted, or is there a slight problem? Maybe his tyres are starting to go off in his TVR Griffith. Maybe it yet could go the whole way for John Tordoff in his small, nimble Lotus Elan. That's car number 60. Here is the meat in the sandwich. It's two Alfa Romeos, but in 5th and 6th. Gavin Watson in car 99, but just in front of him, Jake Megales, sorry, 9 and 99. One's got, they both got 99 on the door. One's got a line through one of its nines, one of its numerals. So 99 is Jake Megales, 9 is Gavin Watson. They're running 5th and 6th respectively, very close to John Young, but John's been there for quite a while and they haven't really got into a position where they can topple him as yet. I think he's maybe got this under control in his Jaguar E-Type. Here's a lovely Jaguar XK150, such an elegant car, and Mark Jordan loves all things Jaguar, races all things Jaguar. Beautiful, beautiful way he just sort of moved it around the top of the hill at Druids, around the long right hand and a hairpin at the top of the slope. But Jake Megales is now very, very close indeed to John Young, going past one of the minis, and slight delay through Westfield for John Young, and that allows the two cars behind him. Jake Megales, look how close he is. The MGB needs to get out of the way. It's going to obstruct Gavin Watson. Quite hard to get out of the way between Sheen and Sterling, so I'm afraid that split the battle, but the battle between 4th and 5th has never been tighter. But as soon as we get to the faster part of the circuit, the more open parts, you expect the Jaguar to pull away. At Clark Curve right now he's doing that, but actually I tell you what, out of Clearways and down to Clark Curve, advantage gained by the chasing Alfetta GTV6, but further along the straight, then suddenly the streamlined shape of the Jaguar E-Type eases away. Plymouth Barracuda makes a rumble, so do the two Ford-powered engines at the front of the grid, at the front of the race, but they are way ahead of him. But it's lovely to have that little bit of variety. And that's the car run by Ernst Luthi.
And the lead is closed up on the last lap, but a better lap, not brilliant, but a better lap for Mike Whittaker, and he pegged the gap at 2.6. And then John Tordoff 2.5 now behind Michael Whittaker, so the three of them running reasonably close together. And it'll be interesting to see whether John can close in again on Michael, because Michael Whittaker in the Mustang set his fastest lap of the race last time around, so he's aware of the pressure that's coming from behind, but even more aware that he's closing in on his dad ahead, and he could take a win here again. Beat his father twice on Father's Day.
Yeah, you've got to go home even Stevens, both with one in the pot. But I tell you what, pride is one thing, and familial pride is quite another. Familial feelings, because closing in. So my theory about Michael Whittaker starting to struggle in his handling because his lap pace dropped away when required. He's turned the wick up and he dives inside another Alfa And his lead over the Lotus, well, I think it's finally, with just over 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes remaining, going to be a bit insurmountable for John Tordoff. He's tried, but what's happened in the last 2 laps, it's been Michael Whittaker in his Mustang in second place, really turning up the wick and doing 2 very, very quick laps indeed. Not that far off his fastest lap of the race, so that is impressive at this late stage. It's hot here at Brands Hatch. It's been a long day for a lot of the drivers, a long 3 days. They've done qualifying, and some have done multiple races, and some have done multiple races in particular cars, not always chopping and changing from race to race. So they get to know the feeling of these cars very well, but also they've learned a lot this weekend about how their cars handle, how their tyres handle in very hot conditions. Unusually hot here at Brands Hatch, and certainly for a lot of the people who came to attend the London Historic Trophy, finding shade was as much of an important element as finding a great vantage spot. Fortunately at Brands Hatch there are so many great places to watch. You can see an awful lot of the track, so no one goes home unhappy.
Still that battle carries on. There's been a whole race battle between Jaguar and 2 Alfa Romeos, and they're as close as ever, if not a little bit closer perhaps than they were last time around, with John Young still just that squeak ahead of Jake Margalis and Gavin Watson, bringing up the rear of that trio in 4th, 5th and 6th places. And last time across the line they were closer than ever, both of them within a second of the car in front. In the lead battle, it's still Mike Whittaker in the TVR, who comes through now towards Clark Curve to complete another lap. This will be 14 laps completed, 4.5 minutes to go as he comes across the line. The gap last time was 3.6. His son Michael Whittaker comes across in number 49, and the gap is 2.8, so it's a little bit closer, and 2.5 for John Tordoff, the gap. So again, John Tordoff slightly quicker than both of the cars ahead. The Elan closing in, but not yet really in a challenging position, and with only 4 minutes remaining, I think it's he'll keep trying, but I think John Tordoff unfortunately just has not got the legs to catch and pass the Mustang ahead.
And also, just look, we talked about this before, with the lack of grunt you have in a smaller engine car like the Lotus Sedan, you cannot afford to lose momentum. So he suffers when it comes to traffic. If he goes offline, has to lift off the throttle where he wants to keep that momentum going. He suffers far more than the Mustang or the TVR Griffith at the front of the race would do. Mark Gordon, the light is changing now. Deep shadow around the back part of the circuit on the Grand Prix loop. 4th, 5th and 6th, closer than they've ever been unless it was the opening lap of the race. This is great to see. There's such diversity. John Young in his Jaguar E-Type, Jake Margalis in his Alfetta GTV6, who's getting very, very interested at Graham Hill Bend, doesn't manage to make it work, and tucked in behind Gavin Watson in his older Alfa Romeo. Up to 30s they go, and Watson has a challenge up the inside. Will he rest 5th place? He's certainly pushing him a little bit wide there. And off the circuit he went, Jake Margalis, but surely he won't get the power down, and he will suffer accordingly.
So after all these laps, they've been running in the same order, close together. It's changed now with Jake Margalis being pushed back a place by Gavin Watson's forceful pass at Surtees. Good move from him, but it's also meant that John Young's got a bit of breathing space now. He must have looked in his mirrors and thought, thank you very much, I'll just take that and move on. And he's now in a stronger 4th place than he's been for the whole race. And with 2.25 minutes remaining, if he can keep the Jaguar ahead. But Gavin Watson now, he's been released perhaps from behind Jake Margalis. Will he be even quicker and challenge John Young? He's certainly through Sterling's. John Young went a little bit wide there. Gavin Watson closes up. They'll come into sight into clearways. Here they are now. They've got a couple of cars in front of them that they'll probably need to lap, but it's still John Young leading. Gavin Watson now, Jake Margalis in 5th and in 6th place, with Young coming through in 4th through, and John Young moves to the inside of Matthew Moore, gets past the Austin Healey on the run down to the bottom of the paddock hill, but when they get up to Druids, he's now looking at the back of a Mini. He'll try and get past. I don't think he'll do it though. He won't get past before Graham Hill. So that's allowed Gavin Watson to close right in onto the back of the E-Type as they come through. Gavin Watson goes for the inside. John Young gets a little bit squirrely on the exit, but the power of the Jaguar pulls him ahead again. He manages to go through on the inside of the Mini at Surtees, but Gavin Watson has been closer to passing John Young as they get onto the straight. Gavin Watson takes the lead in that. And
it's a carbon copy of the previous lap, isn't it? But again, Gavin Watson got the power down earlier as they came through Surtees, but importantly that Mini both put them slightly tighter to the left-hand side of the track, so a more compromised entry to the corner. But guess what? Straight line speed, the 3.8 litre Jaguar engine, it's absolutely mighty along Pilgrim's Drop, but he's been unsettled, hasn't been unseated yet. That's the important bit. Right, by the way, first, second and third across the start-finish line. There's only 1.3 seconds between Mike Whittaker and his TVR and son Michael in the Ford Mustang, and then 2.4 seconds back to Sam Tordoff. So only 3.8 seconds from first to third.
John Tordoff.
What did I say? Sam again. So how did this happen? This is Gavin Watson having a replay. The Jaguar running a little bit wide, took a tighter line, and then Gavin Watson coming through as well.
The door came open.
The door came open. Sorry, lots of hand signals in the commentary box. Not always useful. I thought someone was sweeping a table there. But
the door came open on John Young's Jaguar, and he had to close it, and that's why he went a little bit wide.
Wow, very, very good indeed. So the battle is very, very tight indeed. Magali's back in front for now, but here we are waiting for our race leader to come round. Is the TVR only in front by 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap, which is the final lap. We've got to the end of 30 minutes of racing, waiting to see when our front runners come through. It's going to be Whittaker from Whittaker, surely. The question is which way around, and John Tordoff, who is famously father of Sam, who I've given credit for half the laps of this race, but maybe it's a sharing occasion on Father's Day, but John Tordoff has been driving beautifully in his Lotus Elan 600, but at the moment waiting for them to come back into view. Who's going to be in front when they sweep back into sight? And it's TVR from Mustang. Here they come, here they come. I mean, it's under a second between them. Flashing to the line. And John Tordoff in the background. It's pretty much as they were the previous lap. Just 3/4 of a second first through to second. Father beats son on this occasion. TVR beats Ford Mustang. And John Tordoff just another 2.3 seconds in arrears. So 3 seconds covering the top three cars. That was a fun race. But also, probably the very best battle of all was for fourth place overall. And again, to have 3 different types of car fighting for the top 3 positions, 3 different types of car fighting for 4th position, showed the great variety. And this race is the HRD All-Stars, also with the Classic Alpha Challenge as part of that mix, and that would have been won handsomely by Gavin Watson. But here we come, and Gavin Watson making a move. Jake McGarlis is on the inside, but in front of them, importantly, is the E-Type of John Young. So they don't know when to stop. You can stop now, gentlemen. Here is the checkered flag. They all worked super, super hard from that. And the Alpha Challenge clearly going to be won by Gavin Watson because he's way clear in that pack. But what fun that was. What excellent fun. The marshals are waving the cars off. They're very quickly getting off the track at the end of the Cooper Straight and going back towards the welcome shade of the garages there, where Alex Legwee would be there to speak to them. But that was a great race, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes. A win for the father Whittaker this time rather than the son Whittaker, so nicely shared out, and a nice touch as well as the 2 Whittakers went up the hill towards Druids. Michael Whittaker in the Mustang pulled alongside his father, and I'm sure they were looking across and perhaps congratulating each other on a good race. And Alex will find out in a moment in the pit lane exactly what they think about that race as Mike Whittaker gets out of his TVR, takes his racing gloves off. That must have been a hot race for Mike. But the winner of the Alpha Challenge was actually Jake Margalis, because he's in.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Jake, not
well.
sorry, because of course he got back ahead on that final lap, sort of. I beg his pardon, but yeah, they were having a wonderful scrap, and for a lot of the drivers now, it might be the last race they're doing today. So getting those gloves off and getting the helmet off and the balaclava off, it'll be a wonderful release, and finally getting the overalls off, because that's a very hot environment, even on a cold day at TVR Griffith, with all the heat coming back from that big Ford V8 and nowhere else to go really, just hang around with you in the cockpit.
Mike Whittaker taking off his protective gear, and Alex Legui is in the pit lane to talk to our winners.
I am indeed. What should we talk about now? Tell me, well, first of all, of course, congratulations, but I just would love you to summarise how you feel about this incredible event as a whole. It's been a great weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, Sean's Motor Racing Legends has like really grown. And I think it brings out great cars, and today this is the HRDC run by Julius. It's always the biggest mix of historic cars on any grid is the All-Stars, and you know, I had a car that's 200 kilos lighter than anybody else's and 50 more horsepower, so I should have won. So as much as I couldn't catch him in the Rovers like this, I levelled my car up so I could. But yeah, I mean, what a weekend, and the sun and spectators, and it's been fantastic.
It's got a brilliant atmosphere, hasn't it?
Yeah, and we don't normally come and be as successful as we have done this weekend, so we've had one of those weekends that reminds you that it's all worth it.
Yeah, I love that. Well done you, and enjoy your Father's Day meal later on. John, I'll come and have a chat with you because I haven't spoken to you enough. Congratulations. That looked like a rather toasty race.
Yes, I dread to think what the temperature was inside the little airline. It must be about 60 degrees. It was. I've sat in cooler saunas, I think. So it was toasty. But thankfully, it was only a 30-minute race, so it's manageable. If it had been an hour in the car, I think I'd have been hanging on towards the end. But no, it was good fun, and I think Mike Senior was showboating a bit at the end. I think he had the pace to drive away from us both, and I think Mike Junior was hanging on a bit. So it made for an interesting and a good race. So.
Can you summarise how you feel about MRL and how this weekend's turned out for you?
I think they've just taken it on to a whole new level, and everything from the size of the grids to the organisation, the hospitality, everything about it is just absolutely 5-star, and they're doing a really good job, and long may it continue.
Yeah, good. Long may it continue. We want more drivers. Just continue amazing grids. Great news. Well done. Well done, John. Well, and then we end up going back to where it all began, to the pre-war era, a fan favourite, and they're getting ready to head out for what is going to be our final race. I'm now here with Tim from MyC, a new partner of Motor Racing Legends, and what a perfect partnership that is.
Well, thank you very much indeed. We've had a long association with Historic Motorsport, with another race series, and with MRL we've got lots of very familiar drivers, team owners, so it's a nice synergy. So it's nice to be back in the paddock and the pits.
Are we ever going to see you behind the wheel? I feel like that would be an even better synergy.
I think that's probably a question for a different day, but maybe watch the space, I think.
How beneficial is it for you to be aligned with MRL?
It's always been a very lovely synergy to have because we have obviously a lot of reflection between yachts and cars. We've done an awful lot for the Monaco Historic Grand Prix over the years with the standard Formula One, etc. There's a very shared passion for cars and boats, which we find works very well with what we do here at the Motorsport.
Luxury meeting luxury. Exactly. I love it. Thank you very much, Tim.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Happy Father's Day to Dad. I always think best dad in the world. So lots of cool memories. A lot of them racing, some not racing, but really nice to be spending the day racing with you and my dad at Brands Hatch in our little Mini. So lots of cool memories, and hope you have a great day. And happy Father's Day.
Dad, as you stand behind me fixing our car, I just want to say thank you so much for getting me into racing. A few years ago, we thought we'd do one Citroen C1 race just to have the experience. It'll be a fun thing to do. And because of that, we've now had years together where we've had weekends away, going through data. And just sitting in the motorhome, having a beer with you, discussing things, discussing the track, comparing notes. It's been everything. I love racing. I love that you've introduced me to this, and this has become my life. But also just the time that it's given me with you is everything. Happy Father's Day.
Hi Dad, happy Father's Day. Thanks for getting me into motor racing. We've gone from the rather drab Microprose Spring Trophy at Silverstone in 1998 to absolutely sunny Brands Hatch, the Costa del Brands. What a day. Thanks for everything. Happy Father's Day. See you soon.
Happy Father's Day. Thanks for being my race partner since day one and having amazing taste in cars.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. Wouldn't want it any other way today. Been following him around the racetrack too long. Anyway.
Hi Dad, just wanted to say happy Father's Day and a big thank you for getting me into motorsport. Had a brilliant time at the London Historic Festival at Brands Hatch this weekend, and all of the times I've been dragged to the track is finally worth it. Happy Father's Day.
This is where it all began, pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These are machines running in road-going trim, wings, lights, even pump fuel, as close to possible to how they originally raced. This grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect, physically demanding, mechanically complex, and often unforgiving. Oh, it's so fabulous down here. Just hear those engines roar just before you run away. Tim, I just wanted to have a chat to you. You just told me a lovely story. This is Tim Llewellyn, Ollie's in the car, and you, Clive Morley, you've all got a lovely little family connection, haven't you?
Well, yeah.
You can talk if you want.
Our fathers used to race together in the 50s in old Bentleys, so we grew up going around the racetracks together, and then our two dads shared racing cars through the 60s and 70s, and the families have been friends ever since. So I was his best man at his wedding, and Oliver's his godson, so it's all quite close-knit, really.
Absolutely love that, and we're ready for another incredible race to round off the day. Best of luck to you guys. Oh, how fun. Right, Alistair, it's over to you. And Bruce.
And me. Thank you very much, Alex. So, I can't believe we've come to the final race of the London Historic Trophy meeting, and it's been wonderful. Second race today for the pre-war sports cars, and it was so much fun, that first race, and I love this intergenerational challenge that goes with it. Of course, we have the entirely generational challenge in the Generations Trophy for MGBs. It's been such a hit since it had its debut at the end of last year. But this is about Bentleys against Rileys against Talbots, and half an hour of racing. It's been a hot day all around the south of England, all around the whole of the UK. For the Morgan Super Aero, that's a car that always entertains with Sue Derbyshire on board, so that's providing something very special indeed. And again, you can see so much of what the drivers do in these pre-war cars, and it really will be a story of the Morleys against the Llewellyns, as it has been for 3 generations at the front of this grid. So we're looking forward to see how that shakes out. But Alex Hewitson in his Riley TT Sprite is probably going to keep them honest. And don't forget, we've got a car that will be charging up from the back as well, actually from 7th on the grid. Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Vijay Mallya showing that glorious BMW 328. That will go with the flow up and down the order. But here we are. It seems a shame we've reached the last race of what's been a 3-day meeting here at the London Historic Trophy at Brands Hatch. And importantly, the first day was just on the Indy circuit, but then the legs were stretched to come on the full Grand Prix loop as well. The track that so many drivers just want to put a big tick against. They have raced here. Conditions very hot, but very, very fine indeed. A couple of cars aren't going to make the start, but we need to just focus on the Bentleys at the front and all those who might make a charge from in behind. Don't discount the Talbot, the pea green Talbot up there. That's looking pretty good for Tom Rawlings as well. But plenty of cars, some of which have been raced almost continuously since the late 1940s. Just bear that in mind. 80 years of racing after their racing period had come to an end with the Second World War. So raced, put to a side, restored and carried on racing. That is the very, very beauty of motor racing, if it can be done. Of course, the historic racing scene, Alistair, has grown and grown in the last 20 and 30 years, and the variety that has now come our way is something that's such a treat and such a sort of moving education, isn't it?
It is, yes, and there wasn't much development between sort of 1937-38 and post-war period for obvious reasons, but so the cars that were racing shortly after the war were very similar to this. But you did hear Patrick Blakeney-Edwards giving us a very, very interesting rundown of that BMW 328 he's driving, which was so far ahead of its time. And that car could have been launched in the 1950s, he was saying, and it would still have been technically about right. And I think it's Patrick starting that car on this grid, and the grid is made up from the finishing order of the first race, so he's much further forward than he was in the first race when he took over from Vijay Mallya.
So Oliver Llewellyn and Father Tom got the sort of the show on the road in the first race. It's the second race. They come to the start and the finish line, and it's a rolling start. Nice clean start from the Bentleys in the front. The Riley and the Talbot in behind are keeping them pretty honest indeed. But the car that won the opening race, the Llewellyn car, is in to the lead of the race. Keeps it neat, keeps it tidy. Tim Llewellyn, not Tom Llewellyn. I got over encouraged by the excitement at the start. The Talbot in fourth place. Everyone else, Sue Derbyshire's little Morgan is out round the outside in Druid into fifth, sixth position. But this field nice, neat, and tidy up there. And all the drivers, even in cars as old as 100 years, they were saying, how good are your tyres? Good for about a lap, and then their performance starts to go away in the heat here at Brands Hatch. But for the Llewellyn car, smoky a little bit as it maybe just a bit of overfill as it turns into Surtees. And then heads out into the country onto the Grand Prix loop here at Brands Hatch.
And I was wrong, it is the car's owner, Vijay Mallya, who started the BMW number 35. 135, Vijay Mallya. So Patrick Blakeney Edwards, as he did in the first race, will take over. But it's as in the first race, it's the Bentleys at the front in the early stages. But remember how Alex Hewitson closed in towards the end of the race in the Little Riley, and we're looking for, there's Sue Derbyshire.
It's up to fourth.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's got past the Talbot team car. And
you wouldn't have even seen her come past. She's so low compared to where the height of his elbows are.
She may have just driven underneath and he didn't see her coming there. It's such a little tiny three-wheel car, but she's up into fourth place and charging along the backside of the circuit there with top speed. She was telling us of 110 miles an hour, but the start was a very close run thing as they went down to the first corner, but it was the Llewellyn Bentley that took the lead from the Morley Bentley in second place.
Yeah, Oliver got a very, very good start. He came home, their car won the first race there. He gave a very good margin to his father Tim, and Tim built on that, and that seems to be repeating itself at the end of the first flying lap of the race. It was a rolling start. It's Ollie Llewellyn leading, very, very close to second place. Clive Morley being chased by Alex Hewitson, the Little Riley tucking in behind, and as you pointed out, that seems to come strong the further you go into the race. But the green Bentley leading the way. Ollie Llewellyn 3 seconds to good at the end of the first flying lap, and he's chucking it around with a very, very sharp turn in at the top of the rise there, turning into Druids. It's the long right-hander with the rising entry and the falling exit. Down the slope they come on the way out. Car 32 is Alex Hewitson's car. He's driven that really well, that Riley TT Sprite Rep. Again, much smaller car than the Bentleys, the red Aston Martin. They're coming up the crest of the hill, just in front of the BMW 328. And Felice, just better check the suit. It's I'm not seeing it there. Yes, Vijay Mallya on board. Just double checking it didn't say PBE on the side.
Yes, a bit more white on Vijay's helmet than I was expecting, so I thought, that might be PBE in there, but it's not. So it will be the same as the previous time as the Llewellyn Bentley turns in to the right-hander at Hawthorns and will make its way around the Grand Prix loop. And Bentley really made its name in terms of motorsport, although I don't think W.O. Bentley was really terribly happy about it initially until you could see sales rising. Was at Le Mans in the 20s. They won Le Mans 1924 and then 27, 28, 29 and 1930, and then they waited 73 years to win it again in 2003.
Didn't they just? Great looking cars, it must be said, those ones that were there in the 21st century. But really the person who drove it on was Wolf Bonato, South African industrialist, who very much pressed WO, saying, come on, we're going racing. And eventually when someone with that much clout makes it happen, it sort of winds me forward to the people who owned those early McLaren F1s who said we want to go racing, and the designer Gordon Murray hadn't intended that central seater GT car to go racing. They turned up at Le Mans for the first time, and his only regret, Gordon Murray, is they didn't drive the cars all the way from UK to the circuit as they would have done in the much earlier races. Of course, JJ Leto led the charge and they took that win in the driving rain. But these cars, Bentley and Lamont, they were synonymous, and at the time there were so many different manufacturers. They suddenly realised the promotional value of racing, and that's why WO stayed in the mix, and Bentley got all the glory as the 20s moved into the 30s, and that's probably why a lot of these cars existed as well. They were there in the early days. We've got some that are best part of a century old. That's a thought in itself, but Bentley became synonymous for racing at the time. Of course, luxurious cars too, but it never hurts to have a racing brand, a racing sort of element within your brand. Well, that's the message we fans all pitch, isn't it?
Well, as I said, I think earlier today or yesterday, it was a case of win on Sunday, sell on Monday, certainly for the big manufacturers through the 60s and 70s, such as Ford and General Motors, particularly in America, where the cars would race at the ovals, at NASCAR race, then people would go out and buy those cars the following week, and it was very much a promotional effort. And in similar way to Bentley, once he'd come on board and thought, yeah, actually we can sell more cars if we win races. But even then, there were very wealthy privateers who were running and developing the cars, not always in the direction that he agreed with. And the classic story is the supercharged cars that raced not incredibly successfully, but he really didn't agree with supercharging his cars. He said they're perfectly good as they come out of the factory.
Well, it was his toy box, but sometimes when the success follows, you have to sort of follow that. But yes, in terms of following, everyone is following Ollie Llewellyn. 2 laps on the board. He's about to complete 3 laps. He was 5.9, bang on 6 seconds clear. Last time round, he crosses start-finish line now, and we have to turn our eyes from the commentary box to look for the cars coming around the corner in 2nd and 3rd place. Then a huge gaggle behind the Vijay Mallya car, with including that glorious Alfa Romeo 8C. With the Halusa family at the helm of that. Actually, just one at a time. Martin Halusa. There it is. Look at this run of cars. That is the run from 9th through to, well, right through to the tail of the field. The Azan family car in the back. So 7 cars in that gaggle. But the BMW just holding it up and compressing everyone in behind. Everyone else looking for their moment to come past. But it may not be coming to them just yet.
It's lovely to see all these cars, all from a similar era, but all looking quite different in their own way. The BMW, totally enclosed bodywork, very, very forward thinking, whereas most of the cars are running completely separate mud wings, or cycle wings as you call them, same sort of thing, separate to the main bodywork of the car. In these days, the cars were built with a completely separate chassis, so the car would come out of the factory as a chassis with an engine, or maybe not even with an engine, and then you choose your coach builder to put a body on it. And same with the smaller cars, where they were produced as separate pieces, chassis and body bolted onto the top. Unlike these days, where the whole car is a single unit.
Oh, well, it looks like under-braking himself there. And Vijay Mallya just lost 2 positions because number 11, Martin Halusa, driven Alfa Romeo 8C that competed 3 years running on the Mille Miglia. That's gone past. That's car number 11. And also making a move was the number 9 Bentley, the Hudson Morley car. So Richard Hudson will be showing that later in the race with one of the Morley family, but finally made the move, and maybe that's going to take the cork out of the bottle, but no cork needs to be put in any bottle at all at the front of the field, because onto another lap. 3 laps completed, now about to be 4 laps completed. It was 9.5 seconds clear for Ollie Llewellyn, and it looks so it's increased by a similar increment, so maybe out to 12 or 13 laps, but 2nd place is very, very close indeed, because Alex Hewickson, coming onto the start-finish straight, is at the home straight, is right under the rear of the taller Bentley. We'll have a look at the inside, but we saw this in this earlier race that Clive Morley is very good. He goes very, very late into Paddock Hill Bend, where you'd expected him to maybe have to slow himself down a little bit more than the smaller Riley, but the Riley, you think, oh, he's going to have the momentum to carry up the hill, but there's plenty of poke from that 2nd place Bentley, so up into Drew as it goes, still in 2nd place. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, yes, it was another 3 seconds or so added by our race leader, Ollie Llewellyn. Best part of 13 seconds clear after 4 laps. You can do the maths on that. He's pulling clear by more than 3 seconds a lap, so that's a remarkable run. Father Tim will be taking it over in the 2nd part of this race. It's a half-hour race, and the pit window opens after 10 minutes, so we're getting towards that in just under a minute's time.
And meantime, this great battle goes on for second place, which is pretty much a repeat of what happened in the first race, with Clive Morley just managing to stay ahead of Alex Hewitson. And we're back to that classic battle, aren't we? The Bentley got a little bit more power, perhaps not quite as good on the brakes and the handling through the corners, but Alex Hewitson, smaller engine but nimble, so he closes up at different parts of the circuit. So we're at the end of the long run to Hawthorns. They've turned through Hawthorns towards Westfield. This is where the Morley Bentley will be a little bit quicker, but then as they start to move through these corners down into Dingledale and up to Sheen Curve, Alex Hewitson is gradually closing in, particularly when they get to the tighter left-hander at Stirling's, and then through the final corners of Clearways and Clark Curve, and see already Alex Hewitson starting to close in on the back of Clive Morley in the Bentley. Fascinating battle, and like you said in the first race, that rear shot we're getting on the live stream, and even the front shot, the difference in heights of the cars, the different height that the drivers are sitting at, with Clive Morley sitting up on top of all of the transmission going underneath him to the rear wheels, whereas the Riley designed as a much more sleek, low car. Very, very nice looking car.
Yeah, you can imagine though, if they were, you're in a racing situation, you're tucked in behind, you can't see what's up ahead. So if they get into a point where they're lapping cars that are much slower, Alex Hewitson is at a disadvantage, because he might pull out at certain points and go, right, we're 5 seconds behind, we're gaining at 4 seconds a lap, we're going to catch them here. But a lot of the time, all he's seeing is that big tall rump of that Bentley in front. But Clive Morley doing absolutely the job required of him. He's got more horsepower, doesn't have the handling. But again, looking across the races we've had throughout this programme at the London Historic Trophy, we have so many races, the saloon car races, where you've got the same element, larger cars with more horsepower, smaller cars with better handling. It makes for fantastic racing, and this circuit also really helps. Down the long straights, of course, if you've got the grunt, you get a pull clear, but if you're slow onto the straight, it means the lighter car may gain a little in position. Our race leader, by the way, actually backed it off a little on that lap, so he only gained about 1.5 seconds, but car number 3, Ollie Llewellyn, at the point where the pit window is now open, and only one car has dived in so far, and more will follow, but Ollie Llewellyn clear by 14.8 seconds. He's on a cruise, but a very fast cruise, it must be said.
And another car into the pit lane is that one of our it's one of the middle order cars that you've been talking about, the battle with the Halusa car. It's the Hudson and Morley Bentley, number 9, and that we were told was started by Richard Hudson, so he'll be handing over to Clive Morley's son Stuart, who will take over for the rest of the race. And I think
VJ Mallier's in
just going to say that,
yeah.
Yes, VJ Mallier will come in ASAP after the opening of the pit window, which is now, so he will hand over to Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who will do his usual job of getting that car as far up the order as he can in the final 20 minutes of the race.
Yeah, but his matter of pride is to make sure he tries to take fastest lap as well, come what may, wherever he's going to finish in this race. But the climb is on, and driver changes in, and they're very much an equitable partnership there. Most of these drivers doing a very similar amount of chunk of this race. The lot who pitted first have been slightly kinder to their co-drivers, giving them marginally more of this race. 30 minutes in all, and our race leader, Ollie Llewellyn, there he goes. He's now 16.5 seconds clear. He'll be coming in very soon, I would think, to hand over to his father, because he's got a big enough lead to say, go on, Dad, have a bigger chunk of the race than I might give you otherwise. But Pat Blakeney Edwards, PBE, almost as famous as JPR Williams. When you get known by your initials, you know you're doing well in life. Great Welsh fullback, but again, left us too early. But PBE starting to make a move, and we'll see how high up the order he can get in that BMW 328. That's car number 135, and certainly his lap times in the first race earlier today were very spectacular indeed.
And we were looking at the gorgeous lines of Alfa Romeos of different ages in the previous race, and we just had a lovely shot of the Martin Halusa car number 11, in the Alfa Romeo 8C Zagato Spider from 1932, so many years before the 105 and 116 Alphas we were looking at in the previous race, but no less pretty.
Just waiting for another lap to come on the board from Ollie Llewellyn and see how much of the race he's going to give to his father. His advantage last time around was 16.5 seconds. Interesting shot there. I was trying to see one of the drivers looking down into the cockpit. What have they dropped? You never know. Whereas, are they holding the gear lever handle that's not attached to the gear lever and things like that? But there's nothing untoward. Getting towards just past 6 o'clock on the evening at Brands Hatch. It's been a phenomenal 3 days of practice, qualifying, racing. And I think a lot of drivers have found out what it's like to race in very, very hot conditions. It's certainly been very warm indeed here. It was expected to be about 28 to 30 degrees. I think it's crested 30 degrees today, quite possibly. Certainly opening the commentary box door was like opening, walking past and up. And there's Alex Hewitson, who has served a pit stop. He's come back out into the race, but our race leader, Ollie Llewellyn, continues to pound down, continues to stretch clear. 18.5 seconds to the good in his number 3 Bentley. Looks as though Sue Derbyshire's just diving into the pits from 3rd place, unless my eyes deceive me. Very small car at a distance, has disappeared from shot, but it'll come round into the pit lane, and it does too. So Sue's coming in to hand over to herself. A lot of the drivers in this field racing solo,
as she usually does. I have seen her share with someone who also drives a Morgan 3-wheeler in a race a couple of years ago, but generally Sue drives on her own. And George, her husband, there with the board on the right hand side of our live stream picture with the red hat on. George saying, "Go on Sue, off you go." 15-second stop for Sue, as is the requirement, and off she goes again into the race. Came in around 5th place. I think in the last race earlier on today she lost 5th place on the very last lap and finished in 6th. So Sue will try and improve on that in this race. And Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, as we've said, is out in the number 135 VJ Malley, a BMW, which has already started to move up the timing screen. He's up to 12th place now.
And Richard Bradley had been due to share with Mark Fisher, but Mark's doing the race solo. So he's getting the lion's share. That's car number 21. That's an Aston Martin team car. It's the green livery run by Curie Bertelli. And car number 77, as it makes its way out, is Robert Blakemore, Simon Borum, another Aston Martin car. That's a speed model, as opposed to a team car. Quite a few of the speed models. These were cars from the late 1930s, and things very well indeed in period.
The Wiltshire family Bentley, number 46, carries on its way. That's running in 14th at the moment. It's done its pit stop. And, it was Duncan Wiltshire who started that. The father and son Freddie has taken over in the 3-litre Bentley, one of the earlier cars in this race. That's from 1928.
Wow, fastest lap of the race. Not under 2 minutes yet, so Pat Blakeney-Edwards has to try a little bit harder, which is his very nature. Up to 9th place, as I say, 2 minutes, 0.6 seconds, 0.7 seconds pretty much nearly. So the fact that Ollie Llewellyn's fastest lap of the race up to that point was 2 minutes 2.3 shows the pace is rising. But I'd have to say that Ollie, who's yet to come in to hand over to Father Tim, has got this one in the bag, surely, with such a margin, 18.5 seconds. But importantly, his margin is, okay, the pit stop's still to be served. I'll let you know what the margin is after he has come in and handed the car over. But at the moment, it's sizable. So if that earthquake of progress, Pat Blakeney-Edwards is going to continue to charge, it will come down. But as we saw, Tim Llewellyn is now ready to take over from Ollie. Ollie is reporting in from the lead of this race, and that will be the last of the cars to come in. But we'll see the gap between him, just as a matter of reference, back to where Pat Blakeney-Edwards is, because surely Pat can't rise that far up the order, however hard he pushes that BMW 328.
We actually haven't seen the lead car through. Unless there's
did it not come into the pits?
Not come into the pits, no. So
I just saw it dropping down
the order. Yes. Well,
okay.
We've
lost the tracker map. It could be a transponder problem.
Yeah.
I just thought he left it late. There is a driver standing waiting to take over another car. Now I think that's Father Llewellyn standing in the pit lane. It's a driver in a pale blue race suit and a white helmet waiting for a car. Well, we'll wait and see if... Well, the Llewellyn car is just listed as dropping down the order. It's listed as being a lap down.
Stopped.
Oh, it has stopped. But it's listed as having stopped in the pit lane. But drivers, I don't know.
No, that's just the last timing point it went past. So it's somewhere in
the first timing sector. Well, yes. It could be behind, out of our sight at some point. Oh, well, that is a shock. I mean, it was just going supremely well, and for fun, it's a rather sad sight. Someone waiting for a car that may not come round to the pit lane. Sometimes transponder problems can catch you out. In fact, the number 3 dot has moved from our timing screen, so I really am slightly in the dark. But what we have is Alex Hewitson in the lead of the race, okay? He's running that Riley, the TT Special. And that is listed as 4.6 seconds clear of the number 88, which is Tom Rawlings in the Talbot team car that started right at the sharp end of the field in 4th place overall. But again, looking around, 3rd place is Clive Morley, but if anyone can spot car number 3, do let us know. That's the Llewellyn family car that has been so dominant in the first part of the race. Someone's come out to speak to the driver who's waiting in the pit lane, which should be Father Tim. So glory in the first race, no glory now, and something of a mystery. Agatha Christie is writing the plot. Just looking, a number of quick laps continue to come in from Pat Blakeney-Edwards, but he's got a big margin to do to catch up to the next car up the order, which is the number 77, which is Aston Martin speed model of Robert Blakemore and Simon Borum. Now I think Tim Llewellyn is walking into the shade of the pit garage, because clearly his car is not coming around, and it didn't seem to be stressed, because in that comfortable lead in the race, Ollie Llewellyn seemed to have everything under control, driving exactly as he had in the first race they had this morning. And something clearly has been untoward, and we cannot let you know as yet just exactly where that is. So just when it looked as though cruising to end the London Historic Trophy meeting with another win, unfortunately it is a big round 0, because now he's 2 laps down and the car not to be seen within our sight. But Alex Hewitson leading the way in his Riley. His gap is 4.2 seconds, but the car behind is gaining very slightly, but the clock is counting down. Under 10 minutes to go. In fact, pretty much 9 minutes on the nose until this meeting will come to its conclusion. And a new fastest lap of the race from Pat Blakeney-Edwards, but again, he's got to gain 14 seconds to even catch the car in front, and I think he might manage that, but he certainly won't be troubling those in the top 3 positions.
No, he should catch the car in front, because he's running 30. And Patrick Blakeney-Edwards is running around 13 seconds a lap quicker than the car ahead of him, and is 14 seconds behind him. So he should catch him before the end of the race, but unfortunately for Patrick, it's 16 seconds to the car ahead of him.
Yeah, sorry, I was being quite garbled in my communication there. He hasn't got a chance of getting in the top 3. He's going to pick off a few cars in front of him, but the clock's counting down. Sue Derbyshire, who last race was 5th. I wrote her down in my results as 5th, but on the final lap, on the final corner, she got overtaken, fell down to 6th. She's running in 4th place right now, and putting in some really good laps, but again, I don't think she's going to get in the top 3. It does look as though Alex Hewitson is sitting pretty for another very, very good result indeed. Car number 32, that's the Riley TT Sprite replica, and then 2nd place, under 4 seconds down, so there to keep him honest is the car we're looking at now. It's the Talbot team car, sitting high up in that is Tom Rawlings, team car from 1934. So he's pressing on, visor up, quick scratch the eyes, drop the visor again, maybe dust, who knows, maybe dirt. And then car number 6, very much in the mix as well. That's Clive Morley, who had such a good run this morning in the top 3, and again in the top 3 this afternoon. He is another just under 3 seconds back, and there is the glorious Alfa Romeo 8C, the Zagato Spider. Martin, the Lucy's car from the 30s, a car that competed not once, not twice, but thrice. That's 3 times to you and me on the Mille Miglia.
And the not with that bodywork, but the sort of car driven by the great Tazio Nuvolari to take some unbelievable results. The Italian, and a very slight man driving very large cars at that time, including the Grand Prix Auto Unions as well. So quite a history with Alfa Romeo. Lovely to see an 8C out racing. Number 9 car on our screens is the Richard Hudson Stuart Morley shared Bentley. Stuart Morley on board now to take the car to the finish. And Sue Derbyshire, you mentioned, in 4th place. She was in 5th at this point of the last race, and then she was caught by the Skipworth Armstrong Aston Martin. And they are catching her again, about 2 seconds a lap, but she's got a gap of around 20 seconds. So hopefully, if everything goes well for Sue for the end of the race, she might even get a 4th place in the diminutive Morgan 3-wheeler.
It's definitely worth looking at the battle for the lead, because the fastest lap of the race for the driver in second has got him to within 2 seconds on the nose. That is car number 88. That's Tom Rawlings in his Talbot team car, the pea green car. The car still leading is 32. Look at it right now, but we'll have to keep an eye on his mirrors, because the Talbot's closing in. They go around Druids. They go down the drop to Graham Hill Bend, much tighter than it was part of its history in the game. But yeah, the Talbot is coming. That last lap actually took the best part of 2 seconds out of the race leader, so Alex Hewitson has not got this one in the bag. 5 minutes remain in this race, and not too far behind them, just another 3.5 seconds back in third place. As we look at the second place Talbot, really pressing on now. He didn't have just dust in his eyes. I think he's got the scent of victory in his nose, perhaps.
Very much so, yes. It's closing in, similar to the first race we had, where cars closing up towards the end of the race. And in this case, it's for the lead, and in third place, the number 6 Bentley of Clive Morley still stays there. He's only 3.5 seconds back, but his times are slightly slower than the 88 car of Tom Rawlings, the Talbot 105 team car from 1934. Which is closing in on our leader, so we'll see when they come through. It was 2 seconds last time around, and they've still got 4.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time. And there they are on our live stream pictures now, with the lead car of Alex Hewitson closing in to lap the Martin Halusa Alfa Romeo. Martin waves his arm to the left to say, yep, you passed that side, I've seen you. And in fact, even though he's lapping the Alfa is quick, isn't it? And he was quite fast down the straight there. It took a little while for the leader, Hewitson, to get through. Tom Rawlings now needs to get past Martin Halusa, and then he'll be back on the case. It was 2 seconds. This time, Bruce, it is a little bit more. No, 1.7. 1.7.
Okay, and any slip ups from either of them, just not too far behind. A similar margin back in third place is Clive Morley, car number 6, so he's still in with the shout. In fact, he was faster than the pair of them last time around, but a little bit of traffic as we saw them going past Martin Halusa certainly delayed our race leader, Alex Hewitson. But anybody wanting to make a move has got to get a move on. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining, and still head down, looking serious there is Tom Rawlings in his Talbot 105 team car. He's got a very nice line through Graham Hill Bend, must be said, but when they get to the next corner to Surtees, I don't know who's the quicker through it, but certainly we saw some really good moves from Alex Hewitson early in the race. And again, he's sitting so much lower in his Riley, so it does look very different. By the way, Pat Blakeney-Edwards has just put no, he hasn't. He's catching the car in front, but he's moved up to 6th place, so the BMW 328 is up to 6th place, so he's gaining. And flashes over. Under 2 minutes. That was a target. Suddenly, not just under 2 minutes, getting close to getting to 1 minute 58. So he's on 1 minute 59.1 seconds, and that is the fastest lap of the race. He's got to find 12 seconds to catch up the Skipworth Armstrong number 75. That is an Aston Martin speed model. It's not quite beyond him. He took 8 seconds out of them last lap, and he's got this lap and 1 further lap, so he could gain another position. But Alex Hewitson looking very, very strong indeed in the lead of the race. But last time around, slightly affected by traffic. That margin did come down. The big question is what traffic is sitting in front of them. At the moment, as they approach Stirling's, actually, they've got a clear run. So it's going to be down to pure pace through to the end of this race.
And we've just been told, thank you very much for coming up to tell us, the car that was leading and looked like it was going to win, the Llewellyn car, is stopped on the exit of Surtees on the left-hand side of the track, apparently.
Okay, so just agonising out of our sight and out of the sight of any of the cameras. Obviously, you have a certain number of cameras around the circuit. You do get tiny little blind spots, but they've done a fantastic job for this weekend here at the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. There, 88 is the car in second place, actually losing a tiny bit of ground there for Tom Rawlings, so he's 1.9 seconds down. With, I would suggest this is the final lap of the race, because they've just gone onto it. Their lap times at the moment are just north of 2 minutes, and we've got under 2 minutes on the clock. So Alex Hewitson, potentially for the last time, I would suggest, takes in the lead, sitting on roughly a 2-second buffer. He should be able to take this through to the finish.
Turns through the Graham Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill, goes along Cooper Straight, just adjusts his position in the car, urging it on. Come on, we've only got best part of 3/4 of a lap to go through Surtees. There's the Talbot, the tall, what looks like a very tall, ungainly car, but a very, very effective racing car in period and now in the pre-war race. And it's the Tom Rawlings car, the green car, that's chasing. Then it's Clive Morley in 3rd place, but he's dropped back a little bit. He's at 4 seconds now, so not really a challenge expected from Clive Morley for that 2nd and 3rd place, but certainly the lead battle is not yet settled. There may be a second or so, a second and a half between them, but Tom Rawlings charging along as he turns through the right-hander at Hawthorns towards Westfield. In fact, no, that was Westfield, down into Dingle Dell, through Sheen Curve, and that will take them to the left-hander at Stirling's. Here they come down, so the lead car, Alex Hewitson, moves to the right-hand side of the track to get the best racing line, just kisses the curb on the exit of Stirling's. A little bit more curb taken by the 2nd place car of Tom Rawlings, but they're coming under the bridge for the last time into Clearways.
Yeah, and with only 5 seconds left on the clock, this will be the time they will be greeted by the check and flag. Right, we've got to the end of 30 minutes. They haven't got to the end of the race, but they have now, as they come onto the start-finish straight for the final time. The check and flag his way. Victory for Alex Rawlings and his Riley. In the end, it'll be around 2 seconds his margin, 1.7 seconds. So kept very honest by Tom Rawlings, and Clive Morley comes through to 3rd place. So great variety there to have Riley from Talbot and from Bentley, and Morgan coming through in 4th place at some point soon with Sue Derbyshire. Had a good meeting in her little Morgan. There it is, so low she sits in that 3-wheeler as she sweeps round onto the through Clark Curve for the final time. But victory to car number 32, to Alex Hewitson. He's had a really, really good meeting. I'm sure he'll remember this day here at Brands Hatch in the London Historic Trophy with a good degree of fondness, because it was a race hard fought. Looked as though it was going to go to the Llewellyn family, but alas, something caused them to pull up round as they went through Surtees, park out of our sight, and just as Father Tim was waiting to take over, the car never came round again, so rather unfortunate for them. But a great day, and I think the fans very much enjoyed seeing these cars, and some of which are, just get this, around a century old, doing what they did in period. And that's the continuity that we so love, and in historic racing, just so lovely to see them back with a reason to race all over again. So that is it. I will almost shed a tear. That is the last race of the London Historic Trophy meeting, and Alistair Douglas, has been a huge amount of fun, hasn't it? It has been a great 3 days. We were on the Indy circuit for day 1, which in itself gives you a little bit of variety, because it's a very different challenge to the Grand Prix circuit, and very, very enjoyable. Good grids, good racing. I think 1 or 2 races stand out in my memory as being some of the best that I've seen over the last few years. Brilliant racing. Well, that's good accolade, and the cars actually, this final race, come to literally the bottom of our commentary tower. It's a long climb up, it's a hot climb up, but there is Alex Hewitson, who got the job done. He gave chase, and he's really made it count for him. But let's head straight down, because Alex Legui is as fast as the drivers. She's ready in the pit lane.
Oh, wow. What an incredible race. The pre-war is just the gift that keeps on giving. Wowzers. Well done, you. What an incredible race that was. Talk us through it, Alex.
Well, you know, it was a piece of cake.
It looked really easy.
Oh, wow. Amazing, particularly against this chap here. No, fabulous race, fabulous circuit, fabulous prep on the car, fabulous organisation for MRL. What more do you need?
What a way to end the day, huh?
Absolutely. 3rd in the first race, 1st in the second. I'll take that any day. I've had worse weekends.
I'm sure you have, as we all. Well done, Alex. That was just brilliant. Let's come over and grab you, Tom, while we can. That was a hard-fought battle all the way to the end.
It was an arm workout, put it that way. Yeah. Just good working with the car that's got some pace now.
Yeah.
And out the back, if you keep it flowing, you're proper up there. So yeah, it's good.
Was there any point where you, were concerned? Was it about management, or is it just a case of nursing it from beginning to end?
Just being kind on it, and just keeping the speed going, and just not stopping
the car too much and slowing it down, just keeping it. Yeah, just keep it lit.
Be kind to the
yeah,
lady.
be kind to it.
Well done, you. Let's come around here and have a chat to Clive, who, here we are once again, a well-deserved,
Third.
well, still a well-deserved podium. That was well fought, huh?
I knew I shouldn't have danced that hard on Saturday night. So the tyres, I think, I'm not making excuses, but it did feel a little bit more slippery out there.
I'm sure.
Lack of talent or tyres. I'm going to say tyres.
No, always. You know, that's what the drivers do, isn't
Always
it?
blame the car
Always
or the
blame
mechanics.
the car.
Trouble is, I'm the mechanic as well. So no, it was good fun and nice for Alex to have a win.
Really good. That was
Yeah.
a great race. Thank you so much for providing us with lots of entertainment, as always. Enjoy your well-earned podium.
Pleasure.
Well done to all of you.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights of the final race of the meeting, the second of two pre-war sports car races. It was Bentley's all the way, certainly as we left the grid, but tucked in behind the Riley and the Talbot. They would have a role to play later in the race, but Ollie Llewellyn got clear and pulled ever further clear, was building a wonderful buffer to hand over to Father Tim. However, disaster struck and that car didn't make it as far as the pit stops. It peeled off. No one knew where it was for a while, but had peeled off the circuit and parked up just outside Surtees. But the running in the early stages of the race was no tell. Sue Derbyshire very much in the mix, looking to improve on 6th place in the first race, sitting low and leaning out of her Morgan. But up front, Clive Morley doing a good job there to hold off Alex Hewitson in the early stages, but the positions were to swap. Vijay Mallya had everybody tucked in behind him, and eventually the moves started to come and he fell down the order a little bit in his BMW 328s. But into the pits, out of the pits after the pit stop, Alex Hewitson bombing back out onto the circuit, looking to see if he could take victory. And at that point he was still thinking the Llewellyn car was ahead, but eventually he found out it had retired and he came through to take victory. Kept very honest indeed by Tom Rawlings, just in the end 1.7 seconds between them at Flagfall, and tucked in behind Clive Morley, 3rd place for him. And that was that. 2 races for them today, and here are the results. Alex Hewitson top, as you can see, by just a very small margin in his Riley, ahead of the Talbot of Tom Rawlings. Clive Morley in 3rd place, keeping them honest. Then a bit of a gap back, but Sue Derbyshire will be very proud of that Morgan race for her, coming through 30 seconds down, but way ahead of some much more powerful cars. The Skipworth Armstrong Aston Martin in 5th, and then Mallya and Blakeney Edwards in their BMW 328. They were the first of the cars to be lapped. So it was a race full of variety and a really good way to bring this meeting to an end. The London Historic Trophy meeting at Brands Hatch. Bright sunshine, perhaps too much sunshine for some when they get home this evening, but it was a wonderful race, and just the joy and from all the drivers when we interviewed the top 3 at the end of the race was absolutely apparent that they've had a real ball here at Brands Hatch. And sadly, as you look at the bottom of the results, 15 of the 16 cars made it to the finish, but unfortunately the car that could and should have won it ended up with nothing. And I tell you what, GT3 Legends is something very special. Can you believe that historic racing now includes GT3? But next weekend at the Spa 24 Hours, Motor Racing Legends is celebrating the 20th anniversary of GT3, arguably the most successful and widely adopted category in motorsport history, and it's happening as the curtain raiser to the biggest GT3 race in the world, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours at Spa. I'm going to be there for that, and it's probably going to be as hot as it is here, but GT3 is something that has been enormous, and in historic racing terms it's just going to grow and grow like Topsy. So great that Motor Racing Legends is taking that to the stage of GT3 at Spa-Francorchamps next weekend.
I'm now here with Jarrah Venables of the GT3 Legends, which is going to be the legendary series to keep your eye on this weekend here at the Donington Historic Festival. First things first, though, can we just discuss about the fact that this is even a historic entry? 20 years of GT3s is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it was 20 years ago when these things were racing and current. I think if you'd have told someone these would be considered part of the historic racing community in time to come, they probably would have laughed at you. But it's great that they are, and it spans a spectrum from pre-war, 100 years basically of motor racing history now, which is really cool. And it's nice this year that there's a 20-year anniversary of GT3, and the series now in its 2nd year, basically a full season, is as well supported as it is.
What do you think it was about the GT3s that made them continue in the way they have?
I think, well, it's a BOP formula, so it had loads of variety in terms of manufacturers, shapes and sounds and so on. And it was the brainchild of Stefan Rattel, who was kind of the grandfather of GT racing, arguably, for the last 30 or so years, back to the 90s with FIA GT and BPR. And he took sort of all the lessons he learned from, the Venturi Trophy, BPR, FIA GT, and rolled it into something that was commercially far more successful for everyone, manufacturers, teams, sponsors, SRO himself, and the formula worked, because here we are 20 years later and it's still a roaring success with the current series he's running.
So, who do we need to look out for this weekend?
How much time have you got? Probably the top half of the grid are all going to be remarkably close. I think last year here, we didn't have quite as many cars, people on the pace in their cars as we have this year. Even then, I think the top 14 were covered by a second, which in modern motorsport is a huge gap. In historic motorsport, that's incredibly tight.
Yeah.
So we'll find out tonight once the owners start pushing, because the owners' times in our series set the grid, not any pro driver, co-drivers they might have, or rapid amateur co-drivers. So, and the owners have to start the race. So it's we'll find out in a few hours.
And Donington is the gift that keeps on giving, even if you're not watching a GT3 series. So to have the GT3 legends around Donington, that's going to be pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's especially on the shorter track we're running now with 35 cars. That's a busy lap. There's no rest really. You've got a couple of seconds maybe on a straight, and that's it. But with that many cars out there, it's full on. It'll be fun for people, and the weather's perfect. So we can't ask for more really.
What more could you possibly want? Thank you.
Very well.
Incredible weekend, Sean. Let's head in, folks. Come with me, Sean. Boys, this is where the magic happens. Here
Epic
are
meeting.
our commentators, Bruce, Alistair, Ian. Well, apparently we've got. Shall I? Would you like? Sean. Boys. Here we are. There we go. So, well, there we go. That's fine. That's fine. I'll have plenty later. Okay, boys, what an incredible weekend that was. Sean, let me just start with you. Has it been everything that you hoped it was going to be?
I think for the first one, I think we can be very happy. I think the guys did a great job explaining everything that was going on. I think the grids were great. I think there's lots to work on, but without doubt the weather's made a huge difference. The crowd have been, we'd like to have had some more people here, but certainly the crowd and the hospitality has been fantastic, really encouraging and really excited. So I'm happy, really happy.
Amazing. I'm going to come back to you in a second. Bruce, Ian, Alistair, boys, tell us, what were your highlights then of this weekend?
Favourite child, always a difficult thing to do. I just thought I absolutely loved that pre-war race because of the sheer diversity of cars. The fact you could see what the drivers were doing. I thought the Formula Junior racing, well, it's going to be good, and it was epic too. I'll walk away from this and go, I forgot to mention many others. I just think the assembly of cars, the fact we always seem to have little against large, nimble against not so nimble. And the heat played a role as well. That not just for the spectators, but for the drivers. And the tyres, they went off a little bit, didn't they? So it was great.
Amazing. Alistair?
Well, undoubtedly for me, it was the Pre-66 Sports Sprint, as it's called now, the new race that Sean introduced this year. Fantastic race, brilliant grid, lots of entries, such close racing. And going back to what Bruce said, it was the little and large. It was the Elans versus Sean was driving one of the Cobras. Didn't manage to beat the little Elans. So what a fabulous race that was.
And Ian, it was lovely to have you here this weekend as well.
Oh, thank you very much. The Middlehurst winning the Historic Touring
I
Car
agree.
Challenge
That was emotional, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the R32. And then, of course, 2 Sauber Mercedes that the MRL team were able to attract. So, but no, it's a fantastic weekend all round.
Yeah, really, really good. I think one of my favourite bits was the Rick Parfitt Jr. concert last night, where I racked up about 10,000 steps. Sean, just let's finish with, let us know what can we look forward to, what's coming up.
I think with regards to Charade that's coming up in a few weeks' time, which is going to be amazing. We've got Spa next weekend for the GT3 revival. That's going to be, I think, really exciting as we sort of head towards the actual Spa 24. But then we've got Silverstone Festival coming up, which is now renamed the BRDC Festival or BRDC Classic. That's going to be, I think, hopefully we're going to get some full grids there with some great cars and good. Going back to what they've been talking about, that the pre-war grid hopefully is going to be very diverse. I think we've already got a lot of entries for that. So I think just going forward for the year, there's just lots happening. We'll be back here next year as well for Brands Hatch again, which I spoke to Mr. Palmer yesterday. He's very happy, so that's good.
That's great.
That's good. But yeah, more and more of it.
Well, I can know that I can speak on behalf of all of the fans and the drivers. You're making a lot of people very happy. We're really enjoying this, aren't we? It's been a fabulous weekend. Thank you all for watching the live stream as well. What an incredible weekend of racing. What a way to celebrate 100 years of Brands Hatch too. And make sure you keep up and stay tuned to see what's coming next with Motor Racing Legends. Ciao for now.